$150 only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like plow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Clear, power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL Philippines Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your playoffs tickets now via the official MPL Philippines website. Host unforgettable events at Green Sun. Enjoy the Arcade Haven promo, available from Fridays to Sundays. Book now via reservations at greensun.com.ph. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ang laban ng pinakamalakas sa Pinas.
Ito ang bakbakan na tungong itaas.
May bagong kampiyon na ba natatayo?
Twisted Minds!
Arang-aral na, ito na ang Twisted Minds. Unli baon, unli plano, unli pa ang surprise. Kakayanin for the minds, kahit pa na ilang tries, ay nalinan dito na. Twist the game, Twisted Minds!
Twisted Minds ang sobrang bisa, hindi mapigilan. Talaga namang hindi na natin alam kung anong gagawin nila today. Alam natin na gagalingan. Ngayong araw, Twisted Minds, unang-una na.
Fire burning heat, hindi mamamaliit. Try and make them this, oh, dito please. Lalabas ko na kapis ka ng history, easy go, yung lahat. We are one, we are twins. We will make these dreams and a lot of screams. Napiling bawat hilat and birkin, yeah. Yeah, gonna eat it one, gonna eat it one. But, ano ba? We're the Twisted Minds. Dito na tayo, lalaban na to. Let's go!
Oh, lalaban hanggang dulo! Dahil mag-iingay tayo!
God, you're Twisted Minds, let's go!
Kami ang TNC Bro Team. Kami ang Phoenix Army na mag-aasik ng lagim. Nakamit na namin ang aming playoff stream. Manahimik ka na lang pag hindi mo maating. Yawi Penny lang si Lorde Matsaida. Concentrate Martisi Coilo, isama mo pa. Lahat sila display of ay handang-handa na. Subukan mo pigilan, baka tumagos ka.
Ilang season din namin tong hinintay. Daming beses na kami ay namatay. Pilit pa mo bang ang trip mo bang sumabay? Ingat ka baka sa playoffs ikay mapapay.
May kagalingan, baka mapuntahan ni Yawi para gilingan.
Marami pa sorpresang dapat niyong abangan. Kung di ka patitigil, lagot ka!
Di magpapagape, di magpapaape. Sa dami ng pinagdaanan, hindi na makate. Ngayong playoffs ay handa nang gumante. Kami ang TNC with the
next champs!
Flying high of Team Falcons!
Let's go! Team Falcons here, here! That's us on down, looking back to our
Let's go!
Puro to gawa, di lang puro salita. May sumabay pero sumablay na
Pow,
ikay.
pow!
Lahat ng abot, bunga to nagsama-sama. Puro to gawa, di lang puro salita. Puro to gawa dahil nandyan na nga sila.
Pow!
Puro flex kasi sumasakses.
Sa hirap at ginhawa, kasama ang pamilya. Sa bawat tagumpay, kasama sa
Go! Go!
bagong
Go!
tagumpay.
Hey!
Yeah!
You're chasing immortality, you're following a legacy. Are meant to be a seventy, manifest destiny. M2 to the 5, from the hive to the nest. We gon' flexible, rep the golden medal, 2%. Bow, spine, first in your mind, the greatest team of all time. While they were getting 8th, we were better than great. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? It gon' be all mine. Falcons tagumpay, Falcons gonna fly, it's all mine. There are your Team Falcons, but now we move on to Onic Philippines.
Hero rep the super fan, my name is Ari. Para sa lahat ng son, ito 2JB. Leo at your service, this here is Joseph. Yeah, everything we do, yeah, we do it big. World champion status, pati season 40. Gonna go back to back, then a dollar retain. Coach Juan Adam Hayes, gown drop instructions. Onic PH playoffs, no distractions. Here we go, start with Kurt, always makes it work. Kel, Ross, Beatrix, go in. Super friends like a monster. King Kong is a sigma. Time to call the bruiser. Please don't hate the player. Hate the game. God of the new era. Panalo sa Pilipinas, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, twice. Tapos Saudi Arabia. Anong kulay ng champions? Black and yellow. Hey. You know what it is. What time is it? It's on time for protection. Leo. Sino maging champion? Everybody knows it's Onic Philippines.
The Sonics have made their statement, but now we put the spotlight on the Northern Lights. Here is Aurora!
Yung Horus Rising, playoffs na naman. Mukhang man masisilaw tayo na kalaban. Never backing down, sa taas ang tingin. Kami ang team na umilaw sa dilim.
Smiling demon with a flashy flame.
Let's go!
Going tight, dominating in your base. Kahit baris na laging nagpa-fight.
OMG!
Uubusin ng enemies inside.
Consistency is so key, basic, get it right! Magic and mid-way, malaro yung malawin side!
Rise up!
Talo ni Renegade, sumet sa lima!
Hato!
Oras na ng Aurora sa Corona!
It's time!
Lights up, roars in the ring!
Fight locked in the crowns in a swing. Ignite the fire that is born within. No fear or doubt will persist the win.
Lights up, roars in the ring! Fight locked in the crowd in a swing!
Ignite the fire that is born within. No fear, no doubt.
Seize the win. Aurora wants to seize the win, but joining him in the ring, it's Team Liquid Philippines!
Dagat, gadupa, may pusong kampyon. Nagpapadaig, subok na ng panahon. Nagsugot, sububok, subok na natatago. Panis kayo sa digikat ng aming yago. Ito na si Guard, ang batang kambing. Liquid number 1, wala nang kambing. Puro man sigawan, dulang na lang ng sigsing. Nood na lang ng baby cakes, magkulang sa lambing.
One, two. Pag sinabi ko, TL, sabihin nyo, PH! TL!
PH!
TL!
PH!
Pag sinabi ko, TL, sabihin nyo, PH! TL!
PH!
TL! PH!
Humanay na sa huli, hindi magpapagapi. Pagkat ang puwersa ng cavalry, di magpapadaig. Sa bawat hamon ng laban, walang mag-aalila. Lang ibibigay ang lahat kung ito'y kinakailangan. Ito na ang TLPH, di kayang i-replicate. Lahat ay dinedicate, kapag ng 15 mark the day. Chemistry and synergy ay sobrang solid. Kaya mag-ready ng lahat sa Liquid Stampede.
The playoff teams are now here. MPL Arena, make some noise! Nagsalita na ang ating community, but now we leave it to the players. MP the King, hindi lang para kay Kelra. Ano ang palag mo sa kanilang lahat?
Marami kaming binaon na lason para sa kanilang lahat.
We're gonna be expecting the lason. Kelra, ano nang ang palag mo dito sa playoffs?
Lason daw pala kayo. Paalala ko lang, membro ako ng original na lason sa MPL PH.
The OG lason is back. Yahweh, Ano naman ang palag mo sa lahat ng nandito ngayon?
Siguro ang palag ko, pag-uwi ko ng Pinas, nag-playoffs na yung TNC.
Pag-uwi niyo ng playoffs. Pag-uwi niyo ng Pinas, nag-playoffs na daw yung TNC. Ikaw naman, Flop TZ. Ano ang palag mo sa kanilang lahat?
Masaya ako para sa kanila.
Masaya din kami para sa iyo, Flop TZ. Rene J, ano ang palag mo sa lahat na nandito ngayon?
Kami nasa taas ngayon, so palagay nyo na palagay nyo lahat. Kami papalagay nyo sa uli.
They'll be waiting for you, Carl TZ. Tapusin mo ang laban. Ano ang palag mo sa kanila lahat?
Lason, playoff, sino top 1 ngayon?
Lason, playoffs. Sino nga ba ang top 1 ngayon? Yan ang bigay ni Carl TZ. Nagsalita na ang ating mga manlalaro. 6 teams, and in 5 days, we will be crowning the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs!
Are done creating legends. It is the road to immortality here in MPL Philippines Season 15. I'm Rockhard, and with me is the lovely Brigida, and I hope that you guys enjoyed that lovely pre-show we had for you guys.
Definitely. I hope they did, since I feel like a lot of us actually strained their voices trying to memorize and deliver all our lovely lines dedicated to our teams. But that's just how heated our expected matches are supposed to be heading into the playoffs. And I liked how we wrapped it up with all those lines from our specific players earlier. Right. There were some really heated exchanges, you know. I mean, look at Yawi. The moment he came back, he said they immediately went into playoffs, and that's just one of the many things they said earlier.
I mean, we can dissect that all we want right now, but I really like what Carl T said. You know what? You can say whatever you want, but right now, let's see who is going to come out on top here in the playoffs. It's a full reset for all of our teams. A few of them are actually going to the basically play-ins today, where 2 teams will be dropping between our bottom 4, and then top 2 is going to be playing tomorrow. That's Aurora and TLPA.
Yep, I absolutely cannot wait for those matches, but all the more for the play-ins, which we are about to experience and witness today, since we did have quite a long break. Yeah. Definitely, and I believe all of our teams, especially those who are expected to play for the play-ins, have really prepared to ensure that they will be able to deliver for today's matches.
3 weeks in a patch that feels like it was barely explored here in the last 2 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah.
So I feel like with all of that time, so much time, so many international tournaments actually happened in between.
Yep.
All the qualifiers that are leading into MSC for different countries, I wonder which one of those our teams actually picked up so they maybe can use it for this weekend.
They have definitely watched some of these international tournaments, right? I mean, if you personally, watching this right now, last week, just decided to jump into, let's say, MPL ID and all that, you would have probably saw the Paquitos, all those surprise pickups which eventually came out. But personally, if you were gonna ask me, I'm wondering about a couple of picks, you know, like specifically in the jungle. What about the Lings? What about the Yisun Shins? Like, is there a chance we will be seeing those? Since if you were to recall what MP the King did mention earlier too, he did say, true enough to what we did say in the rap battle, they did prepare a lot of surprises.
They did. It feels like they are the team that feels like they're kind of trying to get into the groove of Omega, you know, the old OMG playoffs team that really wants to just take it home.
But Kelra did say they're the original Venom, you know.
There you go.
And we're having the community parade right now alongside the player arrivals, where this is just how you really expect to see Onic, you know, like prior to a match. All just that chill. That's their vibe.
And this is obviously Twisted Minds, who have been basically what do you call this? Foreshadowing on social media that they're probably going to show off some pretty interesting stuff in the coming playoffs. I really like that we also saw some jeepneys out there.
Yep.
Very Filipino right here in the the Champions Arena in the Green Sun Hotel in Makati.
I mean, that's the mastermind, as they say. That's Bon Chan. And I feel like in a few moments we will be actually talking about everything this guy has been through, everything he's been able to prove, even though it does seem like at the beginning he does have those unique ideas. It just needed a bit more fleshing out, and then eventually he is able to pull them off. But these are the champions, you know, of
Right
all
there.
the past season.
Love to see that back-to-back, obviously, from Sunsparks, Blacklist as well, ending up that first half of Season 7. Pre-pandemic, then we head into the
Back-to-back.
Season 8 champions. Still Blacklist International with RSG. Blacklist obviously still in their era. And of course, the Orcas starting to rise. We also saw the golden year of AP Bren and Echo stampeding it out with another possible golden year, this time around in the form of Onic.
Man, look at Falcons, AP Bren, look at Echo, look at TLPH, look at all these teams who eventually did undergo quite a slump, you know? But now in Season 15, we see them back, almost back in shape. And I feel like it was a bit it was a bit of a shorter time for Onic Philippines. I believe a lot of us were questioning what happened during the off season, because as soon as we entered Season 15, it didn't feel like we were seeing the super family we know, but it just took them 8 or 7 weeks
It was
to get
completely,
back.
a completely different vibe. I actually completely agree. So I really wonder as well, like, what did the Onic fam cook with? You know, we saw some of their coaching staff walk by. One of them is very looks like very prepared, and obviously the super fam is all here. You guys can see it right there. The Onic side is brimming. People are standing way at the back, waiting and hoping for a seat here. But yeah, overall, I feel like the Onic fam is here. And again, Twisted Minds might be up for a bit of an uphill climb here. But of course, you can't do that climb without the equipment that you need to get through the day. Equip all day 120 FPS system, the next gen Infinix GT30 Pro. And it's the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. That's GT30. All right, we're moving a generation up.
It's not the 20 anymore. It's the 30 now. And I feel like you guys should check it out if you do decide to come visit us here at Green Sun Makati, since this is where the playoffs is happening still. So there are a couple of booths. There's a big area downstairs you could also check out too.
That's right, and that's free admission, I think. The fan area.
The fan area.
So check it out, guys. And speaking of fans, MPL fans and ex-fans, get ready to witness the best student teams battle out for glory at the Infinix Campus Cup Philippines local group stage.
This will be live streamed from June 14 to 15 and the national finals will be happening on June 28, only on Infinix Philippines Facebook page. This is XCCPH, hashtag where legends rise, and may I just tell you that if you are a collegiate player watching this right now, I believe you should really have considered this. Sign-ups closed back in May 23, but the prize pool, it's just so massive. So I feel like we will be seeing a lot of competitive collegiate players join this tournament.
It really is massive, and it's going international soon. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but here is something you need to see. These are the teams that are playing it off for the playoffs, for the Immortal Cup. We have TLPH and Aurora, first and second seed, respectively, followed by the teams playing today, Onic, Falcons, TNC, and Twisted, who are going for elimination.
And if you would recall, we did spend the entire 8 weeks trying to figure out who will be the final 6 teams heading into the playoffs. And up until the very last minute, the last 2 days, we were still unsure as to who between Twisted Minds, AP Bren, and Smart Omega are actually gonna take that final spot. And they did fight for it, you know, especially AP Bren. I personally felt very proud of how AP Bren and Smart Omega decided to end their seasons, but it just feels like it's such a waste that they weren't able to do this kind of performance earlier on, because it probably would have been a bit more competitive in the lower half of our standings. But this is just how it is right now, and a lot of us really have our eyes set on the top 2 teams.
Yeah, the top 2 teams are going to be playing tomorrow. So they have a little bit of time. And speaking of, this is the bracket we're going to see here. It is basically 3rd seed versus 6th seed. That's Onic versus Twisted. Followed by 4th seed versus 5th seed. That's Falcon and TNC. They're playing best of 5s today. And the winner of respective matchups will be facing against their upper bracket counterparts. That's going to be Aurora and DLPH waiting on the games tomorrow for their own best of 5s.
It's officially all best of 5s starting this day onwards, and on the last 2 days, we're seeing best of 7s for the lower bracket finals and for our actual grand finals. So this is gonna be a really long 5 days, I believe, especially considering how competitive it's starting to be for all of our teams. And Aurora, TLPH, they're definitely on the lookout, whoever is going to be winning these first 2 series of the day.
That's right. The first 2 series here, of course, it is like we mentioned, it's 3rd seed versus the 6th seed, Twisted Minds, our first matchup for the day, and followed by Falcons and TNC. Obviously, they are also very much gunning. It is going to be a battle in the skies here later on.
I believe that was a constant narrative whenever we did cast the Falcons and the TNC matches during the regular season. But now they are gonna do it again, but with higher stakes. You know, they're already fighting for their tournament life. They made it into the playoffs, they made it into the top 6, but this will be the deciding match of whether or not they will be making it to the top 4. But we will be focusing, of course, on Onic Philippines and Twisted Minds first. A very surprising outcome, if I may say. It's the former champions not being in the upper bracket. So
that's right.
That's one. And for some, they might consider this to be a really stark contrast between the 2 teams. It's like some sort of a David and Goliath kind of scenario.
It really is. That's why we're talking about surprises. Like you mentioned, Twisted Minds are going to have to be the team that brings out a ton of surprises. I mean, obviously, all of us were so surprised when we saw Onic on day 1, right? So, other than that, it feels like we still need to watch out for anything from Twisted. And I can see why the whole squad, the whole analyst team of Onic is here right now. They have to be ready with whatever crazy stuff that Twisted Minds are gonna show us today. If you remember in the regular season, it was a lot of really crazy picks. And again, doing all these crazy picks, Brigida, they're still in the playoffs.
Yep. So are we doing some shout-outs to their analysts and their... let's just say Wolf, you know?
Probably should.
Everyone knows it anyway. But yeah, we see all of them in complete attendance right now.
So many of them.
At the Champions Arena. And it's a lot. I feel like if we try to go in their holding area, we won't fit anymore. Like, that's just how many they are. They're just really being prepared for this upcoming match. And we did mention surprises, you know.
Yeah, we have a lot of surprises, right? But you know what? If you guys are waiting for a good one, what about this guy? What about the biggest surprise of the day? We got a guest here today, Dilar from Onic. How are you, Dilar? It's been a while.
No, you can!
Come on.
Is your mic turned on? Is your mic turned on? We'll have to double check if his mic is turned on. Okay, I think we call back our surprise in again, okay? But for now, you guys saw it was Dilar. Personally, I was surprised to see him here, you know? I didn't know he was back in the Philippines.
He is. He's like Mr. International right now. So he has so many appearances online.
He has so many advertisements.
And so many ads, exactly. Right? So he's obviously we're gonna try to talk to Dilar later on about like how his experience is with Onic. And since he mentioned he's not super good in English, maybe he can talk in Bahasa later.
Oh.
Maybe we can flex the Bahasa things. But here is where Kings fall. Obviously, we're talking about Omega, the comeback Kings. They fell, and TLPH, they're the defending champions. They also fell during the play-ins last season. Interestingly enough, we also talk about 3rd seed versus 6th seed, that was Blacklist last season.
Yes.
They were 6th seed, remember?
Yep. But they surprisingly pulled off a sweep against Smart Omega, who were literally embodying the definition of comeback kings. They were performing really well, and they were really challenging expectations in every single matchup that they go up against. But if we were to look at history, every time there's a 3rd and 6th seed matchup, it's been only twice that the 6th seed has actually won.
That's right.
And those are very low numbers. And if we were actually to look at the bigger picture, it's so hard to say that there's a high chance for this to happen too, you know, because like overall it's only been what, 6 out of 22 matches where 6 seeds won against higher seed.
Every time a 6th seed team fought against a higher seed team, it's like less than a fourth, like 25% of the time approximately. So 1 out of 4 times they would only win. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about Twisted Minds having such a low chance to win this if you're just talking about history
numbers, right?
Numbers.
Especially, I think one of the most specific instances which we could probably apply to this scenario was that if you're really after the top 2 spot, because that's where you get to secure your MSC spot, right? It's only been Omega in Season 9, which was the 6th-seeded team who advanced to the grand final. So it's only been once in the entirety of MPL history where a 6th seed made it all the way to the top 2.
So that was like Season 9, basically 3 years ago. 3 years ago was the last time it happened.
Right?
Which is obviously it's one of the goals here for this Season 14, right? Where I can also hear really different things. We have to really talk about what we're gonna expect here for MSC.
Yeah, and I feel like we are supposed to look at how Twisted Minds is supposed to do all this, because these are the specific outcomes which we did mention and tackle earlier. So you see how difficult it is for them to actually pull off this upset. I think we can officially call it an upset if ever it does happen, because that's just how difficult it is for Twisted Minds right now.
Yeah. And by the way, Dilar is back. Can you hear us?
Yes.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Still?
Can you hear us?
Test.
All right, we're having some we're having a bit of a time reaching Dilar. We'll try to talk to Dilar in a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the meantime, this is what we're talking about. Like that very low chance, that win rate, 27% is not a lot.
It's not a lot.
But then again, that's the reason why we're here, right? We see teams to try to beat the odds. And that's what Twisted Minds has been for the longest time.
Yeah.
That's what they've been trying to be for the whole regular season.
I mean, looking at the bigger picture, I feel like Coach Bonchan, being the mastermind himself, it's like he's been constantly trying to pull off this against all odds type of mindset, trying to change things up and set the standards for themselves. But, you know, these are just some of the things Twisted Minds has to take into consideration. Like all of the very recent achievements that Onic Philippines has already gotten throughout the years, you know, starting Season 14 all the way to SPS.
So this is the thing that this is what they're trying to deal with.
Yeah.
And this might be a bit of an uphill, but then again, we have to remember, Onic did not like have the cleanest start.
Yep,
and that's something that they will try to fight here again, try to prove to the whole world that they are still the standard to beat. Right? So that's something that is going to be up for contention. If you guys really remember, they are our defending world champions.
They are.
They did win the SPS as well in very beautiful fashion.
Yes.
That happened a few months ago. So all of this just shows you how Onic can have a little bit of a drop.
And I think I heard something.
Hey, did we hear that? Did we hear our guest?
Oh my goodness, finally!
Finally here.
Okay.
There you go. What's up, Dilar? How have you been today?
Yeah, I'm good, and yeah, I'm not good in speaking English, but I will try.
But you speak Bahasa?
Yeah, I can speak Indonesian.
Okay, so you're gonna translate for us to our Indonesian fans.
It's okay.
Right?
Okay.
What can you say about Onic in Bahasa?
Kayaknya si Onic yang paling kuat sekarang di MPL playoffs.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I say that I think Onic will be the strongest team in here, strongest team here in MPL PH.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We didn't need to ask him his predictions. He comes in here saying that he predicts Onic Philippines to be on top. Like despite them not necessarily being part of the top 2.
Yeah, probably top 2.
Oh, okay.
So can you just give us a little bit of insight? Why do you think Onic is the more prepared team today?
Yep.
I think they have a good scrim with other team, like especially Onic Indonesia, and I think they learn a lot from them.
I mean, just recently, right? We saw Coach Yep come back in also. So there have probably been a lot of minds in work, right? Preparing Onic Philippines.
And you have
for
a
this.
very beautiful analyst. You know, that bearded guy I saw earlier. So I know. So I get it why. But what do you think is the biggest weakness of Twisted? Since we have you here, right?
Yep.
What do you think is the biggest weakness of Twisted Minds compared to Onic? What can Onic do against Twisted that Twisted might not be prepared?
I think their chemistry is not good as Onic Philippines, something like that. But I think they prepared a lot.
Yeah.
They do look prepared. But again, we talk about like Onic is like the whole team is here. I saw your whole analyst squad is here.
They are. So like it's the super family chemistry, and you believe that no surprise from Twisted Minds can challenge that. You know, like whatever they bring out, you think the super family and their chemistry is gonna come out on top?
I think they can, but
or at most one game, 2 game.
Onic is same lineup, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah, same lineup.
it's gonna be an advantage from them.
Oh, I mean, if we were to recall what happened in week 8, there was only one game where Twisted Minds played and they decided to field out Sensui, right?
Yeah.
So they were probably trying things up until the very last moment, and that's what Dilar's trying to say, that if they've been trying to go through some experiments, Onic Philippines, they've just been refining their own lineup, right? So
Just playing together as a 5-man over and over again, very comfortable. Maybe that might be the key to beating Twisted Minds. But if we're talking about surprises, I just want to hear this from you.
Oh, yeah.
Because you play, I know you still play a lot. What do you think is the biggest possible surprise pick
yeah, I want to hear that too.
that might appear from Twisted that we haven't seen before?
Utility jungler.
Oh.
Because Sensui, we know that Sensui can really play jungler tank. Right?
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Speaking of questions, we have our casters here, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar.
Hello.
We have Dilar here, guys.
Hey, Dilar.
Woo! Wow.
Hey, Dilar, your English has improved so much. We're so proud.
Yeah.
See, that's what we were telling you. We don't believe you when you said that you can't speak English, because it's been a very smooth conversation so far. And we did ask Dilar about, or we didn't ask him, but he did say himself what his predictions are going to be. I feel like we're going to talk about ours in a few moments. So
That's right.
Are you asking us to predict, guys?
Yeah, let's go predictions right now.
I'm going to go with Onic. I mean, I just did the rap. I didn't rap, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I was there in the jacket.
Can you say it again, Naisu? Your
Leo,
line?
sino mugging champion?
Onic. That's why I'm Onic.
Okay, all right. So you were setting
So
up for
good.
that.
All right.
I think it's going to be one of those unanimous tables. Despite me being very excited and equally terrified of what Coach Bonchan has been talking about on social media, he seems like he's very confident about what his team brings to the table. I'm still going for Onic here, but I'm not taking away the capability of Twisted Minds to surprise us all.
That's right. So, by the way, MPL PH emotes, the one they're using, are available right now for 109 diamonds, still available in the in-game shop. So do check them out right now. If you're asking us, it does feel like we have to go with it, right? Twisted Minds, they have something, like our casters mentioned, but it feels like it might not be enough right here.
yeah, I'd probably say like 1 or 2 games. No, 1 game. Like I'm probably expecting at least like the surprise to go that far. But let's see, because like it's unanimous. I feel like even if we look on to the other broadcast, they will be probably feeling the same. But just again to remind everyone, the emotes are out there. You should be checking them out if you don't want to miss out, and you can show your support for your favorite MPL teams by buying them now, because these emotes won't be here forever. And thank you so much to our casters.
Hey, we were great. We were great. You were great. We'll see you guys later.
So
there you go.
It's been unanimous, Dilar.
Unanimous.
Everyone believes in your prediction as well. So I know you've been doing all this on-ground support, all this on-ground cheering, even way back in M6, where you weren't that necessarily part of the team yet, but you were already there supporting Onic Philippines with all your heart. So
but he's the guy in the social media posts all the time.
Will we be expecting that same level of support later on when you watch the series?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my prediction?
No. Will you support them the same way you did,
of
or
course.
more?
Of course. Because I'm working in Onic Philippines, right? So I need to support Onic Philippines.
But you trust them. You trust them very much with this one.
And I'm also a former Onic Philippines player.
You're one of the OG Onic Philippines players. What are you talking about?
Oh
So I
my
know,
God.
we know what you mean because you started in Onic in season 4, right? And the first time that Onic Philippines entered the country.
But my question is, does he look like he aged even just a bit?
Yeah, he looks like he's like still our little brother, you know? So
Guys, if you're out there and if you have your own thoughts about this, because it's been a while since I've last seen Dilar, but he looks exactly the same.
yeah.
So I don't know what is with the Indonesian climate or atmosphere that
I think almost same, but
Is it the food?
maybe.
this is kind of like a hot seat. So which food do you prefer more? Is it here or is it Indonesia?
Honestly, here. Because I really like the spiciness and the other I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, in fairness, he grew up here since he was a kid, so
Yeah.
I don't blame you. But yeah, I feel like at this point, I just want to ask, like, how has your experience been in Onyx so far? Because we know you haven't. You're still ready to play, right? I feel like you're still ready to play. Will we see you anytime soon? What roles have you been practicing lately?
Maybe soon I will play again because I really like to play. But right now I just want to rest and focus on my career, on my new work and experience.
There you go. All right, we'll talk about that a little bit later now. But for the meantime, it's going to be our teams walking into the Champions Arena for the game.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, Chua, Chico, JJ, and Daven. The opening match of the playoffs. It's Onic Philippines versus Twisted Minds. In the EXP lane, Kirk and James. In the jungle, King Kong and MP the King. In the mid lane, Super Friends and Hachize. In the roam, Brusco and Escalera. In the gold lane, Calra and Outplay. And their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Bonchan. The first match of the playoffs begins with the defending Season 14 champions and the twist of the season. Get ready for an epic series, super fans. It's game time!
Okay, you know what? I got goosebumps just by watching our player intros, but this is Onic Philippines, again, the former champions, and you definitely need to watch out for them. They have found their form once again, entering the playoffs, but there is definitely some sort of pressure now on their backs, considering that they are indeed the defending champions, but they're not necessarily part of the upper bracket. So they'll have to get past one of the most unexpected, one of the most unorthodox teams to introduce themselves yet this season, and that's going to be Twisted Minds. But of course, this is a super family, so for sure, we have a lot of trust in their capabilities to do just that.
100%. I feel like Onic is still the team to beat, despite not having the upper bracket slot, just because of how they perform in game. I think this third seed that we saw basically was from like a really rocky start.
Yep.
That they had a rough time then, and everyone else, including Twisted Minds, really elevated in the season, which resulted to becoming one of the most unexpected seasons so far in so many years of MPL Philippines. This lineup is composed of a lot of former Black International players who, like we mentioned earlier in the season, in the previous season, also pulled off some unexpected stuff coming in from against Omega themselves.
That's the Blacklist DNA you're trying to talk about that we might be seeing from Twisted Minds, since their lineup feels weirdly familiar. It's like very similar to that lineup we saw for them in the previous seasons, but this is I'd say a bigger picture of like how we're supposed to expect this the outcome of this series. Twisted Minds definitely have a lot of work to do, especially considering, like, I'd say, of course, not just the game win rates and all that, but their ability to just establish a solid execution of the early stages of the game. Because I fear that they really want to go for the team fights every now and then, but when they are unable to do that, I don't get to see the trades either. Like, it's almost always the need to convert, but even that, it feels like a big task for Twisted Minds, and I hope that they're able to overcome that heading into this first matchup.
In fairness to Twisted Minds, they do kind of do what the other teams do, including Onic. They kind of do that early game, very aggressive invasion, and then we go into a transition where they sometimes kind of just lack of a plan in the mid-game to the late game, but then again, they do find those moments. That's the reason why they are our 6th seed slot. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We have Delor here. He's also going to be joining us for the draft. So that's something that we are very looking forward to. Seeing how well you probably still know the meta and how well, you might be able to predict some of these surprises that might come our way today.
You know what, honestly, I feel like in the past few days, we've been seeing, would you agree with me that we've been seeing a lot of surprise picks, especially in MPL ID? Like just recently, there's been, I mentioned it earlier, there's been a Paquito. I can't recall in which exact tournament was it, but I could also recall a Uranus maybe, and that immediately reminded me of this guy.
Yeah, your OG hero.
So they need extra damage, so they pick damage exploration. Yeah, like Paquito, Benedetta, and maybe we can see Badang damage.
Badang damage. But like, what are your thoughts about the other XP laners nowadays? Like, would you think there would still be the Lucas in the XP? Because I feel like we don't get to see that much anymore, right?
I think XP laner meta right now is so interesting because you can pick a lot of XP laner hero right now than before.
Marry, kiss, or kill me.
Okay, let's
just a game, but really, I'm betting on all three. Sa susunod na punta ko'y pagbuksan mo na sana, kasi kahit anong mangyari ay di ako mawawala ng pag-asa.
That's our smart ping test. Bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue. So it feels like it's not just strategies that has been practiced by our teams during the 3-week break. It feels like they worked on their voices as well.
Do they sing a lot in the boot camp?
Yeah, do they sing a lot?
Even in M6.
Okay.
Here are the Infinix keys to victory, though.
Yeah.
We're gonna take this away.
I do hope those songs make sense, but for now, Infinix keys to victory for Onic Philippines, they definitely have to prepare for MP the King's unorthodox hero pool. I will no longer go through listing down every single unorthodox pick that he has shown us, but let's just say some Alice, some Leomords, they have been shown to us by MP the King during the regular season, and now that they had the 3-week break and they actually figured out that this might be actually their strength, unpredictability is indeed their strength, they might have been able to prepare for a lot more. But for Twisted Minds, they have to solve King Kong's turbo juggling pattern, because I feel like the game itself is trying to adjust to what King Kong has been constantly doing in terms of his juggling pattern, and so it will be step number 1 for Twisted Minds to be able to accomplish that as well. And for both, pace yourselves for a longer series, because we have to remind everyone that this is gonna be a best of 5, and whoever will be unsuccessful in winning will have to say goodbye to their tournament life.
That's right. We always have to remember that. We always also have to remember that aside from Brigada, Chantel is in the Filipino broadcast. So you can expect a very long series because of that.
Oh my goodness.
I'm also agree on Solve King Kong jungler pattern.
Yeah.
Because even Kyrie, King Kong always outplay Kyrie in terms of jungler pattern.
Hey, is Kyrie okay with you saying that here?
I'm always like this.
You're always like this.
Oh, Kyrie, your good friend here just told us one of your struggles, you know?
Yeah, you're revealing Kyrie here, brother. Come on. No, seriously, that's what they do. I see this. I watch this. Dilar is just so very happy to just in your face. So I like that. I like that right there. So
what if they're watching right now?
I hope they're watching right now.
Don't check your messages. He might actually send you a message already and saying, hey, what are you doing?
Just good luck and don't be, you know that.
There you go.
Okay. But yeah, these are like very relevant pointers for both of these
Very
teams,
important,
especially for Twisted Minds. Because considering the way that Twisted Minds has been able to play recently, I feel like it's been a major struggle for them in the early stages of the game. I feel like there's some sort of contradicting pattern too as to what they actually want to do or pull off. It feels like, or if you look at the stats, they're leading in terms of highest heal, right? The sustain is there. The idea of sustain is definitely there. But they've been trying to pull off like all those aggressive lineups every now and then too, and out-sustaining the opponents has been one of the strategies in terms of heading into a team fight. Like, it's not just pure damage, it's just out-sustaining them and trying to win the fight in the long run, but they'd have to consider doing that against Onic Philippines because this is a very well-rounded team. They really know when to pick their fights.
Yeah, aside from King Kong's turbo jungle, that's also something they have to deal with, right? So that's something we'll talk about there. Red side win rate for Onic is 81%.
Oh.
So they love that red side. They'll love that 2 picks.
81%. You, Dilar, personally, which do you like better right now in the meta? Is it the blue side or is it the red side?
I think right now is the red side because you can use a lot of hero, right? So you need to counter them. Yeah. Because in the red side, you can read and you can know the first enemy hero pick, and you can counter that.
There we go. And for this one, by the way, we'll have some backup from Renmar, right there from the English desk. Renmar, do you hear us?
Hey, Renmar.
Hello, yes?
Oh, there you are.
All right, so it did reach through. All right,
We're
I
trying
heard
to look
something
for
different,
backup
but yeah,
here.
thanks.
Okay.
By the way,
Kalea,
that Baksha ban on the Onic
Kalea
red
first.
side, not surprised. That's actually showing up more all around the world, especially in the roam and as a jungle option. It's a strong flex pick, so no surprise that Onic decided to ban that out, considering that they're going up against Coach Bonchan and Twisted.
Yeah, this is going to be the Kalea first pick too for Twisted Minds. Now, Dilar, you did mention earlier that in the red side, you already get to actually respond or think ahead because you already know the first pick. What do you think are the possibilities that Onic Philippines might be showing us here?
I think they will be maybe Granger and Red Ring, something like that. Or maybe they need a flex pick like Badang.
Oh my goodness, did you just tell us that there's a chance of utility jungler for... Okay, never mind. They're still going for the Joy and the Badang. That's a flex pick, and that's what you did mention earlier. So does Twisted Minds here at this point, there's still a Hayabusa. Would they want to consider that? Or do you really think that MP the King is just gonna go utility in the series?
I think they need Granger on that.
How about you, Renmar?
Oh, I like what the Delar went on. I believe he mentioned Granger. Some range would be really good for their lineup, unless they're going to go for a very all-in kind of style. If they want a mid laner that isn't so susceptible to being left alone. You mentioned the Hayabusa. It would be great if they could pick their jungler now, specifically an assassin, so that Hajizi is safer in the center.
Yeah. Oh, but they pick up the Kimmy instead.
Oh yeah, no, I think that is the mid laner.
Yeah, that is the mid laner. They won't be revealing their jungler just yet.
Interesting.
My goodness, what is Bonchan cooking this time?
I think Kimmy is also a good pick because you can flex Kimmy, right? You can play in the mid lane and the gold lane. So Onic, they didn't know what's their gold lane or mid lane.
Have you seen the Kimmy in the jungle?
But right now, there's a lot of squishy hero and there's a lot of crowd control in this meta, right?
So you still want to put the Kimmy on long range?
Yeah.
In mid or?
So he can use Purify. He can use Purify or something like Flicker.
There you go.
Oh, but this is a very aggressive mid laner pickup by Super Friends, and now they get to take away the Hayabusa that we did mention earlier alongside Renmar.
Yeah.
That would be a good first 3 picks from Onic Philippines, so they can counter engage on Kalia's engage.
Yeah. Are you still confident that this might be a Granger pick for your team, for Onic? Or do you think there's something like a Bruno that could make an appearance here?
What do you think of, like, there's still a chance of the usual Granger Sicilian 2, right?
Yeah.
But that's only if they're really putting the Kimmy in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they can also do that, but I think Twisted One will ban Granger in this scenario.
What about you, Renmar? Any interesting gold lane picks that might appear here for Onic?
For the gold lane, I wouldn't be surprised if they just default and play it safe. They could either go Moskov, considering that the Granger's gone now. They need that split presence, something that... Because if you look at the first 3 picks of Onic, that team fights strong with any other jungler that you decide, or excuse me, roamer EXP that you decide to pair with it, that you can have a gold laner that just plays off lane, split push, things like that. So they don't go Moskov, they might go something like Claude, but I'm leaning towards the spear-wielding Hadi. Yes, I think I'm the first guy to call Moskov a Hadi. I can no longer take that back, I'm sorry.
Wait, but like, I am actually liking the idea of a Claude too, since you would really need reach. You would really need a way to penetrate and get to that Kimmy, but at least the Moskov kind of serves the same purpose, right? Like, the passive is there, so long as you just try to get the right angles, in some ways, you could deal damage towards the backliners of Twisted Minds, and they're yet to reveal who their other potential damage dealer or backliner is going to be.
Anything for you, Delar, for Twisted?
In this from Twisted Mind, I think it's going to be an aggressive lineup from Twisted Mind, and they will need to push Onic Philippines in the early game. Because the Onic lineup is very scaling. Yeah, they need to wait for Joy item and Moscow, right? The Swift Trinity, something like that. Yeah.
So you're thinking they want to go very early, very aggressive.
Oh my goodness!
And there's the Ling though.
Do you still think this is all about being early? Because I feel like the Ling needs a couple items before he's actually able to go in.
Still can play in early game because they have a Parsa, something like that, and also Phobius. We know that Phobius is really strong in turtle fight, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Flag.
That's something. That's really something. Renmar, anything to wrap this up with?
I'm hoping the Panda Lover in me is hoping for Nakai, but I think we might just end up with something like a Cho. You need some pick off on the side of Onic. They do have a lot of control. They might go tanky and maybe hold off with something like a Tigreal for Brusco, considering that I feel like this Badang is going into the EXP lane. But yeah, they're playing with this flex right now. They can put that in the roam or EXP, pick off crowd control. It's neither of that. They just go for the Hilda instead. So they go for the jungle pressure with the Hilda, giving Kirk that hero.
I see.
And also they need a frontliner. So they need to pick like Hilda or maybe Hilo, something like that. So, but they pick Hilda.
Yeah, there's someone to at least stop and catch the Ling right now if ever he does decide to play it all aggressive. And the mobility is there too, so they definitely have rounded out this draft pretty well.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much, Renmar. We'll see you in a bit. And now, Dilar, what do you think about lineup? Good chance to win?
Honestly, I like the Twisted Mind lineup.
Oh,
it's kind of balanced, and you can move in the map faster, something like that.
Fast movement on the map. Get that early game.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll talk about that in a bit. Thank you so much, Dilar, for helping us out today.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, man. And we are going to throw it over to our casters in a few moments. Brigada, this looks really good. Let's throw it over to our casters for the game number 1.
Thank you so much, Brigada, Dilar, and Rockhart. Now welcome to the casting desk. Zabina Isu with Ingan and Renmar here to bring you the first game, our first match of the MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs, and we're kicking it off again with Onic PH versus Twisted Minds. Gentlemen, how do we feel about the draft? I know Renmar broke it down through it. So Ingan, what do you think here?
For me, I know that MP the King, whenever his back is against the wall and he comes up with the Ling, some good things can happen for Twisted Mind. And not to mention, one of the most memorable Ling games of MP the King was actually back in MSC 2024 up against Onic Esports, where he won despite SYS not having a coach.
Yeah, it was MP the Ling that we got to see. It reminds me a version of that. So I like the two lineups are actually playing to each team's strengths and comforts, especially on James with a Phoveus. That seems to be one of the most important conditions for Twisted Minds in Season 15. Give him a Phoveus where he can bully, hold the front line, make plays on his own, while Onic Philippines and Twisted Minds are going to see each other for the Little Wanderer, but no one's going to heavily commit just yet. But Onic Philippines wants to disrupt MP the King's pattern.
Yeah, they want to put pressure here already. Oh.
Good combo already forced out the Tempest of Blaze, but MP the King was able to walk away as King Kong already cast the electrifying beats.
All right, good response. Interesting too, because I would say when we were talking about James on the Phoveus, he's got to be one of the best players of the season so far in this hero.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of wins, but most of the wins on the side of Twisted Minds are actually with that hero, but Kirk is going to get spotted out. He'll be able to run away, though. He should be fine. See, we actually just saw the graphic there from Onic Philippines. A lot of wins there for key heroes, such as the Jushin, the Joy, and the Hilda for those three, while the Moskov and the Badang doesn't show up too often for Onic Philippines. Still positive records, though.
Okay, Turtle for the taking here. They're going to break it down. It's already under half health.
Half health. There's a combo. And now they're trying to go for Escalera, though, but still, King Kong will get the turtle.
And Super Frizz doesn't want to end it just yet. He sees Escalera right there. He's going after him. Can he actually take Escalera down? He gets away.
And now James up against 4. There's their Infernal Pursuit, though, but they're trying to go for him as King Kong walks in again. Infernal Pursuit. He might be able to escape, though, but up against 4. He's going to fall down in the hands of Kirk.
He's going to buy some time, but not enough. And now MP does secure his orange buff, so he's able to get out of there, but he's got to work on this.
What?
Brusco was ready.
I thought it was just for information, but scrap that. He wanted to go for the kill already.
Yeah, no, that's info. He said, guys, he's dead.
I got him. I just want to let you know.
Oh, man, Brusco. And if you're going to recall to what Dilar actually mentioned, one of the things that's popping up right now is not a tanky Badang, but a damaged Badang. So with how things are going now, Brusco can actually try that up against Twisted Minds.
Has this been the shift so far with the Badang? Like, are we seeing more of the damage build on him, or is it still like kind of a hybrid in a sense?
Well, I saw some Chop Suey hybrid builds here and there, but I didn't really think so much of it. But now that we're seeing it here in the Philippines, maybe that might be the route that we're going for. Although the previous tanky Badang build that's based on a lot of cooldown reduction already did a fair bit amount of damage, especially once he has his 3 items locked in, especially with the Oracle already in his hands. But if he's going to go on a more damage route, then let's see if it's going to work out well for Onic, because it's a trade-off, but I feel like a favorable one, because if you get caught out by the Badang and he just gets a full-on combo with you, it hurts.
Yeah, it could even be one hit. I think the most recent Badang damage build we saw was actually MPL Indonesia between BTR and Alter Ego. I forgot who used Badang, but it definitely worked for them, won them a game. So now Onic still holding on to 1.7k gold lead. They're trying also to make sure James doesn't have enough space.
Yeah, so they're going to work on this. Turtle's coming up now. second one in the game. Onic will go ahead and take the round all together up here and set up that full 5-man for the take. They might just force a fight. It looks like that's what they want to do, with Twisted Minds doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's going to be slowly started up for Brusco. And now in position, James has to lead this charge. Oh!
Flicker in, plus the ultimate. They might be able to burst down Brusco. So one member down for Onic Philippines.
Escalera led the charge to MP. The King takes down King Kong. This looks good for Twisted Minds.
This one, Kirk trying to soak up the damage. So James is trying to chase after him, but Super Prince was there for the defense. And Twisted Mind, MP the King, secures the turtle.
Twisted Minds played that well. And then they go and get a key kill on King Kong, plus the objective. So that'll bring them back into this early game without things slipping too out of hand.
Yeah, very decisive take there by Escalera. Again, one of the more prolific users of the Tidal Strike Flicker combo. And now he was able to get the right pick. Twisted Minds was able to split that fight perfectly. That King Kong, MP the King was just able to take down King Kong.
Feather Airstrike already used up onto Super Prince. Ultimate did not connect though. So Super Prince was able to walk away scot-free.
Okay, so back to this point, we have to start to consider, you know, where does the scaling happen for both of these lineups? Are they pretty balanced on both sides? Do they come online around the same time in the game here?
Yeah, for Outplayed, as soon as he gets the Feather of Heaven and even a concentrated energy, it could be a turning point for Twisted Mind. But again, Farsa needs to also scale up for the side of Hajizi. So now Onic Philippines, actually their 1.8k gold lead almost got diminished. Now we're seeing some sort of equal economy for these two teams.
Twisted Minds was able to balance out the game just at the right time. And that forces Onic Philippines to slow down their approach a little bit, play a little bit more for the macro, considering that Twisted Minds have now shown that they have hit a respectable power spike, despite Onic leaning a little bit closer to the 1,000 gold lead. They're still getting some good items on the Kimmy, especially with a Sky Piercer already on there. Again, still no kills for him, but that's something that they have to watch out for, Onic Philippines.
Okay, so now back to this point. The next turtle's going to be up shortly here. And I expect the same thing, you know, both teams kind of rotating in. Now, Calra didn't land that Spirit of Destruction, even though that was like in the vicinity in the last turtle, but you know, maybe again, it's just go ahead and farm up, get online for both the gold laners right now. But we've seen the Kimmy, man, it pop up even towards the end of the regular season quite a bit, have some success, but more so the weeks that we had off. Like the other regions around the world were playing this Kimmy. And really late game, if you're not able to control the Kimmy or even get close enough to take the Kimmy out, you could be in trouble in some of the later game fights right now. So Outplayed will go ahead and hold it down here. We'll see if they actually go in and contest MP.
MP the King used their Power of Wilderness onto MP the King, so they might not be able to contest unless Onic, though. James goes in with Infernal Pursuit, paired up with Hajizi's Feathered Airstrike, so a lot of ultimates plus the Purify of Keller already used up.
Ultimates for the mid laners both gone now. This could go either way, but Onic Philippines seems to have a better positioning right now for this turtle, as Twisted Minds are playing for the macro game up top. Onic hasn't read the situation fully just yet. No one's going to be full committing for the turtle. Well, Twisted Minds might actually walk away with a tower or a turtle with this one.
Okay, so just going to go ahead and focus on that. Little macro pressure. The top turret is going to go down. Outplayed will secure that one. And so now the decision to be made. James will hold up the turtle here. We'll see if they rotate in or just MP starts it up. So Onic Philippines might go ahead and look to go ahead and punish this. They take control around the turtle pit. For now, the rest of the team from Twisted Minds will now rotate.
Oh,
hold on. Hajizi's going to wings by wings out, but Escalera does have the flicker available. They're going to try to cut them off here. Kirk also has to run out there, but Escalera will be spotted out as they face off against this turtle. Calra could also join this fight if he throws in. Once that spear is available, he doesn't have it just yet. So if he just makes his way for the turtle.
Again, a lot of ultimate connecting, but Brusco! What a beautiful setup for King Kong to get that turtle. Kirk running low. MP the King has his eyes on him, but Brusco is the first man down in a double kill for Outplay. This guy has a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, the punish that we were talking about, if you're not careful with this very dive-centric lineup by Onic Philippines, then the Kimmy's actually going to have a grand old time. And you mentioned it now, 2 stacks onto the Sky Piercer of Outplayed means Onic Philippines really need to time their entries a little bit better. But at the same time, you have to look at what Twisted Minds did there. James got to enter at the right time to give space for Twisted Minds so that the backline of Onic Philippines won't be able to respond as well as they could have. Now we're seeing the beauty of pairing up the Kimmy and the Farsa together. Wait! Ooh!
but the combo got interrupted by the dark wave of James, and the counter punish of Twisted Minds was there. Brusco is down, but King Kong wants to avenge the death. He takes down Outplayed. James jumps in with Infernal Pursuit. Super Prince King Kong Keller working on the Ultimate Fighter, and they bring him down. A 3-kill swing for Onic.
Man, it looks so good. You know, you stop that combo coming out from Brusco, but then you still get punished for Twisted Minds. And Onic Philippines gets a lot of value out of that fight. So they're also going to get some turrets now and get in position for the next objective.
Great response by Onic Philippines. What we thought was a flub eventually turned out better for them. I mean, considering the Keldra did get to hit the Spear of Destruction, and the slight moment of hesitation, though it looked bad for Brusco, just gave enough decision-making time for Super Friends, King Kong, and Keldra to make the most out of it and walk away with 2 kills.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why we see a Kimi having a hard time against assassin junglers like the Hayabusa, especially the Joy. Because as soon as King Kong is uninterrupted with the electrifying beats, there's no escape, especially if there's no flicker from that Kimi.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get away from that. And again, for Onic Philippines, they put themselves a little bit further ahead. Nonetheless, I think it'd be great if Twisted Minds can eventually get that turret down. It's about 1 hit away in the mid turret for Onic Philippines to open up some of the space to work with. The Lord is up now, though. And Onyx already getting in position. Again, they can just park Keldra on the opposite side of the map. Hope that he's able to join with that spear once it's up. But this is the problem, too. You're working against a lot of heroes if you're Twisted Minds that just zone out so well. The Jushin here, of course, you got to watch out for Brusco. His flicker's available. Kirk can just take this damage, and they can hold the Lord here. Keldra's still going to push, but here's the fight.
Going in for James. James has to flicker out, and Brusco again! With a fist break, fist crack, going to bring down Hot Jeezy. The next target is James. Brusco is going to fall down, but a clapback from Onic is here. MP the King goes in with the Templates of Blades, but cannot find a kill there. 4 members from Onic are still here. Well, meanwhile, Keldra on the bottom lane.
Okay, Keldra spitting down bottom while Onic Philippines have their eyes set on the Lord. They have to stop Keldra. Twisted Minds are going after him with the Moskov is doing his best. He takes down MP!
No! Well, yeah. Hey, he did better than I thought. At least he got 1, but that was all part of the plan as Onic Philippines gets the Lord.
Keldra! First day of the playoffs already has an amazing play up against 3. Clutch Wind of Nature was able to pin down MP the King, and fortunately for him, MP the King didn't have his Tempest of Blades.
Yeah, you can see Twisted Minds saw that clip of Eman with what he did as a Moskov 1v3. They were watching their space. That's why Keldra had to decide, I can only get 1 here, and he got the best target he could.
And now Kirk trying to soak up the damage. King Kong on the other hand goes in.
No way.
For the flank once again, electrifying beats. Not going to get a SOD connects though. As Keldra jumps in, they were able to take down Escalera. 1 member down for Twisted Minds.
That could have been way worse for Twisted Minds. But they still have to deal with this Lord pushing in. They're down Escalera. The turrets are going to get crashed into. Bottom 1 of the base is already gone. I'm not sure if Onic Philippines wants to get in a position to end the game here. They might get another turret. Mid's going to be worked on. We'll see what Twisted Minds can do. They try to hold on, try to clear these lanes out. But another turret will fall now in the mid lane.
Yeah. They're utilizing the time that Escalera is still not in the picture, and at the same time, James doesn't have his flicker. So there's no setup here for Twisted Mind, and Keldra just cleaning up the map. 3 inhibitor turrets taken down. That's just the first Lord.
Yeah, I have a bit of an unsung hero here for the game so far. It's Brusco. He's 2-4-3. We did get to see that 1 big combo that was clearly the turnaround moment, favoring for Onic Philippines. That led to them getting the Lord and getting all the towers. But it's how he's just showing up himself in the front line in the siege moments. When they were taking down the towers, he was like, all right, go ahead. Throw everything you got on me. Bring me down low. I don't care, because I'm just trying to see if I can force a reaction out of you. Because with Twisted Minds wanting to damage Brusco, that's an equal threat. Brusco can at any time go in with a fist break, flicker into the fist crack that Twisted Minds has to watch out for. So he's just doing roam things, but very bravely so.
Yeah, and apart from that, the secondary roamer Kirk also he literally learned from what Escalera did during the second turtle, the flicker in ultimate that caught Onic off guard. That's why this time every brush that he sees, he's going to step on it, make sure that there's no initiation angle there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the hard part about it is even when you're looking at these items for both the teams here, like you guys mentioned, Brusco, he's kind of just a distraction, does just pick up a Radiant Armor, so he's able to deal with some of that magic damage a little bit more, because his job is that, like, let me surprise them with my flicker combinations that are going to come through with that Bedeng. And then also, like, Kirk, he's a menace too. Like, if Brusco already did the main job, Kirk can also go in to clean up alongside King Kong. And Kelra is free to do what he wants and even play around Super Prince. And that's why this composition seems to be working out so well. Both sides, though, you could really look at it and be like, all right, both sides, both compositions have a great coverage from all the way from the early game until now even. And even in the damage profile, Outplayed is still having a good game. But he's just got to be able to go ahead and utilize this Kimmy in some of these fights. Now they give up the objective, so we have to look at, all right, how are they on the base defense with this lineup? Are they where they need to be, even though they're, what, 6,000 gold behind?
One of my favorite ways to play MLBB, throw bodies. Onic Philippines can do that. Once they get to the base with the Lord, as long as their minion waves are good, as they just need one minion wave already threatening into the range of the base, then they can just throw bodies, hero lock, while having one or two heroes trying to just focus down the base. It could be a simple end here for Onic Philippines. Yes, they'll have to watch out the positioning of the Farsa and the Kimmy, because if they leave those unchecked, yes, it could be incredibly punishing. But again, you can throw either the Badang, the Joy, or the Hilda. Hell, throw all of them just to force the Farsa to get bursted down and the Kimmy to get bursted down, so Onic can end this. They can end it here.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Lord is in the base now. They're going to hold it down with Fettered Airstrike.
Brusco again, but didn't connect with the ultimate. Now the punish from Twisted Minds. They're going to bring down the Bruiser. A mega kill coming in from King Kong, though. Kelra locking on the base, and Onic takes game one.
Throw bodies.
Throw bodies. That's game one. All Kelra had to do was like, you guys got it. I'll lock on the base, and it's done like that. Game one, man. That was quick. That was clean. Quick. From Onic Philippines.
Back and forth at some moments. Twisted Minds definitely surprising Onic Philippines at some crucial moments, but in the end, they recovered, they hit their power spikes, and they didn't let go right after that Lord.
Apart from that, this could be a bad sign for Twisted Mind, because we all know that when it comes to James, Phobius is one of his main heroes that gets banned out, actually, and despite that.
Well, let's see what the panel has to say about game number one.
Well, one thing's for sure, we did see a very good back and forth in the early, the mid game there. Definitely something, it looked like Twisted Minds had something going, but then again, we saw that Onic, that conviction in the late game.
It was almost the perfect kind, or the sudden boost in the early game, which we were really looking for in terms of Twisted Minds and their overall execution. It was so close. But Onic Philippines, what showed in this game was what we always know of them. It's that kind of individualistic start to things wherein they just try to accomplish what's needed of them, even when they know that the situation's not entirely favorable, and just acting on whatever is in front of them when they know that they already have the right tools to deal with it. And that is exactly what we saw from them. Just the right amount of patience and being consistent. And even when we thought Twisted Minds nearly could have pulled off something even without an unorthodox pick in the bag, it's still Onic Philippines, it's still the Super Family winning this team fight overall.
That's right. Speaking of tools that you can really use, there's King Kong. He's going to be your MVP for this game. I actually really agree with Renmar. There are a lot of unsung heroes here. Brusco was a huge one. Yep. Kelra as well, like as usual, right?
As usual.
It's becoming a very staple for Kelra to just do superhero 1v3 things.
Yep. But this guy, mind you, felt like he was one of the most quiet guys in the team during those moments wherein I feel like he was confident enough that the rest of his teammates could have already applied the necessary pressure towards especially the Ling jungle that was in the hands of Twisted Minds. But until that very moment wherein he was able to find that only kill for the majority of the game towards Outplayed, that's where he literally went online, and that's where he was able to open up so many possibilities for his team. And looking at the MVP highlights, or the overall highlights of that game, there was tremendous pressure for the first 2 minutes of the game towards Twisted Minds, and that definitely was something you would not want to happen considering that you have a Ling jungle. But there were moments where in Twisted Minds, they actually had those calls, those right calls, those confident calls, which rewarded them greatly, especially in terms of them somewhat finding a solution to how they were supposed to deal with Onic Philippines. Those moments wherein they tried to go for Brusco on the early stages of the game actually worked really well for them because they need not worry too much about Kirk when he didn't have enough items just yet, and Keller wasn't entirely part of the picture, and especially those first few team fights which happened. But there was just too much pressure going on all over the map. Once Kirk was able to secure the necessary items, even when Outplayed had such a great time picking up the early 5 kills on this Kimmy, it became so difficult for them to prolong and sustain everything, all the while Onic Philippines was just constantly working on the macro. And you would think that Twisted Minds could actually do the same, right? They had the Ling, but for some reason Onic Philippines and the way they're able to manage everything across the map just denies MP the king of all these possibilities.
I guess that denial was huge in making sure that this Ling could not run away with the game.
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about, you know, jungle picks, this Ling was one of those picks that can kind of do exactly what a Joy does. Go for that super split push on the other side of the map, and then that will distract the enemy, and that will split up your team fight. We did not see that as much in this game. That's the biggest surprise here for me.
It always feels like Brusco, whenever he tries to go in for his big crisscross, it's always landed towards MP the King too. Like, for some reason, MP the King just forced to use the Tempest of Blades, and that's probably one of the biggest problems that they had to undergo as well. You need to have your Tempest of Blades so you could play just as aggressively, so you could just fight back against Onic Philippines whenever they try to go for something. But the moment that MP the King knows that it's no longer available for him, he could only do so much. He'd have to divert his attention towards other things they could potentially go for. The trades, which we also talked about during the pre-show, but in this scenario, in this game, I mean, look at the number of turrets that were taken down by Twisted Minds. It's only 2. Look at the number of buffs that they were able to secure compared to Onic Philippines. And objective takes are indeed a huge problem, considering that King Kong was just able to perform so well once again in this game. Mind you, we don't even see Kelra here, but Kelra on the Moskov, by the 11-minute mark, he only needed 1 more item to complete his build. And that just goes to show how ahead Onic Philippines was in terms of playing out this first game of the series.
When you find a game where Kelra doesn't feel like he needs to do as much, he doesn't need to do the heavy lifting, he doesn't need to control the map on his own, that's already a good sign, right? For Onic Philippines specifically. And that's what I'm talking about. When you talk about tools that the team has at their disposal, King Kong is just a small part of it. If you think about the bigger scale of it, Super Friends has so much mid lane control. Brusco just takes everyone by surprise. Or BPI Rich Guy is King Kong. He controls the rest of the map. Make sure the enemy can't invade, and then the rest is history. Obviously, Kirk is there to just equalize. And Kelra, he has that. His contribution to the game is, you don't see the stats, right? It's more of like a sixth sense.
It feels like they had very specific assignments, and they were individually able to pull off every single one that was required of them. And now, we will be taking a look, I feel, at other statistics, specifically the item progression, which I feel like is one of the major highlights that we should be looking at in terms of the game. Because if you were to look at how the items were actually progressing for majority of these teams, yes, there was a 6-minute Sky Piercer for Outplayed, and that was highlighted earlier by our casters as well, because it just did so much impact in terms of that one team fight where Twisted Minds was able to gain the advantage. But the moment that Kirk was able to pick up the blade armor himself, and that was around 7 minutes, as you could see here in the item progression graph, it felt like Onic Philippines just had a go signal. It felt like they just decided all together to just go for the fights. They already have, or they were already able to equip one of their frontliners, their main frontliner even, their main player who was supposed and expected to be just as aggressive all throughout the game, and they were able to find a way to deal with one of their biggest problems, which again was Outplayed. And Outplayed here, we're not going to take away the fact that he did perform really well throughout this game on that Kimmy. There was just this one moment where King Kong was already able to gain access to him. But again, that was a collective call, I feel, for Onic Philippines, because they were just waiting for that moment wherein they felt that they already had the necessary tools to deal with what was, or to deal with the problems that were at hand. And for the meta check, let's take a quick look at what we actually have observed from Onic Philippines throughout the regular season as well. So it feels like in this particular game, give or take, they did secure one of their best performing heroes. They did get to take their hands, or they did get to take the joy, and that was definitely one of the, I'd say, unsung heroes too in this match, which just gave equally massive impact in terms of how they were able to win out the game. And this is just one of the many scenarios that you have to watch out for in terms of Onic Philippines. I feel like Twisted Minds really drafted so well, and there was so much promise in terms of how they could have pulled off that entire draft. But this is the super family that's literally activated and back in shape.
Yeah, it's a super fam that's trying to cement their legacy with the Joy pick here.
Yeah.
With, of course, the upcoming skin. We all know it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I guess they're trying to show that, you know what, this hero is still one of the best heroes to pick up. It was picked up on the first rotation for the draft, and they were very happy to just insta-lock it almost. And it came to a point where, yeah, that pick really was so crucial, making sure this Kimmy cannot wreak havoc like it destroys my ranked games.
That's already a 7-3 record for King Kong on the Joy. So you should really have to take note, because I feel like that's going to be a problem for Twisted Minds too.
Big problem, yeah.
You don't necessarily take out the Joy in the banning phase anymore, unlike before. Like, there are many other picks you have to consider once you head into the drafting phase, whether it be you on the red side or on the blue side, that you really have to take out. Like, this is Onic Philippines. Look, I mean, consider the Fanny. Consider the other mages you don't want Super Prince to get his hands on. The Selena even is there. It's just floating around the room. And Twisted Minds, they just really have to think twice about all their plans moving forward, because it was a good start. It just needs a little bit more push.
Yeah, that's Selena, maybe later. Super Prince obviously has such a really high pool of heroes, and I feel like when we get to a point where Bonchan we might get to a point where Bonchan is like, guys, do we really want to bring out this hero that we've been practicing for a few weeks? It doesn't feel like it can go toe-to-toe against these specific heroes. And you know what, Brigida, that might be the problem. That might be what's stopping Bonchan from bringing out some crazy stuff. I mean, you could say Ling was a bit of a crazy pick. Its win rate is just really bad right now though, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about it though. Like, we are expecting some surprises. Majority probably from the jungler role, and it did happen. Like, first game, first series of the playoffs, it did happen.
Baksha did get banned out, by the way.
It didn't get banned out too. That might also happen, but using that up against Onic Philippines, they should have expected that it wouldn't be easy pulling it off. And Onic Philippines really made sure that they definitely would not get their hands on the ideal start, which was a huge requirement for a Ling, by the way, because Dilar earlier, he did mention that they are likely to play for the early game, and that's what they did attempt to do. But once they got shut down, how do they recover from that?
Actually, that statement from Dilar did kind of really happen here. And I guess that's also one of the indicators that, you know what, Onic, they did their homework. They did their homework very well against a team that everyone is afraid to face because they might become the next Omega. You know, that's what we're saying. That's what we're hearing. So honestly, for game number one at least, I think Onic really did a spectacular job of just reeling back the craziness that Twisted Minds might give to this game. So I really commend them, and I really hope it doesn't discourage Twisted Minds from bringing out these picks that they've been practicing. I feel like there are more. I feel like we're just getting started.
There should be.
Right? I feel like there's at least one or two more that we'll see today.
And they have at least two more chances. Of doing just that.
Minimum two more chances.
Minimum two more chances. Because if Onic decides to just ride on the momentum and carry this over to the next few games that we'll be seeing in the series, then it'll be very unfortunate for Twisted Minds if ever they do get to encounter a sweep. And that's exactly what they want to avoid, because they were so close. Like, this is probably one of the most decisive versions of Twisted Minds that I've ever seen, so we definitely want to see more of that.
And we have a smart power post though. Is this something you want to see? We are giving away in-game codes
hey!
to our... Wait, that guy is like... Oh my god.
And he has red hair!
Oh my god, that might be King... No, I know, it's not King Kong. I thought it was... he was just pretending, but no, that's not.
Are we really not giving it to him?
We should be giving it to him. We need someone to fight, maybe? This guy kind of looks like Super Princess SDZYZ combined in one. So maybe 1v1, there you go. This guy is just too good. Come on, Smart. Come on, it's too good, right? It's too good.
Oh my god.
They're gonna be redeeming in a redeemable get.
There's another.
Is that actually SD? No, it's
no,
not.
That's another red hair.
It's a red hair guy. Red hair guy's in the house.
Oh my god.
Everybody's having some fun with the red hair.
So is this the King Kong effect?
That might be the King Kong effect.
Is this just how Sigma he is, and is this just how influential he is?
The only thing is that he reverted back to black. So,
oh yeah.
You know, that was earlier in the season. So either way, congratulations. He also has the Riz. He also has the Riz, so you gotta look at that as well.
By the way, if you do decide to bleach your hair though, and if you go red, and you decide to color it black again, there's no going back. So you need to be very sure. I think this guy can attest to that.
Yes.
You cannot dye your hair black again, and then just, you know.
It's gonna be a journey. It's gonna take you a long. So, yeah, hopefully you guys are having fun with that first game. And obviously our audience they are having fun. We have a jam-packed day number 1 here, which very rarely happens.
And it's a weekday.
It's literally Wednesday. So it's a work day. Everyone took their leaves. Everyone's just so excited to see who is dropping today and who will proceed to our day number 2. But for you guys, of course, you can also just watch at home, play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Power All 99.
Now with 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and text to all networks. So if you decide to come visit us here, there's also a Smart booth right outside, you know, so you can check it there.
Of course, and from esports content while you're already online to your favorite Filipino movies, Watch app is here.
Go to watchup.ph and load Video 10 to stream your favorite movies and shows. No apps needed, smart data only.
There you go. And after one game, you gotta watch one stream. Load Video 10 now and hop on to watchup.ph on your phone.
There's so many things you can do once you decide to load that promo.
Load 10.
Load 10. And just...
I want to clarify, is that 10 pesos? Hopefully. Maybe 10 days?
I think it is.
Let's see.
Let's see. You can check it out. Like, come visit us here.
I hope video streaming.
Yeah, I hope you do. And I hope you got to secure your tickets because, you know, like, I feel like it's been in demand.
It's so in demand. I swear it's so in demand. I think we sold out like a few hours after.
It feels like a concert ticket
like
selling.
Concert ticket, right? Yeah. So yeah, and again, we hope you use those tickets. Go here, and if you don't, there's also an MPL playground at the ground floor of Greensun Hotel where they're also holding watch parties, and you can also buy team merch. And there are so many events. There's also performers happening. I believe there's going to be a performance from MNO48 later.
Oh, yeah! I think I saw that.
That's amazing. But you know what else is amazing? MP the King. Yep. Despite, you know, losing out game number 1, he has been on a journey, a very storied journey throughout the past few years.
Yep. And I mean, Coach Bonchan, he really made a decision to scout this guy, right? Like, after everything that he's been through and he's been able to prove, even at one point serving as a playing coach, right? If I'm not mistaken. And that was, oh my goodness, that was against Onic Indonesia. Like, at the time they were playing up against that team and he was in that kind of role. So he's been through a lot. MP the King, he was able to experience doing so much. There's been so much responsibility on his shoulders, and it's been an up and down trend for this guy in terms of what he's been able to achieve, be it internationally or locally. But now this is potentially a statement, you know, like he could really solidify like his impact to a team once they get past the play-ins once again. But basing it off game number 1, it's going to be a challenge for Twisted Minds.
And for MP the King specifically, this is as close as he can get to that coveted MPL PH title. It's definitely one of the most difficult titles to achieve in the MLBB scene. I know he has achieved it in other regions already, but if you can ask anyone, like MPL Philippines is, even their high star rank games are like disgustingly difficult.
I mean, just look at Onic Philippines, right? How many interviews have they been through where they mention that they have a harder time playing in the Philippines rather than they do when they play internationally? So that's a statement from the world champions themselves. So that just goes to show how competitive it is once they're back in the Philippines. And I feel like the Minds have so much hopes for Twisted Minds, honestly. You know, like they're at this point, and now what other plans could they potentially bring to the table?
That's what we're gonna have to find out as we go them into the draft for game number 2 of Twisted Minds versus Onic Philippines. We also have Renmar here from the desk to help us out with the draft, specifically with that first one. What did you guys think about that?
Ooh. Well, I mean, the first draft, I kind of leaned with what Delar mentioned, that he was going into that liking the Twisted Minds draft a little bit more. But then again, at the end of the day, execution, Onic was just better all throughout. So looking back now, it seems like it's the exact same ban approach. Matilda, Angela, Baksha, yeah. So let's see if we're just going to get like a version 2. However, Twisted Minds has opened up the Harith this time around by taking away the Juicin from Onic Philippines.
Yep. And although there is still the Phobius though, which earlier Twisted Minds did decide to pick up once they were in the red side. Yeah. But I can't entirely say the same for Onic Philippines. You know, I feel like Kirk wants to go with something similar to the Hilda, really. Like that very aggressive individual playstyle kind of EXP lane.
It kind of serves him very well. It serves the rest of the team very well. 2, they will have a possibility of picking up that Phobius, though, which does... Yeah. I mean, it kind of fell off in the last game, but this one, it could be really strong. Yeah. Paired with the Joy as well.
Yeah, I agree with what Rockhart mentioned. The Phobius rush doesn't look too crazy for Onic Philippines. They don't go for it. They are willing to give the Phobius, despite them picking up the Harith. They are dead set on getting the Badang, playing around the flexibility of that hero. So yeah, Twisted Minds can definitely still go for the Phobius here.
Yeah, and my question right now is, Twisted Minds, do they want to go for that exact same route of saving their jungler for later? Because we did suggest the numerous possibilities that were still out there in the first draft. Right now, even, they can choose between the Joy or the Hayabusa if they wanted to.
That's a big open pool.
There. And they go for the Hayabusa instead. That takes away the static mid laners. Well, Onic Philippines will be forced on the more static mid laners. And then you add range poke into that. I'm liking the draft philosophy here of Twisted Minds because now they're telling Onic Philippines our pressure point is Super Fritz. Whatever he picks up, we want to give him a hard time.
I mean, just look at the amount of range and the amount of die that could come in even just by seeing the Kalea and the Hayabusa right now. So you'll have to be extra mindful of whatever hero you are going to pick if you were Super Prince in this scenario.
It's one of those rare times that we don't see.
What?
Ooh.
Wow, okay.
We saw MP the Ling in game 1, now we get Ling Kong.
Ling Kong.
Hey, imagine Ling just coming back to the meta after that.
Everyone having fun with it.
Yeah, everyone seems to be having so much fun with the Ling so far. So this is an assassin matchup that we're seeing from Twisted Minds. Nothing too crazy so far.
Yeah, I honestly thought the Ling was more of just like, oh yeah, if I'm Fabian and I'm playing it in MPL ID, I'm definitely gonna play the Ling. But maybe it's because did King Kong go to Fabian and go, hey bro, how's Ling in the meta? It's good bang, go play la. And then maybe that's what happened, but it's not just in Indonesia. You're seeing other regions pick up the Ling more, and there's a reason for it.
Yeah, big reasons as well. we can also see that, you know, if you're watching MPL Philippines for a long time, you might think, you know what, MP the King might have been forced into the Ling earlier. It doesn't feel that way though, right?
Yeah.
And this is just solidifying the importance of the Ling in the draft. First off, first free picks, it gets shown up for Onic.
Yep. Right now they're looking at some of the potential pickups that could be taken by Kirk later on. They battled the Phobias. There's still a glue also for Onic Philippines. I feel like that could split up the damage really well and could block off potential attempts from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it can really survive against, it can also survive against a lot of these picks, these skills that ultimates that we have for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Also great against the Granger because you can't really get eliminated right away. So I feel like the glue is a high possibility of a ban.
Yeah, I think Onic Philippines have their eyes set on picking that up as the 4th pick, if ever, considering that the Hilda's gone, Phobias go, they banned out the Phobias as well. Maybe Glue is going to be their pickup in the 4th so that Twisted Minds doesn't end up with it. I like the Glue more on the side of Twisted, but I wouldn't be surprised if Onic just decides to pick it up so that they can just take it away as an option already.
Bit of a counter pick as well. You'll notice the low priority on the Kimmy and the Selena that we're talking about earlier.
Oh my.
It's popping up.
It's Super Prince on the Selena once again, who, if he gets to play very aggressively again in the early stages of the game, I feel like MP the King won't be having that much of a great time either.
Yeah, he's becoming one of those Selena prodigies. So here in this one, again, not gonna be surprised if Kimmy makes an appearance. That might be a little too problematic if that happens. But we will see if they have a very squishy lineup. Hayabusa, even their front line, their tank, Kalea, is not really built to take really a lot of hits.
So there's a Kimmy, there's a Sicilian.
Yeah.
You can't pick up like anything like the Eve anymore if there's a Selena. I mean, you can, but oh, there goes the Glue in Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that is what we mentioned earlier, that the Glue pick looks better for their lineup. Let's see, hopefully no problems arose, as we did get to see James call out the assistance of the Marshals earlier on.
Oh yeah.
We're just waiting to see what the gold lane pickup was from Twisted Minds. If it was able to push through successfully, seems to be that the Marshals now are talking to the coaches. So yeah, I'm just acknowledging what we're seeing here. Let's see if this is going to be the final lineups.
We're gonna have to wait and see though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll find out how well this is gonna work. If this is the actual last pick, they might be talking and they might have done like a possible we might do a possible redraft here on that last one if they called it before the pick happened.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And for this one, if Onic locks in something, we will see Edith.
Yeah.
A very classic for Kurt. So I think they are going for it. They might just go for it here.
Yeah, I think these are the lineups we are definitely pushing through.
Yeah, so here we go. It looks like we are pushing through and the players are getting ready into their form, the raised feet form, where that's just a pro player move. And then we'll also see that everyone seems to be settled as well on the side of Twisted. Feels like we are going into the game here, ladies and gents. And we are gonna see a very interesting lineup here for Twisted. They still have that Paramis combined with the Glue this time around. Feels like it is a very sturdy lineup this time.
Yeah. Imagine seeing so many pickups. Like the hero pools we've seen in day number 1, they just, even the Edith appearing this early on. I can't wait to see what happens in this game.
Let's load it in the game. Casters, take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you again to the panelists for breaking it down. And now we're jumping into the Land of Dawn. It's game number 2 in this best of 5 with Twisted Minds looking to even out the series against Onic Philippines after they took game 1 in a rather clean fashion. Now, we had some questions in the draft. I feel like, you know, you were there too, Redmar. And what was the biggest thing that just kind of maybe brought the question to this composition here?
Well, for the side of Twisted Minds, they decided to go with a lineup that's very all-in. Dive, fight as a team, even though you do have an option to go for a 4-1 split with a Hayabusa, doing essentially what a Ling does. for the lineup of Onic Philippines, which is to open up the map and split push. But Onic Philippines responded to the Faramis very well by picking up the Edith. What we've always talked about was if you're going up against a lineup that has a Faramis and likes those longer extended team fights, an Edith is a perfect answer for that. Because if you time your Primal Wrath really well, either you take out Faramis's ultimate right away, or just when Twisted Minds thinks, okay, it's cool, we forced out a lot after we used the Netherrealm of the Faramis, suddenly a Primal Wrath from the Edith comes in and it just shakes up Twisted Minds so much.
Yeah, as we can see, like Renmar mentioned, the Edith good when it comes to extended team fights, but apart from that, Super Prince this time rocking the Selena, and we all know whenever Super Prince has the Selena, but wait a minute though, first blood drawn. Fourth squad of Twisted Minds, they're gonna bring down Kirk, but I think they're still going on. They want to go for Brusco. There comes the Ghost Bursters. Flickers are forced out here coming in from Brusco, and a kill for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so surprised that they made a quick play down there, as you're already mentioning, this Edith coming into play for Onic Philippines. So they handled Kirk, they've got the Flicker out. Super Prince is gonna be fine here. Turtle's up though, so that's going to be the focus. And one of the things you were mentioning on before that all is, yeah, Super Prince on the Selena has been really good throughout the season. We'll see if he's able to lock in those arrows in this game. But so far with Twisted Minds, the way that they're moving, they have to be, focus-centric on playing together. I mean, think about how much utility this lineup gives Twisted Minds throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, lots of utility there. Twisted also made the perfect rotation. They wanted to take the Edith out of the picture, especially for that first turtle. That was more an investment into this first turtle, because now Onic Philippines, is tough for them to contest this without the Primal Wrath, although Kirk was able to hit level 4.
Okay, Escalera goes in. He's already level 4. Haven't committed the ult yet, but now they're trying to go for more, and they're going to bring down Brusco once again. King Kong tries to answer back and gets the turtle, and is going to escape.
Yeah, just waited for the moment. Oh, he's going to be able to escape, but they're going to put pressure here. They have to on this purple buff. King Kong's going to rely on the team.
It's a 4-man rotation. Here comes the rest of Twisted Minds, though. Kelra from the back with the Salmon Force. MP the King was able to shadow out. Will he go back in time, though? Hajizi already forced out the Netherrealm as Kelra trying to work on James. He's going to bring down the Ultimate Fighter once again.
Perfect rotation. I don't think Twisted Minds expected Kelra to be already there in that purple buff, and that became 5 versus 4 as Twisted Minds might lose more.
Fortunately for King Kong, the Templars of Blades was there despite the Tsunami Slam. He was prepared to clap back and evens out the kill scoreboard 2-2.
And that's why they're known as the Super Fam. Early decisions like that, think about it. Kelra came all the way for that to help, because they knew, okay, we lose this. Brusco wasn't at level 4. They're going to put pressure on the purple buff. We know how important it is when the Ling comes into play, that he needs to have that purple buff. And so they have to rely on each other to make that happen, because that's the same thing that Twisted Minds wants to do with this lineup. They're playing around each other down the mid lane.
There's the combo from Escalera connecting on to Kirk. Kirk was able to flicker out, but Brusco manages to turn things around in the sacrifice for the Bruiser of Onic Philippines.
Shadow Stampede, perfect by Hajizi, able to get the pullback so that they could at least secure the kill onto Brusco. It forced flickers out of the 2 frontliners, and with Brusco burning his flicker but not escaping, that was a good trade for Twisted Minds. So they were able to make up for their missed call into invading, as MP the King now getting pressured by King Kong. We're getting an anime battle, but it's a stalemate. James is here, 2v1.
2v1 situation here. King Kong, I think he's going to be able to escape, though. Already forced out the Templars of Blade, but Hajizi is in the picture this time, and he's going to be able to escape.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think, at least for Game 2, Twisted Minds doing a great job in this early portion of the game. Just going back and forth. They're trading blows with Onic Philippines, and that's kind of what they have to do. The lineup lets them do that. And so when you look at Onic Philippines, how they approach these fights, it's so pick-off-centric at this portion of the game. And it will kind of be that, because, again, King Kong can't just jump into the fight. That Tempest of Blades ultimate is so important for him. And now the turtle's up. He's going to stay bottom side. Arrow's going to land here. They might just try to force something, but it looks like not. Twisted Minds will get the second turtle. Or third. Wait, second.
Second?
Yeah.
Second.
As expected, Onic Philippines are now opening up the map as Twisted Minds have gone into their Ube formation. Now just going to be clumping up. This is the strength of their lineup at around the 5-minute mark, around the second turtle. They're going to balance out the push that King Kong did down bottom with the minion waves finishing it up. And now Onic Philippines might actually be able to fight this in the river if they want to. But Twisted Minds now reading the situation very well. They're like, wait a minute, this doesn't look good for us. All right, let's just back on out.
It's a good choice. Again, it's really just trading blows. They're finding what they can across the map. They know that, I mean, part of this too, think about the previous game where there was pressure across the map with Kalra on the Mozcop, but this time around it's King Kong with this Ling, and we know that that's always something you gotta watch out for. Yeah. So Twisted Minds wants to get that scaling going. And MP the King's had a rather really good, comfortable start. You know, he hasn't had to do too much. He's building up quite a bit of damage already this point on. Yep. So even as the Hayabusa, knowing that you have a Faramis with you lets you be a little more aggressive, I would say, in comparison to, for example, King Kong, where he's really got to choose those fights properly.
Yeah, King Kong's still very fast with the leveling, though. Seems like for the past 2 to 3 minutes, always a level or half a level ahead of MP the King. He's level 11 now. MP the King level 10. Looking at the gold leaders, of course, King Kong and Kelra doing good for Onic Philippines, the main damage dealers of this composition, while Outplayed has had a very comfortable time farming.
Yeah, we almost saw an anime battle down bottom. I believe the two junglers already used up their ultimates. And this time, MP the King making sure that King Kong won't be able to just split push for the side of Onic.
Man, I feel like there'll be a true anime battle if they just, like Ling needs an anime skin eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know which one that's going to be. What other collabs are going to come, but hold on.
They're going to commit the Tsunami slam onto Kirk, but Brusco with a beautiful fist break, fist crack once again. Hajizi goes in with the Nether Realm. Keller just dancing in the middle of everything as MP the King picks up a kill onto Brusco and to Kirk. King Kong enters the picture now. Outplayed though. Tempest of Blade already casted.
King Kong able to get away from this. Twisted Minds going to be continuing the turtle, and Onic Philippines will have to drop it. The ultimate of the Faramis, the utility of the Nether Realm for King Kong!
MP the King delivers the final blow! And Twisted Minds, that was a 4-kill swing for them!
They got a whole lot, and they're going to get more off of it. They take the orange buff as well. It doesn't matter if King Kong's building up the levels, man. If they lose team fights like that, if they can't go and just pick off the right members. I mean, think how much was thrown to even get outplayed, and they just didn't have it. So Onic Philippines gets checked on that side of the map, and that's not good going into when that Lord does come up in about 1 minute and 20 here.
Yeah, and this is what you actually want from Escalera. Even down to the previous game, the second turtle, he was the one that started things off with a flicker and a Tsunami slam, and this time replicating that, but with Kirk.
Yep.
And full collapse there for Twisted Mind. Even if Brusco was able to clamp back, though, they lacked the numbers because Prince and King Kong wasn't in the picture.
Yeah, Netherrealm right in time. Keldra looked like he was going to threaten Outplay big time, but Outplay got to flicker out, and Escalera was actually peeling for his Granger. So it was great targeting by Twisted.
Another Tsunami Slam already casted there. We Shadow Kill as well. And here comes Kelra. Zaman Force already popped down, plus the Netherrealm. They're going to be able to bring down Hajizi. Outplay picks up one more as Keller will be able to walk away.
Okay, they're holding on to the mid lane. Meanwhile, King Kong pushing on the other side of the map, but the focus here is that mid turret, or at least the pressure from Twisted Minds. They've got a nice little lead at 3,000 up. So Onic, this is what they do. If they're behind, they look for whatever scraps they can find around the map, put pressure where they can. But so far, so good for Twisted Minds. The team fight capability that they have is what's really the advantage for them. The Netherrealm, time and time again, has helped them extend those fights enough. And Escalera is doing a great job at setting things up, even under the turret, like we just saw him do previously. Let's take a look at the items here, how they're falling into place for both teams.
All right, I want to look at the two gold laners. Already up to 3 core items for the Granger. Went into the Sea Halberd route after the Sky Piercer. While Keldra only has 2, but of course the Holy Crystal is a very expensive investment. He does have the Starlium and the Feather of Heaven, so he's good in that regard. You saw that the Harith is getting to the point where you can just brute force Harith it, where it's like 3 versus 1, 4 versus 1. As long as I got my Zaman Force, it's okay. I can try to make things happen, and that's where he is right now in terms of his items.
But for Twisted Mind, the counter of Hajizi with the clutch Netherrealm, but wait a minute! But still, Tsunami Slam already connected. Brusco goes from the back with a fist break, fist crack combo. Keller being able to free hit. Escalera might be the first man down, but Hajizi again with the clutch Netherrealm.
He threw him while he was flying, and now Onic Philippines looks like they're gonna fly.
King Kong's
battle. King Kong flies into the back, and he wants more, but MP the King survives.
Used up already the Tempest of Blades, and what a turnaround again for the defending champions.
That little moment just gave them a whole lot. Goodbye 3,000, 4,000 gold deficit that Onic Philippines had to work with. And that was what, Kirk, that started it all.
Yeah, that was a split-second delay that favored and turned the tides for Onic. I mean, Flicker casted, Tsunami Slam already used up, but Kirk was able to use the onward to delay the attack of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I thought it would be a moment where Escalera, the animation of the title strike is still going to lock in, but no, it seems like he just jumped into the arms of the mech of Edith, got thrown on his head, and then suddenly Twisted Minds was like, wait a minute, how did that happen? And Onic Philippines just took over. That was crazy. I haven't seen that interaction.
Hey man, they don't call him the Kirk Attack for nothing.
Yeah.
That was something that an architect would basically do. They put together perfectly. But now from this point, Lord's going to be worked on. The shield will pop. Tier 2 turret in the mid lane is going to go down, and King Kong will continue to put pressure where he can. So they hold on to base turrets. Twisted Minds is not out of this yet. They do find themselves facing now the deficit 2,000 gold against themselves. Their fighting capability is still good, but you can start to see the pendulum swing in the damage that Onic Philippines is able to put through, especially how they have to kind of burst through that Netherrealm. They have to deal with Escalera forcing the setups that they've responded really well to in the last couple minutes, especially.
Yeah, I like the discipline that Twisted Minds showed, especially in that last sequence. Of course, I want to assume that they were somewhat rattled a bit by Escalera not being able to complete his initiation with what Kurt did. But at the same time, Twisted Minds backed off at the right time. It could have been much worse for them. They waited for the entry of King Kong. King Kong was even put a bit in the red. The King Kong had to go, all right, I'm going to use my Tempest of Blades, but it's more of like to just deal a bit of poke damage, get out of here, I'm zoning out. Because if he decided to full commit that, he would have been punished instead, and you wouldn't want to lose the Ling in that situation. So Twisted Minds know when to back off. Seems like they've learned from that mistake that they did at the beginning of the game, wherein they invaded the purple buff, not expecting or respecting Kelra being able to rotate down there.
Arrows again. This is where the thing, too, comes in the clutch for Super Prince. The scouting capabilities with the arrows, the traps, too. Brusco also playing front side, and their turn to go ahead and put pressure on the purple buff here. They still got 20 seconds for the Lord to come up, and they'll go ahead and take that. Now, MP the King, you know, at this point, he hasn't died. He's been able to relatively do well.
Yeah.
But when we think about this next objective coming up in 10 seconds, what does Twisted Minds need to do to win that fight, to secure themselves an objective and possibly be able to push towards the base of Onic Philippines here?
Yeah, it kind of has to start with Escalera again, connecting his Tsunami Slam, catching Onic off guard.
So just not let Kirk do that again.
Yeah. If he'd be able to catch up onto Kirk, and he won't be able to utilize the Primal Wrath, that would be a good sign, because that means that Hajizi will be able to use the Netherrealm for the Zaman Force of Kelra.
Yeah, I also like the more counter-punch approach that Twisted Minds is going for here, playing around the Netherrealm. Just continue that. They're not completely in the red. It's only 2,000 of a gold lead for Onic Philippines at this point. They can definitely turn something around, but what hurts is they're losing that push up top. They need to send the Hayabusa to push there. So the 4 that's going to be left around the Lord bit have to do what they can to make sure that Onic Philippines can't rush, which they're rushing.
Okay, they're trying to rush the Lord. Brusco goes in for the delay Kelra as well. There's the early engage for Onic, but Brusco is going to fall down. James leading the charge for Twisted Minds.
Very early for Brusco.
Yeah, that was not what they wanted to do. He also had to burn the flicker in that. So Onic Philippines might adjust it. Even down Brusco, it looks like they'll just go ahead and keep putting pressure. They know the purple buff's going to be up shortly too. King Kong will focus on that. So this is actually a window of opportunity that Twisted Minds could take advantage of. Oh, narrow.
Oh, they have to play this right though. They cannot bait out the Netherrealm.
King Kong knows he's there. They have the information.
Oh, they're going for it. King Kong from the back! Eliminates MP the King!
2 abyssal arrows from the Monster Mage to completely break and twist the formation of Twisted Minds to set it up for King Kong.
Did I not say Super Prince will provide the vision? And that whole exchange came from Super Prince scouting them out, giving the information, especially to King Kong, to swoop on in and clean up the kills. And now with that, again, it's a swing in favor for Onic Philippines. The base turrets are in trouble here for Twisted Minds.
I mean, if you can recall, how Super Friends picked the Selena early in the season. It was actually his decision, his recommendation to their coach to let him play the Selena, and now he's showing why he wants to use the Selena.
My goodness, 2 arrows, and we're where we are right now. Onic pushing into the base, Twisted Minds losing ground, losing gold. Heartbreaking for Twisted Minds, but for Onic Philippines, that was just damn good MLPB.
Even in the base, playing the dodging game, just dodging these arrows. A conceal is going to be used. Brusco goes up the front side again. Just wants to get this turret down. They still hold on to it, though. So Twisted Minds, both turrets 1 hit away. King Kong will clean up the top one. And now Wave's still pushing in. We'll see if they clear this out completely. This is the discipline that we've seen from Onic Philippines in the past. Even with a lead like this, they're very calculated. They know they can play around Super Friends. And if they really wanted to force it, Brusco as well, as that flicker is up. But there it is!
Brusco! With the combo though, but he's gonna fall down. That was well worth the trade. They were able to take down the inhibitor, but they were going for more. Another Tsunami Slam committed onto Kirk. He was able to cast the ultimate, but he's gonna fall down in the hands of Twisted Minds. 2 members down for Onic.
Let's see if Twisted Minds can get more. King Kong has to run away. 3 members of Onic left in the map, but the map state does not look good for Twisted Minds. Yeah, they can't even get a clean push down the middle of the map. The side lanes are not going to be good, despite Onic Philippines losing 2. They took down all the towers. Let's see if Twisted can convert. It's going to be a difficult conversion, though.
Yeah.
It's like when you saw that and we mentioned, well, Brusco can start it too, and he gets taken out. It's, in a way, you're wondering, is it worth it? Was that worth the fact that Brusco and then eventually Kirk went down? It will be if Twisted Minds can get some of these turrets down, so they will get mid tier 1. They're managing the pushing happening on the other side of the map. This might be a little window for them, a little win, if you will, for Twisted Minds, but they have so much ground to cover. And it still doesn't solve the issue of once this Lord is up, are they actually, is it questionable to say, can they actually go in a team fight against Onic Philippines?
Yeah, considering the fact that there's constant pressure also from Onic to try and divide Twisted Minds. And they, of course, for Twisted Minds, they want to group up and make use of that Nether Realm. So now, Twisted Minds, it's going to take a miracle for them to come back or even just steal away the Lord, because Onic, they can play this systematically.
Yeah. We are now in HLG, hella late game, as the 2 gold laners are now barefoot. They both sold their boots, bro. It's all damage items.
Is that a regular abbreviation?
No, this is my my addition to the abbreviation dictionary.
All right.
I'm one of the few ones to, send submissions. That's my first one. Hopefully it gets accepted.
Hopefully. Who's the deciding factor of that?
I believe it's Leo and Mirko.
Okay.
Mostly Leo, because he's the one who started the whole thing, I think.
Leo's Mr. Abbreviation Man. Right now, the Lord is up, though.
Minions.
James going to go in forward.
Okay, Twisted Minds forced to fight. Minions are there for on behind, but Brusco again! Connects with the flicker.
An arrow.
Combo to bring down James. The arrow connects onto Escalera. King Kong just playing with his prey. Forced out the Nether Realm. Templars and Blades will connect. Kelver from the back as well. They're just bringing down bodies for the side of Twisted Minds. And a 4-kill swing for Onic. MP the King trying to delay, but Onic says 2-0.
Man, Onic Philippines, even when they're trying to chase down the members of Twisted Minds, it was so systematic. There's always an abyssal arrow flying into the back, threatening the back line. The members of Onic PH is going forward. That was crazy.
That was crazy, and I know the panel is going to highlight that too, because the way that Super Prince was playing those angles and just throwing out those arrows at the end were perfect. Again, a dominant, strong game for Onic Philippines. Let's see what the panel has to say about this one.
You know what? They're right. They do be crazy. It was super crazy for me. That we get to that point where it was just beautiful to watch for Onic Philippines. It felt like they were like pincering their opponent in that last one. And Super Friends could do no wrong in this game.
And to think that we didn't see much from him during the first few minutes of the game. But towards the latter portions of the game, it felt like he has been the highlight of majority of the plays which took place, especially towards the HLG as mentioned.
HLG!
I personally am approving the HLG, although I am not part of the approving committee.
Yes.
It sounds great! And that was a surprise for us because, again, Twisted Minds had such great hold of the first few minutes of the game.
That was actually really fun to watch for me. Personally, seeing the back and forth at least for, you know, it was a Faramis lineup trying very hard to ube it up as much as they could, try to withstand that onslaught. But in the end, Kelra really came out on top with that MVP. His Harif really shone and really gave the damage that Onic needed to close out that game.
Yeah, honestly, Kelra felt like he went unnoticed for majority of the game, and until that one moment wherein they had a team fight where he was just too free to deal the damage, it felt like Kelra served as a great way for Onic to save a lot of the unsuccessful attempts that were done by, let's say, Brusco, because we can't count out the fact that there were some fist break, fist crack combos which were either too early or which put them in a slightly dangerous position. But to consider that there is still Kelra with the Zaman Force that's readily available to at least provide the damage during those scenarios, you still can't fully commit even as Twisted Minds.
You were saying, word for word, Brigida said earlier there was so much gigil from Brusco. And I think that is correct. We did see a lot of that. And then again, that might be the reason why they pick up this Badam. They want to give them that scenario. Maybe the call from them was like, okay, Brusco, just keep throwing out those fist break, fist crack combos. We got you, win or lose. And that's what happened. It worked out very well for them in the end.
It felt like Brusco had to do those sacrificial plays willingly, because it'll either way reward them in the end. So now they're able to actually redeem themselves, as we're seeing in some of these MVP highlights again, because this was, I feel, the final sequence before the game actually was ended there by Onic Philippines. And if we are to look at it right now, it actually lasted up until nearly 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
So that just goes to show how well Onic Philippines were able to hold everything out. And this was a slightly different composition compared to what they decided to field in game number 1. It's not Kirk on the Hilda, which was the one ideally starting things out or providing the information that was necessary for Onic Philippines to decide on whether or not they wanted to go for this or that. It was Kirk on an Edith, who was more of an additional layer of damage, some sort of deny towards Twisted Minds whenever they wanted to go for the aggressive plays, but it was what Super Prince was doing all along. Like, in the early stages of the game, we don't get to see all those flashy abyssal arrows connecting towards the members of Twisted Minds. It's because he had to do much more than that. He was the one serving as the vision, as the person providing all the vision here for Twisted Minds. So even with the presence of a Kalea, even with all those potential surprise setups from Escalera, by the way, we didn't get to see a lot of them. There were multiple times or instances, however, where Twisted Minds definitely they were on a roll. MP the King, he felt unstoppable on the Hayabusa, even trying to hunt down King Kong all by himself. But that's just Onic Philippines really playing it safe, waiting for the right timings all over again.
And this is proof as well that, you know what, the link can really work.
Yeah.
As long as you can kind of just give it a mission.
Oh
not
my gosh.
Not like the super carry link.
Not the super carry, yeah.
In this specific game, it was King Kong just absorbing the attention of Twisted Minds, going into their jungle non-stop.
He was a team player kind of link in this game. Like, I mean, that 15-minute mark highlight, if you haven't, please check it out. Bring it back to the 15-minute mark of the game wherein King Kong was just able to look for both MP and Haji, who was just trying to go home. Everyone was screaming at that point, and he's the only one we're seeing here as the rich guy amongst the other members of Twisted Minds. Because again, for majority of the game, it felt like Twisted Minds had it under control. But this guy, you barely notice it, but on the Ling, he was still able to keep that turbo farming pattern we were talking about in the Keys to Victory earlier.
Yeah, it's scary that he can keep doing that in a hero that doesn't really see a lot of attention, especially here in MPL Philippines.
Yep.
So he's able to do that in, it's not like a 5v1 King Kong wins, it's a King Kong do this specific set of tasks for us to win.
Yeah, and he did not have to worry about his other teammates because they did their jobs too really, really well. And I feel like we also have to dive a little deeper onto the other aspects of which took place in that particular game number 2, which again nearly reached the 20-minute mark and was really close. Twisted Minds nearly had it, but for the gold graph, I believe we have to do a quick recall of what happened, because earlier it was actually Twisted Minds starting the first objective, but King Kong went in for that sudden steal. But after that, Twisted Minds no longer allowed it to happen, and they were just really keen on taking control of the game, as you could actually see right here, where it felt like it was just really tight, like they were just close to each other for majority of the game. But during the 7-minute to the 9-minute mark, that was when we felt how Twisted Minds was almost in full control, literally pressuring even King Kong in his very own jungle. But this is also the part where other members of Onic Philippines really went unnoticed. Like, you barely got to take note that there are other members doing things on opposite sides of the map, that there was Kelra just farming things up, because we had majority of our attention, especially on Outplayed, who, by the way, by the 13-minute mark, already had his complete item build, and he was the first to actually have his complete item build. But that was all the while Onic Philippines was slowly regaining control and the lead in this entire game. And now we are gonna look at one of our key players in this game. Not necessarily part of the winning team, but I feel like it really deserves to be discussed, because MP the King, during the mid stages of the game, this was the moment wherein we saw in the graph Twisted Minds officially took the lead. This was the moment where he was doing a spectacular job on the Hayabusa, and this isn't something you'd usually see from MP the King, because it almost feels like every single time opposing teams find a way to limit his movements. But this was a scenario wherein he was clearly free to do what he wanted to do, even exceeding the average stats that we usually see in terms of this kind of situation. And this has been a very unfortunate outcome, especially considering if you are Twisted Minds, you have to go through a hard reset heading into the potential last few games of this series.
Especially MP the King, you mentioned it in this game, it wasn't like they had a bad one.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they had a horrible, or they woke up in the wrong side of the bed, or anything like that. It just so happened that they were really pincered, outmaneuvered in very specific moments by Onic Philippines in this game. So you're right. After a game where you felt like you did everything right, you feel like I did my part perfectly. What happened? From those kind of games, these are the games where you really need that big reset.
I mean, imagine it towards the last few team fights, or the last sequence, you could even think about, oh, so was Onic Philippines holding back all along? Because just look at how Super Prince decided to position himself on the Selena. He was first to arrive at Twisted Minds' base even before the other members could actually get there and try to save themselves from the threat, from that aggression that Onic Philippines was already doing. So it has been so close for Twisted Minds, and we're hoping to see more from them, because this has been a better game for them compared to game number 1, and they're slowly getting there.
I mean, if you want to get that reverse sweep going, it's a big climb. It's a big hill. But if any team can do it, maybe it might be Twisted Minds, right? So I want to see that reset. I want to see that explosiveness. I want to see that creativity coming in from Twisted, because if it doesn't appear, it feels, from the vibe of it, it feels like Onic can get away with this pretty easily. So we'll find out what happens in game number 3. But for the meantime, let's throw it over to our host for the All Access segment right here in the Champions Arena.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. As of that moment, together with the panel as well, nakita natin kanina yung 2-0 ng Onic Philippines, and they're going to be looking forward to that sweep. But of course, Twisted Minds, they're looking for a reverse sweep that, hopefully could put them to the next round. But before the matches, Jamie, of course, we have some special guests here with us today.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Hello, hello.
Why don't you introduce yourselves to everybody here, starting off with the beautiful lady next to me.
Hello, I'm Kits Kua. You probably have seen me on TikTok na nagta-transform into anime characters and game characters. Yeah, Kids
So
Kuwa.
cosplay, I love what you said. You transform into these characters. I'm gonna ask you if you've ever transformed into an MLBB hero, but before that, we also have this dashing man next to Kids Kuwa. All right, diba?
Hello, hello.
Hello,
So
hello.
I am Haduch of The Pebbles. Kung hindi mo alam ang The Pebbles, you should probably watch The Pebbles. Nakakatawa kami, promise. Panoorin mo kami. Sa TikTok.
promise, ha?
Sa TikTok.
Promise.
Promise.
The Pebbles. Okay, The Pebbles, ladies and gentlemen. Ba't napadaan kayo dito, Hadoch? Anong sadya sa Champions Arena?
Yes, yeah. So I was invited with kids who were here and ang saya ng ambience, sobrang lupit ng venue. And yung sa baba, daming happening sa baba. And super solid ng fans over here.
MPL Playgrounds,
Yup,
sa
yup.
baba. Pag-uusapan natin yan, no? Pero before that, is it your first time here at the MPL? Well, actually, at the Champions Arena. Is it your first time to watch live?
Yes. It's actually my first time and I'm enjoying right now.
I like it. I'm happy that you're actually, nakita mo kanina, napanood mo yung Game 1, Game 2. You did tell me
Yes,
about
yes.
it. And that was pretty cool considering that you're watching all of the things that are happening right now. Kids, gusto ko ring malaman more about, the characters. You said you've been covering gaming characters, video game characters. Was there an MLBB hero that you actually covered already?
Yeah, I did. Actually, sa TikTok, yung pinakauna kong viral video was my low-cost cosplay ni Laila.
Oh, gusto ko makita. Baka mamaya pakita mo na lang sa akin.
Transform siya,
Alright.
Nag-transform. I like it. Are there other mo? Actually, lately, meron kasi kami nung Naruto collaboration. Right? And I know for a fact that you are a Naruto fan. So, are there some other, characters and anime characters from Naruto that we can look forward to in the future that you'll cosplay?
In the future?
Yeah.
Yes, what do you want to do next?
So, since nakita ko yung collab ng Naruto at ML, kinosplay ko na si Naruto, yung guy version, tsaka yung girl version niya, pati si Sakura.
So, tapos na yun?
Tapos
Okay.
na yun. So, gusto ko naman itry si Sasuke. Tsaka si Kakashi.
Bubuoy niya yung Team 7.
Bagay kasi bilog na bilog yung face ko eh. So,
Di naman. Grabe ka naman.
Bubuoy namin yung Team 7. I like it.
Aabangan namin yan. Oo. So where can they catch that, by the way, kids? Where can they follow you and see how you transform?
you can follow me at Kids Kuwa on Facebook, TikTok, on Instagram, YouTube, saan pa ba? Twitter,
On
lahat
Socknet. Oo, lahat na. Kids Kuwa is the name to remember. What about you? Do you cosplay as well?
I don't plan, but I don't mind cosplaying.
Yeah, why don't you guys do a collab as
Yeah, you
well?
should do that. Oo nga,
Oo,
Team
diba?
7, no? Team 7.
Gusto na lahat, the Pebbles. We want to see
Yes.
that.
That would be nice. That would be nice. In the future, abangan you guys.
You know what? With that being said, where can we follow you, Haduch?
You can follow us on Twitter, sa lahat ng social media. You name it, nandun kami. Even illegal. Wag na.
Basta yun na yun. Yun na yun.
We good, okay.
Alright,
Ano bang mga dapat abangan ng mga MPL fans whenever they visit your page?
Funny skits, yun na lang. If you're stressed out with your life, check nyo lang The Pebbles, papasahin namin kayo.
Nako, maraming stressed sa buhay nila.
Lalo na ngayon, kasi intense yung games.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to break and you want to have fun,
Saktong-sakto.
watch the Pebbles.
Habang break, they can go ahead and visit the pages of kids.
Yep.
And of course, Haduch and the Pebbles, maraming salamat. It's so nice to have you guys here today. But now, we toss it back to our panel. Kamusta kayo dyan?
We are doing great. Honestly, we're still recovering from that last one. Especially if you guys really don't see this, but while cameras are turned off, she just jumps around a lot.
Oh my goodness.
She's really engrossed in the game. So
I was kicking the air.
she's kicking.
Because there were so many unbelievable plays which took place in that game. Some super unexpected turnarounds.
Crazy stuff, honestly.
Honestly, it was. If you're probably part of the mines, you're really devastated by now. But we have a lot of guests, by the way, here at the Champions Arena. It's really nice to see that we have so much guests, even in as early as day number 1.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And the Pebbles, they're really funny. That guy he's telling the truth. So check him out on TikTok. And here is Super Prince Playoffs KDA so far. Looks like he is having a pretty solid time, I'd say. First in all time, honestly. In the playoffs, he is ranking 2nd so far overall. And in MPL Philippines, he is ranking 7th in Season 15.
Yeah. Earlier when we were with Dilar, we were talking to him all the while the player entrance was ongoing, the walk-ins were ongoing, and he was just very vocal about how much he looked up to Super Friends.
Yeah.
Like if there's one player he really looks up to in Onic Philippines, he said it. Like, it's really Super Friends. He just looks up to this guy so much because he plays so well. He's just such a standout in terms of the entire lineup.
And on the other side of the coin, we got Haji, who seemed to be, again, when the season started, he's Hajizi, rather, not Haji. He changed his name. And at the beginning of the season, he said, you know what, I'm hoping to change my name because I'm trying to get that KDA machine back. Because when he was named Hajizi, that was the time he was like the leader of the KDA.
Yeah.
And so far, it has been a bit of, again, very difficult. The competition feels so strong right now that it's proving to be very difficult for him to actually get to that point. And then again, I guess KDA doesn't really matter as much as long as you get that W.
That's true. And I mean, like, Haji, despite all that, he's been one of the players still to be really dependable. He's just so versatile, and you can like expect him to be one of those mid laners to really bring out the unusual picks, the unorthodox picks. So much like, I don't know if you'd agree with me, but for some of the international viewers out there, similar to what you typically see from Team Flash, maybe like that's probably the extreme version of it, right? But Haji's just that kind of player. He's just really flexible. He knows how to play multiple roles, and history shows just how much he's been through. So it's really now that we're looking to see that mindset, that experience come into play together with Twisted Minds.
And I really hope they manage to use it here because we are on to the draft. Game number 3. This is match point. This is a series point here for Onic Philippines. One more, and they will be joining us tomorrow. And now, of course, joining us is going to be Renmar Santa Cruz all the way from the land down under, under our stage.
Hi, so I actually have a problem with a questionable purchase with my credit. Wait, is this BPI customer service? Oh, it's not?
Oh my God!
Oh wait, that's Rockhard and Brigid. Oh, it's the draft.
That's us.
Sorry,
That's
I thought they passed me through to customer service. But
Oh no, now we know about it.
Now we know he has credit card thing.
It's fine. Okay. Customer service with BPI is fantastic. They usually solve all my problems.
Here, there's number 1. Oh my goodness, it's the exact, or almost the exact same draft, except the Kalea right now won't be a first pick for Twisted Minds.
Wow, that's them going, we're not going to play the Kalea. We won't let you have it. We'll pick up the signature pick of King Kong instead. I mean, he still has the Joy Suyo trade active. Hayabusa still available for him. He already showed that he can still play the Ling really well.
Yeah.
There's so many options still available for King Kong.
Is it still gonna be the Badang though? Like, they've been very consistent in terms of picking it up. I mean, it's really a flex pick. So.
Yep.
Oh wait.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
There it is.
Why did
Badang.
Why did this show up just now?
Loyi, right? I'm trying to rack my brain. This was banned out maybe once earlier, but otherwise I feel like it was open.
I believe it was I'm gonna have to double check. I think it was actually banned both games.
Oh, was it banned both games? There we go.
Maybe it's the one in Kalea slot.
Yeah, it was banned both games, and now with the Kalea ban, it opened up the Loyi for Super Friends. So Twisted Minds decided to do this.
This is very specific, and I actually feel like they are gonna keep picking the Badang all playoffs long.
Yeah. Do they pick up the Granger here? I mean, I know for a fact that the Granger no longer gets to reveal the opponents, you know, but like that might be of help to them since they might want to get the range, but they decide to opt for the Moskov and the Phobius.
Yeah, it has to be the Moskov in this regard. You have the Joy with you. It'll be difficult to play up against the Moskov. Just to be safe, pick up the Moskov with you to pair it up with the Joy.
And I really like it because this is a bit of a... This Twisted Minds basically going back to DNA. This is a lineup that, all right, I don't think we're doing the pickoffs properly right now. Let's go ahead and lock in these heroes that will work very well when they play together. And yeah, they're staying with what they know. Nothing too crazy from Twisted, which is a bit of
Yeah.
a letdown for me personally. But if this is what it takes for them, and this is what they think will work, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like they've been really working on mastering the way they pull this entire lineup off, or this entire strategy off. But this is so cool, wait!
Wow. That's one of the biggest banners we've seen in MPL
Heck
Philippines.
yeah.
Oh my goodness!
that was cool.
Thank you so much to our drone for capturing that angle.
I think that was actually the baby blanket I was born in.
Oh my god. Come on, Red. Not like that. That would be a cool blanket though. I would love to have that at home.
Oh wait, a 1-1 ban?
Okay, so gold lane is going to be the focus here. Twisted trying to get that gold lane leverage. Gold lane picks might also include the Bruno in this sense.
Yeah, the Kimmy's still there.
Kimmy's still there, yeah.
Although we did see how a Joy answers back to a Kimmy every now and then. So, in terms of the gold lane,
Still so many options available, honestly. They might actually go down the magic route for their gold laner. With the Harith gone, Kimmy is available. That might be the pick to go for. Because if they don't go for the magic damage dealing gold laner, they're just going to be overloaded with physical, and it's going to be the low Yi as their main source of magic. Unless, of course, they shift things up and they pick up an EXP laner that also deals magic. But that's really just what? Esmeralda and Edith in the options available. Clue isn't really damage dealing when we think about him. He's there. Yeah, he provides some magic damage, but he's not a magic damage dealer.
There are some builds of Blue that kind of go for Glowing Wand right away, but also you don't want that if you are on it because you need that tankiness.
Yep.
But Dang's going to be a bit busy, you know, setting up. So.
Yeah, and that's been a trend so far for like Onic Philippines and their frontliners. But they pick up a Clint. Interesting pickup so far. Not too surprising for Kelray, but like at least for day number 1 of the playoffs.
I like Guinevere. It's a very... Escalar's been trying to make this work all season long.
Yes.
Honestly. And it has had its moments.
Yeah.
But what about this refusal of Onic to go with a Kimmy Renmar? And what's their last pick?
I mean, they've overloaded with so much physical, they don't need to pick up another magic damage dealer. We know the damage profile of a Clint into the mid to the late game. They have the high boost of the Badang there. They don't necessarily need to go magic. They still might go for the Edith though. But at this point, you need the strong frontliner. Oh, and that's another one that deals good magic damage. You go for the Gatot Kacha up against the Farsa. So they still go down that route. Good balance. I like the Clint pick. However, Twisted Minds has a great answer with the Farsa. It's going to be a lot for Kelra to deal with in team fights, though.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest influences too as to why they opted for a Gatot Kacha. So there's some sort of threat for the Farsa, and for it to not be as free in terms of just throwing out the feathered airstrikes, because that's going to be a problem definitely for Twisted Minds later on if ever they're unable to do that with Haji on this Farsa.
That's right. So overall, if this is the biggest surprise that Twisted can do, by the way, just a reminder, this is do or die for Twisted right now. They lose this match, Onic is the one going tomorrow. And we will see if there is going to be some fight in this Twisted Minds lineup. Let's throw it over to our casters to give us, or take us into the game.
And we'll take you right into the game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 upon us. It's match point right now for Onic Philippines. Can Twisted Minds hold on to the chances of moving on? They need a win here desperately to stay in the series. Once again, it's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar to bring you the action in this game, as mid lane is already seeing some early poking happening here. What do we think of the lineups that are presented by both teams for us, Ingan?
For now, I mean, the Clint in the picture for sure will be able to dominate the early stages of the laning phase, so they're going to have to watch out for that, and for Twisted Minds to be able to hold on long enough for MP the King and Hajisi to eventually scale up.
Twisted Minds, you see outplayed, struggling in lane against Keller, who decided to play very aggressively. Brusco supplementing King Kong's invades, making rotation for Escalera a little bit difficult. Onic isn't giving an easy time here for Twisted Minds. They know they have Twisted with their backs up against the corner, and they really just want to end this series right here. If you give Twisted some wind, then Onic wouldn't want that.
You know, Renmar, I gotta ask you, because I feel like you're the one that usually gets excited when the Clint gets picked up. You know, I feel like I haven't heard enough yeehaws. And yeehaw. Thank you. That's what I was waiting for earlier. But, you know, why the Clint? Why does Kalra go ahead and lock this in? How is this going to give him an advantage? Is it in the lane, or is it just kind of as the game progresses here in the way that they've been playing throughout the series?
I think this is something that we see from teams in MPL Philippines for the first in the play-in round of the playoffs. You want to see them try stretch the capabilities of the meta. So Onic Philippines, I feel like this is one of those picks where let's see how the Clint will work. This is Keller going in here thinking, okay, I can use him to dominate up against the Moskov in lane. When it comes a little bit later in the fights, yeah, he'll have a lot to deal with. They pick this Clint knowing that the Farsa is still open, but they have full faith that the presence of the Gata Kacha will be enough to take the Farsa out right away, so that Keller will just be left untouched. Because Onic Philippines have a very strong dive forward lineup, which means that the Clint could be untouchable.
Early pokes on Escalera, forced out the flicker already, plus spatial migration. Meanwhile, James on the chase onto King Kong, but King Kong still secures the turtle, plus a combo onto Brusco. Kirk trying to catch MP the King, diversion play. Ooh. They're gonna go to the purple buff of Twisted Minds. Oh, James!
Whoa!
Okay, up against 3, was able to take down 1. Paired up with the Revitalize, he's able to go for more against Kirk and Brusco out of nowhere.
What happened to... What did James just do?
Well, he took, like, I assume what is a 380-pound muscled man and just jumped on that ninja.
It's that simple.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, this is what Phobius is built for. Even early on in the game, especially when the other team doesn't have a lot of items, you can bully 2v1, 3v1 as the Phobius. There's almost always going to be a trade if you're not careful.
Yeah, I'd be pretty scared of a guy that's... What is he? He's got what? I don't even know what the weapon is. It's like a.
It's literally, I think, a piece
of
a tower,
like an obelisk or something.
Yeah, an obelisk.
Is that how you say obelisk?
Yes.
Obelisk. I'm playing the wrong game here.
Monolith. Man. It's a big.
Is it
rock.
not obliques?
It's not that.
That's a muscle group.
That's a muscle group.
I'm sorry.
He's pretty muscly, though.
Yeah, he does have hella obliques, though.
Yeah, he does.
I'm pretty sure Ingan is already imagining a cosplay of Naisu as Phobius. In all of his shirtless glory.
Let's not expose Ingan here. You know? At least keep it together on day one. So they find themselves at pretty much a standstill for now. They're going to go ahead and take their time. Again, we're still 30 seconds away from the next turtle coming up, and it was Onic Philippines that got the last one. So now we'll see how they rotate based off this early game. Again, outplayed, has to just farm up. He's going to be able to go ahead and put pressure on later on. So really it's just up to how they rotate against each other here. Turtles coming up. James is exactly where he needs to be. And so we'll see. Again, how often have we seen teams before ban out the Luoyi against Super Friends?
Yeah, it's really cool because now you're seeing Twisted Minds. They want to spend a lot of time together and they're checking shrubs while doing it. While Onic Philippines went from a 2-3 split into a 4-1 into a 1-3-1 all in one go just to find an opening across the map in different parts of the map as well. So Onic Philippines, again, this is just them showing off their flexible rotation style very well, checking things, which leads them to this. Now they have info where the turtle is. Twisted Minds, yes, they've gotten here first, but Onic Philippines know that, okay, we need to allow Twisted Minds to go first because they need King Kong to get in his buff. Now that he'll be in a better set, this still could go good for Twisted Minds if, and only if, Outplayed hits that Spear of Destruction.
Yeah, and not to mention Escalera also with his combo. And he needs to set his eyes onto King Kong and even force out the Purify of Super Friends because so far Onic has been controlling. Spatial migration! This is the combo we're waiting for! King Kong! Obliterated by Twisted Minds. Brusco is the next target and a double kill for Escalera.
Damn good read for the Magician. 2 kills, he got the pick to start things off, and everything that Onic Philippines did to dance and jockey for position, taken away in an instant by Escalera.
As soon as Ingan said it, it happened.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Escalera needed to do. The fact that he got the 2 kills off of that are going to help him go ahead and scale up a little bit nicer. Here on this Guinevere, you can already see some of the items coming into play. The first items are locked in. And that's going to be crucial. And for Onic Philippines, you know, the farming has been happening in the gold lane. You already got the endless battle there for Calra, but even on the other side, Corrosive Scythe working still on the next for Outplayed. And so gold laners are just going to do their things, man. But I feel like Onic, when it comes down to the 4v4 without the gold laners, they have to be so crucial on avoiding whatever Escalera decides to go for. And then on top of that, it's like, how do we even get through James? The front line for them, because there's just so much burst potential magic-wise between MP and Hajizi.
Yeah, and not to mention if Brusco misses with his combo, or even Kirk with the AOG, it's going to be hard for Onic to continue out the battle, especially if it's a long draw fight. But even if, for some reason, even if it reaches the late game, despite the Twisted Minds having outplayed, again, they can utilize, Onic can utilize the fact that they have a Luyi and Hayabusa and just play around the macro once again.
Look at the reach on that cowboy.
He's got the gun now.
He's got the beloved gun too, so...
You got my gun.
It's gonna be even harder.
It's gonna be even harder. I got the range now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So at some point, Twisted Minds really needs to start helping Outplayed, man.
Okay.
All right, we'll see if they're able to do that. They're getting in position, though, for this next objective to come up. 20 seconds away from it. They're going to do a little swap-a-rooney down, too. Kelra goes down to push down the bottom lane to set things up. So this is it. This is, you get the objective here. We'll see if they can take the turtle from Twisted Minds, but so far, I will say, Twisted Minds has been playing around their composition really well, and leaves Onic Philippines kind of guessing here. James has been the guy to give them that vision as well, so Turtle's up, but I don't know, they're just going to blitz this, man. They have all the damage they need. They know Outplayed's up top. We'll see if they fight for it.
They might go for it. Okay, Escalera trying to work on Kirk. Gonna be a retribution battle. MP the King secures it. AOG is gonna connect with Brusco with the first man down. And a counterplay though. James got caught there as Onic forcing Twisted Minds to retreat, but MP the King gets the turtle.
Yeah, if the timing of the Unbreakable by the Gata Kacha was just a second later, then he would have caught MP the King also, but no, he couldn't.
Good combo there. SOD is also going to connect. Meanwhile, MP the King with the electrifying base immediately obliterated 3. Twisted Minds turning things to their favor.
Oh no, King Kong
could be next.
Oh, feathered airstrike up against King Kong. Outplayed is in the picture and delivers the final spear that pierces through King Kong. Brusco catches MP the King. Good combo there, but MP the King slithers away.
A miserable time for the Super Fam. The Spear of Mystery by Outplayed. Perfect. A 2-man stun after he entered with the SOD. Able to catch Super Prince, and I believe that was Keller as well. Twisted. They have turned it up in an instant after, again, a surprise initiation by Escalera. So far, it's been him leading the charge and setting up the potential game-winning MVP place.
Yeah, again, this is what you just talked about. Boom! Great usage of the Spirit of Misery, too, as Outplayed shows up, and then they're just gone in an instant. I'm actually so surprised how that played a part, too, and then King Kong, of course, has to deal with it as well, so that's a massive swing now for Outplayed in general. But, you know, like you mentioned, Escalera doing so great. And it's not often that you see the Guinevere, you know, come up to play. And this has been the story of Twisted Minds all throughout the regular season. The draft is what people wanted to see. And yeah, maybe they didn't have all the points that they wanted to. Sometimes they fell short. But they were the team that was always trying to really twist the draft, trying to go ahead and push the limits of whatever meta we were currently in, because we've had quite a bit of changes throughout this season just alone. And you throw in a Guinevere there, who we've seen pop up before. Oh, Brusco.
Brusco catches one. Immediately bursts down. Outplayed. Escalera caught in the crossfire. There has to flicker out as James with a dark wave to delay the attack of Onic. But Brusco again with a fist break. Trying to work on Escalera, but a major kill for Onic Philippines.
What a read by Brusco and Onic to find another diversion just to get here to the Lord in a better position, stopping Twisted Minds and their chances of potentially contesting this healthily.
Okay, a 5v2. Escalera still not in the picture. Hajizi already used up the feathered airstrike. King Kong quite low. Good. The dark wave there from James goes in with the inverted pursuit, dealing a lot of damage, but he's going to fall down. MP the King manages to get one, but the trade after trade for both of these teams. 2 will fall. Brusco only for Onic Philippines.
Hey, they stopped the Lord, though. Onic Philippines not able to just secure it just yet. They might start it back up. They have to go kind of reset.
Yeah.
Get Kirk back into the fight. He had to use a Revitalize earlier on. So Escalera and Hajizi, they're keeping tabs here.
Divo.
Super Friend's going to go ahead and join alongside Kirk, so they might push it here.
Another airstrike. Escalera jumps in, but gets potted out by Onic and bursted down by Keller as King Kong picks up the Lord.
Twisted Minds, they did their absolute best, but Brusco, 2 big plays in that long sequence. Number 1, of course, the initial catch onto outplayed as they were going to the Lord. Now, once you're in the Lord and Onic Philippines started it up, it looked like Twisted Minds and MP the King could take it away. But the moment MP the King saw blood, he saw so many members slow, Brusco got his fist break just in time. Fist wind as well, although it should be called fist bump. Come on, it's a big fist bump. So he was able to dish out the combo just in time to make sure MP the King gets interrupted.
Okay.
Oh, timing again. Conceal's going to be used. Brusco leading the charge alongside Kirk. They want these shields down. Tier 2 is still up in the mid, and the top finally goes down here too. That might be all they get with this Lord, is that Holy Shield. The Holy Defense is going to be popped now on the bottom lane. So Onic Philippines, being down a few thousand gold, earlier on, have now just turned the tides with the recent interaction. And Brusco, man, he's been doing this all series. You know, he's been the Badang.
3 Badang games.
It's just like, I don't want to say it's an easy job for him, because sometimes we've seen him get caught out.
Yeah.
But it's literally what Renmar said earlier. Just throw bodies. Like, that's what Badang does, and maybe that's why he's so buff. But, like, you just throw the bodies at them, and you're probably going to force a reaction or something else from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's why he's been so good. Every time that the wall comes up, even if you take out one, you only catch 1% out of the wall. That's either already a -1 or one dude that you're forcing to flicker, to use a dash. All very important resources in the pro scene. And Brusco's been fantastic so far in the recent sequences. Diversion. Okay, it's not going to lead into anything too crazy. And equally, on the other side, of course, Twisted Minds, it got to this position because Escalero's been great on this Guinevere. So it's like a roamer battle to see who could have the better set.
Okay, gonna fight for the purple buff, but MP the King goes in, forced to use the Retribution, but now Escalera trying to work on Kirk. A good dark wave there from James, forced out the flicker. AOG! And Brusco connects as well. The ultimate fighter for the side of Twisted Minds will fall down.
What a jump.
Man, Gatot and Badang together. What a read by Kirk, the patience. It was like, wait, have they used everything? Yeah, Kirk, go ahead, just jump in, man. And then Brusco was like, let me add him in a little bit more. I also have something with me back available right away. MP, no way, no way, no way! No way!
So they also connect, outplayed for Castello! Pops his Wind of Nature, he's working on Brusco against 3. King Kong is in the picture this time. Hajizi, he doesn't know where King Kong is, but they do have minions and the numbers. And now Twisted Minds twist it to their favor.
MP?
MP outplayed. My God! Earlier was the whole Gatot, Badang, all right, let's bruise him up, and then the Joy and the Moskov suddenly makes magic together as well. Fantastic back and forth by these two.
Oh goodness, and that's going to get them the objective too. What did you call the Moskov earlier on? What was he?
A spear-wielding hottie.
That was spear-wielding hottie.
I was hoping you'd forget that.
Well, we didn't. And now they remember if they missed it earlier.
Oh, man.
Wielding hot. Again, we're about to approach the 15-minute mark. What do we call that again, Renmar, after the 15-minute mark?
Gotta go to the bathroom.
Hey, at this point, he's got his Malefic gun now too. So Outplayed is locked in. He's got some extra range to work with. He's ready for the contest against Kelra here, because Kelra had that earlier on. He's still working. What is he going to go? BOD?
Yeah, it's all about who has a longer reach.
Longer reach and more damage.
That's what it's all about. It's about the long-range pokes. I want to hurt you, but from afar.
From afar.
From afar.
It's like sending your most hated establishment a very strongly worded letter.
Yeah. Or a bad review.
I was going to say reviews. Like now, I mean, we are in 2025.
Yeah.
You want to send a letter, go ahead. But I don't know if they're going to get that. Now, the base siege. Twisted Minds. We'll see if they don't press it in. Kirk's in trouble.
Kirk. But he decides to walk away as Onic Philippines will take care of this Lord.
All right. Twisted Minds doing what they can to force reactions out of Onic Philippines, especially with a feathered airstrike, and of course Escalera going. Ingan, chill, man.
Chill, Ingan. I mean, you can take a drink of water.
How can I chill if King Kong does something like that? Almost, though.
You're mid-drink and like...
Didn't cast a Wiki Shadow because he saw that there are a lot of members for side of Twisted.
Yeah. All right. That would have been cool. Let's see if we can get another chance at that. Maybe they were just like they were stretching out the muscles to see if they were going to pull off that play, try to get the shadow and whatnot. Let's see.
All right. Well, back to it. Twisted Minds has gotten themselves the lead that they need. They should be able to go just in this next low that comes up in about a minute or so. Kind of take control of the area. You saw the Divine Glaive picked up by Hajizi now. He's been really good with the Feathered Airstrikes and just surviving too. And that's always one of the advantages of having that Farsa there. You can see as this game continues on, though, the kind of swing back and forth, it relies so much for Onic Philippines to just choose their fights correctly. Yeah. We saw how much they had to go ahead and throw at Twisted Minds, and then eventually it's like, okay, we could possibly surprise them with a diversion.
Yeah.
We could go ahead and utilize the Gatakacha's jump with the Avatar of the Guardian, but even Brusco. So if they run down that checklist and they run out of options there, I think that's where Twisted Minds really kind of shines. And they are able to go ahead and be quite bursty in the magic department. But then you kind of throw in the focusing mark emblem there too, and that helps with some of the bursts that we're seeing and why I feel like Onic Philippines is left in check in some of these fights. Because if they get even a couple shots down with a Feathered Airstrike, we know how aggressive Hajizi is with a Farsa. That's a lot of times where they're just kind of left there being like, all right, we probably don't want to take this fight. So they don't take that diversion. They're going to conceal. Lord has started up with Twisted Minds, so they get in position. Brusco's going to jump in.
Okay, who's going to initiate first? Escalera has to conceal, but gets spotted out by Kirk. Now,
oh no,
they commit everything onto Kirk, but he has to revitalize, so Onic was able to free hit, though, and they were able to take down Kirk.
All right, Twisted Minds still has to be very careful, though. They're up against a Hayabusa. They know that there's a chance that King Kong can steal this away. Already zoned out. Hajizi, great use of the Feathered Airstrike, plus the Flicker. A bit early, but it's forced rotations out of Onic Philippines, and Super Prince is low.
Good zone. Good zone there from James as Twisted Minds will get the Lord.
Wow.
Onic concedes.
Yeah, they had to. I mean, they might have taken a risk, but then again, it's like, all right, maybe we shouldn't. You know, yes, King Kong might have been able to go ahead and swoop on in there and try to get that retry off, but it's better that they don't. Some key items are being picked up on here on both sides. How does this look on the defense side for Onic Philippines, Renmar?
Oh, they do have the Loyi and the Clint with them, so as long as they watch their positioning, Twisted Minds will be receiving a lot of damage. But maybe it's like what we said in game number 1. Twisted Minds can just try and throw bodies here. The difficult thing about doing that as this lineup is that you're up against a Badang, wherein if you're not careful, you get caught by the Badang, you're going to get caught by the Gatakacha in turn, which means that the Loyi and the Clint are both going to be set up to be able to do damage. And you saw just how much damage Escalera took from a few hits from Kellera.
Oh, this is big. Escalera can just go ahead and force this even with a Flicker if he wants to. So the Lord charges in. Top turret of Onic Philippines is going to be taken out. Mid, the next focus. They got to clear out this Lord here. They're in a tight position. Oh!
Brusco front back. They tried to make a play there, paired up with the AOG, but still they were able to work on the Lord and just lost one inhibitor turret.
That might have been enough to put enough pressure to go ahead and stop more damage to the base here.
Yeah, and I think Twisted Minds can actually continue this. They can keep up the offense.
Oh no.
Diversion, they're going to be sending Kirk.
They sent down Kirk. Good taunt onto MP the King as MP the King work. Oh, Escalera! Immortality popped and Brusco is the first man down. Outplay just dishing out the damage. Kirk trying to soak up the damage. Kel's gonna pick up a kill onto Escalera. A roamer for a roamer. James left behind. He still has his immortality though. As King Kong went for it. Oh! Got dodged down by James.
Still alive. He gets away just in time. And here comes the evac helicopter.
And he held on to the immortality too.
Yeah, he didn't lose it.
Didn't lose it. Got so close there. So, given all that happened, Onic Philippines still holds on to the one turret in the bottom lane. So, with Twisted Minds, the tools that they had, you know, they can't just kind of blindlessly go for that base push from Onic Philippines. They have to continue to watch out for those off angles. And that's what we saw Onic Philippines try to utilize there on the base defense. So, they find themselves once again at this point. Lord is coming up in 10. How do they play around this? Everyone's going to be up, but some crucial battle spells are also not available for this. So they'll kind of delay things most likely, because even on the other side, Twisted Minds doesn't have, what, 3 flickers available just yet. So It is a beefed up Lord as well. Now that we're past the 20-minute mark, so Outplayed will start it up. And Onic Philippines gets the information. Keep an eye. There's diversion.
A conservative diversion. I thought that Onic Philippines would try to go for something incredibly aggressive, but they wanted to play it safe. They'd rather get the key figures in position first. Keller has to backtrack and clear the minion wave in mid. Finally has showed himself. I don't think King Kong showed up in the map of Twisted Minds just yet. Now already seen by James. Okay, they know where King Kong is. General idea. So now they're both just jockeying for position, trying to get a better one.
Look at
While
Escalera.
Escalera, exactly, might pull off the play of the series so far. If he can get a massive conceal, knock up full Violet Requiem in, and save Twisted Minds' hope of chasing the Immortal Cup.
Immortal Cup at stake here. Escalera waiting patiently on this side of the map.
Can he make some magic?
He can. Hey. Brusco's going to go up there, though.
They know.
They know Escalera. Is he still going to try to make a move?
Force them back.
Oh, he's just spotted out, so they disengage from it and still. Oh, King Kong was even a half health. This might be a sign or a moment for them to go.
There's a diversion also. They're trying to send out Kellera. King Kong in the lower brush there. MP the King already used up the electrifying beats.
Look at the top minion wave. Someone has to clear that on the side of Onic.
Oh, they know. They got to send Super Friends up there. Wave pushing in. Oh!
Okay, Kirk used AOG defensively, but the minions though! The minions has spawned. Okay, King Kong, we shadow kill, but with their crown play there from MP the King as Twisted Minds works on the Lord and they will successfully secure the Lord. Escalera picks up King Kong, popped his immortality. MP the King working on the back, and they were able to burst down the two junglers. Killer dishing out the damage onto James. He still has his immortality, but another pickoff, another setup from Escalera.
Magic made indeed. They needed a moment. They needed something. They needed hope, and it came in the form of Escalera. Both junglers down, though. Twisted Minds, can they end it here to force this series to go on? Can their chase for the Immortal Cup in the Champions Arena live on?
Gonna have to do it. GZ going up on the top side. Brusco, and now the force to fight.
Okay, good. Cancel. With the Feather Airstrike, Brusco already used up his ultimate though. Keller being able to do it, damage Escalera here. Brusco again trying to soak up the damage as James goes in. Kirk being able to dish out damage onto the Lord. Inhibitor turret down bottom has now been exposed, and Onic will be able to clear out the Lord.
That was a great defense. They had to juggle that around properly. And yes, both junglers being gone. Onic Philippines holds on. All base turrets down though. A little bit of damage to the base, but ultimately still in this game, almost at the 24-minute mark.
A question that might haunt Twisted Minds though. Did they play that too safe? I understand why they were playing it safely. Them getting wiped out at that moment meant that Onic can just rush it straight into the base, and it's going to be what? MP the King, most likely the only one left to try and defend it. But could they maybe have just stayed a little bit longer to try? It seems like they were trying to count King Kong's respawn there, who was very close because they knew him coming in with a shadow kill. But my mind cannot stop lingering on the thought of what if, right?
Yeah.
What if?
Yeah.
And that might be the question.
Yeah, they need to start throwing bodies like what Onic has been doing. And now, 24-minute mark, Renmar, this is your HLG.
Yeah, another hella long game.
Yeah.
Hella long game.
This is a hella long series. It was like almost 16 minutes in game 1, 19 minutes in game 2, and we're getting close to 25 minutes in game number 3. And it's a best of 5 series.
That's great. I hope we get to witness another game here too with Twisted Minds. The way that they've been playing this, they should have total control of this next Lord even. You can already see the positioning happening here.
Yeah.
King Kong will go ahead and scout some about. I think we have to see Onic Philippines pull some of their own magic, you know, utilizing Super Friends especially for this. But it just seems so difficult to get an advantage in terms of positioning around these objectives for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing MP the King pull off some magic as well. It was him who was able to stop King Kong twice in that long Lord dance, the last one that we saw, and him able to use the Winter Crown at the right moment so that King Kong's shadow kills effect would be minimized, forcing King Kong to shadow out. So MP the King is showing up some magic here, outplayed the rest of Twisted Minds, so it's just like, who can be more magical at the right moment, the right time, the right trade? It's so crucial now, 25 minutes in, getting closer to 26. And Onic are trying to open up the map. They're trying to apply pressure. They're sending a 3-man hit squad of the Lo Yi, the Clint, and the Badang. The two fastest damage-dealing heroes you have, but it was spotted out by Twisted Minds with the Sentry.
Yep, so they're just going to go ahead and pop the diversion. They already know, the plan was foiled. We got to go back from this. And so it's ultimately just grab your buffs while you can, and maybe we'll meet at the Lord here as they go ahead and get ready. 26 minutes in. Gold lead, it pretty much doesn't matter at this point. What really matters is how it's executed with the tools they have. And realistically, it just seems like Onic Philippines has had some trouble getting to these targets. The Immortalities, they really haven't been able to even pop some of them in some of the exchanges that they had, because there's just so much mobility you could see from Twisted Minds too. So once again, kind of just staring off here for this Lord. It's going to be quite a bit of work to actually take this one down already. And the waves, you see the mid lane, it's going to be met with that wave, that fresh wave pushing in. They still have to clear it though, and they can always rely on Super Prince, and that's why you have them staying so close to Super Prince so that he can just kind of send in who he needs with that diversion.
Oh, Twisted Minds.
Diversion, where's it going?
Okay, they're gonna wait for the diversion though. Onic was able to clear out the minions down bottom, so they have enough time to actually make a play here. Still, they don't know where they are. Diversion is there. They're gonna send him back.
Unchecked.
Oh, MP's there though. He sees them.
Okay, Brusco already committed.
Oh
the
my goodness!
And Killer got eliminated immediately. Twisted Minds was ready for the attack of Onic.
Blasted Onic Philippines. The gambit, it didn't work with King Kong. King Kong found MP the King.
Okay, but in exchange, Super Friends also got taken down. King Kong under Shadow, Escalera on the chase alongside Outplayed, Kirk with the AOG. Beautiful cast over the Ouija Shadow Kill. Will he be able to escape though? As James working on Brusco. Kirk caught in the crossfire there. Had Cheesy used up the feathered airstrike. Good pin down there from Outplayed to force out the immortality. Winter Crown Blade. Is this enough time, bot? For the Sonics.
That might have been enough time. I mean, now with Twisted Minds, 4 members up, they can force into the base. They know, what do we got? 30 seconds away for Kelra and Super Prince. It's Brusco and King Kong only.
Okay. James, Hajizi's Spear of Destruction is not going to connect, but the minions are here and backs against the wall. Twisted Minds, they don't care. They extend the series.
It ain't over just yet. I can hear Brigida's reaction and I will mirror it. Oh my God. That's exactly how we feel all across the world. This series is not over yet.
And that's right, because we don't want it to be done in a sweep. Again, our first match of the playoffs here in MPL Philippines season 15. I feel you, Brigida, and I'm sure Rockhart has a lot to say as well, so we're gonna go ahead and pass it over to our panelists to break down Game 3.
My gosh. Oh my golly, indeed.
That was insane.
That was such a good game to watch. As a fan, as a viewer, and I could definitely feel the energy from our audience earlier. That was nearly 30 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, that was a huge game for Twisted Minds. A very long one. It wasn't as easy as, getting a game 1 snap. It was 30 minutes. They were in the base, they backed off again. They were in the base, they backed off again. They were trying to be clean, they tried to be sure, and because of all of that, we have game number 4.
Hats off. Hats off to our game MVP. That's going to be Escalera on the Guinevere, who I believe was one of the very few people to actually try and be consistent in trying to prove and pull off this unorthodox kind of a pick, because there were some ups and downs in terms of their histories in using the Guinevere during the regular season, and there were some moments where they indeed were able to prove themselves, and this is probably the best game where they were able to so far.
100%. We had our doubts when Escalera just, insta-locked the Guinevere earlier, but you know what? He's proven us wrong time and time again in that last one. Again, not the perfect Guinevere game, but just enough to really put a wrench in the cogs of Onic in that one.
In both the early stages of the game and the late game, the HLG, the Hello Late game, there were so much key spatial migrations coming in from Escalera. During the early stages of the game, he gave way to the first 3 kills to be easily taken there by Twisted Minds. And then towards the latter portions of the game, he just always consistently found key targets. And this is where he found King Kong, where they handed over 2 consecutive deaths onto King Kong. And that's something you're not used to seeing from the King of the Jungle.
Yeah, not everyone can do that. That's also one of the impressive things. I mean, earlier on, King Kong already had a bit of a tough time dealing with Outplayed with that one, dealing with the Farsa. I mean, Haji did it so well on the Farsa right here. You expect the Farsa to die so much, but it didn't.
He barely did. He barely did. We are going to double check in our post-game stats the number of times, if any, that Hajizi actually went down. Because as far as we could remember, we were already past 20 minutes into the game, but he has not died once. Not once on this Farsa, even despite the presence of a Gadot, even despite the presence of a Badang, who could have potentially always looked for the Farsa. He was so on point in terms of positioning himself every single time. And mind you, even towards this moment, the way Haji was able to position himself here and land those feathered airstrikes onto Kelra, it spelled out the end for Onic Philippines.
So impressive. Again, it's difficult enough to do it with the heroes that they have, but to also survive that against the world champions, against the Season 14 champions, is already a feat in and of itself. So big props to Twisted Minds here. Hajizi definitely a bit of an unsung hero in this one, as well as Outplayed. Obviously, well, Outplayed was like the spear, the spear-wielding hottie. how, as they say in ancient times.
I don't want to say it.
Thou art a spear-wielding hottie.
Yeah. But it's a cool way to call Moskov. I mean, just look at how impactful this guy is. Whenever there is a spatial migration landed by Escalera, and when it's close to a wall, it's almost always a sure kill when Outplayed is within the area. And when you need him to either do the split pushes, when you need him to catch up using the SOD, he's a very reliable gold laner.
Yeah.
Even dying once, just once in this game. And to confirm, yes, Hajizi did not die at all. He's 407 on this Farsa. So Onic Philippines were not able to deal with him at all.
Yeah, again, it was so difficult to deal with just because I think at most parts of the game, the Clint from Kelra didn't do as much burst as we thought it would. So this is the biggest surprise for me from Onic's lineup. Super Friends even doing more damage than the Clint did in that game.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and we will be confirming this later on, Kelra immediately picked up the Endless Battle into the Sea Halberd and the Malefic Gun. So it wasn't necessarily like that all-out damage kind of build that you were expecting to see, or from, I'd say, other kinds of gold laners that could have been picked up, which are purely DPS and just all about shredding those members that'll come out from Twisted Minds. It was a different story this time around for Kelra, but we have to look at how Onic Philippines still is able to take home all of these titles in that game. That was such a close fight, and they were still able to do relatively well, even up until the 28-minute mark. It just so happened that during that particular setup for the objective, it was Twisted Minds that was more prepared and well positioned.
Yeah, the damage profile obviously also was problematic. It still felt like an Onic that we know and love.
Yes.
They're the Onic that kind of just plays it out, knows very well how to position themselves, knows how to start those team fights, but the follow-through was a lot different. It felt like it was lacking in a lot of these fights.
Actually, earlier for the first 2 games, Brusco on the Padang felt like he was always eager to start things up. But now, up against Joy, up against MP the King, it's almost like Brusco had to do something to stop him. He had to respond and deny MP the King of whatever he wanted to do. And now we will be looking into, I believe, the item progressions as well, which took place in this game, because it has been very interesting. We put a lot of highlight on our game MVP. That is none other than Escalera. And if you would look closely at the item progressions here, actually, he never went for a full item, not until the 14-minute mark. He decided to go, as we call it, the chop suey build, only picking up either the Dreadnought armor, either the magic robe, up until that moment where he decided to pick up the immortality as his first item. So you know that he just really wanted to go in for that well-rounded defense, be able to sustain things a little longer because he was there to set things up. That was his main role on the Guinevere, and it is very commendable how he was able to carry out majority of it, especially in key moments of the game. That is both, again, in the early and the late stages of the game, and especially when it came to the late stages where he was much more equipped. He had a lot more of the items that were necessary to deal with the damage. That was where we probably felt that, yeah, the damage profile really feels lacking for Onic Philippines, because especially on the targets which were most accessible to them, they could barely deal the necessary damage, and that's on Escalera.
It's one of those games where King Kong was actually struggling to make pickoffs happen, despite having a bit of a good early game anyway. I mean, they were trying to steal his purple buffs a lot, but he was actually coming out on top with those. So I was really like looking for that big boom, that big moment where the spike would happen from Onic, and it felt like it didn't happen at all in game number 3.
Yep. Here though, definitely, that mastery on the Guinevere provided to us by Escalera, no one should be questioning it anymore.
That's right.
After this game. And let's head into a quick meta check this time around for Twisted Minds. And as we've seen in that previous game, of course, what we're seeing from here are statistics coming in from their regular season performance, and we're not seeing those high numbers similar to what we saw from Onic Philippines' side. But at least you see here how the joy seemingly makes a really huge difference. There was a Badang, there was Brusco on the other side. There was that on Onic Philippines, who every now and then did a great job in stopping MP the King. But this felt like literally MP the King unleashed, you know? He was just able to do everything he wanted. And there was seemingly no threats from the damage dealers of Onic Philippines.
That's true. That's what we're looking for here. A big question for that Clint pick was also, would it be a possible, could it have been a good Kimmy lineup? Could it have been a good Bruno lineup? So those are things that might be answered by us later for Onic. But for Twisted, they do have a lot of picks that they have tried out right there on the lower left that didn't really get any wins.
Yep.
It's a big list, guys. It's a big list.
It's a long list, and there are some unique heroes too that you could probably see on the lower right portions, but we're yet to see something similar to this again. And that's probably one of the most interesting things so far about this series, because it does feel like Twisted Minds, although they keep on teasing us about all these surprise picks and plans they have, it doesn't feel like they're actually showing us any of that. It's just more of like a much refined version of what Twisted Minds was trying to accomplish in the first few weeks of the regular season.
So it's like, it's just like a continuation of their mission to become the meta shapers, I think, which, in fairness, they were able to really prove that you need to ban certain heroes against them, at least, right? It doesn't really translate a really high placement, but you know what? They're here. They were able to pull out a bit of an interesting lineup and still win with it. We are 2-1 so far. So they actually might be able to do this, Brigida. I don't know.
Are you telling me there's a chance that it might happen in the actual do or die?
I mean, every game's a do or die for them now.
Right
but
now, yeah.
It feels like there's just fight. It's good to see that at least for Twisted Minds, there's still that fight within them that can really go toe to toe against the current world champions. Again, they're probably the team that has the hardest matchup so far in this whole playoffs.
Yep, and awaiting whoever wins from the series, if I'm not mistaken, it's Aurora. So that's another thing you have to think about.
Big hurdle.
There's some sort of similarities between these two, if any. And
for the longest time, it's been Aurora and Onic toe to toe.
Based on how this is looking, Twisted Minds, they're starting to get that groove.
Yeah, getting in that groove might just be the difference maker here in the playoffs. The playoffs is a big difference from regular season. It's a big swap out, so stuff can change. That's why you have to keep watching. Let's throw it over to our host, though. I think we're doing something on the stage while we're waiting for Game 4 to get started.
thank you to our panelists, Womi and Chantel. Nararamdaman niya that they will continue to twist the game. Narinig ko nga kanina si Midnight sabi niya, they're twisting the game, let's do the twist. Mangyayari kaya yon sa Game 4? Pero you know what?
What?
Before we see that, Hans, we have champions in our mids here. A big round of applause for our MDL Season 5 champions, Onic 9 Lives! Gusto ko yan moves na yan. Paki-flex naman ang inyong trophy. Ayan.
Trophy, raising it all up and high. Guys, welcome. I know na you've been here for a while kasi nakikita ko rin kayo every now and then na nanonood talaga kayo ng MPL dito mismo sa arena. But now the spotlight is yours. Go ahead and introduce yourselves para sa lahat ng nakakita sa inyo for the first time.
Ako po si Kane, jungler ng Onic X9 Lives.
That's Kane.
I'm Sean po, post-4 ng Onic 9 Lives.
I'm Kaloy po, Rom ng Onic 9 Lives.
Lanzo po, Expelena ng Onic 9 Lives.
Coach Wright, coach ng Onic 9 Lives.
Rex po, Godley ng Onic 9 Lives.
Kryptonite po, tank support ng Onic 9.
Nasha po, Godley ng Onic.
Wow, thank you so much for joining us here. Unang-una, before we talk about your kuyas right in front of us right now, ano yung feeling na hawak-hawak nyo na ang MDL trophy nyo?
Yeah,
Kaloy,
kamusta?
you wanna take this question? All right. Anong feeling na naging champions kayo for this season for MDL?
Nakakaisip po ko, taas po, di po ako mapaniwalang champion kami.
Coach, what about you? How proud are you of all of them here na kayo ang naging champion?
Sobrang saya po. Tsaka proud na proud ako sa kanila kasi yung iba dito rookie lang pero nakuha na agad nila yung champion.
Diba? Grabe.
Yeah,
so, isa pa coach, I'm sure you're proud of all of them here. Pero as I said, yung mga kuyas nila ay nandito and they're fighting for their chance to get the Immortal
That's
Cup.
right.
Yes, so what is your message for Onic right now as they're about to have Game 4? Sean?
Gusto ko lang po sabihin sana ma-close out na yung series tsaka good luck sa mga future games sila. Tapos ayun, get the championship na mga guys.
Get the championship, Kuyas. Okay. What about the others?
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, gusto ko rin malaman kay Sean. Because again, this team, I think you've been together for a while now. Di ba? Madalas tayo magkakasama. Talk to us kung paano ba nabuo ang team na to at saan kayo nagsimula before you got that championship.
Ano po talaga, nagpa-tryout po si Coach Wright. Then, ayun, napili po kami ni Coach Wright. Tapos, yun na.
You were
Si
the right
Coach,
choice
ikaw yung
of
start.
Coach Wright. Coach Wright, ano
Ikaw
bang
yung
meron sa mga
beginning.
batang tot nakitaan mo ng potential?
Bali, last season, nandun na si Kane tsaka si Sean, tapos si Kryptonite tsaka si Codrex. Then, nung nagpa-tryout ako, nakuha ko bali si Lansu, tsaka si Nosha.
All right. Hindi, excited lang si Coach to be here in front of us right now. So how long have you been playing as a team? Yung core team nyo, Coach, before you had, how long na kayong naglalaro together as a team sa MDL?
6 months po, kasi maaga rin yung preparation namin for MDL nung last.
Oo. So ano yung naging preparasyon nyo? Kasi sabi mo nga may mga bago sa team. Ano yung preparations nyo for the MDL playoffs? Kasi kitang-kita naman nag-work. Kayo yung champions for this season.
That's right.
Preparations nyo.
Bali, yung sinasamahan namin ng team bonding yung practice namin para mas mabilis kami mag-sync. Kasi yung iba dito, first time na nakapasok So, parang dun, ayun yung way namin para mas mapabilis yung sync nila sa mga old players.
Alright, and speaking of team bonding, ano yung ginawa nyo? Last question, last two questions. Ano yung ginawa nyo nung nanalo kayo sa playoffs? Ano yung ginawa nyo to celebrate?
To celebrate.
Kumain lang, tapos tulog na.
Kumain, tapos tulog, tapos laro ulit.
That's it. You're
Alright,
right.
I want to ask you to invite everyone there sa mga nangangarap na maging part din ng MDL and MPL. What's your message for all of them here to be like everyone here
To be
na naging champions din?
Sa mga nangangarap makapasok sa pro scene, wag lang kayo susuko. Then kung gusto niyo talaga is, yun nga, wag kayo susuko.
Kung gusto nyo na talaga, kaya nyo yun. Huwag kayong sumuko. With that said, we still have teams here who do not want to give up. They want to continue their stories here at MPL PH Season 15 playoffs. With that said, let's throw it back to our panelists. Womi, Chantel, it's up to you now. Take over.
If there's anything we learned from that interview, Brigida,
Don't give up.
and don't give up.
Don't give up. Don't
So
give up.
don't give up and don't give up.
Yep. Those are the MPL PH Season 5 champions, Onic
Congratulations.
Lives. Congratulations to them. I was there when it happened. It was a very jam-packed venue, and
We were literally sitting like here, like this.
It was a close Series 2. I think they maxed out the series as well, and they were up against Aurora Hunters, Aurora MLBB's MPL team, and it was a very emotional one, you know? Like, I saw their players, like the Aurora Hunters, being very emotional after that, but even in MDL, that's just how competitive it is here in the Philippines.
It really is. The Aurora Hunters were really good as well. They were able to get a game.
Yeah.
But after that, I think it was 2-1, right? Or was it 1-1 and it became a 2-1 and then it was just over at some point. I think we saw a really good mental fortitude coming in from Onic 9 Lives, losing out on game number 1. And that was just it. That was just as good as it gets. For the region though, we're talking about gold lane rankings, and look at that. Kelra closing it out. Very basically in the echelon, the upper echelon of the gold lanes.
Higher than average. If you were probably gonna take the average of of all the players here, Savero is also a bit on the other end of like the range we're seeing among the players, among the gold laners here. But yeah, these are like the third seeds of the world. Right? And I know it's surprising to see the former champions here, but it is what it is.
It is, and again, very notably, 2 Onic players currently on third seeds. So that's something. That's something. Right now, we have a blue side selection here for Twisted Minds, not going for the red like Onic usually does. It feels like they're very comfortable where they are, right there on the blue, making that first pick happen, maybe surprising us with something else. Again, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for something really crazy. Yep. We're going to the draft here for game number 4 though. And we saw it earlier, right? You saw when we were peering down the players. Twisted Minds was very, very calm.
Yeah, Coach Bonchan was all smiles while they were preparing themselves for the draft. And I believe we'll be alongside Redmar again. I hope he didn't take the wrong call.
I hope he's already done with the customer service.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, joining us, Renmar. There you go. I hear him.
Okay. There you go. Is the Joy first pick appearing soon again? Or does Twisted Minds have a different plan in mind? Because it did work really well for them earlier in game number 3. Game number 3.
You know what? This is funny. I was thinking about like possible hero picks to make an appearance here that Twisted Minds might force. I was actually thinking they will go for healer roams. Which is something that happens a lot in high-rank RGs here in the Philippines.
Like the Florians
like
and all that?
Florin, yeah. But apparently they're not really going that route quite yet. Very happy to just deny that joy away from Onic.
Yeah, I mean, they're top 1 in terms of average heal to allies, but a very much more like Onic. First 2 picks are appearing so far. It's still the Badang, but this time it's not the Clint, it's the Moscow for Kelra.
Yeah, Renmar, what do you think about this? Twisted Mind just letting the Badang through over and over again. What's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're gonna stop the Badang or you have to stop the Badang, but I think it's the adjustment of Onic Philippines in this draft that's so much better. In game number 3, they picked up the Badang and Lo Yi. I really thought that they'd rush the Moscow pickup then because that's your main answer against the Joy, but now that they pick it up, they don't have to worry about the Joy so much. Now, they have to worry about the Baksha, which I think might actually be going into the roam here because you already see the Focus EXP, the Joy in the jungle. It's 100% a roam Baksha, something that we've been seeing pop off more in global MLBB.
Yeah, because I mean, these 3 roles revealed so far by Twisted Minds are the roles where a Baksha can go into. But you've already revealed that it is potentially going to go into the roam, which I feel really suits Escalera and the playstyle he's been showing us so far.
It really does.
He just keeps going in and looking for the targets.
It looks so good, not to mention it also has that added benefit of basically disabling any hero roams. Like, I know it's not going to happen, but that's a side benefit. Yeah. Also works very well against Kimmy in this current meta.
Well, they did ban it out though.
Yeah, I mean they didn't need to ban it out, but you know. if in case, you know, Onic thought about picking up the Kimmy, it was a very good pick against it. So now we're trying to see if we can get back to that mid focus. How has Super Friends been doing on the mid, Renmar, and what other heroes might you want to see from him?
Ooh, considering that there's a Baksha on the other side, I would not be mad if he went up and picked up a Valir here. Considering that he was one of the players that... Actually, no, he was the player from the regular season that made the Valir really pop off. And I think that's an option that they're going to be considering. Usually you want to pick it up against slower lineups in the jungle. But even though it is still a Baksha and Phoveus, I'd still consider that as a pick. However, they're going to be locking into the sheer burst damage. So they might still go down the burst damage route, but I wouldn't mind the Valir. Like, something about it just seems like it'll be a really good pick.
Although it doesn't necessarily match, like, or it doesn't directly answer like the speed and the aggression that can potentially come in from Twisted Minds, it can serve as a great way to punish. Like, whenever there is gonna be a failed attempt from Escalera, there's almost no way out once you already decide to commit your Baksha Shield Unity and you get to put yourself in a position right in front of the members of Onic Philippines. So that can be a potential route, because if it's just about punish, the Valir and the Padang together might be lethal for Twisted Minds. And there you go!
Oh man!
Called and
I actually got it? Cool!
You did. Looks great, doesn't it? I mean, that does work very well against the first 3 picks of Twisted. It also kind of leaves a little bit of a wiggle room. Kind of just can do whatever you want for that last pick here.
Oh, dang.
But there's the Eve, kind of just has pretty good range, decent range against the Valir. Also doesn't immediately die against the Valir as well.
Granger,
and the Granger, there you go. More mobility, kind of needs to... enables them to dance around the Valir as well.
So at least they get to control the box to some extent, and they just allow for more room, again, for MP the King to rarely find his targets. But they complete their lineup with a Cho, so these are multiple setup heroes that Onic Philippines are deciding to show us.
Thoughts about this, Renmar?
That was a really good shift that Onic did there at the end of their draft. They are now a much more mobile lineup with a Cho in the roam, and then they sent the Padang into the EXP lane instead. That means that what I thought was a very, very good Eve pick for the side of Twisted Minds and Hajizi might mean that this is going to be too mobile, too crafty a lineup that they have to face against.
It does feel like it.
The Cho oftentimes might just be the one to force you to use the real-world manipulation, even during timings wherein you do not want to use it just yet. And for Onic Philippines, probably they're sensing that they really need to find an answer to Haji, because Haji has done a spectacular job in game number 3.
Let's see if he can repeat that here in game number 4. Throw it over that casters.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down again. It's game number 4 upon us. They extended the series off of an amazing long game for Twisted Minds. Can they do it again to take us all the way to 5 games? We'll see if it happens. Brusco early on. Whoa.
Oh, MP the King, first blood drawn.
Man.
To the Bruiser.
Oh, that's not good. That is not the start that Onic Philippines wanted. They want them dictating the tempo, but I think up against this Baksha, I just realized Baksha can roam around the map really well too, very quickly.
Oh, even Hajizi actually stopped the recall of Super Friends there, so enough time bought again for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's... I don't know, man. Maybe Brusco is just like, man, I'm tired of playing Badang. Like, Kirk, you play him. And
your turn.
Your turn. So, like, I don't know. Maybe because he's played them the past couple games, he's like, oh, yeah, oops, I forgot I'm playing the Cho. Like, you know, and ends up dying early on. So, Twisted Minds with that little bit of an advantage. And mind you, that little bit of advantage going to MP the King on the Joy is going to pay dividends, I feel like, especially into the first objective. You can see how aggressive he's being, right? He's on that side of the jungle, and Kirk is there, gives them the information, so they might try to make a play before even that first Lord comes up, especially if Brusco does happen to have that Way of the Dragon by the time the turtle comes up. Then maybe they can make something happen. But this debut pick for Escalera, whoa, Hajizi,
Forced out the flicker.
How's this Baksha roam work, man? Like statistically, I know we've seen it around the other regions, but how good is it?
It's the speed, bro, and how tanky you are. The fact that you're also providing a healing reduction. It's just a solid pickup. I'm not sure of the total win rate globally, but it does pop up often that I ended up having to make a post about him.
You made a post about it. Well, right now, that'll help him go ahead and secure the first objective. Turtle secured. And outplayed too. It looks like he's going ahead and winning his lane against Kelra right now. So a lot of good things happening for Twisted Minds in this game 4. And yeah, MP, like I said, the fact that he's got this early start's great for him. I'm wondering how King Kong's going to go ahead and play catch up here a little bit, or if he's able to just kind of farm up, you know, do his thing.
Yeah, he might even pull off his very own turbo. Is that turbo jungling pattern?
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think it was.
Back in the Keys of Victory?
Yeah, King Kong turbo jungling pattern again with a momentum-based hero like Joy, so that's a good sign for Twisted Minds. And not to mention, as you mentioned rather, Escalera from setting up to being literally the main information guy now for Twisted Minds. They always know where King Kong is rotating and where Brusco is hiding.
Brusco's level 4. I don't think you kick Escalera, obviously. Escalera, by the way, previous game, just had a hell of a game. I like to see that we are in this portion of, well, I guess Twisted Minds has always been like this. Escalera playing the more unorthodox picks, you know, the Guinevere, and now you have the Baksha here. Really takes a certain type of player, but also team to go ahead and let that happen and play around it. And again, I think as we get through this game and get through some of these objectives, it's like Brusco, he's got to be the guy to start these fights up. There isn't really going to be much anyone else to do it unless Kirk is around the area. But he's kind of just forced to be in his own, you know, lane and follow around James. And we know that James has been the player, or like the guy to play the Phoveus to a pretty good game. They might not have win all the time, but it's usually James that is just kind of wrecking the opposing teams when he does get his hands on the Phoveus.
Yeah, this might be one of those games where it's just going to be determined a lot by the major objective team fights. Usually when we have a Cho game, even a fast roaming pick such as the Baksha, there are skirmishes and little actions that happens in the river, in the jungle, but I think both Brusco and Escalera have just turned the page a bit and just decided, you know what, let's just focus on the major objectives. But wait, up top, this could be a big play.
Oh!
Yikes.
KK connection. Gets one on to outplayed as MP the King trades instead for the turtle. So outplayed for a turtle.
All right, so the two roamers have their eyes set on the major objective, but the difference is the junglers. King Kong wanted to help Kelra. MP wanted to get the major objective instead. But now it's a losing trade, it seems like, across the map for Twisted Minds, because Onic Philippines were able to get the tower up top.
Yeah, they got quite a bit. You know, they gave up the turtle, sure. That's 2 in the hands of Twisted Minds, but you get a nice kill for King Kong, and then you get that turret down. They're going to go ahead and bring them a little bit of an advantage, nothing too crazy, but still a play nonetheless for Onic Philippines. Now, Twisted Minds still in, I would say, you know, the majority of the control here, and working through it. You can see how the XP is going, too, across the board, and that's what I was wondering, you know, how would King Kong deal with that early advantage that MP had? And he's doing relatively fine, at least keeping up the levels, and that play up top was part of it.
Yeah. I mean, jungling pattern uninterrupted. Even if Escalera provides a lot of vision for Twisted Minds, it doesn't necessarily translate to getting King Kong out of his rhythm. And at the same time, yeah, the kill up top plus the turret takedown as outplayed gets a turret for himself.
This is like one of those games where it's like you don't want to fight. So it's like we're just going to go on opposite sides of the map and take these objectives while we can. And when we're ready, we'll fight. Because I feel like it's Onic Philippines just kind of waiting to see what Twisted Minds even does here. Mid lane might be the focus.
Want to go for the mid lane and got super friends. Brusco got caught in the crossfire again. Up against 5 members. Kirk just has to walk, but still he went in for the combo. Enough time bought to delay and save the turret. But gets taken down. Kelvin joins in the picture. Not going to be able to bring down anyone. And Twisted Minds, everyone survives.
This is exactly why I was gushing over the Eve pickup. Although, yes, there's still a possibility that it would struggle, but that was one of the best scenarios for HaJZ to drop down the real-world manipulation, bring down the star field down to the gods themselves, and now it leads to this. Another turtle taken by Twisted Minds without a problem. and a lot of threat in the center of the map now that Brusco and Super Friends are getting checked incredibly well by Twisted. Looking at the items, up to a Sky Piercer for the Granger. I was worried about the development of Outplayed in this game, but now he has a very slight lead over Kelra in the gold. And he has his core items. Brusco!
Connects with a kick, finds Haji. This time, Keller was able to dish out the damage to bring down one. They want to go for James. Escalera joins the picture. James was able to flicker up, but Keller goes in as well. Super Prince was able to take down James. Next target is Escalera and a 4-kill swing for the Sonics.
Brusco. And meanwhile, the whole time, here's King Kong pushing another turret down and will take a buff on top of it. Man, they came in and they said, I want it all.
Bro, it's all of the efforts of Twisted Minds in the past 2 minutes. You know what? Past 7 minutes of this game, just completely dashed, head bashed right into the wall as Onic Philippines. I thought that they'd only walk away with 1 or 2, but Twisted Minds decided to fight into it. The fact that Kirk timed his fist break and fist crack. Oh! King Kong found Hajizi, what?
A solo kill in the middle lane, and now they catch James also. There's no flicker, so he might fall down. Super Friends connects. Keller with SOD. He's not going to overcommit, though, but 4 members of the Sonics are still here. They want to push the mid lane.
Oh, they're just going to push that mid lane.
Yeah, it's all falling apart for Twisted Minds. Onic Philippines have found more than just second win. They found hope yet again. As it looked like Twisted Minds after that big sequence at the mid with Hajizi's real world manipulation leading into the 3rd turtle in a snap, in a flash. Onic Philippines have taken total control of this game.
Yeah, you know, Brusco took that first blood kill of MP the King personally.
Yeah.
After that first blood, he wanted to make a play for Onic, and that play in the mid lane that resulted to 4 kills for Onic was the turning point for the Sonics.
Brusco, every time I see Brusco, man, he's like the Hulk, you know? Like, he gets beat up, but it's like the more that he gets beat up, the more that he takes damage, like the angrier it gets and the more plays he pops off. Oh, mid lane again.
Infernal Pursuit forcing them out of position, and Brusco got caught again by MP the King.
No, you won't like him when he's angry.
King Kong joins the picture, and Kirk with a combo again to bring down Hajizi also.
Oh,
Spirit Destruction isn't gonna connect. Kirk, though, caught by 3. Just doing enough time to delay, and Twisted Minds catches 2.
Would have been a completely different story if Kelra's SOD hit. But at the end of the day, it's Twisted Minds who walks away with the victory there. It seems like they're rushing the Lord. They're looking for King Kong. MP found King Kong!
Oh, or did King Kong find MP? He's got to get out of there, though.
But Escalera stun! Beautiful outplayed, dishing out the Rhapsody and shuts him down! Right in the perfect moment, even James pops in! Beautiful cast with Dark Wave plus Flicker, but Super Friends was able to cast that ultimate, so it's King Kong down for Onic.
This game, it feels messy, but they're making so many good plays where they need to. The fight for this Lord, though, is crucial. And Onic Philippines, they might want to stop this.
Real Manipulation dropped down already. Spear of Destruction is going to connect. Kelmer goes in, but outplayed. Not going to be able to sustain it. Kelmer just wrecking havoc. Going to pick up 2. James might be the next target here. Super Friends in the picture. Will they still be able to take down Brusco? A double kill for Escalera, but an answer from Super Friends.
It's only the Magician left. The Lord will be marching out. Onic did enough to minimize what could have been an absolute destructive Lord take for Twisted. They'll be able to stop the Lord. Now Twisted has to recover from this because it looked good for them. While Onic Philippines, both of them recovering, tripping, falling down, getting back up again. It's a back and forth in the most epic proportions.
Oh man, I love it. I love what we're seeing right now for Game 4. The biggest thing that sticks out for me too for Onic Philippines really is Super Friends again on this Valier. The draft, our panelists were even surprised with it, and Super Friends has been playing really well. As the scales up with the items, though, that's where the Valier really turns into a menace for the opposing team.
Yeah.
And we're already starting to see that build up. And they fight for this space around the jungle. King Kong looking for an angle here, or maybe just to take the buff. They might try to go ahead and bait Twisted Minds into a fight. But they might want to not take this as they secure the buff for MP. So crucial things on both sides. Let's take a quick look at the items here for both teams.
All right. It's written in the star field right now for Twisted Minds. For the ultimate of Hajizi, only up to 2 items, but similar to Super Friends as well. Still neck and neck in terms of the gold. No one with a clear advantage. Wind of Nature already for the Granger. No Wind of Nature defensive item style yet for Kelra. Pure damage for the Moskov. Only up to Holy Crystal is MP the King. Actually decided to rush it as the second item. So that's just a slight adjustment for that. Malefic Gun just built up there for the Moskov. Oh man, this is it'll be very interesting. If you notice, no Dominance Ice built just yet. Still on the way for the third item is for Escalera. But Twisted Minds has been really relying on the passive of the Baksha to be able to reduce the healing coming in on the side of Onic Philippines. Now that Kelra's built up, Twisted Minds are going to be building that Dominance Ice on that Baksha at the right time. Question is, will they need another? I feel like they'll need another one. And that has to fall onto James' hands.
James, yeah. And with that, Onic Philippines, the biggest advantage they had is the amount of space they can maneuver. You know, they've got, what, 5 turrets down to 1 for Twisted Minds. And that's where the advantage on the macro level comes in, especially when we start having to consider the Lord takes here. So for Onic Philippines to continue to put pressure on the map and work with that advantage is what Twisted Minds has to deal with, and how they are going to approach that. Now, Brusco too, we've seen it time and time again. This Cho is so risky. If he decides to kick the wrong target to go in, James,
Tried to go in there with Infernal Pursuit, MP the King as well. But Twisted Minds decides to back off.
Yeah, you see the threat there of that Valir. Once he got the Vengeance Flame up, the Burst Fireballs. Stopping Twisted Minds just enough. MP the King really thought about popping his ultimate, but decided, no, it's going to be way too risky for me if I did that. And now the space provided means Onic Philippines will be able to start this Lord comfortably. They're just going to be waiting for Keller to get here with an SOD later on. Twisted Minds, if they can pull this off, force a game number 5, momentum will be in their favor.
Okay, Lord is up. Quarter of the health is down. It's going to go for some resets, though. Kelro will stay bottom side. And I feel like that's what we see every single time we have the Moskov come to play. We're just holding our breaths once that Spirit of Destruction is thrown out. But it looks like he's just going to join this one up as he makes his way for this fight. Oh, hold on, Kirk.
Already committed the combo there onto James. King Kong enters the picture. MP the King. Oh, a beautiful kick from Brusco though. But no follow-up for Onic. King Kong got caught by James. But was able to cast a Wiki Shadow Kill and brought down James. One more hit. Haji's with the RWM to bring down King Kong. MP the King working on Super Friend takes him down as well. 2 kills win for Twisted Mind. But the base, Kelra working on the turret.
Okay, it's Hajizi. He got back in time. Can he stop Kelra? Can he stop the Moskov? Twisted Minds are able to get this Lord. Kelra.
Okay, Kelra with a beautiful knockback, working on Hajizi. Winter Crown Blade this time connects. Escalera, Kelra. Escalera wins the fight.
Escalera and Hajizi just in time, stopping the split push. The Lord marching with Twisted. This could be road to game 5.
Oh my goodness. Oh my golly, as Brigida would say, because that could have been way worse for Twisted Minds. But they made it happen, and good thing that is a Baksha in the hands of Escalera to join the fight that fast.
If this was a Grand Prix, Twisted Minds literally just changed to the hardest of tires, and it's working out very well for them. No way, don't tell me Twisted Minds will actually force game 5. It's a 5v5 though.
Okay, they're trying to deal out damage. James goes in as well. As Escalera tries to zone him out. RWM already casted down. Kirk got caught again and got bursted down by Outplayed.
That's 2.
But MP the King will fall down. That's 2 for Onic. King Kong. Kelra working. That's 3. 3 members down for the Sonics. Kelra versus James. KK connection. Will they be able to do it though? Kelra was able to walk away as King Kong with a wee shadow kill. Gonna bring down James. Outplayed. Escalera has to back off, but they got one inhibitor turret.
And it's not over yet. KK holds on for the gods. King and Kelra holding on for Onic as Twisted Minds have solidified a lead here. It's not the lead, it's just a lead for a moment because the towers are too close and this game is too close to call.
Oh my goodness, taking a look at the replay again, this was a crucial defense for Onic Philippines, but even with this, again, that Spirit of Destruction, Kelra and King Kong, they're together to deal with that and even get James. What a play coming out for Onic Philippines. But man, you gotta remember, Twisted Minds is facing elimination from the playoffs with this. They have to win this game to get to a Game 5 to keep the hopes alive for now. And once again, we're going to look at the items here before this next objective comes up.
Winter Crown and Hajizi. We saw it in play earlier during the attempt of Kelra to finish the game alone, but that is going to be the item right now for Haji. I said it earlier, it's written in the star field of the Eve. It's written in Haji's hands. The pen is in his hands. A great real-world manipulation will reward them. We saw it earlier, but Onic just got to miraculously defend. Twisted has to do everything they can moving forward to make sure Hajizi does not die.
Crucial, man. That real-world manipulation has been so valuable to just everything that Twisted Minds has been doing, especially when we consider these Lords. It's up now. Both teams will go ahead and figure out how they want to approach this. Earlier on, I said, you know, the advantage for Onic Philippines was the fact that they had all that space to work with. They had the 5 turrets down. They might have gotten a couple more, but Twisted Minds has gotten that as well. Both base turrets to stand for both teams. It'll be Onic Philippines that starts up the Lord here. They've got positioning. Brusco's got an immortality, and James is going to be the one to scout things out. Lord sitting at half health. It's going to go for a soft reset while it does evolve. But now this is the question. Where does Escalera go? What angle do they take? And how does Twisted Minds deal with this? Onic Philippines will take their time here while James gives them all the information they need.
We're going to see another Lord dance once again. Previously in the last game, Twisted Minds executed Lord dances to perfection. They can replicate it now. Forced out Onic out of position. Escalera with a shield unity plus good steal. They may be able to burst out Super Prince. James goes in from the back. Real world manipulation from Ajazy. Gonna bring down Super Prince. King Kong was able to shadow out though. Brusco forced to use the conceal, and they forced back the Sonics.
They've only lost one. That is only one, but that might just be the crack in the armor that they need to take this Lord without a problem. Onic will have to concede it.
Oh no, are they actually going to try to contest this? Quarter the health on the Lord. Kelra's in the mid lane. It looks like they want to.
Kirk.
Someone has to defend.
Oh, Kelra's going down the mid.
Outplay gets the Lord. Winter Crown play there coming in from James. Brusco and Kirk on the chase for him. Brusco got caught again. Was able to cheat Kundu out, but the time's not turned for the Twisted Minds, forcing Onic to back off again.
All right, it's going to be a big 5v5. No flickers already for James and Hajizi. Super Friends, Kirk and Brusco. Key battle spells gone. Escalera will get his revitalized back. Escalera will have to go back and heal, but it seems like he's not going to do it. Lord pushing down bottom, minion wave up top, not going to be able to get cleared by King Kong as he has to go back for the defense. Minion wave in mid. This could be very, very tough for Onic. Can Twisted pull it off?
You're going to have to deal with it. The Lord is so beefy on this side. They don't have much of a front line. Escalera jumps in on Kirk.
Okay, used up the revitalize, also real world manipulation. Once again, dark wave from James. Brusco has to back off. King Kong with a shadow though. Escalera quite low, but they might be able to bring down Kirk. One more hit. Escalera picks up another. Keller worked on the Lord. They were able to save the mid lane, but
All right.
Which side was this on?
All right, inhale.
Oh, it looks like it's...
Exhale, all right.
Breathe with me. One more.
It happened right as Kirk went down, and there was a lull in the sequence.
It looks like it's on...
We get, as of now, we cannot tell which side called the pause. Called the pause, excuse me. But we are 20 minutes in. Oh, there, it's up there in your corner right now.
So it is Onic.
To the side of Onic Philippines.
Man, talk about a series, right? I mean, this is a 20-minute game we were just talking about earlier.
Yeah, and as I was saying, literally everything that Twisted Minds are doing in team fights is to keep Hajizi alive. They either die with a Starfield or they don't. And so far they're picking the route of let's make sure he just doesn't die. We use this real world manipulation, we make the most out of it, and if we need to go back to just make sure Hajizi stays alive, then we will go back. They're living and dying on the hill of Haji.
The hill of Haji. That's what they've got right now, man. They're in his world, and it's not manipulated. It's real, though.
Onyx world right now is They have to defend the push of Twisted Minds with just 4 members. Kirk again got bursted down. Although James had to back off, he was 1 hit away. And prior to the pause, he was, I think Super Prince might be able to take him down with the burn effect of his Valir.
We're heading in.
So let's see.
We're about to head on in. We got to catch up. What are we looking at with this base defense? We get a nice look at that turn in the mid lane. It's going to go down. They hold on to it. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, they do hold on to it. They can clear out the lanes. But Onic Philippines ultimately still in the game despite a demolished or nearly demolished base.
Not yet done for Onic. We thought the story was so obvious that everyone knew how this was going to be told, but I don't think anyone expected this. A game number 4 on the way potentially to a game number 5 with Twisted Minds 6th, barely making it into the playoffs, taking it to a team that has won in Malaysia again. Did they win in Indonesia? Yes, they did. They've won in so many countries across the world in the past few months.
You saw the if you missed the graphic that we showed earlier in the broadcast before the series even started, it was all the accolades and achievements that Onic Philippines has achieved just throughout the, last year or so. And right now with Twisted Minds, this is why I was saying going into this, I was like, yeah, they had their, downtime in the regular season and they probably didn't perform, but they were the team that was testing the limits of the meta.
Yeah.
And you can see it here. It is actually really working in their favor. Those 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks or so that we had off from the regular season and going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
It seems like Twisted Minds is a different team from what we saw in the regular season.
And in case you missed the one important plot hook that was discussed in the panel, Coach Bonchan has never been dropped in the first round of the playoffs.
I'd say that's a Bonchan bless.
It's the Bonchan effect. Now for Twisted Minds, 1.1k gold lead. Lord has spawned, but Onic Philippines putting a lot of pressure, trying to push in the lanes up top and down bottom. They actually created a slow push down there.
Wow. Calroy even getting a little more defensive. Picks up the potion here again, quite locked in. What is that one called again? Is it a rock potion? What's the defensive potion called?
I actually forgot.
It's the defensive one.
But it's the yellow-orange one.
The yellow-orange one. For some reason, I feel it's a rock potion.
Wasn't it rock potion? I remember
I think it's rock potion.
So
Don't doubt yourself, Nice.
Picks that up. A little more.
Okay. Prior to the pause, again, Kirk already committed the fist crack. So no ultimate for the Badang.
Yeah. Okay, I have to correct one thing, though.
Rock potion.
No. Not the rock potion. Coach Bonchan, specifically at the beginning of his coaching career, yeah, he hasn't dropped out of the first round in a while.
Yeah.
He actually has. Only once, though.
When was it?
It was in Season 6 against Omega Esports. The score then was 3-2.
Man, that sounds like a long time ago.
It was a very long time ago.
Season 6 would have been what?
3 years? No, excuse me. Four. Yeah, it was 2021. So it's been a very long. No, excuse me, 2020. Wow. It was like, yeah, we were like in lockdown.
I remember what happened in
5
2020.
years. Yeah, I was locked in my room in 2020. That's what.
We definitely weren't looking at each other.
Yeah, we weren't. I didn't know you yet, sadly. So, yeah, it's been 5 years since Coach Bonchan has been dropped out of the first round of the playoffs. But ever since he started racking up championships in Season 7, yes, he hasn't been dropped from the first round since then specifically.
Yeah, but at least one thing for sure is he never got swept in the first round at least.
Yep, that would be a big part of what's made Bonchan, such a formidable figure in the competitive scene of MLBB. I mean, I even like to tune into his own content that he puts out. He like the way that he breaks things down and explains things is always really enjoyable. And like I said, when you come down to the journey that Twisted Minds has been on throughout this this regular season and to where they are in the playoffs, they've improved so much just in the series alone. I mean, think about it. They're going long games against a team like Onic Philippines, with all the accolades, but it looks like we're jumping back in. So what are we looking at? Another little breather. That's what we're looking at. while we get things situated here and figured out. So, you know, man, I don't know. That Lord is up.
Yeah.
That Lord is up, and this is high stakes for both teams because honestly, I feel like for some, like I'm a little like I've been, you know, like super fan. But I feel like when they're under those pressurous moments in some of the series, like let's say we get to a game 5, with this kind of drafting from Twisted Minds, it might be enough to kind of like maybe mess the Super Fam up. I don't know.
Yeah. The last time we saw Onic in a situation similar to this was last season's Grand Finals up against Aurora in that Game 7. And that Game 7 could have gone either way. It looked like Aurora was on their way to winning a championship. But one final play.
What are we looking at here?
That he was able to complete the Naruto skin collection, it looks like.
I only got 3. But again, imagine if Onic loses, not just this game but the series, it's the 2nd consecutive time that a defending champion got dropped in the first round.
Bro, I wouldn't be surprised if at that point, if we actually get to like Game 5, Coach Bonchan's gonna go, Escalera, it's time. Play Viestas. Let's run it way back. MP, you know how to play Jungle Aldous? All right. Nah, I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen, but it'll be funny. They're like, come on, it's... Coach Bonchan on social media has been very vocal about his confidence in his team in this series. I mean, can't blame the man. Like, you have to hype up your team as your head coach, saying about how it's like one of the things that he was telling his team is that Twisted Minds, our team should be the team that teams in the playoffs should be wary about going up against.
Because
no, that was it. It ended there.
He never explained it.
He never explained why. He just said...
Just one of those mystery moments.
Yeah, one of those Bonchan mystery moments, you know?
Bonchan mystery moments.
He's had so many of that, but... let's see what happens. I did not expect the very first day of our playoffs to be like this. But I'm very glad it is where we are right now. I mean, I wish we weren't in a pause, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, and I saw this even on socials, like leading into the series, a lot of people are throwing out sweeps.
Yeah.
Like they were throwing out sweep predictions for Onic. I mean, they did go 2-0. So imagine if what we see here is this Game 4 wins and then Twisted Minds reverse swept.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean for the rest of our playoffs, man?
Yeah, because this, if ever Twisted Mind wins game number 4 and then wins game number 5, they snap 2 streaks. The win streak in series that Onic Philippines ended season 15 with, which was at 10, and the championship streak that they've had. Ever since MPL Philippines season 14, every tournament that they've been part of, they've been champions.
What is this pose, by the way? Why is everybody doing it?
I don't know.
Why are we like putting our hand there and sticking our tongue out? Like what are the kids doing? Is that the trend thing? Hang on.
I don't know what the Lord's doing with XR.
He's got the drum. Okay. There's the boys.
Oh, there's the boys. Hey.
This is just the default reaction for Burrito now. Like I feel like.
Actually, yeah.
You know, like
whenever the camera. Oh! Let's go in back to the game.
That's my default reaction. When I see our boy bring us back to the land of dawn. Here we go. Lord's already half health, and it's Onic.
Onic.
They're taking
control of the Lord pit now as King Kong jumps in. They're working on Escalera. A lot of combo committed, but he's still alive. MP the King is in the picture as well. It's going to be Retribution battle! And King Kong will secure the Lord.
Don't tell me it ends this way with one red tree, not even a kill trade. King Kong, the red tree to potentially put an end to Twisted Minds' hopes.
Like, I'm so surprised because we got in, but they had complete control.
No, that means Onic were just able to clear up the waves. We already saw Twisted Minds backing off. The last time we saw that tower, it was exactly at that moment. Still very close to going down, but not down just yet. So logically, that means Twisted Minds backed off, played for Lord positioning, and it just turned into a dance, leading to Onic Philippines getting better positioning. How? Unfortunately, we can only assume how they got into better position.
Yeah.
But it led to this. Twisted Minds had a very good quick shot at that, but MP the King just straight up lost the retry battle against King Kong.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one now. They're on the defense. Again, Onic Philippines lost the 2 base turrets earlier on. And with this beefed up Lord at the 24.5 minute mark in this game 4, they're looking to punch into the base. Last base turrets, 2 in base Twisted Minds in the mid and top. Waves are pushing in. They want to put the pressure. A couple immortalities here are available, but they're going to have to deal with the Lord here.
Super Friends already casted the ultimate. Brusco has his flicker.
Oh,
James got stuck. Immortality will be popped. TWIS dropped down the RWM as King Kong works on the top lane. Lord still up. Twisted Minds trying to defend as much as possible. King Kong jumps in once again, forced out the Winter Crown onto Ajizi.
Discipline not over yet. Onic Philippines, though, might be able to continue the siege with focusing on the tower in the mid lane. No more real-world manipulation for Hajizi.
Oh, watch Brusco.
Watch the Bruiser again. They're not going to overcommit, though. As Twisted Minds clears out the minions.
And they hold on. Twisted Minds will not lose that mid turret. And so both teams holding on to the mid base turrets. A little bit healthier here on this side for Twisted Minds, but ultimately Onic Philippines was able to make a play based off that Lord. They didn't want to risk too much, though. You saw how they went according to that fight.
Yeah.
Because they have to respect the damage that Twisted Minds has. Not only that, but even just how tanky they seem to be in dealing with that front-loaded damage that Onic Philippines is throwing at them.
Yeah, it seems outplayed should be at around, I'm guessing maybe 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer already. Which means maybe that's why Onic Philippines is also being very careful. They know that they can just get cleaned up by the Granger, that so far that they cannot reach right now. Twisted Minds is playing a very tight formation. Despite all the damage Onic Philippines can throw out, we are at the point of the game where Twisted Minds can hold on. But it doesn't look good for Twisted, as the pressure up top from the minion waves means that they're sacrificing a lot just to make sure that they can get this Lord. MP the King will be the one to clear it up, and Onic seems like they'll get another one without a problem.
Conceal from Escalera. They're gonna find Kirk, forced out the ultimate. Achizi once again with the RWM, but King Kong will secure the Lord. Brusco Immortality will be popped. Forced out the flicker plus the conceal. No casualties for the Sonics.
And they're able to get out, but still holding it down for the purple buff. Oh!
James flickers in. Oh, and brings down Super Friends.
They're forcing it.
MP the King onto the back. They caught King Kong. Immortality pop. Keller trying to help him, but King Kong got eliminated. That's 2 members down for Onic.
Okay, will Twisted Minds even try to stop the Lord? I think they really need to. They don't have enough minion waves in the mid to try and end it. They're gonna get the tower though, unless will they brute force it down mid?
They can because there's minions into the middle lane. Escalera is there as well. A lot of flickers. MP the King goes from the back. Brusco might be in trouble here as Ajizi brings him down. Twisted Minds extends the series.
We're going to a game 5.
You thought it was a story, clear as day, but a plot twist might be on its way. Game 5, Game 5, Twisted takes Onic to game number 5.
Woo, man, oh man. I'm not sure if everybody else is as surprised as we are, but I know Brigida and Rockhard are as well. We're gonna have to take a breather over here on the caster desk. Let's throw it over to the panel.
Good line, good.
Bit of a shake here in our hands.
Is this face enough to show how surprised we are?
That was a little too much.
Okay.
That was not in my bingo cards today. That's for sure.
I wasn't necessarily expecting a sweep, but I wasn't necessarily expecting a game number 5 either, because this was one of those series, at least in the play-ins, where I feel like a lot of people, even us in the English broadcast, unanimously have predicted for Onic Philippines, the defending champions. But look at Twisted Minds just making things happen.
They're throwing all of our expectations out the window.
Oh.
My goodness, even with multiple attempts from Onic Philippines to just get control back, multiple Lords taken at the very end of that fight, it was still Twisted Minds coming out on top, outplayed with MVP on that Granger.
Man, and we were so close to breaking records yet again. You know, I felt like for every single game that goes by in the series, we just keep getting longer and longer game times. But Twisted Minds, they didn't let us reach that point anymore, and it was just everything falling into place because during that last objective fight, it wasn't them who got their hands on the Lord. They lost the Red 3 battle for the second consecutive time, but their decision to just keep going for the fights, knowing fully well that they are able to take out several members from Onic Philippines, it just allowed them to, again, as mentioned by our casters, just brute force their way towards the base with that single minion wave they had marching in the mid lane.
It almost feels like Twisted Minds are like running on pure grit, pure heart at this point. Just pushing back every single attempt of Onic Philippines to macro their way into victory.
Yeah, because like, especially for the first few minutes of the game, Onic Philippines, they weren't necessarily set on contesting against Twisted Minds. It felt like they were just set on taking the objectives, and which led me to even wonder about, how can we see the rotational speed of the backshow of this lineup of Twisted Minds be fully capitalized if Onic Philippines aren't necessarily in places where you expect them to be, because they're almost always somewhere else trying to take down either a turret, which is greatly beneficial for them, by the way, and worked wonders for them too. But when it all came down to Twisted Minds or Onic Philippines having to fight back against Twisted Minds, that's where we saw the lineup, that's where we saw the team fight prowess actually take effect. This is so threatening if you're Onic Philippines, because you're seeing the DNA, the ube kind of like playstyle come into play for Twisted Minds.
It's like you can see their spirit coming out of their bodies and going into the game, forcing their way through sheer will into a game number 5.
My goodness. Twisted Minds, definitely, they are having that momentum right now. They know that they brought Onic Philippines all the way, and it's Onic Philippines right now who we actually might need to see undergo that reset, which we were just talking about a few games ago in the case of Twisted Minds. So this is a really surprising turnaround. It's a 27-minute game once again, and it was very close, by the way. And for the second time around in the series, I have to commend Escalera once again. Be it the Guinevere, be it the backshot, any unconventional roamer, he's just making it work.
And honestly, it feels like, obviously, it's a big trust from Bonchan himself to be able to, you know what, Escalera, this is the time. This is the time. We need to bring this out now, because we are on the brink of losing. We're on the brink of elimination from Season 15. And you know what? That trust really paid off well, because they also comboed it with a very niche hero at this moment, which is the Eve, controlling that mid lane.
I wonder what suddenly switched in Twisted Minds after them being put in a spot where they're suddenly in a do or die, where they're just one game away from saying goodbye to this season. They just bring out that confidence of using and pulling off the unusual quote-unquote picks, and then constantly winning at it. Right? Like, one chance suddenly after them being in, or after Onic Philippines getting match point, he's just, okay, let's try all these things now.
Yeah, and again, that's probably one of the reasons why, we saw him smiling earlier after that 2-1, after they got that one. It feels like they could control, or he could kind of just foresee how his team was going to perform in game number 4, where it felt like there was a lot of pullback as well, and they're able to like kind of read Onic's movements in the jungle. King Kong did not have an easy time in the jungle this time.
If any, the other half of the KK connection though, which is Kelra, as we see right now as the BPI rich guy, he was that one player from Onic Philippines, I feel, who always forced a reaction out of Twisted Minds. Like, he was constantly there with the pressure on the waves, and that, if I were in Twisted Minds' shoes, I definitely would have panicked multiple times by now. And I think we saw it too, based on how they just were trying to respond from everything that was happening. There were not just just one, not just two times wherein Kellera actually decided to go for a split push attempt. There were multiple times where he actually tried to do that. And now I feel like we should also be taking a look at the overall goal, the difference timeline, which took place between these two teams. And compared to that one game we saw earlier, this is a way closer goal difference timeline. You could see how there were barely moments where a team, either Twisted Minds or Onic Philippines, held the lead for more than 5 minutes because it was a constant up and down. It was in a constant back and forth. Literally what we would consider as a seesaw battle, if some would even say. And this is, if you would look at the 7-minute mark, that was the first time we felt a significant difference. That was when Onic forced a team fight up against Twisted Minds, and they were able to go straight towards the mid lane, taking down the necessary turrets away from the mines. But then, come to the 14-minute Lord, we see another switch, which significantly favored Twisted Minds, and then it just happened over and over again, even all the way to the 22-minute mark. There were so many split push attempts, and I feel like those are the things, or one of the many things which really balance things out for Onic Philippines, because you cannot deny the fact that Twisted Minds were really playing out of their minds, like constantly winning the team fights, constantly winning the aggressive plays, and finding a way to deal even with the presence of a Valier even, which was a major highlight too, by the way, while we were discussing the draft earlier. But it just felt like they were able to find the right footing. They were just able to really avoid all those sudden denials that could have came in from Super Prince. And I feel like Super Prince too has had his fair share of instances where he just gets found out here by Onic or by Twisted Minds, or just he gets spotted out and just gets eliminated away by Twisted Minds. And that too is probably one of the biggest factors that I feel applies to both teams, because even Haji, he didn't have the exact same I'd say experience as when he was playing the Farsa in the previous game. He had a much harder time trying to pull off the Eve in this particular game because there were so many members of Onic Philippines constantly trying to hunt him down. And that was another crucial thing which really allowed for Onic Philippines to take advantage of the situation whenever they were able to ensure that Haji wasn't able to land his real-world manipulation perfectly, or whenever they were able to ensure that he will not be in the perfect position to engage in whatever team fight may happen. And now let's take a look at a quick meta check or some sort of recap of what happened earlier in our game number 4, because we are indeed going into game number 5. I still probably cannot fully believe it to this point, but these are some of the highlight picks we would consider from that particular game. That sudden appearance of the backshow, which is the first time we're seeing it used this season, and that's of course gonna be Twisted Minds introducing it to us, being the one team who really often shows us all the unexpected picks. But we have to also take note of the amount of damage we're seeing from the Valier in contrast to that of the Eve. So it kind of reflects here that Haji has indeed had a difficult time, because it was Super Prince who was able to, although the kits are indeed different, freely dish out a lot more damage up against Twisted Minds. And this guy we're seeing right here, I feel like is another major highlight. We've been constantly talking about it time and time again, but Kellera, definitely, that 78% turret damage has left a major impact in how the game has actually turned out to be this way. And this is, like, on average, what you really expect of Kellera when he's using the Moskov in the gold lane. This is just Kellera literally trying to do Kellera things on the Moskov. And mind you, I feel like in this particular scenario, we've seen a lot of KK connection plays.
Yep.
But it was more of a Kellera game, I guess.
That's true. And if we're talking about like what happened to Kellera in this game, and I think I will reel it back into that Baksha, because Baksha's passive really, the Moskov is like super high, like really fast attacks. Each one of those attacks are significantly reduced against a Baksha. That's the reason why the Twisted lineup can actually stay into the fight a lot longer than most teams would. if that was not a box, if that was maybe a Khalid or maybe a high loss, that would have been shredded like seconds ago.
I mean,
but that small amount of HP really reels it back in and allows Twisted to actually escape as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, because if it were any other roamer, even the Guinevere, like just miss that spatial migration, it's over. Like Keller would just immediately reposition himself and throw out those spears again and again, and you will not be able to fully engage or commit in a fight, not until you have that spatial migration ready or up again. And that is that timing that Onic Philippines will likely take advantage of. And that didn't happen at all in this scenario because, again, it was a Baksha, so it could just constantly stand there and tank all the damage.
And roll around.
And roll around and throw out those mini plates. but either way, this was a really commendable performance from Twisted Minds.
Absolutely.
Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, they just keep improving and adjusting on the fly.
Yeah, these adjustments are really good. The Baksha itself wasn't like a super big surprise because if we go back to the draft for game number 1 and game number 2, it was actually banned out.
Yeah.
So it's not like something that's impossible to handle, but you know what? They were able to deal with it. They were able to use it. We might see it later on again. But, fun fact, MPL PH playoffs history, only 10 out of 128 matches won our reverse sweep. So less than 1 in 10 games.
That's only 8%.
Yes.
And Twisted Minds, they're so close to being the 11th match.
Possibly number 11.
Oh my, and I think that's another thing we need to like lay down for everyone right now. It's the reality that there is a chance that a few moments from now, we aren't seeing the former champions as part of the top 4 of the season anymore.
That's right. And we're talking about top 6. That is Twisted Minds for us. These are the standard average kills of all the top 6 seeds on the region. Fabian, very close by as well. CK and Cayman and Isaac.
Yep. This is another, I'd say, example of there's so much that can happen in a short amount of time. Because even just recently, like December last year, everyone was looking up to TLID, like that sudden boost or growth that they've experienced, that timeline, which is very unusual to see from a team who just gets introduced to the professional scene, who just gets to be given a chance to play in the professional league. That's something Team Liquid Indonesia was able to show us all.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing them in 6th seed, barely making it into their own playoffs. So literally anything can happen in a short amount of time, and there are just so many teams already stepping up.
That was a big skyrocket, obviously, from Team Liquid Indonesia. But like we had Dilar here earlier, and he was. I think when you ask like who's a really good guy that you learned from, Dilar kind of still mentioned Fabian. So I think he's still doing something very, very good there, despite their placement right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Fabian, he's gained a lot of like Filipino fans.
I thought, yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Just by his personality, just by how Sigma he is, similar to the Sigma we have.
The actual Sigma of the Philippines.
the actual Sigma.
Yeah, King Kong right there. And by the way, speaking of Onic, look at that. They took a really big hit on their red side win rate because of that.
My.
From 82 something to 77.78%.
Unbelievable.
And they are going to be going red side this time still for 5 games in a row, I think.
It's been a trend right now for both of these teams. They've been sticking with their sides, and it's crazy. Just in a single series, that's how much you could affect the numbers of Onic Philippines in terms of their red side win rate. So Twisted Minds, they're definitely doing something in this series, and they are literally 1 win away from making a huge statement in the history of MPL Philippines Season 15.
This might be the scariest comeback we'll ever see. We are going into game number 5, joined by Renmar from the casters desk.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Really
Same reaction.
Setting the bar with a Baksha rush pick.
I mean, again, Onic was the team who picked red side here.
And I think the difference now is that we can't say for sure like where the Baksha is going at this point. Because earlier it was revealed alongside the jungler and the EXP lane already, but now it's different. Like, it can't go anywhere for now. But given Escalera's performance earlier, there might just be a high chance that this might be another Baksha role.
Let's see. Okay, they go for the Juice and Granger. They get poked, they control. What if they put the Baksha elsewhere? There was a joke that I posted earlier.
What is that? What is that?
To the gentleman here at the casting table. Like, what if this goes to game number 5 and Coach Bonchan says, let's just run it back. Let's just go back to Estes, you know?
Wait, now that you mention it, what if, right?
Jungle Baksha with a Roam Estes? I mean, I would love to see that.
And at most, like, the burst damage we're seeing from Onic Philippines, at most right now, it's just, like, the Granger every now and then. But, okay, they are probably not.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be. It's a jungle Ling.
Hey, if it's going to make an appearance, maybe it's on number 5. I don't know. We're not done yet.
Let's see. All right. So they needed to put this Baksha in the roam because if they are going to go Ling, you're going to need that solid front, that solid hold. Because with every lineup that has a Ling, specifically Ling, there's always that risk of you're either going to lose one of your buffs in the first rotation or you're going to die at your second rotation.
Yeah.
So as long as Twisted Minds can avoid that, they should be on the roll. That's the main condition here for, let's look at Onic Philippines. If they can disrupt the Ling enough that they steal a buff for the first rotation or deliver death onto Ling by the second buff rotation, and that's why they picked up the Hilda.
Yeah, and what better way to actually disrupt that pattern from the Ling if not picking up the Hilda, which again was one of the more effective picks for Onic Philippines too, especially when we talk about Kirk, who right now is in front of us and looking very, very serious alongside the team as they draft. But then, yeah, now it's Onic Philippines who might be the one to run out of options if ever they do want to consider which jungler they are going to pick up later on, because right now the Joy isn't available anymore. There's still the Hayabusa, but other options might just be banned here by Twisted Minds.
Actually, I really love that you also brought up that there is a really big possibility that this lane will lose out on the purple, especially against a team that really loves to invade in the first place. So yeah, that's definitely going to happen very early on. And they do have the tools to do it.
Yeah.
I think Twisted Minds really need to commit a Hayabusa ban though.
Yeah.
That's why I like that Onic, the Twisted Minds also took out the Cho, so you're taking away the best invading roamers. You can still put up a high loss on the side of Onic. It's going to be slower in the rotate, but your threat of being able to invade will still be there, especially if it's going to be paired up with something like a Suyo. Now the Eve pick turns off a tanky jungler option for Onic Philippines. They will be forced to pick up an assassin. If Twisted Minds bans the Hayabusa, most likely it's just going to be a Suyo for King Kong.
Okay. And the Suyo right now hasn't been much of a go-to option.
I'm sorry, there's still one more option that Onic can go for, and that's something that's been overlooked so far this series, I believe. It hasn't even been banned. It's the Lucas.
Oh yeah. Now that you mention it,
We haven't actually seen the Lucas a lot today.
And we did talk about it with Dilar earlier too, right? Like the Lucas just appears more often in the jungle, barely in the EXP anymore.
Wow.
But could they be really considering that? I recall a moment, a week in the regular season where Why Not was joking about how they weren't confident with King Kong on the Lucas just yet.
Yeah.
That's true.
Twisted Minds decided to play very defensively. They took out 2 roamers that can apply so much pressure to the lane. So what we were saying earlier, Twisted Minds is also thinking about that. So now the board is open here for a Hayabusa pickup later on.
Hayabusa's still there, so they can not overthink it and save whoever they want to put in the role for Brusco later on, since this is likely going to be an EXP Hilda anyway. There are a lot of options too if it's just that. But that's going to be...
Whoa!
Oh,
wow! Is this for real? Is this actually happening? Oh my god!
And I think I heard Naisu.
I did.
Did I?
I think you did.
This is a Lancelot. How long has it been since we last saw a Lancelot? We definitely will be pulling up the stats later on, but...
It's the debut pick this season. Will Thorn Rose be enough to save Onic Philippines this season?
I think the last time I saw King Kong play a Lancelot, which might have been in TNC days. I'll double check that later. But it feels like such a long time ago. I don't know if Twisted Minds planned for this. Airfell coming out though.
And it's a Tigreal. It's a Baksha EXP lane.
Oh my god!
What a shift up by Twisted Minds.
This is crazy.
Okay, that means they also still have an option from the EXP lane that can disrupt the Lancelot's rotation. What a switch up, and that Tigreal pick could be massive.
Yeah, I feel like crowd control should be an option for Onic Philippines at this point. Might they want to have some sort of catch? I mean, the Hilda is there, but like, there's just, compared to Twisted Minds, they have multiple ways to set things up.
There's a Khalid.
It's a Khalid, okay, they want to play it fast. Fast rotation, a lot of activity outside of the EXP lane for Kirk. It's up to Khalid and Hilda, to Brusco and Kirk to set the tempo here.
Of all the lineups that Onic will use to hold on to the season, this is not what I was expecting.
And I was expecting the surprises from Twisted Minds. But Onic Philippines came into play-ins day number 1 saying that we too have a bunch of surprises to show you guys.
That's right. And here in the Champions Arena, we are back into a game number 5 situation. And MP the King on Ling. We're gonna see some sword fights in the jungle for sure. That's loaded up into this game. Game number 5, Twisted Minds versus Onic Philippines.
It all comes down to one. Our defending champions from season 14, our defending world champions, their lives are at stake here. Has their minds been twisted too much? We're gonna find out which team succeeds and goes on in the playoffs. It's all happening now as we jump into the land of Dawn. Twisted Minds versus Onic Philippines. Once again, it's me, Naisuingan and Renmar. And boys, I don't know what to think about this. Is this Lancelot in the hands of King Kong gonna be enough to change some things here?
I mean, a debut game. Backs against the wall, pressure game for the defending champions. They put off a Lancelot. If ever they manage to, you know, force a snowball from King Kong, it could be enough to beat Twisted Minds.
I'm looking more right now at Brusco. I mentioned Brusco and Kirk. I'm also looking at Brusco and Super Friends. Of course, we've discussed it many times this season. The signature play for these two on the Khalid and the Juicin is to get a kill within the first 2 minutes. They weren't able to get a kill right away. That's something that I believe in the scouting report of Twisted Minds they acknowledged. Because we saw it before so many times that they'll be able to get a kill just with the first minion wave push alone. They weren't able to take that, but now they still apply the pressure onto the rotation of MP the King.
Okay. So early action here on the bottom side. And this is kind of interesting too because, yeah, the Boxer was picked up early on in the draft. It goes into the hands of James this time. And Escalera, man, he's had a hell of a series, especially the previous 2 games. If Escalera stays locked in, which he's been the past 2 games from the Guinevere, then to the Baksha, and now on this Tigreal, which we have seen Tigreals change the course of games. That could be really troublesome. James quite low here. Kirk.
Oh, now Brusco jumps in the picture. This time Thornrose is going to connect. There's the Sacred Hammer. First blood drawn onto James. Plus the kill onto Escalera as well. Kirk quite low here, but MP the King jumps in. Was able to escape as Brusco focuses attention on Hajizi.
They overestimated that attempt there. King Kong was way too close for them to take that fight, but I believe they weren't able to see him then. They were shocked. And now it's the first turtle going to Onic Philippines. They're ticking their conditions, but Twisted Minds, their potential snowball, already getting melted down quickly by Onic Philippines.
Okay, so objective secured. A little poking happening here for the Roams, but that's the thing, you know, we've seen Outplayed step up too. I feel like we just haven't talked too much about Outplayed throughout the series, but he has done relatively well. You know, he's either winning lane against Kelra, and you gotta remember, Kelra what he's done in the past year and everything that's come with it and being the world champions and everything else, you know, calling him the god in the gold lane, while Outplayed's doing relatively well in that lane, in that matchup, and later on in the game, he is there in those crucial fights, those crucial skirmishes. So that's a big thing. We don't see Irithil often, but with this kind of composition, it could actually be really good. I mean, think about the, hold on. Whoa.
One more Rhapsody though. Brusco here, he has a flicker plus Raging Sandstorm. He's not going to commit though.
Oh, Super Prince. And they still push this. Wow, they get a flicker out. Okay, so they use the Raging Sandstorm, but yeah, again, oh no.
Kickoff down.
Oh, and now next target might be Kirk here. Getting ganked up by 3. Brusco doesn't have resources. Kirk might fall down as James picks up one more. Brusco might be the next target. Forced out the flicker and escapes.
Live and die on the hill of Hajizi. The Eve yet again. Great real-world manipulation there at the tip of it, able to catch King Kong to secure the kill onto there. So that balances out the difficulty that Onic Philippines was providing for the early game rotation of MP the King. Now, let's look at the all-time hero stats. King Kong made a name for himself back in MPL Philippines Season 11 with this hero. It was his heroics as a Lancelot, Season 12, that made then Onic Philippines go, you know what? We want to get him in for Season 13.
Yeah, and I don't know. I was thinking with Onic Philippines, the way that they were playing earlier on, up top in that top lane, and then they would have that advantage. But I still got to say, Twisted Minds really answering a lot of the pressure that Onic has done throughout the series, and are able to find something out of it. Now that this turtle's up, not sure if they're going to get in position because MP's got to grab his buff, so they just take quick work of it. King Kong will secure that second turtle, but will they force a fight?
Oh, MP the King tried, but now forced out the Templars of Blades here. Whoa. Onic Philippines trying to work on him, and Super Friends will pick up the kill, so they get a turtle plus a kill onto MP.
That had to be a misstep.
Yeah. It looked like a massive misstep there. MP the King fell off the wall, tried to get that turtle, steal it away. Way too greedy, way too risky. And now Onic Philippines have ballooned to a 2.2 gold lead. 5 minutes in, it's starting to look very bad for Twisted Minds, and Onic Philippines might just run away with this. The Khalid pickup might have been the perfect one because, yes, as we mentioned earlier, Brusco and Kirk have to set the tempo, and they have been doing just that. James going to the back.
James from the back. Sets his eyes on Kellera. Kirk with a beautiful zone onto Outplayed. Brusco jumps in as well. Super Prince comes in with the Crimson Beacon Lantern Flare. There's the Revitalize from James. But getting chased down by 4. Onic Philippines working on bringing down James. A couple more hits and he's going to fall down in hands of Prince.
Twisted Minds are losing their discipline. Too desperate was their attempt to try and take Keller down, to try and get something there. 4.3k gold lead. The gold lead has doubled since the last time we checked it. And as we look at the items, Irithel not suffering as much. Mid lane not that much as well, but it's in the EXP lane. It's in the Baksha versus Hilda.
It's crazy that in the past couple minutes you ballooned to a 5,000 gold lead. I mean, they're getting everything now, and they're not letting up.
Yeah, now the invades are starting as Calera forced to use the ultimate, but a response from Onic, though. Hajizi again picks up another kill onto Kirk. King Kong caught in the middle. James trying to soak up the damage as MP the King walks away. Conceal use to be able to retreat.
All right, so they burn a couple flickers and battle spells, too. They're going to pop a conceal. They're going to go for the buff here, so MP's going to lose that one. This is not looking good here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have made some incredibly desperate decisions. Again, going back to turtle number 2, MP the King trying to steal it away, and then the gank of James and the answer of Twisted Minds to try and get Kelra down, only to force a Purify out, and he got away without a problem. They have to slow things down, Twisted Minds, if they want even a chance to keep this close. But this point on, this big a lead, this is signature Onic Philippines. Punish mistakes, punish greed, and make sure that you walk away with a victory early on.
Oh, it's good. Escalera with a Sacred Hammer forced out Brusco's Raging Sandstorm. Right on time with the neutral objective up Kirk grab, so Twisted Minds, they can contest and play around the real-world manipulation.
That's the thing, though, too, man. King Kong, 3 levels ahead of MP. There's no way that MP can really even contest the objectives for now. He's got to play catch-up until the Lord comes into play, and I'm even worried for him for the first Lord. Now that's 3 for 3 for Turtles. So far, so good for King Kong in the jungle. And they're in a great position for that Lord take. Look at all the gold in the hands of Onic Philippines. And that's why you see them fighting on this side of the jungle. They're not afraid to go ahead and take whatever they want right now. So it's Twisted Minds thinking, how do we catch back up into this game? How do we allow ourselves to get in a position to not get totally slammed in this game 5, because you're looking at a 6K deficit this early on. You know, 8 minutes in the game, that's really tough to be in.
Yeah. It has to start again with Escalera, just like game 3, the Guinevere setups. If he replicates it with the Stigreal, a couple more sets can equalize again, the game and eventually come back from this huge deficit established by Onic.
6,600 and climbing. MP the King can only split push to try and break turrets. Twisted Minds have completely lost their chance at the early game to dominate and take hold. They now have to pull off the defense of a lifetime multiple times to try and keep this game close.
And that's one of the problems. Multiple times is just kind of showcasing how much ground they have to cover. And honestly, throughout the whole series, they haven't been in this position this far behind, right? I mean, every single game has been somewhat of a close back and forth until that first Lord even. But now they find themselves in a position where, yeah, if you try to contest this Lord in 20 seconds, you're probably just going to be gone, and that's going to be the series. So they really have to be calculated about this. King Kong already max level, sitting at 15, while look at MP, still 10. So they can take everything they want. They'll take their time, though. Onic Philippines not going to push it or press it. Now, with Escalera on the Tigreal, wow,
level 5.
Outplayed, felt that. Oh, no!
We're committed the Raging Sandstorm, and Kelra picks up Outplayed with the Death Sonata. Out of the 5 members of Twisted Minds, they pick out Outplayed.
5-level lead for King Kong over MP. Make that 4 now. But it is an insane snowball. MP desperate.
Jumps in. Tablets of Blade might be able to bring down Kelra, and he will do so successfully. That's a huge kill for MP the King, but gets traded out for his own life.
So is that, like, I know he wanted Kelra, but
that's something.
I guess it's also just because you know you can't really contest the first Lord, but then you lose your buff and everything else. So, yeah, I guess you just go and get what you can?
Yeah, that's something. That wasn't a massive shutdown. Kelra only had 1 kill when that happened. So at this point, that was just Twisted Minds trying to get something out of nothing. They can't contest. They have to wait, try and defend. As Onic Philippines, again, we've seen them do this time and time again since MPL Philippines Season 14, since the start of their rise. And they can just continue. They just have to stay disciplined, stay focused. They have the lineup, they've had the lead, they have the items. Honestly, they can actually end it with the next Lord push if they get the opportunity.
They might just get that, man. This kind of lead, I mean, even thinking about how Outplayed's not really even something that Onic has to worry about too much. Like, he's so far behind in terms of Kelra, or in comparison to Kelra. And if he's caught out, that's the problem. You mentioned the Khalid. I think that is part of the big thing here. And Brusco had a tough couple games. But now in this Khalid, oh no, James.
James, again, forced out to use the Revitalize with 1 Rhapsody and Lantern Flare. Hajizi already uses the real-world manipulation to try and delay the push of Onic Philippines as everyone's working on the turrets. Look at King Kong. Thorn Rose was able to dodge out the Templars of Blades as Twisted Minds defends all their inhibitors and takes down the Lord.
It was a crazy dance King Kong did there. I mean, I know he has like a massive gold lead over them, but he took like what, just a scrape of damage from dancing under the tower against 2?
And he's taking all these buffs. Mid turret goes down in the base of Twisted Minds.
Conceal.
Bottom turret gonna be next. I'm not sure if Onic still pushes it. They're gonna go.
Thorn throws and puncture everything just to bring down Hajizi and Escalera. King Kong from the back. Catch Outplayed, and that is it. MP the King left to defend, and the defending champions defends their playoff spot.
And the Super Fam makes it happen in game 5. What a quick one it was.
Oftentimes, the price of immortality is your own legacy. Onic Philippines are not ready just yet to pay that price. To cap off their legacy, they still want immortality. Their story lives on. Plot twist denied.
Whew, so close. Again, Twisted Minds, hats off to them. They went the distance with our defending champions, our defending world champions. It almost sent them home. in that first match of our playoffs, man. What a series here. And it's a little bittersweet for me, guys, because I was like, we had such good games, 4 games, long games. Not that this one wasn't good, it was just played so perfectly for Onic Philippines. It was what? The first Lord push?
Yeah.
That, hey, if they want to do it like that, they're going to do it like that. And Onic Philippines accomplishes that, and you can see the super fam out there feeling good, because I know they were on the edge of their seats for that one throughout this series here. Again, we got to take a breather. We still have another match, by the way, today.
Oh, yeah.
So
another 5-game series.
We got another 5-game, hopefully. But let's go ahead. It's me, Naisu, Ingon, and Renmar. Let's throw it over to the host to hear from our fans.
What an amazing series that we have witnessed para umpisahan ang MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs. Here with me now are Twisted Minds, a valiant effort mula sa inyong lahat. You were able to do so much and give the defending champions such a hard time to finish it off. Coach Bonchan, you talked to us about possibly twisting the game way before, and you were able to do that, giving them a hard fight, but your journey ends here. A lot of people acknowledged your abilities, at para sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Twisted Minds, anong mensahe nyo sa kanila?
Unang-una, hindi man namin nakuha yung result na gusto namin. Sobrang proud pa rin ako sa inyo dahil pinakita nyo na despite na maraming nang mamaliit, kaya nyo pa din makasabay sa ating defending champion.
Once again, for the final time this season, give it up for Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, you may now make your exit. We appreciate you for being here, and we do hope that they can come back stronger. But the one that they're going up against and the victors of the first match, it's Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations, Kelra. I have to go with you first. It was a series that not a lot of people were expecting. Hindi in-expect ng mga tao na magiging ganun ka-intense yung series na yun. Talk to us about the past 3 weeks. What can happen with 3 weeks preparation, especially with all of the teams heading into the playoffs?
Yung preparation namin nung sa loob ng 3 weeks, nasulit talaga namin eh. Pero yung ngayon talaga, parang expect namin na yung Twisted talaga yung parang sa amin eh. Parang ayun sila talaga yung parang may kaya. Para may kami sa kanila, tulog. May tulog talaga kami sa Twisted.
May tulog sila sa Twisted.
Kasi sila yung parang team na hindi mo i-expectin kung ano yung mga gagamitin na hero eh. Tsaka mga gagawin sa game.
The unpredictability was there.
Well, Kelra, you guys won once again. First of all, what time is it? Kelra, ikaw na muna. Oo. Kelra, so congratulations on making it to the upper bracket semifinals. Bukas, yung makakalaban nyo ay Aurora. Ano sa tingin mo ang kailangan nyong gawin para makontinue nyo yung win streak nyo dito sa playoffs?
Tingin ko yung kailangan namin gawin, panoorin namin yung laro namin kanina sa Twisted Minds kasi sobrang dami namin matututunan doon sa mga pagkakamali namin kanina sa game.
Speaking of Aurora, Kelra, ano yung message mo for Domeng Kite?
Message ko, good luck, galingan mo bukas.
Domeng Kite, if you're listening right now, good luck daw. Let's zoom in on King Kong naman,
King Kong, for sure. As of this moment, a lot of people were really looking forward to see you win over that side, over on this side. King Kong, meron bang dagdag pressure para sa'yo at para sa team, knowing that you're the defending champions, for the plan to go back-to-back?
Actually, para sa akin, wala naman kami nararamdamang pressure. Lang. Mas nakakatuwa lang kasi mas dumami yung mga tao na sumusuporta sa amin. Yan. Tapos nakaka-proud sila, ang dami nila.
Definitely, for sure. Kita mo, everybody's streaming here, Jamie.
Yes, they are. They're so excited. They're so happy for you guys. King Kong, I'm one of them. I'm so happy for all of you. Well played, guys. Now, gaano ba ka-importante sa inyong lahat to win this playoffs and then to be one of the representatives of the Philippines?
Para sa MSC.
Para sa amin sa team, alam namin kami lahat na na goal talaga namin na ma-achieve na i-represent ang Philippines sa MSC yan. Tapos, syempre, yung prize pool.
Sana nga makita natin yun. No?
Yeah, we're gonna keep it at that kasi they are very much motivated para doon. And speaking of which, yung kanilang isa sa mga motivators, Coach, why not?
Coach,
I know you're hiding
like
there, pero feel ko naman hindi ka nag-hide. Knowing that this is, you know, season 14, season 15, season 14, you were able to dominate. But for season 15, ano sa tingin nyo yung magiging difference as you move on the next preceding days?
I think wala naman masyado kasi kumbaga season 14 competitive pa rin naman lahat ganun pa rin yung nakikita ko ngayon. Siguro lang mas gutom lang din yung ibang team. Pero I'm pretty sure itong mga to gigil na gigil So, very happy na Twisted Minds sa kalaban namin kasi dinala na nila kami sa sa last game And with that, ang daming lessons na naman dyan na I'm pretty sure makakatulong para sa mga susunod namin laban.
You know, may mga nakatulong sa mga susunod din yung laban. And I think I haven't talked to him yet dahil wala pa siya dito for every time you step on here, right? So si Wolf ba? You know, do you mind talking to Wolf this time? Because Wolf...
Where is Wolf?
Wolf, how does it feel that
there.
you're on this side? You're on this side and you were able to contribute to victories para sa Onic PH.
Masarap pala iparamdam dito. Siyempre, feel mo yung support ng team. Parang ganun. Parang nararamdaman mo na pinaghirapan nyo as a group.
And ano namang mensahe mo para sa lahat ng Sonics na sumusuporta?
Ayun, yung Sonics, ibang klase yung support na ipinakita nila. Grabe, you're the real MVP, Sonics.
Very finally have it. Moving on to the next round of the playoffs. This is Onic Philippines! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that massive win, you may now take your bow. Jamie, welcome to the playoffs. Welcome to season 15.
You know what? I have to say, Hans, it's my first time to host here at MPL Philippines for the playoffs. And I feel like I need to have my heart checked. What an intense series that was. What a great match.
Hindi lang naman tayo ang nagkaroon ng, you know, quite heartbreak but also heart-stopping matches.
Exactly.
GG well played pa rin para sa Twisted Minds, but it's Onic Philippines getting that victory. But now, we move on to the panel.
I, for one, also need to get my heart checked for sure after that match. A Game 5 victory for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, and just when we thought it would be another close fight, Onic Philippines, alongside the Lancelots, say no, they're ending it in less than 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. The fastest, maybe, even, we've seen this entire series.
I think so. It's right up there. And again, that's exactly what they needed to do in that lineup specifically, just because the Lancelot does have like a certain ceiling where it will fall off no matter what, like even if you're item locked and everything. So they needed to really close out that game in that specific window, lest you be run over by a Baksha once again.
Yep, and it's been a very patient game for King Kong altogether. Like there were moments wherein he really decided to not take on the fights and just go for other things, which one I think one of the most notable ones was the mid lane turret, which he decided to take all the while there was a clash happening up top. So we'll see if we'll be seeing that in the MVP highlights as well. Whereas on the other hand, it was also mentioned by our casters, it did feel like to some extent Twisted Minds kind of let go of the discipline.
Yeah.
It felt like they were just rushing things too much.
It was right there. I think they felt it right after these kills actually happened. A tower goes down on top side. The Baksha killed over again, which actually will kind of just make it a lot more vulnerable in the later parts of the game, which we did see. It didn't last as long as it did in the previous games.
Yep. And I feel like MP the King wanted to do the same, but since, again, we didn't feel much of the discipline, it's almost like they were constantly trying to engage against Onic Philippines, whereas Onic Philippines were making the smart decision to
not fully commit, especially considering that there were other members who were trying to do other things alongside the map, but they weren't necessarily avoiding the fights either. So it was the perfect balance of trying to take them on, but also just simply serving as a distraction so you could do other things macro-wise. And now that was what worked wonders here for Onic Philippines. Again, not even reaching the 12-minute mark. It's just 11 minutes and 59 seconds of them taking full control.
That was a perfect time, right? Because you don't want the Ling to farm up. You don't want that Airfield to actually join the fights. And in that game, I barely heard like Outplay's name in any actual Outplays.
Yeah, I think at most it was during the laning phase because he was again on Master Assassin, if we would recall in the emblem combinations.
Hits hard, yeah.
There were moments where he was actually able to fight back against Kelra, even forcing him down or to hug his turret at times, but that wasn't enough in the long run because in as much as he was able to do well in the laning phase, there was so much more required of him on the Irithel, which again, as you mentioned, they weren't able to reach that point where they could actually expect that damage from him anymore.
Yes, the reliability of the Irithel falls off so hard, especially when your enemy jungler is like a Lancelot, right? When your enemy's roamer is someone who can just dive on you non-stop. That Khalid from Rusco did so much to actually control that game for Onic.
Actually, this Khalid, one of probably the most crucial pick in the draft for game number 5, alongside the Jushin.
Yes.
They were just like the perfect fit. That synergy we saw from these two heroes were just able to apply the right amount of pressure. So Twisted Minds were probably forced to really act this way. They forced them to lose all that discipline because you were thinking of what to do in response to all the things that this Khalid, this Jushin, and not even to mention the Hilda were trying to do across the map, just trying to deny MP the King over and over again. So I feel like James did receive majority of the pressure and the damage. It felt like a struggle for James, honestly, compared to the previous game.
He was really a squishier Baksha compared to the previous games, which is one of the reasons why when it got flexed into, the Baksha got flexed into the XP lane, if you'll notice, like a lot of us weren't like super wow.
It was a surprising swerve.
It's surprising, but at the same, it doesn't just have that same impact, right? Because as an XP laner, your Baksha is usually left to just stay on that lane, not make any impact in the jungle, not make as much impact, especially on the gold lane. It's on the other side of the map. So that's why MVP here is going to be King Kong, mostly left unchecked on that Lancelot.
My goodness. And look at this, the highest gold per minute we've seen yet in this entire series. And possibly this number might be the only one we'll be seeing that's this much high, 978 GPM, because our average is ranging between 800 to 900, and that's already considering a good game or a fast game. But now I think we should also be diving into the item progressions, and one thing I mainly want to highlight, which just solidifies the entire idea of how fast-paced this game actually was for Onic Philippines, would be that 5-minute Sky Piercer, or that nearly 5-minute Sky Piercer pickup, which we saw earlier. No, it was around the 5 to 10 minute mark that Kelra was actually able to secure this item, and you would already start questioning the number of stacks he possibly already accumulated by that point, because no one in Twisted Minds lineup could actually go for Kelra at that point. It was just so hard.
It really was. How can you reach that guy when he has a Hunter Strike already and Sky Piercer stacking up, going into a Malefic Roar?
Yeah.
It felt like it was so scary, man. It's like, how do you actually do that?
And there were multiple bodyguards, honestly, just trying to guard him from all the threat that Twisted Minds were trying to do. And Escalera, towards the 14, I feel like this is earlier, since again, we did close out the game in less than 12 minutes, desperately picked up the fleeting time, even. So there was just this need for them to actually be able to do something, to set things up for his team. And mind you, during the last sequence, he actually was able to land an implosion onto 2 members of Onic Philippines. But how unfortunate is it that they weren't able to include even one of their damage dealers in that particular setup? So that just allowed for Onic Philippines to close the game then and there. And now the guy who introduced the Lancelot once again, I feel like is another point of conversation we should be looking at, because this is the Sigma we all know. That's King Kong deciding to use the Lancelot in this very do-or-die game. And if you would see the stats compared to the average, my goodness, from 386 gold difference on average to having 2,000 plus. Just imagine how ahead and how consistent King Kong was in terms of farming. So this is the ultimate definition of the entire turbo farming pattern we were talking about in the keys to victory.
Yeah, King Kong embodies turbo farming. Lancelot just wants to go fast in the first place. So who else is better to debut a Lancelot for Season 15 than the Sigma himself? And I have to admit, the Lancelot was not the hero I was expecting for the Game 5.
Yeah.
It really blew my mind, and maybe it did blow some Twisted Minds out of the water as well.
Oh my goodness. And even looking at the levels, usually on average you see a 12.15 on at that mid game, at that point in time, but he was already level 13. And King Kong has been the guy who introduced to us this entire 9 minutes level 15 kind of trend in the jungle. So it's been something I feel like Moonton has also been trying to address, because what does this guy do in the jungle that allows him to level up so fast?
Multiple patches have been tried to be implemented in the game just to try to slow that down. Other heroes getting buffed as well. But then again, this thing that Onic does, specifically King Kong, alongside his teammates, they've already told that story before.
Yeah.
Like, whenever King Kong goes to a minion, that's my wave. That's my creep. No, everyone else just back off.
Yeah.
He rushes to level 15 that way. I don't know if that's true, but it does feel like it.
And he always has to mention and name drop his mid duo. He will always attribute whatever he's able to accomplish to his mid duo. And the Khalid Jushin were able to do so much, create so much space. So there's no doubt as to why King Kong was able to do this.
Yeah, it felt so easy to do with very high-level talents on your roster. And speaking of high-level talents, let's see how they talk in the mic check. And that is how high-level talent talks on the mic in our Infinix mic check. Very clean, very objective-oriented.
Very Onic.
Single target. Let's talk about that, right? So that's very Onic.
It's almost always like that whenever we see or hear their mic checks. So it's nice to see how composed they remained even during that very dangerous game number 5.
That's right. And for Onic, of course, we'll see them, or there's still a possibility to see them at EWC and MWI, of course, MSC participating countries. We have so many things happening right now. We have the allocations for MSC 2025. This is going to be happening in July. So 2 slots for Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and the rest will get 1. We also have a wild card, which will be competed with by 8 other countries. We are going to see the reintroduction of Japan, by the way, who has a wild card called Zeta Division. Coming in the MLBB. I know that's a very familiar name for sure for you guys. China also will get 1 main stage allocation and 1 wildcard allocation. That's very, very interesting. Malaysia also is obviously on the dominating. They are the current defending champions for MSC. Selangor Red Giants, also known as OG Selangor Red Giants as well. And of course, MWI is bigger than ever with Myanmar, Africa, and Turkey joining us for the first time.
Imagine that. The number of teams we'll be seeing this year compared to last year, they increased so much. And even in MWI, the Philippines will actually be getting 2 slots. And if you were able to watch the Athena League, you know that it's Navi PH and Team Liquid PH who will be representing the Philippines. So they definitely by now are practicing really hard for this upcoming MWI.
That's right. The EWC is happening in July in Riyadh with a $3 million prize pool. I'll double check that. I think that's still it, right? So obviously MSC is still a very elusive title for the whole Philippines in general. Just a recap of the MSC winners by nationality. And you'll see in 2017, it was actually not us, not the Philippines. We actually became champions in 2018 when Ader did it. IDNS was the champions back then. And back when MSC was held in the Philippines, it was actually Onic Indonesia who won it.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see RSG, but that was 2022. Like we don't get to see the Raiders anymore. Like at most we get to say the last Raider, but that's been years ago since we last saw the Philippines actually dominate MSC. So this is definitely gonna be something we are looking out for this upcoming year, especially as we're yet to find out who is gonna be representing the Philippines, because we are still 4 days away. No, actually we're closer, right? 2 days from finding out who the other one is.
That's right.
And then 3 days for finding out who the other one is going to be.
So that's something for you guys to watch out for, especially the champions and, of course, a runner-up. So in MWI, however, it's the Philippines who is Smart Omega Empress, also now known, obviously, as Navi PH, there you go, who are our defending champions. So these are something that you are all going to have to wait for. Very exciting next 2 months. That's happening between July and August. So again, watch out for social media for all the information regarding these tournaments. And just a reminder, our teams are also, right here, are also fighting for that slot.
Imagine the prize pool that King Kong was hinting at earlier. You probably have an idea
it's
why
a big
he's
one.
doing that expression, right? They definitely want to go for that, but here's the thing. We still have another series, actually. Even if you thought we've had a long day, we still have another one lined up for us.
We are just getting started. We're going to see Falcons and TNC right here in the Champions Arena fighting against each other in a best of 5. And for the meantime, again, I have been very happy to see the results of this. Twisted Minds, higher than I expected.
Yep.
Way better than I expected today.
Yep. I am so proud of how they actually were able to perform again in their final series. Just the same as Smart Omega and AP Brand, but this time around, this is different. Like those were literally the world champions, the defending champions that they brought all the way to a Game 5.
That's right, as highlighted by Bonchan. So Bonchan and the rest of the team, good luck on the next ones. And Onic Philippines will be joining us tomorrow with another big one against Onic. So that's going to happen tomorrow. Very exciting first match. But again, for the next one, TNC and Falcons, we are going to have a lot of fun talking about that in the panel area later on. So, Brigida, we're going to have to really catch our breath here.
Let's catch our breath.
It's going to be a long day still. I'm Rockhart, this is Brigida, and you're watching MPL Philippines Season 15 Playoffs.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan. You make a move.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
ことは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。じゃあ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kalimutan na natin to. Bumalik na tayo. Tara na.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasugulo ang mga batang yan.
You make a move.
Marry, kiss, or kill me. Just a game, but really, I'm betting on all three. Sa susunod na punta ko'y pagbuksan mo na sana kasi kahit anong mangyari ay di ako mawawala ng pag-asa. Pag-asa! Di ako dito!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PAN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ito, kalma ha. Kaya. Ano ba ito? Ling lang. Wala pa. Napababa ako. Patay ito, pre. Tigreal King ah. Tigreal. Patay. Tingnan sa akin, boy. Ulton to. Walang boy, pre. Iri. Nice stand. Patay. Bid. Kalma. Meron pa ano. Sa akin ako. Blikar na. Ulitig, pre. Takay ko tara. Showtime. Nice, boys. GG.
Oy, nice! And welcome back. That was our mic check there from the winning game for Onic Philippines to go ahead and move on to the playoffs as they sent Twisted Minds home. That's what just happened there. Now, welcome back to the English Desk. I'm Naisu. It's still me, Ingan, and Renmar, and we're here to bring you the action in our last match of today. And it's Team Falcons versus TNC, man, and they're still filling in here. We had a kind of a long series, gentlemen.
Yeah, if last series went to 5 games, I don't doubt this game would also go to 5 games. In fact, no, I'm joking.
No, you can say it.
Nah, do it. Run it back.
No,
I want to see you ball. I miss you bald.
No.
I miss you bald, bro.
No.
Do we? do we actually miss a bald or?
It looked better for him, and he's getting buffer by the day too. So it's like,
thank you, but
buff
no,
and
I
bald
miss
go
my
hand in
hair.
hand.
yeah.
Okay. Not today, not today.
All
For sure,
right.
sometime in the playoffs.
All
yeah.
right. Oh, okay. Oh, you said that.
Okay,
Gotta
sometime
stick
in
to your
the-
word.
I did not say this playoffs though. Ah, loophole.
He's learned, man. He's learned. But
Getting better. He's improving.
hey, if you guys missed it, the last series that we just had, like I said, it was. People were on the edge of their seats. Definitely here. It was jam-packed. I'm not sure if we're going to get, I don't know, I guess the nest is still filling up.
Yeah,
Like,
we
the
still
Team
got people
Falcons-
coming in.
Yeah, we still got people coming in. Of course, we're starting a little bit later than we should, but that's fine. I'm glad we got a full 5-game series in our first matchup. As you can see there, it went 3-2 favor of Onyx, so they'll move on to go and face off tomorrow against Aurora. And that's already going to be such an exciting match. I mean, every match that we have in the playoffs here at this point is just going to be so good. And like we mentioned, today's best of 5, the last one for today, is Team Falcons versus TNC. And the winner of this will go on over to face off against TLPH.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of storylines there that our lovely duo panel will discuss. But of course, if Falcons advances, that means we're going to be getting a rematch of the Season 14 Grand Finals and the Season 13 Grand Finals as the second round of the playoffs in MPL Philippines Season 15.
You don't call it Champions Arena for nothing. We have 4 champions here. But now match number 2 is going to be interesting. It's Falcon versus TNC. I mean, it's going to go down the line. We don't even know yet who's going to be fielded in for TNC or even Falcon. We never know because even Pando might get slotted in.
Oh, man. You know, when I look at, I would say that if we had a little bit of a different result from our last match, I wonder how many predictions, mine included, would have been demolished. Because, I don't know. Like I said, before that match even started, people were saying, I saw all online that they were saying it was going to be a sweep. And I think what we can dissect from our last match was just how good the teams have gotten over the break. Like Twisted Minds, I mean, even the players like Escalera, like he played out of his mind, and he did not look like the Escalera that we saw during the regular season. So I want to see if that happened here for TNC, because Team Falcons, like, I mean, these are the boys. Like, these are the guys, you know, that made name for themselves and went on their own world tour and everything else. It's the guys from AP Brand before. Now Team Falcons, they're solid as ever. Now TNC, I feel like, came in hot in the regular season, and then they took some time to go through an adjustment, and we saw a different variation of them too. So I can't wait to see what's for them. But before that, we have to thank our sponsors, of course. It's Time Zone. They've got an exclusive promo just for you guys that are here with us in the Philippines. Of course, you can get 400 power load for only 200 pesos.
And all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. So
No, let's do it.
It feels good. It feels good. Say it. Say it.
don't miss out on this amazing deal.
All right. All right. Well, you know what?
Powerful, ain't it?
Hey,
it's powerful.
You get your time to shine here, Renmar. All right, because you can get 2,000 pesos off, and by purchasing and using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming share giveaways during MPL Philippines. So stay tuned for that.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
It has my back.
It does. I don't know. It's had our back all season long, and I love to have it, man. Again, they've got even... Like, we were sitting on pretty good chairs.
Yeah.
I think the players have an upgraded version.
Yeah.
And then I know in the other room, there's also an upgraded version.
Yeah, in the media room,
in
right?
In the media room, where all the players get to sit after the matches and stuff.
And we're spoiled. We have like 3-5 different variations of the TT Racing chairs available.
Yeah.
You want to see how good this chair is?
Show me. Show them.
Oh. That's great.
I'm still here.
That's all right. You know,
how low does
no,
this
just
go?
stay there. Just stay there. Just stay there. Stay there. All right. Next segment. Let's go.
Dude, Renmar is the tallest right now. Wait, is he?
Okay. Now, if we do this,
this is all camera angling.
Yeah. By the
Actually,
way,
yeah, can you leave your chair the lowest so I look taller?
I definitely should not stand right now because then I'll like really show. But I'll put mine at max here. That's why, guys. Again, you know, we're in the playoffs here. You're not going to see us too much unless now you're getting a lot of FaceTime right now. But it's our panel that is going to be breaking things down for you guys to prepare for this matchup, to break down the story for these two teams. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Brigida and Rockhart. Take it away.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panel of casters right there. And welcome back, ladies and gents. This is going to be the pre-show here for match number 2 for today. I'm Rockhart alongside the Brigida. Once more, we don't have a guest today. Apparently, I think they have one. One of our newest MDL talents. He's we are going to be doing this on our own, and we're going to try to guide you through the match that we're having here. It's TNC Pro Team versus Falcon Philippines. And now, here's the thing. Something that if you haven't watched the regular season, by the way, or you haven't been living under a rock, don't forget, we also have TNC joining us for the first time in a long time here in the playoffs.
I mean, Redmar, if you were watching or if you were with us during the regular season, he somehow did predict that TNC in 5.
TNC in 5 all season long.
Yeah. And
I don't know what that means.
It did happen though. Like they literally.
They're ranked 5.
I forgot how early were they able to seal in that top 5 spot in our rankings or in the the seedings of our regular season. But they were the ones who had a solid spot. Unlike the rest of the teams who were just like trying to climb up and going down and everything.
They were like very chill for like a whole week or so. So yeah, that's basically TNC in 5. The big premonition or foreshadowing from Renmar Santa Cruz actually happening today. But then again, we don't know if that means it's them winning in game 5. We don't know. We'll probably see that.
Oh my goodness.
We might see another game 5 today.
You just had to remind everyone, and hopefully you were all able to recover from what has just happened or what just took place earlier. We all know it did go all the way to a game number 5, and it's the exact same storyline for these two teams because it's still the play-ins, it's still an elimination match. It's literally all or nothing.
It's still the race for the Immortal Cup here for TNC Pro Team and Falcons PH. Now, obviously, it's going to be a bit more matched here. This is number 4 seed versus number 5 seed.
Yeah.
They're closer together in their standings, and they have actually performed very similarly all throughout the regular season, specifically on the big surprising run that we have here for TNC.
Yep, I know, and I feel like there have been a lot of eyes on Team Falcons, especially considering that they were once on top of everyone. They were once on top of the world, and they've been going through this entire world tour and all of that for the past few years, but it feels like they've been struggling to actually regain the top spot once you bring it back to the Philippines, once we look at it from a local perspective. And it can probably go both ways, that either teams have just been really stepping up and have been trying to show so much improvement, whereas they've been kind of adjusting to what Falcons has been constantly offering. But for Falcons, you could also say that, yeah, some teams are just really catching up, you know? Like, could we be hopefully seeing something more for them and all that sort? But if any, during the regular season though, they were somehow able to perform consistently.
Yeah, they kind of just barely got to a point where they were playing consistently. So in my opinion, it was a very, I would say, they still need to work on a few things. Actually, both of them do. But they've definitely come a long way, and TNC specifically, like literally from consistent 8th placers to now they are number 5, and they're looking really, really strong. They're actually a lot of fans' favorites.
Yeah.
Right? So they can only go up from here.
Yep. Even when you try to recall their the video that they released alongside one of their heads prior the season, you would probably feel very emotional trying to look back at what TNC's journey has been before they were able to actually make it to this point of being able to join us once again in the playoffs. And I believe we might be seeing that guy in a bit, because of course he definitely has to be supporting TNC at this point, right?
Yeah.
But it's been a long journey for TNC of not being able to make it, all the while Falcons has been all around the world, you know? So it's a stark contrast between these two teams. But definitely, they've had equal time to prepare for this and know who they're going up against. So this can be another series that could potentially go all the way.
Yeah, it's between a team that has gone around the world, like you mentioned, trying to continue that legacy, and a team who just wants to get it started once again. And TNC has been really on the up and up. Falcons, they're also trying to regain momentum, our M5 world champions. So either one of them is going to be continuing today, and one of them are going to be saying goodbye for Season 15.
Yeah. If you remember, Renmar earlier in the rap battle, he did throw out this line while they were getting 8s. We were better than great. Oh, sheesh.
I love that you pointed that out, by the way. And Renmar is always, he's a poet, doesn't even know it, right? So let's roll over to Hans and Jamie for our All Access for now.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel. Bago natin simulan ang ating magiging laban between Team Falcons and TNC Pro Team, this is MPL Legends, where we're going to be talking about players and coaches that have left a tremendous mark in the professional scene. I am currently right beside the Team Falcons waiting area, and I'm going to be talking about Flap TZ, who is part of the roster of Falcons that once walked as Titans, winning not just MPL championships, but also international titles all across the world. Ika nga ni Flap TZ, nung tinanong ko siya regarding this matchup for today, ang sabi niya sa akin ay nasanay na daw sila with the pressure that they've been feeling. Alam na niya kung ano ang kailangan niyang gawin. Being at the bottom, at least from Season 10, naigapang nila as soon as they became part of that national team. And ever since, they have never looked back. But it didn't take a while, or it took a while for Flap TZ para ma-develop niya yung kumpiyansa na meron siya ngayon. Because during that time, and specifically Season 13 of MPL Philippines, they got swept by the eventual champions, Team Liquid Philippines. At kung maaalala natin, nung mga pagkakataon na yon, Flap TZ was already encountering an illness. He needed to go through a serious operation and on medications para malabanan niya yung pain na nararamdaman niya sa kanyang katawan while that is happening immediately after the grand finals. Flap then knew na para makapagtuloy-tuloy siya sa paglarga dito mismo sa MPL Philippines, he did not only need to train para sa laro, but he also need his health to be at peak and condition. So with that being said, he began his journey towards fitness and health. Nakikita naman natin all over social media, Flap TZ definitely taking care of himself, not only with his mental state, but also on his physical one, to build his confidence, but to also continue playing more dahil masaya nga siya. So kung nasan siya ngayon together with his teammates, he aims not only for another shot at MSC, but it's also a title that they haven't gotten last year, kaya gustong-gusto niya talagang bumawi. Ang kanyang pangarap ay maging parte ng isang team na patuloy ang pagkuha ng napakaraming international titles all across different tournaments, as well as repeating championships. Just like how the roster from before, back in his old days, were achieving 2 M-Series World Championships, he wants to be part of something more and something even greater. And that is what makes Flap TZ legendary. Throwing it over to Jamie.
If that is what makes Flap TZ legendary, well, let me talk about this next MPL legend. There is no MPL Filipino fan that does not know who Yawi is. With local and international championships under his belt, he has always been destined for greatness. Now, with that in mind, it pushed him to test his abilities in a different country. He joined MPL Indonesia for 2 seasons. And during our talk, he talked about how he transitioned and adjusted from being a Filipino player here at MPL Philippines to being a foreign player in MPL Indonesia. In just a month, he was able to master the language and adjusted well. He was able to find ways to keep himself satisfied and happy over there, but it just wasn't the same. The Philippines was calling his name, and here he is. When he got the call to come back to the Philippines, sabi nga ni Yawi, napasigaw siya, "Yes, sa Pinas na ako next season." And aren't we all happy that he is here? I asked him what's next. He says he wants to prove that he has the potential And with this being TNC's first appearance in the playoffs in years, he is more motivated than ever. He is really riding on the desire to be champions once again. Sabi ni Yawi, namimiss niya yung feeling na nasa stage siya with his teammates being declared as the champions. Is this the season for them to do that? Will the Phoenix rise to the very top once again? Panelists, what do you think? Over to you.
The inspiring stories of our players, everyone just starts from something. Oh, I remember very, very clearly in my mind, M2, Flap TZ, literally kids alongside Carl TZ himself.
Yeah.
That was way back pre-pandemic. That was very interesting times. And Yaoi as well, all the way from NXP days when they started off. And I really badmouthed them that time. But, you know, I kind of recovered from that very well. And it was really, really fun times.
I love how we're doing all the throwbacks here.
Yeah, big throwback.
If you've been part of it ever since then, you've been here for a long time.
Yeah, the Bardagulan days and social media. I love that time.
I feel like the community has been through a lot, but just the same, these two players that we recently talked about too, they've definitely been through their respective ups and downs.
Yep.
But that just all contributed to how inspiring of an overall story they've been able to establish for themselves. Almost, you could say, that they already have that legacy in them and that impact that they've left on the community as a whole, on the esports scene as a whole. And now it feels just like the perfect opportunity for them to cement that once more, for them to get back in that spotlight, because for Falcons, they've been wanting to do that. They've been having that spotlight internationally, but not just so locally. And Yaoi, he's been through international championships too, you know? Like, definitely he would want to experience it coming back to the Philippines.
Yeah, M4 was a very fun time. Everyone remembers that fondly way back in Echo. And then they're definitely going to be on the road to do that again. Although he did win the championships in Indonesia. Like he mentioned, it's just not the same. So again, going to that world championship again and becoming a champion in the Philippines, again, hard server, right? So it just really is a bit of a difficult journey.
And you know what? If it does so happen that TNC actually comes out on top, I feel like our casters already touched on it earlier, then there's a chance that they get to reunite once more, you know, coming into the upper bracket semifinals. And that has been something we constantly talk about during the regular season whenever they go up against Team Liquid. But if we're talking about playoffs, that's a completely different story.
Yeah, and what's better to talk about it with than our panel, our casters as well. So back at it again, we got our esteemed panelists. We got Nice2, Ingan, and Renmar. Actually, we're the panelists. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So. Can you hear us? Can you hear us now? I think you can hear us.
Yeah.
I can hear Britta.
Britta?
I can hear
Britta.
Hey!
Britta
Turned
in my
into
ear.
a guy, man.
Nice, what happened?
I don't know, Brigitte, you tell me.
Yeah, we've
It's better than the other one
We've
the
been
other
through
day.
5 games, I think. That's enough explanation.
We went through 5 games, we refueled, we hydrated, and we're ready for this one. Because I wish I don't want to spoil it, man, but I'll tell you what.
Whoa, that's a big bird.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Wait, what?
That's a big bird.
They saw a big burb.
Is that what they're trying to not spoil?
Massive.
Ah, no, now I know what
Ian
they're
already
trying
said
not
it,
to
so-
spoil.
How long is that?
We'll probably see it later.
7, 8, 9.
Hey, let me get. Yes, that's a very tall bird. Let me tell you guys what. Since you can't see Brigitte or Rockhard anymore, boom, the emotes.
Boom.
Wait,
Boom.
should we say our predictions? Because you can't see them.
Maybe I'll start first. I'm going with the Phoenix Army.
Oh, really?
Go with the Phoenix Army.
There it is.
Oh,
Okay. So we got 2 members of the casting desk voting for the Phoenix Army.
Wait, what? You're Phoenix,
Wait,
man?
What?
Yeah,
You're
wait,
Phoenix?
no.
What's your prediction?
Brigitte, you didn't ask me.
Oh, I thought you.
Sorry. Nice-to.
I haven't predicted yet.
I haven't. Yeah. What?
Okay.
It was just me.
Normal counting, Brigitte. Like it's only one guy that went.
Okay. So
Who's
what
next?
is your prediction then?
You're next.
All right. Clearly, I mean,
I mean,
He's a Falcons
You almost
guy.
got us there. You almost got us there.
guys,
Guy.
He's a Falcons guy.
just gotta look at the color of his suit today.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I did rap for them. My TNC in 5 heart is sad.
Hey.
I mean, I was rooting for these guys to show up. I'm sure they'll show up in this playoff series, but my prediction has to go to my boys in green and yellow and white.
Okay.
So that suit is green.
Yeah, that's why I'm wearing green. That's why I'm wearing the fit right now. But I hope they put a good showing. I mean,
So we're a little split here. I think with the red, I think
Yeah,
we're gonna have to go
forget
TNC
my
for this
prediction.
one.
I'm joking, Rocker.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, nice.
Well, I saw it now. I saw it now, though.
We got spiels.
Okay.
Are we doing these?
Wait, you can also get the new emotes like Rora, TL PH, Twisted, and if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's Battle emote have made a return.
Show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. Don't miss out on these amazing
Oh
deals.
my goodness. Okay, we got all 3 of them. I think it's our turn this time around. And you were saying you're wearing red. So what does that have to do with your prediction?
I'm going TNC for this.
Oh, because red and orange.
I actually predicted they would do it in week 1, and we're here. So sorry, Naisu. Don't fight me later.
All right, I'm going for Falcons then.
All right, split.
We'll see you guys later, by the
See
way.
you guys later.
Bye.
It's a split decision. Split. Right there in the middle.
Okay.
So that's obviously that's the first time that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Usually we're very we are.
You have a unanimous decision, yeah.
We have meetings. We are very ensemble usually, but there are times like this where your brain goes to different things.
Yeah.
Different memories about these teams, different moments in the game, in the season.
Yeah.
So yeah. I like it when it gets split, so that you know.
Yeah, honestly, I personally had quite a difficult time trying to decide whether or not I wanted to go for this team or that team and all that. You know, like you could feel the fire within these teams. Like
every single one of them.
Every single one of them making it this far. Even based on what they were able to show us during the regular season. So I'm just hoping for the best yet again in the second series of the day. I absolutely would not mind if we once again go all the way. They deserve to actually be able to show us all that.
100%. They absolutely deserve it. For the meantime, though, let's see the players walking in on stage. It's TNC and Falcons.
Champions Arena, please welcome our marshals for this match. Joshua, Juvin, JJ, and David. The final battle for the skies. It's Team Falcons versus the Phoenix TNC Pro Team. In the EXP lane, Flop TZ and 3 more TZ. In the jungle, Kyle TZ and Zaida. In the mid lane, View and Lansing. Our roamers, Oakwood and Yowie. And in the gold lane, Super Marco and Benny Q. Team! And welcome their coaches, Coach Trevor for Team Falcons Philippines and Coach Imba DJ for TNC Pro Team. Falcon or Phoenix, who will soar higher and whose wings will clip and fall? This is the epic conclusion for the beasts in the clouds of the land of dawn, Champions Arena. It's game time!
All right, Team Falcons definitely here to prove that the Falcons era isn't over just yet. From the very moment they were able to start out their world tour to actually securing the title of being one of the titans of MLBB, they are definitely here to reintroduce themselves and show what they've been preparing for and capable of doing up against TNC, up against the Phoenix Army. Of course, once again, with Few as the leader of this entire team.
Non-stop since season 1, Mr. Few, El Capitan, idol of the kids, has been leading this pack. So many ups and downs so far.
Definitely.
And I think that they have really hit their high in the previous years, and they're really hoping that they can get some of that back right here. And of course, that journey for 2025 is starting now. TNC Pro Team though, like you mentioned, way before, that's how many years that they have not really seen the light of the playoff stage. It's been such a journey for them with a revamped roster, with getting Benny Cutie in, getting Yawi, flying him all the way from Indonesia, Lancy, Zaida, Free Martizi, all from different teams, getting into a lineup that can be comfortable to make it here in the playoffs as the 5th seed.
And I feel like they're very comfortable if it's just looking at the lineup and the potential chemistry you could assume just by looking at these players, because for those of you out there, probably you could see some remnants of Echo just by looking at their lineup, right? It's very similar to what we saw of them in the previous years, but this is the overall team head-to-head that we will be looking at. Very or relatively close statistics for both sides. Only that I feel one of the things that we should be paying attention to, aside from the fact that there is a higher significantly first blood ratio on the side of TNC, is what about the other end of the game? Like, if it's not about the first bloods, what about closing out the game? Because I feel like that has been one of the problems that has constantly been taking place for TNC.
That's
like
true.
The way they cannot fully close out a series or a game, even though they are always almost up ahead.
And that's something that they have been definitely working on for a long time. So it's something that we also want to see if they've been able to like patch up those holes. Again, you already mentioned it. They're like this sort of like a season 30 rematch of the old Echo as well, where we saw Echo Proud, Echo Loud. A lot of them are really mashed up together as well there in TNC. And it's basically like AP Bread, right? So a lot of old rivalries getting back into this one. Let's have a look at the Smart Pink Test though and see what they look like on stage.
Di ko na alam kung dapat bang ihinto. Di alam ang sasabihin, di alam ang aking gagawin. Kung mananatili sa'yo, minamahal kong estranghero.
Kaboses ko yung, cup of joe. Teka mo.
O ito ka na naman, umiiwas ng tingin. Nababalot ng hiwag at humalina sa akin kahit na ika'y hindi ko maintindihan.
Di pipigil ang ganap ko ng dahilan yung ngiti.
Misteryoso.
Ayos ba yung mga songer skills ko dyan? Goods.
Bigay nyo na sa amin ito, dami nyo na awards eh.
Receivable pa nga kayo, mga Lods eh. Kaya doon, paarboran ng season na to, mga Lodi Falcon. Kulit no, dati niyayabang mo yung meron. Oh, sunod. Malala! Ngayon wala yung nagawa. Nabaligtad ang sitwasyon, ikaw naman ang niyabangan ng wala. Oh. Do or die. Siyempre do tayo do.
Well, I must say, I did miss hearing that.
Of course. That's our Smart Ping Test. Bringing low latency gaming with Smart Sulit Promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platform or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
It's always so fun to actually hear their personalities and not just their pictures and their gameplay. That's why you always want to also follow them on their social media.
Yep.
Whenever they go live, it's always so much fun. Here are the Infinix keys to victory for this matchup.
And it's very timely that we did wrap up our previous conversation talking about TNC and their inability to actually close out a series or a game cleanly, because this is exactly what they need to do for their keys to victory. It's to polish their mid to late game decision making so they barely allow or not even allow any room at all for the opponents to turn things around. Whereas for Team Falcons, they need to challenge TNC's late game and long series endurance, which might feel like a little bit contradicting, but this is exactly what we see when you look at the stats. TNC, they tend to have and go for the longest games, so it goes both ways, right? It's either they find it hard to close out the games themselves, or they are able to prolong the games and defend their base for a very long time, even when the opponents are actually trying to close it out too. And for both of these teams, they definitely have to fight for the early game momentum. And I mean, I think we should all recall what happened earlier between Ogwen and Yaoi during the face-off. Like, they barely said anything, but they were so close. And I feel like they've been telling each other something all the while they were looking into each other's eyes, you know?
Yeah, that was almost like super close for telepathy or something. And we're gonna see Falcons on the blue side with almost a half win rate on the blue whenever they go to that side. Now, I think I really love that last point because no matter how you look at it, TNC has always been such a good early game team. Even in the games they lose, they usually end up with a big lead early on. The times that they lose actually come from them like losing grip of the game.
Yeah.
From minute 12 onwards.
To put numbers into that, if you look at both Falcons and TNC and their turtle control and lord control percentages, they're just right beside each other. Like Falcons, they're second, and TNC follows right after them. So you know that the objectives are going to be something both of these teams are going to fight for heading into this game as well. And this is very exciting. Two new teams, we'll be looking at what happens in the draft this time around.
Yeah, joined by our desk analyst, Renmar Santa Cruz.
Hello there.
What's up, Falcon Man?
What's up? I'm Falcon Man now?
He's Falcon's guy?
Is that like my official title?
That's your official title, right? At least for this series.
Yeah, I sound like a low-budget superhero, Falcon Man.
He's both Falcon's guy and TNC in 5.
Oh, yeah. TNC in 5 and Falcon's guy.
I can be both, but fate tells me to only pick one. Oh, by the way, speaking of one...
So which one are you looking at here for their first picks, though?
I think Kalea, if it's going to be open for Falcons, that definitely has to be a rush. Unless what Twisted Mind showed that Baksha is such an important pickup means that it bumps up in the drafting order. Now, I still think there's going to be a Kalea. Put it in the hands of Ogwen, take it away from Yaoi.
Yeah, that has to be. Master Ogwen has been one of the first players to actually play out the Kalea really well. Even looking at some of the other international tournaments where we've seen them play this hero. So let's see if that is going to be the priority here for Falcons. Because if not, like majority of the trades, they're still out there. Honestly, like the jungler trades, they're still possible for either of these two teams.
Yeah, and I actually really love that Baksha as well. Three players here can play the Baksha very well historically. Flapeasy, Kyle, and of course Ogwen.
I just want to say it's very rare to see a Juicin rush pick in the current metagame, especially with the Kalea coming in. Of course, Suyo Joy usually favored. Lo Yi actually even is a more favored first pick, but then it was banned out by Falcons. So they're putting a lot of importance into taking away some of the best options here for Lancy. I think that's why they put the Juicin in the first pick right away.
Yeah. Much attention onto Lancy, although Lancy has been one of the mid laners who, even like historically, some of the picks I really recall whenever we talk about Lancy even goes as far as the Faramis and all that, or even the Lilias, right? Like he does play those heroes really well, but now it's another surprise priority pick for TNC, an immediate 1-1 pickup.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a philosophy of slow front to back popping up even more often, considering that the Kalea is no longer something that the 1-1 has to use the needles and flowers to cleanse the crowd control of that hero out of. They just go ahead and pick up the Kalea and 1-1 early on. And of course, this is Benny Cutie's favorite hero, named his daughter after 1-1.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the mere fact that they have the Kalea too, regardless if Falcons wants to consider either the Hayabusa or any of that sort, they have some sort of direct answer and chain crowd control to use up against that Hayabusa, but instead they go for the backstroke, which we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I really love this. Not to mention they also have just a really good follow-up with the Granger. So overall, the first 3 picks of Falcons feel like it's a really solid core lineup that can really roam around the map efficiently. And it might be a challenge for the 1-1, especially in the early game. Personally, I have played 1-1s against Grangers, and I've had a very, very bad time.
Yeah, the laning is probably going to be a problem for them, so I probably consider a hero that could create like space or like provide AoE for TNC, especially considering the team fights that could happen later on. There's the Farsa and the Eve that could still come up.
They decided to go to the safe route though. They want to pick up the Hayabusa right away. They can get their jungle option. If you're Falcons, you're not gonna commit a Farsa Eve ban, right? 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 Question mark? You're not gonna think on that too hard, right? So that's gonna be up in the air. So TNC Pro Team playing it safe. They pick up the jungle that they need, and at the same time, a jungle that, well, if they didn't give it, would have given the Farsa and the Eve problems anyway.
Yeah. Only, I guess, if they're just really playing it extra safe. Because, like, Eve directly responds to the Zushin, and if you're going for a backshot jungle, then that is some sort of utility, too. So you might want to not go up against the real world manipulation. And okay, they banned out the Farsa first instead though, so...
Falcons?
Okay.
That's pretty good, that's pretty good.
You're not gonna ban Farsa and Eve, right?
Well, not Eve, yeah, right? Eve feels like it's next on the chopping board, honestly.
I was more leaning towards, okay, maybe just the Eve, but they banned out the Farsa instead.
Yeah, I mean, there's like another... I think they can give the Eve. If ever, because Falcon still has a lot of room in their lineup to pick up something like a Gatot Kacha, maybe even a Cho Flex for the EX, the roamer, and then you, excuse me, for the EXP lane, then you put the Baksha in the roam in the hands of Ogo, and you give Flap TZ the Cho instead. TNC smartly take out the Gatot Kacha. So I'm looking at a potential flex Cho here in the hands of Flap TZ for Falcons.
Oh, the Cho, rather, like they're really going for setups rather than an additional layer of sustain.
Yeah, excuse me. Oh, they do actually ban the Farsa and Eve.
Oh, hey, they did. Oh my goodness. All right.
So they're playing it extra safe.
Yeah, sorry. Just one more I want to add. Hilda still on the board and actually very good for both lineups. The Hilda, since you don't see the jungle side of Falcons yet, if it is going to be an assassin, can be the pressure you can apply there. While at the same time, Hilda would be great for Falcons if it's available for them.
Yeah, they actually, TNC, you're actually right. TNC does need that front line. And FreeMRTZ very happy to pick that up any time of the day. Loving that Hilda pick. And again, heroes like that really compliment him. If you guys remember his Uranus days, he loves to throw it out there.
Oh!
It's a Josk.
Wait, I mean, they banned out the Even Farsa.
They ran out the mid laners? No, I'm kidding. Josk definitely a strong pick still.
Oh, well, this too creates space, you know? Like, it creates a lot of space, and it kind of goes unnoticed most of the time whenever there's a really messy team fight that's happening. So Team Falcons has to be extra careful of that. At least they have mobility though, and a lot of blink skills to reposition themselves every now and then, but that might be constantly forced out by TNC. So they go for the Badang.
Highly sought after so far in the day, and the Suyo appearing for the first time in the series. Sorry, the whole
the whole day.
Yeah,
the whole day. Gonna be the first Suyo game. Let's see how it's gonna fare. It's paired up very well with the Baksha and Badang. Plus the center of the map, it's looking like it's gonna be a Baksha Juice in Suyo, high invade capability here. I think maybe that's why TNC Pro Team decided to pick up the Zask for Lancy. They need a little bit more bodies to help protect the jungle of Zyda on the Hayabusa. For 3 Martizi, I'm still leaning towards, Glue still actually available on the board. That's a fantastic pickup. It's a slow front to back style for Falcons, and they needed something like the Glue to help them out.
It's a very powerful XP lane pick here that actually goes under the radar a lot so far today.
Yeah, at least the Glue can, the escape mechanism definitely is still there. The spread, that's gonna help them a lot too, in terms of just blocking off Team Falcons and whatever they want to do entirely. And you definitely need this guy to sustain things, because the Kalea, as much as there is the sustain, the passive works as a form of sustain, but it's more on looking for the setup. It's more of catching members from Team Falcons. So now at least they've balanced out their lineup heading into this match.
Yeah, and the Champions Arena is ecstatic for the matchup that we have here for the day. Again, only one solid front line here for TNC and a very well-rounded lineup. That Badang really making a lot of waves so far today. See if that's going to happen for Falcons as well. Let's go over to our team of casters here, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar.
Thank you so much to our team of panelists, Brigida and Rockhart, for breaking it down alongside Renmar of the draft. Welcome back to the English desk here. It's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar, and this is our second match. It's the battle of the skies, if you will. It's Team Falcons versus TNC Pro Team. Who is going to move on forward to face off TLPH tomorrow? We'll find out. Jumping in, there's a whole lot of early poking.
Early poking, forced out Yaoi's flicker. Now a resource down for TNC.
Yeah, the absolute threat of going up against Abash and the Suyo together. I was mentioning this in the draft, where these are two presences that are so good at applying pressure into the key contestable areas of the jungle if you really want to invade, and even a Kalea is going to struggle against that, especially up against a Baksha, who also has heal on his own. I thought Zyda would get caught out there.
We're seeing a lot of this, man. You know, like now, I know even coming into our playoffs, like we saw a lot of the Baksha go into the roam. Seems to work really well, of course, alongside the passive that he brings to a game. He's just great mobility, great tankiness. And then you pair it up with someone like this Badang, and you're able to go ahead and set a lot of things up. Lancy.
And not to mention Few. Beautiful execution there, but Zyda answers back and picks up Ogwin.
Yeah, traded out, but that's rumor for mid. More favorable trade here for Falcons Philippines. KyleTzy!
KyleTzy got caught there almost, but FlapTzy with a save. Trying to chase after KyleTzy, and FlapTzy forced them to back off.
All right. Kyle's going to be fine. It's kind of interesting. We haven't seen the Suyo, in the last series at all.
Yeah.
Still some poking happening here. Flap will get back, but the Turtle's up now, so they got to go ahead and recalibrate how they're going to do this. Ogwin is back in that, and they're going to go grab the purple buff for now. For now, Zyda can just start this up. They're probably just going to get this unless somehow Kyle gets to this quickly.
Yeah, KyleTzy just going to trade for the purple buff instead, as Ogwin, FlapTzy, and Few
he's going
doing
orange
their
too.
best to delay, and now he's going to might go for the orange buff trade.
Easy take there for TNC Pro Team. The fact that they continued to fight for a longer time forced a reaction out of KyleTzy, which meant he would be out of timing to contest that turtle, so he decided to go for the orange buff steal instead. Or was he actually able to secure the orange?
Just one green cap.
Oh, just one green cap. Okay, he wasn't able to get the orange buff. So KyleTzy will be able to get his own. And yeah, we're just back to normal here. I think Falcons need to watch out and not get baited into these long engagements. I think that's something that has to be assessed and addressed.
Yeah, also with this, all-time stats for Benecutie on the 1-1. Quite a few games, 21 played, 52% win rate, and a little fun fact too. Doesn't he call his
daughter?
Wan.
Yeah, the nickname.
The nickname of it, yeah. Nickname of his daughter.
Yeah,
Wan.
Is Wan. One of his heroes that really, I think, probably has some of the most highlights that he's had through his career so far. So we'll see if he's able to pull that off here. There's not too many players that do bring out the Wan. And you could also say the same thing about a Zask. You know, I know you guys talked about this a little bit in the draft, but is it Lancey? This is the only. Was there one more? I think maybe one more player in the league probably played the Zask off the top of my head, but there's probably only 2 or 3 that have and found success with it.
I'm not sure if one of them is Super Prince, but for sure Lancey is one of them. And going back to the draft, what Renmar mentioned, they were forced to use this Zask because... Oh, wait a minute! Zaida, we get Shadow Kill. Few was able to Crimson Beacon out. Now the counter Lantern Flare, Super Marco!
Wow.
Disintegrates Zaida. Now Yawi caught there, has to flicker out. Here comes a re-engage from TNC, and Zaida is going to fall down.
Yeah, what a counter though by Few, able to use the Crimson Beacon out just in time. At the same time, force choking Zaida up to set things up for both Ogwen and Super Marco to cap off the kill. Bit of a misread there by Zaida. They were able to trade out the kill, but that's your jungler going down for the mid. Again, another favorable trade for Falcons.
Yeah, so for Falcons, will now possibly get in position for this. The turtle is up. You've got Kyle just around the corner, but so is TNC. Zaida's buffed up as he needs to be, and they might force a fight here. Ogwen might look his own angle.
Even go for 3 Martizi. Flaptizi already commits the fist crack.
Good zone.
Zaida still working on the turtle. Good zone from TNC. Yeah. Zaida picks up the turtle, but Flaptizi with a counter fist break. No ultimate though, but it was more than enough to bring down Yawi.
Okay. Yawi goes down, but it's a trade again.
Yeah, they were able to punish out. Good trade, but Falcons, if they break this mid tower, they win the trade, and they do. TNC Pro Team, they zoned out, they're doing everything they can, but it seems like Falcons always has an answer to something that TNC does right.
That's how you do it, man.
Yeah, they open up the map.
You gotta have what is it called? You gotta have the reaction to every. There's a chain. There's a reaction for every. There's something like that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Every action
has a reaction.
Has an equal and opposite reaction.
All right. It's way longer than I thought, but
it's one of the laws of physics.
One of the laws of physics. I haven't seen a whole lot of different physics reels on my algorithm, but yeah,
really, I learned that in school, sir.
Hey, we didn't have cell phones then, so what? Turret goes down top side. It's Team Falcons that, you know, the way that Falcons is playing this is just so objectively. And honestly, if you've been watching them for a while, you know they play this game. Yeah. Like, they are the macro team that likes to play through that, and then eventually they'll pop off right around maybe before the first Lord comes up or even in that fight. And you start to see them put pressure now. Now that they've got a couple turrets down, they can play around the advantage they have.
Yeah, and now it's kind of balanced. They're just not banking on the fact that they have to wait for Super Marco to scale up. Even Kyle TZ and Few has been a great damage source for Team Falcons. So now they're standing on a 2.5k gold lead, and at this point, it seems like Yawi is having a hard time trying to engage because 2 of his targets have Purifies, not to mention Ogwen has been zoning out TNC.
Yeah, you're seeing Yawi and, well, a little bit more focus on Yawi because 3 Martizi is actually the roamer for this lineup, while Yawi's more of like the backup, you know?
Yeah.
They're playing it a little bit safe, while for Falcons, they're also playing it safe because they're always thinking about the guys we have to watch out for a glue. We're up against a glue. So it's like right now we're seeing 2 teams kind of overthinking, hesitating a little bit.
Yawi goes in, paired up with a flicker. He caught someone there. It might be onto Kyle TZ as Zaida picks up the turtle, but the clash still going on. Pure Martizi onto Kyle TZ, might be able to bring down 2. Owen is going to fall down as well. The shade for Yawi now. A maniac!
The Storm is online. The namesake of his daughter in his hands, and he gets a Maniac to open up the series. That's another reason why Falcons had to be careful. They're up against a 1-1, a very iconic one at that.
Oh man, we talked about it early on. I said, Benny, he loves this hero. And you remember why every single time he does something like that. Again, a great initiation coming through from Yawi with the Tsunami Slam. Zaida cleans up the objectives. That 3 for 3 for the Turtles. He does enough damage, too, to allow Benny Cutie to pop off with the crossbow of Tang. It was because of that shadow kill that was also used from Zaida to allow the health bars to be low enough for Benny Cutie to get that Maniac. So just really good timing and initiation. Yeah. I mean, remember, before all that happened, Falcons was holding on to about a 3K lead. It's gone now, and TNC has flipped the table.
Yeah, I'll also have to acknowledge, just as I said it, Yawi decided to make a play, a very sure one at that. He went ahead, jumped up in the air, flickered forward, landed the title strike, knocked up 2, grabbed 1, and that just set things up incredibly well for TNC Pro Team to follow up. So Falcons have to go back to watching their positioning and acknowledging the fact they're up against a 1-1. Yes, they have the range damage, theoretically, to deal with it, but there's so many bodies in front of the 1-1 that the damage of the Granger is going to have a very hard time seeping through. So it puts so much pressure into the rest of Falcons to just throw their bodies to try and take Benny Cutie down before he could jump up in the air, which up against a very tanky front line of a Kalea and especially a Glue, that's tough, man.
But up against a systematic team like Falcon, one mistake, they'll surely capitalize on that, especially if Super Marco starts to be online once again. First Lord up for grabs. It seems like all neutral objectives actually were secured by Zyda.
Yeah, they're going to keep Kyle TZ down on that bottom side for now. Going to grab his buff. Lord is up, and TNC will have the advantage. Yawi jumps in.
Yawi again with the flicker plus combo. He's going to catch Blapteezy. Falcons, 1 member down. There was a knockoff on the Lord. Owen trying to soak up the damage, though. Now TNC, it looks like they have to disengage.
He almost blasted Zyda. He's forced to recall, get on out of there. Benny Cutie looks like he's going to turn TNC Pro Team. Are they turning? Falcons, TNC. Slow things down.
Slow it down. Bring him back here. Flap's gone. But hey, that's what you expect with a Kalea. Those initiations, especially when the flicker's available, that's what you want to see happen.
Yep.
They're still going to fight for this Lord, though, trying to get the positioning they're looking for. Quite low already for Few and Ogwin. They're going to respect it. They're going to have to fall back. Zyda gets the Lord.
Here, TZ flickers in with a grab. TZ counters! What a beautiful fist break, grab, but Benny Cutie again! With a crossbow attack, going to pick up 2. Might be able to make it 3, but it's going to be Lancey who picks up the 3rd kill.
Double kill still for the 1-1. 6-0 and 2. The Titans of MLBB, at least one of them, are shaking in their wings. As the Phoenix is flying high in game number 1, they have a considerable lead.
I don't know if it was that Phoenix they brought into the Champions Arena or what, but I'll tell you what, the Phoenix Army is standing up on their feet when they see plays like that happen here. And so the Battle of the Skies right now is in charge for the Phoenix. We take a look at this again. It's a First Lord, so it's going to be quick work for Falcons to deal with. But how are they looking in the items department against TNC here?
Oh, Benny Cutie already has a Wind of Nature also. So now they can be as aggressive as possible like this. Again, Yawi, but Few was able to purify out. Yawi got caught, was able to flicker. And now Ogwin trying to go for the charge. Yawi pops his conceals to back off. Zyda goes in with a shadow. Now here comes Team Arteezy.
Very bad here for Falcons. TNC Pro Team this looks like this fight. Good look for them. Godlike for Benny.
And now Kyle Teezy also picks up a kill on Yawi. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
So it's a 1-for-1.
Good stun. Good stun from Ogwin. Almost got caught there by Zyda.
Good stun. Yeah, Kyle Teezy's still going to get his buff, though, so he's fine. Big item pickup here defensively for Super Marco. Will get the Wind of Nature, though. But, man, some of these team fights, the way that they're breaking off, and, you know, and sometimes Falcons just has to respond to what TNC is doing here. Even if it's the little nightmare spawns, like, those seem to be causing enough issue, too, for Falcons to deal with. And also just how tanky, you know, 3mar and Yawi seem to be. And Benny Cutie is just untouchable, man.
Yeah.
You can't get to him.
Exactly. Falcons PH, yes, they rush pick the juice, and again, this is why I brought up, it's so rare to see a rush pick juice in this early on. TNC Pro Team adjusted very well, building around this 1-1. Zask, so many frontliners for it. Yawi decides to go in, uses the ultimate, he catches one. He got TZ, almost brought down low, and TNC Pro Team, this could be another fight. 1!
Another kill coming in from Benny Cutie as Zyda works on Few. Benny Cutie leading the charge. Lancey picks up 1 more. 2 will fall down for the side of the Falcons.
Woo, TNC. They are locked in this game 1. 25 seconds to the Lord here. They have so much control, so much confidence in the way they're approaching these fights. It's probably going to be another turret that goes down here unless Falcons really wants to stop things, man. 8-0-3 on Benny Cutie just gets the Malefic Gun, increasing that range even more, which just means it's even going to be harder now to get to him. That's already been the problem the past, what, 13 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and not to mention, prior to that clash, Yawi already has a fleeting time. That's why he goes in once again, catches Flapteezy. Flapteezy was able to flicker out, plus a Winter Crown play. Now they're working on Ogwin. Benicuti's going to pick up a kill. Another crossbow attack. There's going to be a Winter Crown play onto Ogwin, but they catch him still. Zyda from the back, working on them, but a Wiki Shadow kill as 5 members of TNC. Now they focus on the Lord.
Okay, 5v3 does not look good for Falcons. They will not be able to contest this, even with Kyle alive. TNC. All the flowers to Coach Semi and Coach Imba DJ of TNC Pro Team. They assessed the Juicin first pick of Falcons PH so well that they've built a lineup that faces off against that core pick in the Juicin to the point where Benicute is untouchable. 3 Martizi, no deaths, 10 assists on that glue.
I don't know, man. At this point, this is the Storm. Like, how do you stop this, man? What do you do to stop the Storm? He's 9-0-4, and like you mentioned, you can't. He's untouchable.
Oh, Yawi
again?
With a conceal amidst the title strike. Okay, but Super Marco was able to purify out Zyda again. With a Wiki Shadow kill, they're going to share the damage, but Purify was expended by Super Marco.
Yeah, that's a Purify down. It's crazy too. 3 Mars, 0, 0, and 10 on the glue. He has done work as that stalwart, and now pushing it in the base of Falcons. Lord will knock down this top turret in the base.
All right, Falcons will be able to clear this up. TNC, I don't think they're going to be rushing anything unless one sudden concealed force play by Yawi. Are they going to pull the trigger on that? They do have more minion waves coming in. They can try to make a play for one more inhibitor turret. The mid and bot. Here comes the middle minion waves.
Yeah, 50 seconds. 50 seconds before Super Marco's Purify is active, so they can make a charge. Yawi again goes in. He's going to pick up Ogwin. Ogwin with the Winter Crown play, but they burst it down. Yawi being shadow kill going there. Ogwin with the Revitalize, but still cannot out-sustain the damage of Zyda.
Even with the Revitalize, it wasn't enough to keep Ogwin alive.
Zyda still so sharp with his entries, with a Wiggy Shadow kill on point. TNC Pro Team, though, will lose one. They are not going to be able to complete their mission of taking down a tower. Both junglers neck and neck in terms of the items. Mid laners as well. Gold laners as well. Is in the EXP lane where there's just a bit of a considerable gap in the items. As you see, Flaptezy actually committing a Winter Crown rush. Similar to Ogwen, who after building the anti-Cuirass went for Winter Crown right away because they know they are going to be the most susceptible to unleash all the marks for the crossbow of Tang off the 1-1. That's why they bought those items so they can at least waste some, but Benicute has been on point with the timings for the activation of his ultimate.
Apart from Benicute, even Zyda has been playing such a good game. Prior to the a couple of seconds back, he was able to steal away the orange buff against Kyle TZ and Ogwin with just the shadow. And not to mention, down to the first minute, he was the one who got the first Little Wonder up against 3 members of Falcon with just a shadow. So now Zyda has been showing that his fast hands, he has faster hands than Kyle TZ.
Well, again, it's, the Suyo, we haven't seen it last series. We saw it a little bit towards the end of the regular season, but it was a whole lot of Hayabusa, and there's a reason for it. But nonetheless, whether it's the Suyo or not, it's really just TNC's playing well together as a team. And I mean, it's Yawi initiating a lot of these. He knows that his job, and that's why you mentioned the fleeting time earlier, Ingon, he has to get these Purifies out. If he at least gets some of that down, then that's value for them, and then most likely he's going to have an opportunity to jump on in again. And then even if not him, then 3-Mark can do it. So there's a whole lot of options that TNC has, but look at the placement right now, what's going on here for this next Lord. We've seen Falcons do this before. We'll see if they're able to go ahead and execute things off of this. And Renmar mentioned too, all the lanes, despite it seem like TNC heavily favored, it's relatively even in terms of itemization. It's not too different, but this Lord is being blitzed now at half health. We'll see this. Look at the off angle. Look at Kyle TZ's placement. Will they go ahead and press this in? Are they just going to go for a sandwich play on TNC? But they got a big wave down bot, and they're going to know that Super Marco's there.
Pressure is on for Falcons. TNC going to try and burst. Flaptezy goes in with a combo. Zyda answers back, and Benicute plus Lancy picks up the kill onto Kyle TZ. They will be able to secure the Lord, but Yavi wants to go for more. Tsunami Slap committed already. They're going to bring down Flaptezy with Zyda with a kill.
He's just too damn good on that 1-1. The Storm is 9-0-7. We thought the Falcons had the sandwich play to take Benny Cutie out, but it was Kyle TZ who fell down first in that engagement. Lord goes to TNC 18 minutes in.
And you saw the idea there. It was, okay, Flap, go get Lancey or someone, and Kyle TZ was supposed to sweep in and get the kill before he got a chance, but Lancey still was able to pop the Dominator's Ascent and get in that form, and now, you know, they win that fight decisively, and they're looking at possibly ending a game here. Game 1 under the 20-minute mark. We'll see if they can do it. Mid turret goes down, Yawi jumps in.
Jumps in, Few pops his Purify, Lord Siegen onto the top lane. Immortality of Yawi will be popped. Few has a Crimson Beacon out, but 3 Martizi catches him. There's the Winter Crown play though. Zyda just seizing the moment, but Yawi was bursted down. Here comes Benny Cutie though with a crossbow of Tang. Kaltizi was able to sustain the damage.
They stay alive.
Yeah, hell of a defense there by Falcons. They were able to hold the Lord as far as they could away from the base. The focus of 3 Martini there on the Few forced out Purifies and the Crimson Beacon, but Falcons kept their position very well, and even Benny QT, able to use the crossbow of Tang, was not able to make the most out of it. Yawi got punished, and Falcons just held on for dear life. Still, again, very close game. The only gap, significant gap, excuse me, is between the two EXP laners. The item difference between the Glue and the Badang is starting to beef up by Falcons. Still felt, but now at this point, I feel like it doesn't actually matter that much.
You know, it's getting a little, it's getting in that position where it's like, Falcons, what do they have to do to turn this game around? Because their base is completely gone. All the base turrets are taken out now, and they really, it's funny that the way it is. Oh, Yawi's popping the conceal. They're going to jump it again.
Yawi still commits the flicker to catch Flap TZ. There's a Winter Crown play. He might be able to escape though as TNC backs off.
Okay, they're going to back off. I don't think they press that any further.
Yeah.
They don't want to just overextend here, but yeah, going back to it, it's like, what does Falcons have to do? They haven't seemed to be able to actually go into these full-on team fights exactly, you know, the past few minutes, but maybe are they at a position to do that now?
Yeah, they just need to pick Benny Cutie, which is so much easier said than done.
Just get Benny.
Yeah, get Benny. If you can somehow get Benny, or you take down the front line so fast that Benny Cutie is forced to, like, just, you know, step away, then that's the ideal scenario. But it's, you can't. Again, TNC Pro Team have drafted this lineup so well against a lineup of Falcons PH that despite it all being so close in the gold, you can definitely say Falcons have the damage. They just can't seem to have enough damage to make it to a point where Benny QT is so threatened that he gets taken out.
TNC, they might just decide to go and try to burst down the Lord, but still don't respect the fact that Falcon can steal it away. Ogwin trying to soak up the damage. He does have his immortality. Zyda jumps in. One more hit, but Ogwin saves his immortality though.
Yeah, he's still alive. But you can see that even where Benny was earlier, they still have to be careful on how they approach the fight though. They know the buffs are going to come up. They throw Zyna over to the purple buff. He'll grab that, and you have Kyle TZ doing the same thing, grabbing his orange. So it's just setting up for this next objective, take this Lord. And there's still the 2 Purifies for Falcons, so they can possibly go ahead and counterplay into the setup that TNC is going to be looking for. It's always been Yawi. It's been Yawi all day long. And because even he has that flicker available, they might try to this. So it's like, Falcons, do they push across the map? They do send Kyle over there. TNC's got that information, but they'll go ahead and just go ahead and start up the Lord. Benny QT sent over to deal with this, and I just think we have a standoff for now.
Good macro. Whoa, our playoffs has been long so far. This is only game 1 in another the second best of 5 series of the day. It's 22 minutes in already.
Wow.
But there's been so much action, so many trades. It's a very active game.
This one has been active, and they're going to press it for the Lord.
Okay, it's going to be a retreat back. Oh! Kyle TZ secures it. TNC wanting to clap back. A weaky shadow kill for Zyda. Forced out the immortality. Ogwin is still alive with the revitalized. Benny QT trying to deal out damage. But in exchange of El Capitan and Ogwin, Falcons get the Lord.
Oh, Falcons gets the Lord, but still, that was the question I asked earlier. Can they actually win a team fight? And the answer is no. They just got taken out after the Lord was secured. And so this could be an easy just clear out and push into the base unless Falcons can do something to buy some time.
Again, they have the damage, but it just seems to be not enough. They can't reach Benny.
TNC starting to siege in. Zaida goes for the zone and eliminates Super Marco.
Wow.
Podcasting his immortality as TNC takes game 1 away.
What a capitalization by TNC Pro Team in the draft. There's a reason Juicin isn't rushed first pick anymore. And TNC Pro Team adjusted to it, responded to it incredibly well.
Incredible game for TNC to start off this best of 5. Let's throw it over to the panel.
The way this is happening, I'm sorry.
My hair is so messy.
We were jumping up and down here. That was crazy for TNC. For this one, apparently Lords is only half the picture.
Oh my goodness. Look at what we're seeing in as early as day number 1 of our playoffs. Season 15 is proving to be a massive roller coaster ride for a lot of us MLBB fans. Just look at how well these teams have prepared for one another, for each other even, specifically in this particular scenario where TNC, it barely felt like they were up against the Titans of MLBB.
Yeah, it feels like a big paradigm shift. Wow, big words.
Wow.
It's a big shift in the way that the whole ecosystem has been going, with TNC just being so dominant from the very beginning of this match.
Yep. You see how Yaoi just making use of the pressure on the Kalea, Lansy being there, being very solid guards too for Benny Cutie, who, by the way, got a Maniac in the first game, which is exactly why we're seeing, or one of the biggest reasons why we're probably seeing him in the MVP. 909 on this 1-1. He didn't even get to complete his build. It didn't come to a point where he had to complete his build just yet.
It was unbelievable, honestly, with the way that he was playing the 1-1. It was not a late game 1-1, by the way. Early on, it got a Maniac, I think, right 6 or 7 minutes into the game, and that's just not something you see every day. This is an example of one of those heroes that has so much mastery.
Yeah.
The player has so much mastery over the hero that you just feel like they are one and the same. And we can see why the firstborn of Benny Cutie was nicknamed Duanwan as well. Just really has so much history and experience with that hero.
Indeed, a very iconic hero for Benny Cutie himself, and even overall for TNC as a whole. You see how determined they were to really secure that early game, as mentioned in our keys to victory. The multiple times we saw them set things up for the turtle takes, for the objective takes, they were 90% of the time winning it out against Falcons. They were forcing reactions out of specifically Kyle Teasy, so he couldn't feel confident enough to actually go in and contest these objectives anymore. And I think those were 3 consecutive turtles where TNC just constantly did this, and it was during this 3rd turtle wherein they were able to allow Benny Cutie to achieve that Mania. So there were multiple angles that TNC were actually able to play around, and so Falcons, instead of being able to play their game, instead of Flap TZ being able to look for all these openings, I feel like they were just always forced to react against TNC, to fight back, to look for counter engages or setups. But even though they attempted to do that multiple times, their damage wasn't enough just yet. Their kits weren't enough.
You know what's pretty cool in all of those early game turtles that we saw TNC and Falcons? Even though Falcons started it, even though Falcons had more people on the pit, it was Zaida with the Retribution who actually got the objective over and over again.
Yeah, that too. Like, Zaida has been on point in terms of his ability to secure the objectives, even when faced in an actual Red Tree battle. There was this one moment, which we are seeing right now, where
that's the only time he missed
Kyle Teasy was able to secure that. But that was the only time, as mentioned here by Rockhard. All other instances wherein both the junglers had to fight for an objective, it was Zaida coming out on top. And that is something we aren't used to seeing either when we talk about Kyle Teasy. By the way, just a quick look at our post-game stats and our emblems view. The first pick, Jushin, that was constantly highlighted throughout the game, really went with this tanky emblem combination, which I feel like, especially in the 3-minute mark, if you were to look back in that game, showed us to some extent how tanky the Jushin actually was. I mean, few did die after that moment, but it wasn't in vain. They were able to take a trade out of it, but that was only so much. Because if you look at the bigger picture, they were clearly lacking in terms of ways to respond in terms of the damage department, ways of fighting back against TNC when they were able to just confidently go all in and commit in terms of the team fights. And in as much as Falcons, they were able to get the better trades when you look at how they were able to pull off the early game, because yes, TNC, they were constantly able to secure the turtles and all that, but Falcons, they were making sure that there were turrets that came along. There were trades that mattered during those specific moments, but it felt like they were just so sure that this will end up in a team fight anyway, you know? And when it comes to a team fight, we have the upper hand.
When you go into those team fights that you're talking about, Falcons always usually comes in, they are outgunned, outmaneuvered every single time. Flapteezy's Badang is a full tank Badang, contrary to what our guest Dilar was saying earlier, that, you know what, the most Badangs we'll probably see today are probably going to be for the damage type, which he did predict for Onic anyway, but usually that's a very good build. That's why we then see like really big impacting fist crack, fist break combos, because even though he would catch multiple people in, the follow-up was just not quite there.
Yeah. Not even hybrid builds were an option because you had to tank everything.
You needed to. You needed to go that route.
You had to answer back to the damage that was coming in from a 1-1 who got her power spike early on and all that. But if we look at it, still Super Marco will be considered as the BPI rich guy. Surprisingly enough, was able to do that much in terms of just ensuring that his farming isn't left behind, not necessarily that too far behind, even up against Menicutie, again, who was able to secure Maniac. But Ogwen evidently struggled too in terms of this game. Like,
I kind of understand why that is going to be the case, because again, BPI Rich Guy is going to be Super Marco. Ogwen did suffer a lot because of the Kalea. The Kalea is just such a big threat, and you can't just do whatever you want. You're always going to be double thinking. You're always going to be thinking about yourself over and over again.
Yep, and that has been a recurring theme. The recurring theme for the game that we witnessed just now. But also, to dive into the specifics, I feel like we will be taking a look into the gold graphs and as well as the item progressions later on. But first, for the gold difference timeline, as you can see here, we're Team Falcons, they're the ones in blue, and TNC Pro Team, they're the ones in red. So it has been Team Falcons, again, as mentioned earlier, getting the better trades, getting the turrets even, despite TNC Pro Team getting the turtles consistently in the first few minutes of the game, but it wasn't for long that they were able to hold on to this lead, because when it mattered the most, this was the moment where Menicutie, during the third turtle, was able to secure the Maniac, and they were just all out aggressive. They were just on that all-out aggression from that point onwards. And this is another thing we really have to look into, because we did mention the fact that they have to respond to the amount of damage that TNC Pro Team already had in their hands, which resulted in their builds to somehow be slightly altered as well. And I'm specifically talking about the frontliners, Flapteezy as well as Ogwen. They were forced to go for those early winter crown pickups. As you can see, they actually even got it at around the same time, because they really had to tank the damage. They really had to prevent the crossbow tank from transferring to the other members of their team. And it's not just that, they were also forced to pick out other items too that really mattered, or that could potentially support them in sustaining all the damage. The Zast was a problem as well. The Radiant Armors are there, but more than that, even the Immortalities just had to be picked up. They just had to find ways to prolong things. But even though they were able to prolong things long enough, when you look for the damage that could potentially come out from their team, they were still trying to sort it out. They were still trying to look for that as well. Super Marco here was only able to even build the wars and the Blade of Despair towards or past the 20-minute mark even. So it took them that long. Even though he was indeed considered as the BPI rich guy, TNC, they just went so far ahead to a point that it was very difficult for Falcons to actually respond back. And this is the beauty we're seeing in TNC, with just that very small opening they got in the draft earlier of knowing what they're already potentially going up against, knowing that, oh, this is going to be indeed the Jushin, this is going to be indeed the backshow. We kind of already see ahead of what we could be expecting in terms of the rotation that will come out from Falcons. They were able to fully capitalize on that, and what better way to do it with an iconic pick, which is the Wanwan. And now looking at a quick meta check, especially for TNC, by the way, second in terms of most heroes used. Up in first is actually Falcons, so they're very close in terms of statistics and ranks for majority of the things that we're seeing, even in objectives, which we also talked about earlier. But if we were to look at this game felt a little different. It was an aggressive type of TNC, but it wasn't with the Cho of Yawi.
Yep.
It was with the Kalea, which felt like, oh, in the 3 weeks, Yawi was able to master it the same way as the Cho.
I know. I mean, I'm almost as good as Yawi, or rather the other way around. But I'm just kidding. Kalea is definitely one of those heroes that when I saw it first, the first guy I thought about was actually Yawi.
Yeah.
As well as Oakwood. I knew he was going to play it a lot. And he did. He was one of the players who actually first play that hero as well, but we saw how efficient it really is in the hands of a player that has so many years of experience and has that eye. You know, his eye is like super laser focused, and then you have that one skill, bam. That's why he's so good at the Cho as well.
Yep. And that's what you like to see when Yawi gets to play this aggressively, but also with the right mix of discipline and patience. It's not just all-out aggression, which puts them in very dangerous spots at times, because if I would recall earlier on in the season, there were certain setups, especially towards the latter portions of the game, wherein, again, this is why we talk about TNC and their struggles in terms of closing out the game. It's because it always happens during the late game, you know, like those probably miscalculated setups, those calls that are always done by either Yawi on the Cho or his other setup heroes, and those are the things which cost them the game sometimes. Or even just those small calls of whether or not we're supposed to go with this and go with that. But given that they were able to get that clean of an early game, they barely had to worry about all these in the late game.
That's right. And again, worrying about that overall, I think they have polished as time did go by, which is very impressive in the short amount of time. Okay, it's not so short. It's 3 weeks, I guess. We were on the break. But it's relatively short. Like if you're thinking about mastering a hero relatively quickly and the lineup, you know, polishing so many other different lineups, I'm sure TNC are coming up with, it's still impressive where they are right now. So we're gonna go and throw it over to the the Champions Arena. We have a bit of the all access segment with our host on the stage.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel. It is the TNC Pro Team leading 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Still with me, or still with you guys, Hans and Jamie. And of course, we are joined by such an esteemed guest, the chairman and the founder of the TNC Group of Companies. Please welcome Sir Eric Redolfin himself. Sir Eric, it is so nice to be here with you today.
Good evening sa inyo lahat, lalong-lalo na sa mga supporters siyempre ng TNC!
Sir Eric, it's so nice to be here with you, and a lot of the Phoenix Army natutuwa rin sila na nandito po kayo mismo. Talk to us about this team, about the boys na kinuha nyo for Season 15. Ever since, for seasons now, hindi kayo nakapasok ng playoffs. What made you decide that this is the team to be able to do it?
Siyempre, dapat hindi ka nawawalan ng tiwala, di ba? Na darating yung panahon, pupunta din tayo doon. So sila yung mga napili namin kasi we believe na sila yung magdadala sa atin sa tagumpay. Ayun.
Sila yung magdadala sa inyo sa tagumpay. Sabi mo nga, huwag kang mawalan ng tiwala.
Huwag kang mawalan din ng pag-asa.
Ng pag-asa also. Boss Eric, we are here. TNC Pro Team is part of the playoffs. They won the first game. What is your message for the players right now, Boss Eric?
Siyempre, hindi ko muna sila i-congratulates kasi wala pa naman tayo doon eh. Pero good luck sa kanila. I know, at saka buo yung paniniwala ko na they're doing their best.
They're doing their best indeed. Kitang-kita sa Game 1, di ba, Hans?
That's right, that's right.
Now, you mentioned the TNC supporters.
The Phoenix Army right behind you.
All right. Rinig mo ba, Hans? Sige nga. Phoenix Army. Ayan. Rinig na rinig mo ang pagmamahal nila for the team. Now, I heard you gave away 100 tickets.
Give away 100 tickets?
Is this your way of giving back to this amazing support system, Boss Eric?
Yes, syempre kasi hindi kami iniwan. Kahit nasa bottom kami, nandyan pa rin palagi sila. Ayun.
I love it.
Kaya isasama natin sila sa tagumpay.
Paglipad.
And Sir Eric, just one final message. I know that there are a lot of people here who came over para suportahan ng TNC. Para naman sa lahat ng nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan, ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng Phoenix Army?
Sa lahat ng mga supporters ng TNC, especially sa Phoenix Army, patuloy lang kayong sumuporta sa amin. Darating din tayo sa tagumpay at isasama namin kayo sa mataas na lipad ng Phoenix Army.
Mataas ang lipad ng Phoenix Army for this playoff. Sir Eric, maraming salamat po for being here with us today. And I'm sure that TNC Pro Team is looking to replicate what they did in Game 1. Pero makakabawi kaya ang Team Falcons? Panel, what do you think?
You know, his words actually remind me of that very famous line we had a few seasons ago by TNC, the Biyaheng Tagumpay, the travel to victory.
Right. I remember that. That was the one where there was the jeepney, Escalera driving the jeepney, right? And it was I think one of the most iconic roster reveals too.
Yeah.
If I'm like personally, and if I'm not mistaken, for a lot of us out there, and it's finally happening now. It's the same team, but with a different lineup. You know, it's a different roster.
It's getting started, right? It's no better way to do it, and especially if you want a really successful tomorrow. Hatid din sa inyo ng magandang bukas. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life with digital deposit accounts, insurance investments, loans, and others.
Yeah, you can start saving so you could get a more epic tomorrow. Open a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app. One ID and 5 minutes is all you need, and you will be having your very own account. So open an epic tomorrow together with BPI. You can also check out their booth right here if you come visit us here at the Champions Arena.
That's right. And of course, for everyone, we also have like good epic news for you guys. We have the Vibe app where you can actually pay via QR, pay your bills, send funds, and you can also claim rewards. All of that in the Vibe app.
And we also have an epic bonus wherein if you sign up, you get a chance to win 1,250 MLBB diamonds.
That's a lot of diamonds. That's almost, that's gonna put you on the road to the Naruto skin. So you can use that to upgrade and flex your skin. So what are you waiting for? Join Vibe now and download it today. For an epic tomorrow, open it with BPI.
Yeah, I personally love BPI.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm loving how they provide us so many activities and possible prizes back in the regular season. So what more now, you know? Like there's a high chance that they prepared a lot more for us and you guys if you decide to come with us. But look at this. We have an update on the leaderboards of 2,000 assists in MPL Philippines.
2,000 assists in 281 games. That is Yawi ranking number 4. So did he hit 2,000 assists today?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Right there.
He did.
He is now the 10th player to do it in all of MPL Philippines history.
He unlocked this achievement the moment he got those 8 assists in the game earlier. And imagine, he went beyond 8 assists, you know? Like, they got so much. There were multiple setups started there by the Kalea, which I wonder if we get to see once more in this upcoming game, or definitely there is going to be some sort of either adjustment from Falcons side or respect towards that.
Yeah, that's huge. Honestly, that's a lot of assists where most of it is done in single target.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a different assist window where it's like a Tigreal setting up 5 people at a time.
Yeah.
He does it with Cho. He does it with Franco. He does it with Kalea. Those are single Jawhead. These are single target heroes players.
So he likes to take things one step at a time.
One step at a
like
time.
that.
There you go. So that's even harder, right? Because for Oh My Venus, you can heal a lot of people at a time.
Yeah.
But this guy, he does it in such a straightforward fashion. Choose this guy, remove him from the field. So we have a blue side selection here with TNC, 47% win rate on that side. And I expect that to only go up right now with the way that they are playing here. And we are about to head into the draft here, ladies and gents. We're going to have to recruit the help of Mr. Renmar Santa Cruz all the way from the land of the caster's desk.
Boy, does it sound so far away.
It feels so far away.
I cannot wait to hear for the rest of the playoffs how many times you'll be able to introduce me. Land Down Under, Land of the Caster's Desk. How more you got, brother?
That's great. That's great. You know, that's great exposure. You know, your name's always gonna pop up. So here we are.
Oh, and there goes the respect back.
No Malaya today. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I just have a question, Redmar. Do you expect the Cho to be first ban or first pick a lot here in the series?
First batter pick, probably not. If ever it even dipped out as like a 2-pick swing on the red side. If ever, I think TNC Pro Team can pick it up in second and third. Blue 2-3 would be a good spot for it. But wow, TNC Pro Team are rushing the ban on the Fredrin.
Oh my goodness, hold on.
They know something we don't, and they also understand the trends globally.
And this is a very surprise. Okay, I thought the Fanny was gonna get through, but now this leaves us with a question: what goes first for TNC? Like the picks that most often go into the first pick, the Toy, the Kalea, the Kimmy, they're already out for TNC at this point.
There's that guy.
Yeah. Always goes under the radar. Very rarely gets picked up, but we are gonna see the chip here today.
This forces a bit of a. This will force an overreaction for Falcons right away. Either they pick up rush pick the Juicin, rush pick the Low Yi, or if they just want vision, they're gonna like rush pick things like maybe even Selena, maybe save that for Red 3.
Yeah.
But instantly they're gonna want crowd control right away. They rush pick the Juicin, as we brought up. Whatever this next pick is, has to either be hella crowd control or a strong gold laner that can defend himself and split push or escape like a Moskov if they really want to be safe.
Yeah, would they consider the Badang again? I mean, earlier it kind of had the same idea, and there you go. And I feel like it'll be a lot more effective this time around since you could actually have an actual signal on whether or not you're gonna throw it out there. If you do see the shortcuts coming up or the teams or the players from TNC just showing up, but it'll take time for Flaptz, especially after game number 1, to sort things out. So TNC this time around, they're still the Hayabusa again.
Yeah.
If they want to pick that here.
I think though, okay, so when you have a chip in your lineup, you're actually encouraged to consider picking up a very tanky style of jungler as well. Because, you know, with how the shortcut works, you can just steamroll with some really beefy dudes all across the map. This isn't a really beefy dude. They do pick up a Suyo, and then the Harith as well. So right now, TNC Pro Team have picked up 2 heroes that mesh very well with the chip playstyle.
Yeah.
It's just Falcons need to consider rushing way more crowd control here, that when TNC Pro Team go through the portals, they're just gonna be met with getting force choked by the Juicin, getting caught out by the Badang, and whatever else they decide to add to that.
Yeah, there's the Gatot, Kacha too.
Is there a chance we can see a Hylos or a Baksha here in this slot? Or maybe later on?
It's tanky, although the amount of crowd control it can offer to several members all at once.
Finally.
Maybe you want your gold later?
Oh!
There's the Lucas! Where have you been? We have been looking for you all day, boy!
Oh my god.
Finally, someone decided to pick up the Lucas. And again, it goes again with the theme that we were talking about. Get caught out on the portal, pop up the Unleash the Beast. So Falcons, I feel like that's enough in terms of trying to respond right away to the chip style lineup.
Yeah.
Question is, in terms of the gold lane pickups, what are they going to go for? They need some instant damage. It can't just be the Lucas that provides that, because we saw earlier, if it was just like the Juicin +1, nah, it's not gonna go
slow. Yeah.
Juicin +1, nah, make it a Juicin +2. You need something like either Moscow or Granger again, if you can.
Yeah, and the timings too, like the power spikes, right? Because there are like a lot of options out there in terms of what they could offer, like the AoE, there's the Claw too, but it's gonna take some time as well. And if you don't want the same thing to happen all over again, you might want to opt for a gold laner that could potentially like speed things up or provide a faster power spike overall for your team.
Yeah, I still feel like the Bruno is a little bit underrated in those scenarios. We saw a Clint today before a Bruno, so you're seeing the priorities. But also on the side of Falcons, it usually is a very bad feeling when you're a Lucas and then you unleash your full combo and then they run away with like a sliver of health after your full combo. So you want someone to be able to clean up.
I wonder if any of these two teams are thinking about picking up an Esmeralda somewhere. there's a lot of shields going around. You mentioned Baksha earlier. I think Baksha would be good for either of these two teams. Could be good for Falcons. You get to roam around the map very quickly, check shrubs as well. But then the thing is, when you've used your shield unity, you have no escape. And if you bump into the chip, he'll just call down a portal on you, and then suddenly you're caught out by the rest of TNC.
I mean, even the chip at this point can somehow offer a certain level of chain CC, you know?
True,
like you just do that combo of your 1-2 or your 2 and your 1, and then you lay out the shortcut, and then there's an additional stun that you have to think about. So they just go for the Ranger that's at least range that'll keep you out of danger if ever the TNC does decide to go all in.
Yeah, if we're talking about cleanups, Granger's great at that.
Yeah, one of the heroes that we mentioned. I think a Farsa would be okay here for TNC Pro Team. You have the Wings by Wings to go around quite safely. The Harith, you have two strong sources of burst magic damage.
Yeah.
And then your EXP laner can honestly, no, it has to be something tanky as well, because it's gonna be another roamer. That it needs to be able to substitute as a roamer. Just go high loss.
The high loss, I think the high loss, it could like slow things down for Falcons or speed things up for TNC.
There's Esmeralda, but not where I expected it to be.
Oh, wait.
It seems like my feeling was right that it was going to be an Esmeralda picked up by someone somewhere.
Yeah, and they got the Eve too. So they avoided like Team Falcons getting the Esmeralda themselves and making advantage of all those shields. Now it's Team Falcons left with their potential EXP/roamer, or I believe it's more likely than not the roamer that we're still lacking for Team Falcons. So the Tigreal was there, you did mention that earlier, but like there's so many things you need to stop from TNC.
Yeah, I personally really like the Badang on roam. I feel like you can set up a lot more on the roam. XP is okay, but you know, they're swapping it out. That's gonna be roam Baksha, isn't it?
Wait, Oh,
it's not.
Oh no, yeah, it's
XP Baksha.
It's an XP Baksha.
They switched things up this time. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, we did mention that the Baksha, if he bumps into a chip, he's like, oh no, I'm in. Here comes the portal and 4 other dudes.
At least Flap gets to like choose his targets instead. Like he can go for other people other than those right in front of them already. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup, definitely. How does Team Falcons reset and take back game number 2 this time?
I mean, I like the lineup, but we'll have to wait and see if this can actually scale up well enough. Honestly, everyone knows the power of the early game Lucas jungle. So maybe if they can get some first bloods early, a lot of early kills early on, maybe they can stop the Esme and the Harith from going crazy. Let's have to find out though if that can happen as we load up for game number 2 of Falcons and TNC.
Battle of the Skies once again, jumping into game number 2 in this best of 5. TNC, maybe surprising some, but they played one hell of a game, number 1, and now we're jumping into it. Can they even out the series here for Falcons? We'll find out. I think the draft is interesting, man. Yeah, there's some switching going on here, but we seem to see a lot of this combo now, the Badang with the Baksha.
Yeah, and we can't forget the fact that Ogwin, this is one of his signature heroes alongside his cousin all throughout Season 15. And not to mention, Kyle TZ was one of the first players to actually pull off the Lucas jungle successfully. I remember the time he did it back in SPS where there was a stretch that he had a good time with Lucas.
Oh, quick rotation out of the EXP lane by Flap TZ. Zyda in the red.
Now they're chasing right after Zyda. Good response there from Gawi to try and sacrifice and save Zyda.
Okay, Zyda does stay alive, but he's going to lose some ground here, too. So Kyle TZ, a little bit of a lead, hitting that level 4 already, and we'll take some more camps. Good push, though, up top, taking advantage for 3 mark.
I mean, that's what's going to happen. I believe that was an entire team call to tell Flap TZ, get out of the EXP lane. We'll try to find a way to balance things out with the Esmeralda later on, but just help us secure a very early kill. So that was a team, maybe it was even a coach call at the end of the draft where Trevor was telling Falcons, all right, guys, Flap TZ, get out of the lane, just clear it up real quick, invade, go for the golem, see if you can get a kill there, and they were able to do just that.
Yeah. They're really traveling together here, too, and I like that Ingon mentioned it earlier, you know, when the Lucas was kind of a debate how it worked in the jungle. There was very few that were able to make it work. Kyle TZ being one of them, Demon Kite another one of them. And it's been pretty devastating, you know, especially early on. So this is going to be an objective secured already for Falcons. Yeah. First turtle of the game goes in their hands.
Yeah, and there was the strong start that Rockhard mentioned a while ago that can happen if you have a Lucas jungle. And if I can recall correctly, Kyle TZ mentioned that the reason why his Lucas actually performs well in international events is because it's harder to pull it off locally.
Oh, that's what he said?
Yeah, that's what he said. I asked the question.
Yeah. All right, Kyle.
That's a little heated there, Ingan. You know?
What are you trying to say about the other region?
That came from Kyle TZ.
Yeah,
I mean, backtrack.
We're messing with you.
Redmar, you were there. You were beside me.
Yeah, I know. We were doing the interview at the same time. Yeah. All right, so I'm interested to see how else Flap TZ is going to be playing this game, because you're definitely not going to win the lane up against the Esmeralda as a Baksha. The best that you could do is just beat the Esmeralda in map presence, which so far he has done. Well, for one big rotation. How many more times can he do that? Well, let's see. Because again, 3 TZ could just dance on this Baksha all day long.
I feel like this is such a great showcase of like Flap's personality. Like Baksha seems to be the hero to do that, you know?
Yeah. And all right, old man, back in my day, when he was a rookie in Season 6, it was actually the Baksha and the EXP lane that he made a name for himself with. In the height of Bren Esports, OG Bren Esports with Carl TZ.
Yep. So that's the first hero he made a name for himself for?
Well, one of them. It was a interesting era for EXP laners, and unique Baksha, and even at that time there was a unique Barrett's EXP lane pickup that was so good.
I think it's funny, man. Like XP lane, I feel like has had the interesting eras.
Oh yeah.
It's got like those really just standard Eternal Battle ones, and then it's got the really exciting ones. Then you have the Bruiser ones, and then you had like where we are now, where it's like there's a lot of good picks that you can bring to a team composition, but usually, like you mentioned, sometimes it's your XP laners being kind of your roamers in a sense, you know, and the way it's working. So this is just another turtle going in the hands here of Falcons. It is a objective, though, also on the other side for TNC. They do get that turret, first one of the game down.
Yeah, so TNC rotating topside of Turtle 2. They fully understood that the weak side is the EXP lane in the lineup here of Falcons. Just broke down that tower. 3 TZs getting items very well. He is at 3,100 gold, Flap TZ at 2.4. So that's already a significant lead in the EXP lane at this point of the game. 5 minutes in. But yeah, that's because Flap TZ isn't a lane duelist in this scenario. He's, again, a sub-roamer.
Yeah, his job is literally just to kind of clear things out and rotate around and go from there. And then drop his Revitalize when he has to. Part of that, too, is obviously the passive that comes with it. So I think this is, you know, if we were looking at anything from Game 1 where Yawi was so aggressive and proactive on the Kalea, he's going to have a little bit of a different time here. Hold on, bottom lane.
Shield Unity connects onto Benecute. He has to use the Zaman Force. Falling Star Moon for 3 TZ paired up with the real-world manipulation. But still no casualties for both teams.
Yeah, got a great formation there by Falcons. And you see Flap TZ full utility right now. It's Ogwin who's going to be... It's in his hands for the setups.
Yeah.
And holding on to it. A much better game, definitely this time around by Falcons. Even though they lost the tower up top, they're equalizing it. They have a very slight gold lead. And yeah, they can just rotate well at this point compared to game number 1 where they just felt helpless.
Yeah, this one is a lot more standard, I would say, and clean, at least for Falcons, with this kind of lineup that they can play with. But as I was saying earlier, I think a big part of this is still how do they go ahead and play against what Yawi can do. Looks like 3 Mars is going to go ahead and get out of there. Didn't even need to use the flicker, so they're fine. Turtle's going to come up, though, and Falcons is in position. They really want to lock down these objectives as they continue to put pressure now on this topside turret. I'm not sure if TNC is even really in a fighting position, though. You know, like, if you think about it, they got to let Benecute farm up, as he does in the bottom lane. They might try turret for the turtle here, but that's the thing. If you think about the 4 members that they have, they really have to catch Falcons off guard or get the RWM in the right place to have Zyda come in with that damage.
Yeah, it's like the Harith has another condition for the fight, and it's the Eve.
Yeah.
It's like you got to pair those two up together really well, especially with the type of lineup that Falcons has brought to the table. I agree with that. Let's see if TNC Pro Team can eventually find that, or if when Benny Cutie finally fulfills the second item. Wait, in the middle of the map. TNC is going to get caught out, but it looks like they'll be able to escape.
Oh! Phew! Catches 3 Martheezy there with the Lantern Flare. Now Kyle Teasy onto Lancey. Might be able to take him down, and he will do so successfully. Yawi again caught in the middle, up against 4. Super Marco picks up the kill.
Oh, Benny. I don't think he's not online yet enough.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we were kind of segueing in, into. Like, Benny's got his own thing he's got to do, and that's just farm up, because even if they find those moments, and let's say more members of Falcons were down, Benny just doesn't have that damage just yet on the Harith. Takes a little more time to cook there. So that's another turret that will fall. Falcons bringing the lead now, just about to 3,000 gold or a little more. Yawi, he's going to pop that conceal. He's like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, he has to. Kyle TC spots out his
oh, no.
walk now. Even use the red ray up against 5. Yawi, where are you going to go? Where are you going to look? Who's going to get the kill? Of course, they're going to bring it to Super Marco.
Ooh, turned him into a Sky Piercer stack.
Yeah.
Well, what a punish there by Falcons. And yeah, TNC Pro Team have completely left their comfort zone from game number 1. As it seems like what works for Falcons is to just pick up beefy dudes that can just run over you. Literally what they are in real life.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. You know, the Baksha kind of fits the flap persona, you know? All he needs, all the Baksha needs is a skin where he can actually, like, flex while he's rolling around.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a lineup full of shirtless dudes for the rest of the series for Falcons, and it just works out for them. Just muscles on muscles.
Dude,
with a mage.
MPL Philippines needs to do a piece of content where they take the Onic boys and the Falcon boys, and they have, like, a lift-off or something.
Oh, yeah.
And you should host it nice soon.
And I'll host it.
Yeah.
We can host it, you know?
Yeah.
Renmar can host it. Renmar's a gym guy, too.
Yeah. How do you see the scalps?
Yeah, he's got the best calves out of everybody, dude.
That's actually true,
That's
folks.
actually true.
We are not capping.
We're not calving.
Okay, Yawi.
All right.
Yawi flickers in, already cast the ultimate, but they were prepared for it as Kyle Teasy picks up a kill, and the Lord. Benny Cutie doing his best, but Ogwin catches him. Here comes you from the back, zoning out every single member. 4 Phoenix Army down through Martezi, has to flicker out. Was able to get away, but Falcons, no casualties, plus the Lord.
It's so violent. It's a lineup jacked up on like 20 grams of creatine
each
with a mage.
You don't have to loading phase, guys. You can just take the 5 grams a day.
TNC has no kills. After what they did to Falcons in game number 1, Falcons are just running over them right now. Pure stampede.
This is literally brute force.
Yeah, it's brute force. This is what they just called back to. This is what they were doing in Season 6. Well, not really, because Carl Teasy was playing Marksman and Assassins at the same time back then, but it's just dudes on dudes.
Yeah, and this is a pretty bad situation to be in. I mean, Yawi, you'll get out of there, but man, like, again, you're almost 8,000 gold behind. Shield's already popped in the mid and the bottom. The Lord is still up here, so that top turret shield's going to go down too. And this is looking a little dire for TNC. It just feels like the fire that they had on the Phoenix from game 1 has been doused out for now.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, TNC, even Benny Cutie had more kills than the whole squad of Team Falcons. They took it personally. 0-9 so far, but who knows? Maybe one Hail Mary play from Yawi. One good ultimate can turn the tides for them.
Yeah.
But with a 7.5k gold lead, even if TNC manages to wipe out Falcons, they're easily going to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, the draft philosophy of Falcons here is similar to what TNC Pro Team showed in game number 1. In game number 1, it was everything for the 1-1.
Yeah.
This lineup is everything for Super Marco. They did that in game number 1 too. It was also a Granger, but it just didn't fare out well. The TNC lineup was purely better. But here this time around, now that they have significantly more damage that can be up in your face, can throw his body, still deal a significant amount of damage in the Lucas compared to the Suyo, then yeah, you're going to have an easier time around. I feel like this is what Falcons wanted to do in game number 1, except this time they have a much better piece in the Lucas, and they don't have to worry about the 1-1.
And the big part of this Baksha and why he's popping up so much too is the fact that the amount of pressure that he brings where, like, even if you're just rolling around and you're not actually planning to initiate, but you just kind of do that fake out jump, you know, like, that's enough to keep people from guessing or initiating themselves. And it's a way that Falcons can play, or any team rather, that takes that Baksha. And mind you, this lets Flap, because he brought it in the XP lane, be a lot more proactive. If you think about the for example, team fight participation in essence. When it's a Baksha, you're going to have a way easier time to do it than really majority of the XP laners that are available right now in the current meta. So Flap's been a big part of why Falcons has just been winning these team fights time and time again, where it also takes some of the pressure from Ogwin away, where he can be a little more kind of choosy on how he wants to initiate with this Badang. So this Lord, it's just going to go in the hands unless Yaoi tries to do something.
Oh, he charges on Super Marco, but Kyle TZ secures the Lord. Here comes the whole squad of the Phoenix Army. But the first target there is Benny Cutie as a Falcon clapback is there. They pick up 3 Martizzi, surrounded by 5, and instantly demolished him.
He walked into the gym without a membership. Not like that.
That's walking to the gym without your headphones. You're like, yeah, I'm going to go home.
I'm going to roll that. No, Zayda.
Oh. Wait a minute though, Zayda got caught out again. Super Marco picks up his 6th kill. Now Team Falcons has a 9k gold lead.
It's so violent. TZ has 0 kills. I mean, I gotta commend Yaoi for him trying to drop the portal down onto Super Marco, but he got the flicker out, dash out in time. And when the rest of TSC came in, they're right in the middle of the Juicens Lantern, and then everyone else on the side of Falcons.
Oh, that's oh man, this is. I don't know if they end it here. Do they end it here?
Yeah, they can. Ogwin flickers in. Here comes the real world manipulation though. Benny Cutie trying to work on Ogwin, but lacks the damage. As the Lord being worked on here by TNC. Benny Cutie already popped his Zaman Force. And Yaoi just got bursted down by Super Marco with a piercer of 770 stacks. Minions onto the middle lane. Kyle TZ with unleash the beast, and Team Falcons might be able to win this game without a single death. Kyle TZ though. Winter Crown play, clutch a triple for Super Marco. Benny QT left, and Team Falcons with a huge bounce back.
Super Marco capped it off with a maniac. Yeah, TSC got kills, but no, that was a violent victory for Team Falcons Philippines.
Hey, Super Marco was like, Benny, I saw your maniac. Let me get one. It's now 1-1 in the series, man. What a game. Clean as hell for Falcons. Let's throw it over to the panel.
Well, this is definitely shaping up to be very similar to what we were expecting before the series started compared to match number 1 where we thought it was going to be over relatively quickly. So this is exactly things going according to plan. You know, curses and whatnot, but we will talk about that later on, maybe. Yeah, for the meantime, welcome back to the panel. I'm Rockhard, this is Brigida. Let's try to break that game down a little bit more. And we can maybe see why Falcons didn't really die in that game, you know, aside from the very end.
There were so many gym references laid out there by our casters who all go to the gym, by the way. But this guy, mind you, I think he does too. He's just very nonchalant. He's just very low-key, but he does. And this guy just got the 2nd Maniac of the series. Imagine back-to-back Maniacs in the first 2 games of this series. What else are we expecting?
You're just roaring, right? They're just so eager to prove the other that, hey, you're not stronger than me. I can do what you do. That's exactly what Falcons did here in game number 2.
Unbelievable. I mean, if you were to look at it, this guy, it was again very similar. He was well guarded, and earlier in game number 1, despite the loss, was already the BPI rich guy of that particular game. So what more now that they have better tools to deal with whatever TNC decided to reveal in this lineup, and it's not just better tools, they're actually the best possible tools to respond back to whatever TNC decided to draft in this lineup. There was that swerve which took place in the draft earlier to avoid the Badang into the Esmeralda matchup. So that worked really well for Team Falcons. And not just that, the chip felt like it was heavily answered, and I feel like we're seeing a couple of times where it was clearly denied of its intentions throughout the MVP highlights. Yaoi, it came to a point where he was 0-5, and that's not good. It's not a good sign if you're a chip, you know?
Yeah, that really will eat at your morale. It will eat at your ability to actually make a big play. You know, we all know what they're gonna talk about,
Even
right?
during this time, right?
Even during that time where technically they had a really good angle to attack, they still lost out because it was just so far behind. for TNC.
Yeah, imagine how many Sky Piercer stacks Super Marco was able to rack up. He probably hit max stacks right before this game actually ended. And again, yes, they were able to get 2 kills, stacked away 2 kills from Team Falcons. But that's pretty much it. Like, that's all they were able to achieve in this game after Team Falcons successfully denies them of so many things right from the draft. So we did mention earlier the swerves and all that. There was adjustments that took place, and the second Ranger game, which worked much better for them. And even what Kyle TZ mentioned earlier, like our casters, they told us a story about that interview and all that. And this felt like Kyle TZ's redemption for all those failed retributions in game number 1, because it's the complete opposite this time. They were able to secure all 3 turtles and all 2 lords of this game.
That's right. Kyle TZ obviously took it personally, and he was back with a mission. But like we were talking about, like all the casters were talking about as well from the previous game, this just feels correct, because that's just what Lucas does. He gets so many advantages in the early game, and you know, when you're in a field where you're so used to your opponent already, and your opponent doesn't really have any like instant burst counters, there's nothing that no one can burst the Lucas here.
Yep.
If you look at the lineup.
Absolutely. They're taking their time, and even Benny Cutie, if you look at the gold in this post-game statistics, he was 8.6k towards the end of the game, where Super Marco was nearing 13k. So he was a couple thousand behind of Super Marco, and even in terms of the damage department, he just hit not even half of what Super Marco was able to deal up against the members of TNC. So yeah, they have the tanky heroes, they have the sustain, they have the real world manipulations and all that shield eating as well, but that wasn't enough to deal with Team Falcons, especially after they were able to scale up so well. This is, again, for some of you who might have missed it, actually one of FlapTZ's signature heroes back then when they were winning the championship, right?
That's right. Way back then when XP laners were so many things, and now XP laners is just secondary roamers, like Naisu mentioned. That's just where we are right now, and honestly, we can still have so much flexibility on the XP, but for the BPI Rich guy, there's no flexibility for that. It's Super Marco.
Still Super Marco with a 915 GPM. Again, we did see one of the highest numbers so far in terms of GPM. Earlier, it was in King Kong's hand. That was 967 on the Lancelot. So we're yet to break that record. But this is a very commendable statistic for Super Marco, considering that it's been 2 consecutive games in a row, whether it be a loss or a win, that he's able to snatch away that BPI Rich guy. You gotta watch out for this guy, you know? Like, there's so much that this guy can offer, be it on the Granger and other heroes. He also has a couple of signature heroes himself. But now let's dive in deeper as well to what took place earlier by looking at the gold difference timeline first, and how it probably looks like the farthest among all the goal difference timelines we've seen earlier today. So beginning the first few minutes, wherein again it was Team Falcons consistently being able to secure the objectives, in contrast to what TNC was able to achieve in game number 1, it just kept going upwards from that point onwards, because it wasn't just the objectives that they were taking, it was them winning the objectives, which TNC was also trying to contest, and making sure that they don't go away without some freebies, without any additional things that they get away from TNC. So they snatch a couple of kills, they get to convert into the necessary turrets, as you can see right here, where it's been very consistent from 5 minutes to 6 minutes. Almost in every single minute, they get an objective away from TNC, and that just adds up to how they were able to establish this much huge of a lead up against TNC, especially towards the 13-minute mark. And again, this is another point of conversation, right? It's been a fast game. It hasn't been that long of a game, so that just goes to show how consistent Team Falcons were able to pull off this entire early to mid-game to late-game scaling up against the Phoenix Army. So as we approach the 9-minute mark, you see how it's already ballooned to a difference of 24.6k to 32,000 gold already for Team Falcons, and it just keeps getting higher up until the moment where it nearly reached a 10k gold lead. This is already nearing that as well, and it's been higher, especially as they closed out the game, with almost nothing that TNC could do since their main option to set things up and to look for openings was clearly shut down. We did mention earlier the 0-5 stat that Yawi has unfortunately gained throughout this game. And it's not just that, he was also the first to fall, I believe, during that final sequence wherein Team Falcons were already knocking at the base of the Phoenix Army earlier. Now let's head into the item progressions for both of these teams. And if we were to look at it with extra emphasis on what Yawi had to build in that particular moment, he really struggled being behind and having to build the necessary defense items in order to tank enough damage. Because 3 Martizi, he was on the Esmeralda, and you would have to opt for the Enchanted Talisman first. So he felt like one of the easier targets too for Team Falcons earlier, especially when they decide to full commit, because they're just so high in terms of mobility that they're almost always able to chase after the members of TNC with just a single mistake that they decide to do. Even during that one moment where Yawi unfortunately found himself trapped between the members of Team Falcons, chasing him all the way to the base, and you would think that that could have been some time that TNC was able to capitalize to look for something else, but it didn't happen either way. It was quick for Team Falcons to still look for a way to go back to their individual lanes and to continue whatever they were trying to do all throughout the game. And need we mention the early Sky Piercer pickup for Super Marco, which probably really did max out the stacks towards the end of the game. It was a very clean game that we saw from Team Falcons overall, ending it in less than 14 minutes, getting all the necessary objectives, major objectives in the game, and not allowing for TNC even just the smallest room to breathe in that entire game. Now, to wrap it up, quick meta check for Team Falcons. So you could see here that 64 win rate and that 7-4 standing for the Ranger, which again, Super Marco was able to get hold of in this particular game. And this is just one of the many pieces that have really worked well for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that they are first in unique heroes used. That is such, I think that belonged to Twisted Minds.
I thought too.
Recently.
I thought
maybe
so
because of the newer heroes that they picked up for the season. And yeah, right there. Very, very interesting. They're the only teams that actually use the Terizla and the FAM. So that's as good as it gets. And this Falcons is not afraid to try out new heroes themselves. For example, the Aurora, the Valier, they've been trying out the Bruno, the Angela with their very specific lineups. Obviously, those didn't win, but got them here, you know. So
it feels like there has to be at least one player who has the tendency to pull off these kinds of surprises, right? Like earlier in Twisted Minds, it was Escalera, and now for Team Falcons, it's Slap. He's Slap, you know? Like he has so many potential pickups that could go out.
He can do that. He's been doing it for years. He's won the World Championship in his rookie year. So, you know, that's what's it gonna take, right? To stop Flap Easy. And I can kind of imagine maybe there's probably more in store here for Flap Easy.
Yeah, I love how he said, yeah, back then when the XP lane was many things.
The XP lane was an evolving landscape.
But now, oh, you kind of know what it is. I think it was a topic too in like one of the official podcasts that we previously had, that the XP lane feels like a very difficult role to fulfill.
It is.
Right now,
it
because
is.
It's either you just have to go in and die for your team, or it's either you don't get out of your lane and just struggle overall.
You just don't do anything to help out, right? So I get it, and that's why I personally don't feel XP as much as I can.
Aren't you XP?
I'm Rome.
Okay.
I'm Rome main now. So yeah, maybe in another life, or maybe in another patch, throw it over to our host for another segment.
To our panelists, we need a break from the intensity of the games. You know what? TNC took game 1, Falcons took game 2.
That's right.
We will find out who will win game 3. But for now, we're gonna interview somebody who is with us here, enjoying the exciting things we have to offer to our MPL Philippines fans.
That's correct.
Benny Things, can
Ben
you hear
Things.
us?
Ben Things?
Ben Things.
Andiyan ka ba? Hello?
Hello, Ben Things. Naririnig mo ba kami?
Ben Things.
You know, I know he's been here since the beginning of the playoffs. Ben Things. Hi. Ben Things, naririnig mo ba kami? Hello, Ben Things.
Hello po. Hello, Benjing, you know what? I know we talked to you during the regular season. You were with us here at the arena. Now, I want to ask, ano yung mga ginagawa mo since then? What have you been busy with, Benjing?
Ngayon po, na-create ako ng content. May-invite po ako dito sa MPL Watch Party dito sa MPL Playground sa MPL venue natin. Sobrang saya po kasi iba-iba yung buhay na buhay yung tao dito. No? First time ko dito ako dati, yan lagi ako sa venue, pero nung na-try ko dito, parang ang sarap dito. Pwede kang mahiga, ang lambot na mga higaan, tapos pwede ka mag-ingay, may mga makakausap ka na kapwa mo na
at sumusuporta.
That's so true, Hans. You know what? I visited the MPL playgrounds earlier. I saw Ben Things over there, and he is right. It is so much fun. So let's talk about the MPL playgrounds, Ben Things. Ano yung may enjoy ng mga MPL fans natin dyan? Ano yung mga ganap?
Pag nandyan sila, ano ba makikita nila?
Sobrang dami makikita rito. Andito kasi yung mga sponsor natin na Infinix, BPI, then may mga passport tayo na pinupuno, tinatatakan yon, then pag nakompleto nyo, may mga makukuha kayo na gifts or reward din sa mga sponsor natin. Mga t-shirt, and then kahit ng mga anong pamigay, may mga Naruto sticker, then mga Naruto keychain, meron ka rin makukuha dito.
Dami, no?
Nag-enjoy ako.
Nag-enjoy ako.
I played games there. So, yeah, he's right. We have the sponsor booths there, Infinix, BPI, Smart,
There's a
Time
lot.
Zone, a lot. And then, my merch booths din.
Oh,
so,
okay.
if you wanna buy t-shirts, jerseys.
Para supportahan yung mga teams nila, right? That's where you can definitely go. Bentings, malayo naman tayo kasi I'm sure you're having lots of fun there at the MPL playgrounds. Ano naman ang tingin mo sa mga teams na nandito ngayon sa playoffs? Who do you think will come out on top in terms of the final two? Sorry, Ben, kasi wala eh. Yun yung nakalagay, Ben eh. Alam mo naman eh.
Kailangan pumili, Ben.
Mainit yan, no? Pero nag-predict na kasi ako, ang champion ko, Liquid, then second, Aurora. Yan yung MSC represent natin. Pero ang prediction ko ngayong araw, ang makakapasok, Onic and Falcon. Yun. Bias muna tayo, no? Lalo sa TNC. And yun, good luck sa mga, grabe yung mga pinapakita ngayon, especially yung Twisted Mind, yung unang laban. Inabot ng Game 5, ngayon naman TNC, sobrang dikitan, 1-1 yung score. Hindi natin alam kung sino yung mananalo.
Totoo. Parang ready na tayo for Game 3. Thank you for sharing your prediction. By the way, Ben Things, before we throw it back to our panels, why don't you invite those who are watching from home especially? Kasi nga, you know what, I don't know if we mentioned it, Ben Things is at the MPL Playgrounds. That is for free. By the way, based on the first come, first serve basis, based on the capacity as well. So, if you want to enjoy that, you can join the watch party with Ben Things dyan sa MPL Playgrounds on the ground floor. So, Ben Things, invite mo naman sila na sumali dito.
Ayan. Guys, yung mga timbahay natin dyan, lalo na yung mga naubusan din ng ticket, no, na gusto manood ng MPL, meron dito sa MPL Playground, katabi lang mismo ng MPL venue. Andito kami. Siyempre, may bonus. Makikita niyo rin yung mga favorite niyo na player, lalo na pag meet and greet na. Kaya pwede nyo kami bisitahin dito, maglaro tayo ng mga games, then may mga rewards din. And yun lang, kita-kits, sobrang saya dito. Boy na boy yung mga pan, syempre mapipil nyo yung mga sigawan, ibang-iba pag nasa venue kayo. And yung kita-kits tayo mula bukas hanggang June 1 yung watch party natin dito. First come, first serve, syempre for free lang.
A big thank you, Ben Things,
Thank you,
for
Ben
answering
Things.
our questions and for joining us here. Narinig niyo siya. Join us here at the venue. At dahil may prediction siya, let's see if he is right. I think we're ready for Game 3 to start. Panelists, over to you.
Always a pleasure to see Mr. Ben Things in the arena. Also one of a very, he's also an MPL veteran. You know, he's been the ins and outs, and you'll also find a lot of very helpful videos on his social media.
He is probably one of the biggest reasons why it is so hard to play ranked games in the Philippines right now.
Yeah, that's why he's so good, yo.
Because he just keeps sharing all those secrets, all those tips to everyone out there. So it's publicly available on all his social media accounts if you do want to check it out. And he's been inviting those guys who might be nearby to come watch with us because, again, the MPL Playground is actually for free. It's for first come, first served.
It's free of charge. At the same time, it's a very fun time. You can also win a lot of prizes. You can meet so many big MLBB streamers. There are so many meet and greets happening there. You can also get to meet some pro players that hang out there. Earlier there was a Beyblade tournament, and on the 31st there's a big performance by MNL 48.
Oh my!
There's just one of the few things that are happening right there. So join us here at Green Sun Hotel. Drop by the MPL Playground.
Wow.
And here on your screens is the first. Apparently, he reached 1,000 kills in MPL Philippines. It's Super Marco.
Super Marco apparently is the 9th player to get 1,000 kills in MPL history after he got 3 kills this game. And he got 3 kills like in the first how many minutes? Because if you were to look at the 12-minute mark, the 13th minute mark, he was on 10 kills already on that Granger with a maxed out Sky Piercer stack. So he's been having the time of his life on the Granger, even though they lost the first game because he was still VP Irish guy. Let's see what happens in game number 3 if TNC still want that to happen or to get into Super Marco's hands.
Yeah, Super Marco, he is so consistent. Even in the games they lose, he's actually such a high, what do you call that? He's such a high stat player.
Yep.
Not just in kills, not just in those those stats that we are tracking, but also in gold, also in damage dealt, basically everything.
And just look at his face, right? Like he always looks like that, and that's probably his default. That's his default. Like, you don't know if he's locked in or he's just like too chill about everything.
Basically born to play MLBB. He's like a robot.
Yeah, you know? He's just
in a good way
programmed to play this level of MLBB for some reason. And so that poses like a couple of questions, especially heading into the draft for game number 3. They were able to successfully even out the series, so we're seeing a minimum of 4 games at least for the series now.
So strap in, ladies and gents. We are going to the draft for game number 3. And of course, joining us is Renmar Santa Cruz from the analyst desk.
Okay, that's a different kind of introduction now.
Yeah,
I'm going to change it up as much as I can.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Falcons going to be on the blue side. Last time we saw this happen, it was a low-phobious chip priority ban for them. While similar to their Game 1 bans, TNC Pro Team took out the Fanny Joy. So let's see if it's going to be a Chip and Kimmy ban coming in for the 2 teams, similar to what happened in game number 1. If I'm Team Falcons PH and the Kalea is open, please first pick the Kalea.
Yeah, probably not the Jushin, right?
Kalea's so good.
It was such a... Or I feel like if we do see the Kalea again in the Master Open's hands, it'll be really a great performance for them. Pair it up with those other things that have been performing really well for Team Falcons so far. And there goes the chip. So this is likely going to be the Kimmy for TNC at their last ban. Kalea?
No?
There you go.
There you go. Beautiful.
I'm sure TNC Pro Team though has something up their sleeves in terms of responding to this. It went so much more in their favor in game number 1 that I'm pretty sure they've prepared something. Now they go ahead and rush pick the Juice in. Still makes sense, a lot of sense as well in terms of the lineup. At the same time, the Juice in blocks off any possibilities of Falcons going for a lineup that is slow front to back, and especially with this pickup, with getting the 1-1, yo, if I'm Falcons, you pick up either the E for the far side now.
Yeah, something to burst this down, right? Like, that was something they were lacking earlier, the burst damage to deal with the 1-1. And earlier, it was alongside the Kalea, so they had a reliable way to set things up, which I'm thinking if Yaoi wants to still consider, like those standard Yaoi picks such as the Chore the Draw, since playing those into the Kalea, right, you might want to think twice on whether or not you still want to go that round.
Well, you know, there's also a way where you can, if you fight with the Kalea, a lot of you are going to pick up Purify, but you know, you don't want to do that as much as possible. There's the Hayabusa.
Ooh, all right. They go for the 1-1. Crazier amount of damage. I think Eve Farsa bans are going to be coming in, though, for the side of TNC Pro Team.
100%, yeah. You need something to protect that 1-1. And historically, that has been the biggest weakness of 1-1s, right?
Yeah, well,
the long-range mages.
And earlier, the laning phase was already difficult in itself. It was up against a Granger, but in the long run, when there was no one to reach the 1-1, especially during prolonged team fights, I feel like the Harris might be the better pickup now.
Yeah.
That's magic damage that could most probably deal enough against the 1.
Yeah, close range though. I'd want to see more range here inside of Falcons, especially in the hands of few. They might even consider a Selena later on, but if they want to go all dive, up against the Ling, great pickup, yeah, because with even Farsa being some of the best options in the mid lane right now for Falcons, the Ling would decimate the formation really quickly alongside the Juicin. So I like the first 3 picks here of TNC Pro Team again because of what Falcons need to pick up to respond to this 1-1. They've responded to those future picks very well already.
Yeah. So this is like a bit of a challenge, like, all right, go ahead, pick up that Farsa, I dare you.
Yeah. It could be an option for TNC to ban out those other tankier heroes, which could be harder to deal with, considering the lineup that they have so far. Because right now, you could say the same for them. Like, there's no outright burst damage that you consider for TNC right now. It's more on that slowly trying to shred and deal the damage against the enemy's kind of composition that we're seeing. But they still ban the Farsa either way, so...
Just to be safe.
Yeah. I mean, it did happen earlier too. We're not going to ban the Farsa and the Eve, right? But it still happened.
Yeah.
Alright, I thought the Falcons would consider opening up the glue, but considering like what it did very well up against the 1-1 lineup in game number 1, yeah, it was safe because one of the options I thought the Falcons might consider is go for the Faramis if they are committing to the full dive idea and they're gonna accept the fate that, yeah, we're probably gonna lose some of the best long-range mages anyway. But with them banning glue, it seems like the Faramis is out of the table in consideration for Falcons.
Right now, it's mostly... Well, like the only ones that are still out there, possibly. There's a Sicilian.
The Zas?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned the Sicilian. Whoa, TNC still banned out the Faramis. Ah, all right.
Okay, that's a historically really, really good hero for few.
Yeah.
So I kind of get it.
Yeah, and okay, so they didn't fall for the bait. I think Falcons banned out the glue to make TNC think that, oh yeah, they're not gonna pick up the Faramis. Oh, we're not gonna pick up the Faramis, but then TNC called the bluff, it seems like. Yeah. You mentioned the Sicilian, Brigida. That would actually be great, considering that you are going to end up having 2 magic damage dealers that are going to be very farm dependent, that if you lose the early game, it's going to be so tough to crawl back from. But it's a good substitute if ever you don't get your hands into something like the Farsa. However, as we mentioned, Eve is still open and would still be a good pick. That will be difficult to pull off up against a Juicin Ling.
Yeah, I feel like that could like provide much more follow-up, however, though. So now they ban out the Cho as well, limiting the options for Yaoi. And the options go for Zagato Kasha.
Hey.
Okay.
All right, from what I remember, I can recall, Zagato Kasha doesn't really work as well as Yaoi compared to like the other picks. So we'll have to wait and see.
They've been through a 3-week break, though.
Yeah, that was a 3-week break, so hopefully they've been able to fix those. I mean, TNC did fix a lot after that game 1. We did see that they were able to really adjust their early game as well as their mid to late. So, see.
Is it gonna be the Sicilian indeed? There are other options too, like the Selena doesn't feel like it's gonna...
Yeah, it might be tough to pull it off here, actually.
So I think with a lot of purifies for sure on this side.
The Valentina's too lacking in range.
Yeah,
so.
TNC Pro Team turned off the idea of an Eve, unless they still want to try and play with it. Oh, they do pick up the Zask there. You called it earlier, Rockhard.
I mean,
okay.
I actually don't like the Zask. It feels like a band-aid right now.
This is few though. Like he's pulled off the Nana. And
oh, that's true. That's true. That's true.
So I feel like he's really confident in doing this. So, but 3 Martizi. Okay.
Famous joke. I don't know.
He's going up against the Baksha, so you have to take that into consideration.
Maybe this might be that game where we were talking about the export earlier.
Oh. Or the CC still? Like
Hylos is also the better one, but Hilda is option. So.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of pressure from the EXP lane into the jungle of the Hayabusa. that's gonna be your main guy to just dish out some quick ground control and damage onto the Harith to force out dashes. I'm liking the lineups for both, honestly. Good answers here and there. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those down to execution type of deals.
Yeah, it is. I'm liking how prepared these two teams really look like heading into this playoff. This is the reason why we go all the way in as early as day number 1.
That's right. And here in day number 1, it's one of the closest we've had so far. Again, minimum of 4 games for this one. So we'll find out who executes better. Obviously, a lot more pickoffs possibly happening for Falcons because of that Kalea pick. And a lot of scaling on the other side. Let's throw it over to Land of Dawn this time around with our casters.
Thank you very much, Brigada and Rockhart, and also, of course, Red Mars on the desk with us right now. Welcome back to the English desk. We're going to have to wait just a second while they get things situated over on stage. Not sure which side that's going to be on, but yeah, you know, we got, I want to say I like what TNC brought here because there was such a big contrast between game 1 and game 2 for them. And I think the highlight for me on that was it took a little bit too long for Benny Cutie to get online in game 2. So why not give him the hero that he popped off on in game 1? Yeah. Give him the Wan again.
He was bulletproof during game number 1. Well executed there, and at the same time, Zaida also has one of his signature heroes even back in MPL the Ling.
With the Ling and Wan getting paired up together, you get good options there for if ever the Wan doesn't do well, you have the Ling to cover and vice versa. They're not the burst damage style of lineup, and I'm waiting to see if is it revitalized. Yeah, no, only one revitalized per side. It's a flicker on the side of the Hilda. So yeah, actually, if you look at their lineups, they're quite similar. You have 2 assassins in the jungle, 2 roamers that can both dive, gold laners who, well, Harith is a little bit more up in your face, but it's a race against time of can you get the Harith down quick enough, or can you get the Wan down quick enough? And then if you look at the EXP lane, both of them are just going to be diving to the back line, throwing their bodies, and hoping for the best.
If we're going to recall back to game number 2, it was a very, very good start for Team Falcons, even forcing Zaida to actually change his jungling pattern because of the presence of Flaptisi, but that actually that was traded actually for an XP lane tier 1 turn takedown. So if TNC decides to go for that again and capitalize on the fact that they can speed things up, even if they're up against a Harith, things could go well for the Phoenix Army.
We're going to take a look at this too. Regional 4th seed jungle rankings. Average kills your Kaltisi there, 3.97. Yep. And wow, from Arrow, Hazel there.
Yeah, Hazel.
5.1. Hazel. 5.1, man.
Yeah, it's a high average amount of kills there. Of course, a lot of action going down in MPL Malaysia.
He's a fanny guy.
Yeah. Well, for the Super League in Myanmar, there's PS, Annabelle, of course, for Bigatron and ID, and buildup.
7 Hoda. I remember when we were all like pronouncing his name the first time when we first saw him.
Yeah, it was 7 Hoda.
We had to ask, like, yo, is it 7 Hoda or is it?
Yeah.
And we're like, no, it's Hoda.
Yeah, I remember that meeting for the M6 World Championship. It was a talent throw. Where'd her hands go, though? Where's her gun?
No guns allowed in the Champions Arena, man.
He's taking the rule very seriously. No weapons.
No weapons allowed.
That was an M4 figurine. The M5 was Yuzong, right?
Yeah, Yuzong.
Yeah.
He just got it, by the way, because I heard some people had to wait a while to get their statues. What was the M6 one again?
Claude. Because it was a 2-in-1. I remember we always said that, man, during the M6 World Championship. You're getting 2-in-1. You're getting Claude and Dexter.
Did you get it? Did you finish the pass?
No, I didn't have enough diamonds.
The M6 pass?
Yeah, I didn't. In M5, I had hella diamonds. I just dumped everything there to get the Yuzong.
For me, I saved everything for the Naruto skin.
So you were predicting it from M6, huh?
No, you didn't.
That's a different level.
You threw all your diamonds in the Alpha.
The Gothic. Skin. What do you call it again? Nice suit.
Guys, don't be like Ingan, by the way. He dumped all his diamonds in the Gothic skin.
Acid Gothic
skin of Alpha, and then he forgot to do the last roll. So he never even got it. Don't be like Ingan.
And he didn't have enough damage for the Naruto collab.
Hey, I got 3 already. I completed Team 7.
Alright, good for you. Regional 5th seed gold lane rankings, this time average skills. Benny Cutie at 3rd. Arfi of Alter Ego, another team making a lot of noise there in MPL Indonesia. Nest Presk.
I wonder how you get that name.
Well, what a evolved name.
Nest Presk.
He was Nets, now he's Nest Presk.
Imagine like the play-by-play in the middle of that. Like, that's kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister, definitely.
So his hair is black now from, was it blue last year?
I think maybe.
All right, that's our stats god, Buck. Is that Buck?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our stats god, Buck.
Well, this is the guy to bring us back in the game. He had the side look just to make sure. And here we are, jumping into game number 3. Again, it's 1-1 for these two teams. The battle of the sky is going on here. The Falcons and TNC, a pro team. Wow.
Nice try.
Was that a... Yeah, that was a little bit louder than I expected, but... Yeah, Zaida on a signature pick for himself, and I think you can even look at Falcons' lineup, and you know, these are all heroes that we've seen them play time and time again.
Yep.
Flap looking to emulate what he did in Game 2. He was so proactive on this XP lane Baksha, and it's going to work really well with the Kalea in the hands of Ogwin.
Yeah.
And maybe it was few that I was thinking of, was one of the only, like maybe 2 or 3 of the players in the MPL Philippines that likes to play this Zask opposite of Lancy like we saw earlier on. So
yeah,
I would say it's pretty balanced for both compositions for both teams here.
Yeah, before this playoffs, played it once and got a win with it. Don't recall exactly when, but it's in the numbers here that, yeah, he did play it once. Oh, 3 more.
Oh, we shadow kill onto 3 more. TZ paired up with a shield unity as Kyle TZ picks up the first blood.
Missed time there, spent a little bit too long, wasn't able to flicker out to safety, and he gives a kill early on. Not good, especially you're going up against a Baksha who will love that because that gives him so much room to just be more of a nuisance in the map. And that's the duel between these two in the EXP lane, who has the more map presence.
Yeah, more map presence. That's kind of been the story though, right? Of just maybe XP lane in general, the way that it's been developing in the meta.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's been a big thing, and that's why we were saying earlier on, it's kind of like you turn into almost the roamer, or at least kind of like the roamer sidekick, you know, and that's what you're going around doing. But ultimately, I think it's a fun place to be in if you are an XP laner. You can be proactive, or you can also sit in the lane and just focus on that if you want to. We've seen that with some of the heroes popped up. Oh, Benny Cutie. Oh, Marco. He's not level 4 yet.
Oh, we can shadow kill onto Benny Cutie. Fortunately for Benny, there were minions, but still, the damage from Super Marco was more than enough as TNC tries to work on the turtle. Ogwin jumps in as well as Flaptazy, and they get down Zaida. Lancy with a Crimson Beacon out. And still, Lancy will secure the turtle, but Yaoi AOG casted it right on time. 1 more hit away, and Yaoi escapes.
Okay, he's not going.
Yeah, that's a massive consolation prize. Oh, in the middle, Lancy in trouble.
Okay, Lancy pops his Purified, though, and pew, with a Nightmaric Spawn brings him down.
That was so cool from Kyle. He like literally like, it was almost like if he could walk away,
yeah.
You know, but he like shadowed away, and he's like, yeah, Fuse got it.
Yeah, it's good. My captain's got him. 5-0 start for Falcons, 3 minutes in, a 2,100 gold lead. Everything has fallen apart for TNC Pro Team in the early game here. First 3 Martizi getting that kill up top, getting picked off by Kyle TZ and Flap, and then everything going wrong with the turtle. Except, again, a great consolation prize in the fact that Lancy was the one able to secure that turtle. It minimizes the lead that Falcons could have gotten at this point, but they definitely still are in control and have the lead.
Yeah, they'll work around this. TNC might have to do something about it too, and you know, really when you think about it, okay, what can they do? Well, Benny Cutie, he went down earlier on, so he's not going to have that easy start on this 1-1. So he can continue to farm up and hope that, you know, he's able to go ahead and capitalize on the 1-1 kit, especially with the crossbow of Tang. You can almost do the same thing, I guess, if you mention with this the Ling instead of the Hayabusa that they had back in Game 1.
Yeah.
But then that's the thing. I feel like Zaida, the pressure is there because you're down already. You know that Kyle TZ's got a little bit of that lead. I mean, he did have 2 levels ahead of him. Kyle TZ should be hitting that level 9 in just a bit, but really for Zaida, he's got to rely on the team to help support him, grab the buffs, and hopefully secure some of the objectives. It is only 1 turtle in the favor, though, for TNC, and they can continue to build up on that, but they're talking about a 2,000 deficit already in gold.
Yeah, and even more pressure for Zyda as they're trying to chase down. FlapTZ looks like they'll be able to secure the kill, but no, it spoke too soon. FlapTZ already forced to use their Revitalize to get away. As I mentioned, one of the tanks of TNC Pro Team, the Hilda, actually is going to be the main tank in this scenario, as he's going to be the one providing vision for the Gacha for Yawi to go in. He's already 2 deaths early on. That means the moment Ogwin can see 3mar, he could just go ahead and toss his ultimate onto him, and that's already a sure kill that you're going to build advantage off of. You just save your dashes to make sure you get out of the AOG of Yawi.
Yeah, especially if once the 3rd item is there for Ogwin, might be the fleeting time could spell disaster for TNC. As Kyle TZ gets the turtle, AOG is there. Tempest of Blades casted out by Zyda, but Yawi looks like is going to be the first man down. Kyle TZ goes in with a weak shadow kill, going to bring down Yawi. But Trumar TZ answers back with an Ogwin kill.
Okay, roam for roam trade. TNC Pro Team still getting chased by the members of Falcons. Let's see if they can get Lancey. Kyle TZ goes in. CC immune. Hayabusa takes out the Juicin.
Good pickup there. You know, just when they get on the board, Falcons takes a little bit more, plus that objective. So you can see how things are going in favor for Falcons. This is where they'll go ahead and press a little bit more on the gas, looking to go get their first turret. So they have some more space to work with. 3mar is going to try to hold this down. Zyda's with him. So they should be able to hold this on.
Already casted the Wiggy Shadow kill. Look at the damage. Even Zyda, 1/4 HP lost, but he's surveying the scene. Went down, went with Tempest of Blades, but the response from Team Falcons just too much for them. Benecuti though in the picture now, as both teams will disengage.
What a read there. Kyle TZ avoided the initial damage that Zyda can dish out. Coming down from the wall, he stayed in the shrub. Zyda tried to foresee it, but Kyle TZ was like, all right, I know you're trying to predict me. I'm going to do the unpredictable thing, and I'm just going to stay here. Then I'm going to walk out. Then I'll get away scot-free.
Okay.
The kill onto 3mar TZ up top by FlapTZ, and Kyle TZ is really biting TNC in the neck. Because so far, 3mar TZ is having a hard time trying to go out of the map, or even try and prevent Kyle TZ from his usual jungling pattern. So Team Falcons already has that covered.
Yeah, they've got it covered. Right now, Falcons has the majority of this game covered. I mean, very similar to what we saw in Game 2, where they've got this pretty big gold lead. You know, 5,000 gold at nearly the 7-minute mark is quite massive to work against if you're TNC. The Turtle's going to be up here too, and Falcons will get in position for that. So again, you're banking on the fact that what can TNC do here? And really a lot of it is allow Zyda to not fall too far behind. And look for pickoffs here. Could be Flap.
There might be the trade. FlapTZ already popped his Revitalize, but just look at the sustain. It's taking them a lot of time. Falcons was able to respawn. Ogre with the title strike. Zyda goes out with the Tempest of Blades, but they were able to take down FlapTZ in exchange for Zyda and Yawi. Now Few's going to pick up one more. 3mar TZ caught in the middle of 3. Ogwin, Super Marco, Few chasing after him as Ogwin stuns him out and feeds off the kill to Marco.
You can't blame TNC for going after Flap. But man, FlapTZ held on so long. Latsy gets blasted. A double kill for Marco to cap it off.
Man, Super Marco, he's like, I want this one. And he goes, burns the flicker, will get the double, plus that turret. So now Falcons furthering the lead. I mean, man, 7.5K ahead at the 8-minute mark. This is not what you want to go against if you're TNC and you're looking at that first Lord in about a minute. The items, I mean, looking at it, they're so far behind in itemization. So this is the green light for Falcons to just take the side of the jungle.
Ogwin, another jump in, paired up with a Tsunami Slam, but Yawi counters out with an AOG. Here comes Marco once again. Zaman Force paired up with a Wiggy Shadow kill from Kyle TZ. A mega kill from Kyle TZ.
It's just violent yet again. Falcons have built up such a massive lead that if TNC Pro Team initiates, they will clap back immediately. We talked about this being an execution-based thing. Yeah, since Falcons executed the hell out of the early game so much better, they've just ballooned to a 9,000 gold lead, close to 9 minutes in.
Yeah, this is really similar to what happened during game number 2. Even down to the fact that the jungler and the gold laner of Team Falcons both have 4 kills. There was a stretch in game 2 where they have equal kills, so now Falcons with a strong start again, holding on to a 9.7K gold lead, not giving anything to TNC at this point.
Hey man, 10,000 gold. You are as happy as you can be if you're Falcons right now. Leading into this Lord, you know you've got the pretty much automatic secure on this. because TNC would be kind of crazy to even try to contest it, especially with a Ling. You know, you got to go ahead and just plant Zyda on the opposite side of the map and just try to farm up, get some pressure somewhere, because you're not fighting Falcons. You're not even going for it, so you might as well just prep up for the defense. Now, the problem with that is because of this lineup the Falcons have, it might be a similar cause where this First Lord is a game-winning push just because of how far ahead they are. And the fact that, again, Ogwin on the Kalea can just jump on in, force something, at least a response, and there's only one Purify over there from Lancy.
Yeah, not to mention 2 core items only for Benecutie. The Corrosion Scythe is also there for him. So in terms of damage output, it's going to take a lot for TNT to just burst down. Even Flapteasy, like we witnessed a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to come up with a new boxer skin. It's just he's carrying like weight plates. That'd be really cool. Like gym bro boxer.
Yeah.
Hey, that's an idea.
Right?
That's
right?
actually a good one.
Hey, yo, Moonton, hit me up.
Yeah.
Hit him up. He'll design it. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen him draw. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Renmar changed career. Now a designer.
Renmar the artist.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Well, right now it's the Lord.
You expect 3 Martisi and Yawi to be the tankiest frontliners for TNC, but
Conceal?
2 Synchro Fishes for Marco is more than enough to half health.
Are they chasing Benny?
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
they found 1-1.
Oh, Shield of Unity is there, and Uigi Shadow Kill to finish him off.
Yeah, you weren't going anywhere. They got the information from Kyle, and they're like, yeah, we're going for it. Pop the conceal. Roll on in. Lord is taken care of, but there's the mid turret going down too.
Oh, they're just going to continue this.
Another jump in. Super Marco also with his Zaman Force even catches Lancy. 3 Martisi might be the next target here.
Oh, no.
Flapteasy with a Shield Unity. They're working on them. A double kill for Flapteasy. And a wipeout for Team Falcons. 2-1.
Well, it looks like the Falcons are pissed off after what happened in game number 1. 2 incredibly dominating games in a row, sub 15 minutes each. The TNC Pro team need to turn things around quick.
Let's throw it over the panel to take it through this.
Yeah, they really have to do something very, very quickly because it does feel like they are getting steamrolled these last 2 games.
Oh my goodness. Imagine the games just keep getting shorter, you know?
Shorter.
Like they keep getting shorter and cleaner as the series goes by, and all in favor of Team Falcons, by the way. I am also starting to believe that they really got pissed off after what happened in game number 1, and they're unleashing all that.
I mean, you can see a lot of that like in Super Marco's face. I haven't seen him smile today. So it feels like he's so locked in, he's so focused. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see that from, again, these are the M5 World Champions. Yeah, they have so much. They went on a world tour, and they're trying to show that they still got it. And they have to show it against teams like TL PH, Onic, and everyone else.
And I wonder who our MVP actually is after that game. I know now because I looked over to the stage, but you will be finding out soon too. It's none other than Kyle TZ.
That's right.
On that Kakashi Hayabusa. And I mean, look at this. It's just so clean. 506 on the Hayabusa. And this is... wait, is it higher by 1 compared to King Kong's GPM? We'll be double checking that later, but this is one of the highest.
Yeah.
Like it's 960 plus, and we rarely see those numbers nowadays.
I would say they're all almost on par with each other.
Yeah.
Especially since Hayabusa usually can really move around the map really, really quickly, just like a droid can. So, especially with basically being uncontested in the jungle, because the enemy jungler is essentially super busy trying to survive on his own. So he can't really do and duel as much as possible. And when you do fight a duel against a Hayabusa, you will probably lose more often than not, especially if you are not surrounded by your teammates.
Yeah, this is one of the scenarios probably where you see just how much time a Ling needs before he's able to fully operate around the map. Like, he does need those items, he does need to rack upon the damage so he could serve as a decent threat up against Team Falcons. Because, I mean, you would think that one of the primary targets would be the mid laner, right? The gold laner even. But like, Super Marco had such a great time in the laning phase, even up against Benecutie. I think that was a solo kill as well that took place earlier. So if you want to look at the mid laner, however, that's Few, who has the Dominator's Descent. So how do you deal with that? Because if you look at the other members of Team Falcons, it seems like an immediate no. You can't go for Flapteezy. There was a moment wherein Flapteezy was able to tank the damage up against 4 members of TNC and just, like, nearly still survive all that, you know? Like, there was that moment, and there were a couple of other moments too where even for Ogwin, like, he doesn't seem like the best target to go after.
Yeah.
So TNC, it was a struggle to figure out who do we go for, even in this kind of scenario. And mind you, Benny Cutie actually, in terms of the emblem combinations, did decide to go for the pull yourself together. Like, earlier, it was a threat, right? Like, the constant threat of the crossbow of Tang, and even clutch moments of just surviving, because the Inspire battle spell gives you a little boost, you know, in terms of like the lifesteal you could gain in terms of when you throw out those basic attacks. So it could provide an additional layer of survivability. So as confirmed, it is the PYT, but it seems like it's been always that. The Inspire to try and survive, not to pose a threat against Team Falcons, because you could also barely get the stacks for the crossbow of Tang.
That's true. Again, when I was watching this whole game, to be honest, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Where I'm thinking, right, who's the best target to take out here? I can't find a good one if I was in TNC's shoes. And I guess that's also what they're thinking as well in their minds. Like, all right, guys, so no one's actually a good target here. The easiest one technically should be Super Marco, but that's a Harry.
Should be, but it can't be, because he's just way too ahead. I mean, look at this. It's only been 11 minutes and 23 seconds, but he's only lacking 1 more item.
Almost
so that's
item
how
block.
well farmed he is throughout this entire game. And he's dealt a total damage of 32,000, whereas if you look at Betty Cutie, and if you look at whoever dealt the highest amount of damage on the side of TNC, it's actually 3 Martizi with a total of 18,220. So you see just how massive a difference there exists between Team Falcons and TNC in their execution of this game, even in terms of Kyle Teasy, you know, the MVP, the game MVP. He dealt a total of 40,000 damage against TNC. And who do you expect to tank all that? If you're on the side of TNC, it's really mostly Yaoi, but like, you have to think of so many things at once. You tank all the damage, you try to look for the counter engages, the set, because you're the only one who can do that. So it's become a very difficult game to pull off for Yaoi. And there you go, the BPI Rich guy was again Kyle TV, the carry as well. And so it's just an addition to the number of clean games that are pulled off by Team Falcons.
That was super duper clean. 2 games in consecutive where it felt like there was very little to no comeback for TNC, and that's a really bad sign, right? I mean, we were already talking about like how difficult it was for TNC to actually like get into a place where we could confidently say, you know, or sorry, can predict about them in a positive light. And you know, when you see games like this, you're thinking, all right, where was all the work that you put in for like 3 weeks of non-stop action, non-stop practice for your boot camp? It's so hard to actually just justify that. So I'm hoping that we might be able to see more stuff.
Yeah, or more recently, right? Where was the Game 1 version of TNC, which we saw just now, which actually took away that game from Team Falcons in such a dominating fashion as well, you know? But this is, of course, the more specific aspect of whatever took place in that particular game. And first things first, of course, is the gold graph, which I believe will be the highest so far in terms of this parity. So it just keeps getting higher, you know? But it's all the more terrifying if you're in the shoes of TNC, because if you would recall, in the first 3 minutes of a game, they were able to secure that early 5-0, and that already amounts to this gap which exists between both of these teams in terms of the gold difference. And it just came to a point where it again reached the 10k gold lead mark at 9 minutes. So if at 9 minutes it was already 10,000, it just kept getting higher from that point onwards. And that was something you could already imagine to be a scenario where you could barely find find a way to turn things around if you were in the shoes of TNC, especially considering as their only potential for counter-engage was, again, the Gatot Kacha, Yawi on the Gatot Kacha, but he can't go in first because he gets immediately punished right after that. Moving on to the next, of course, we are going to take a look at the item progressions of both of these teams. And may I just say that definitely it has been a much easier time for Team Falcons to get their hands on their core items immediately. If you were to even look at few, there was the immediate pickup of the Glowing Wand into the Divine Glaive in less than 10 minutes of the game, and that was where they were able to really show the threat of the lineup that Team Falcons has this early on. Imagine the space created by the Zask with these two items intact, so he has a decent amount of magic damage that can already be dealt against the members of TNC. On top of that is the Zaman Force that gets perfectly laid out by Super Marco because he doesn't have anything else to worry about, considering that the Dominator's Descent creates all the space for him already. And that's not to mention the amount of pressure that Flap TZ and Ogwen are able to individually create, and Kyle TZ's attempts to constantly go for the backlines, just answering every single problem they could potentially see from the side of TNC, whereas TNC, they could only do so much. You would think that you could go for the exact same route because you had Zyda who could go for the backlines, you had decent frontliners, you had the disruptors, and you had a mage who could potentially sustain the longer team fights. But it just came to a point that they were too far ahead that none of these members of TNC could already catch up. It took too long for Benny Cutie to catch up, and that one moment where they just were able to catch him in the top lane and not allow him to retreat back to the base, it nearly spelled the end there for TNC. And now we did mention the Zask, so let us take a quick look at the mid-game statistics beyond the 8-minute mark for few on the Zask. So if you could see the average statistics of a mid-game in the mid-game for a mid laner, it is significantly higher for a few this time around. The total damage dealt more than twice, more than thrice the average, and the damage dealt difference 2,000. You see how high his kill participation was in terms, or relatively speaking, in terms of the game, and that was something that just allowed everyone else on Team Falcons to do their thing.
Yeah, it felt so easy for Few to actually get back into the mode. And usually when things are level, like if Few is usually on par with an opposing mid laner, it's usually Few who comes out on top. What more when the rest of Team Falcons are actually already ahead by like miles. At that point, it feels like Few can just steamroll.
Honestly, during that 8-minute mark, more or less, he had higher gold than almost all of the members of TNC, and that's just Few. Imagine what gold Kyle TZ had, imagine what gold Super Marco had, so it was a very difficult game for TNC to come back from, no matter how much the statistics say that they're one of the teams who are able to prolong their games. This was a different story. It's nearly impossible for them to be able to do that in this game.
A completely different story. I feel like we could see a bit of a change of a narrative there with same heroes, maybe, if we can do a repeat of like a very early on 1-1. But other than that, everyone else from Team Falcons is just like, every single lane was ahead by gold by thousands. So good luck finding a solution to that. So I'm pretty sure the drafters or the coaches and the analysts are probably overtime right now trying to figure that out on the side of TNC.
Yeah.
Because right now it feels like Falcons are playing very well with heroes that are very much their comfort picks.
Yeah. And wherever you are, thank you for staying with us too. All the way to this moment.
Look at that.
Wow, wait, do you see that?
That's pretty cool. This is a Clearhead super fan of the day. Because guys, did you know that men get 5 times more dandruff than women?
What?
That's interesting.
Really?
5 times. So for those times, you need Clear. And that's Clear Men specifically. With triple anti-dandruff power for 100% dandruff-free hair.
Wow, congratulations to our Clearhead super fan of the day. So now you know, if you do decide to come here, you can potentially bring home a lot of prizes. There's that. And because no one understands men like Clear. I don't know why I'm the one saying this. But power up your dandruff scalp, supercharge with Clear.
That's right. So Clear is really, really, it's been tried and tested. I've actually personally
I
tried
agree.
it. So does help out with dandruff.
You do this.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can do that.
Well, everything is, you know.
Yeah.
So my hair is cool. Anyway, we have an MPL PH S15 University Watch Fest venue happening all around the country.
Yep, we have one at Coffee Spot on Irvin Garcia Avenue, Cubao, at Luzon. We have one at Pinmahal Building, Southwestern University, Pinma Cebu City. That's in Visayas. And we have one in SM City, Butuan, and that's in Butuan City, Mindanao. So we have one for Luzon, one for Visayas, one for Mindanao, wherever you are. If you're watching us online because you're too far from our playoffs venue, which is again Rinsan Hotel Makati, then now you know you have, or you can opt to go for the watch parties happening here.
Of course, for our Watch Fest, you also want to win diamonds. Just watch MPL and get a chance to do just that.
Yes, diamonds, so you could catch up and get the Naruto skins for yourself. All you have to do actually is very simple, you know, you just post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream and make sure to include the hashtags that you see on your screen right below there. So it's just that simple. You literally put your phone there and you post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream.
Yeah, if you want an idea how to do it, we'll go to Hans's TikTok. That's MSL, hashtag MSLX MPL Watch Fest, hashtag MPL PH15, hashtag MPL Pangmalaasang Reaction.
Yeah, you gotta type that in. That literally translates to, oh no, how do we actually do that? Wait.
Strong reactions.
No.
I mean,
it's like aura, you know? Like, no, I don't know.
I don't know.
You just, it's literally strong reaction.
Don't translate it because you need to type the exact one.
Yeah, you can just type the exact one.
So type the exact hashtags there. Why did you want to translate?
No, because I thought I could think of like how to directly translate it, but I'm afraid I can't. So
yeah,
that's all you need to know anyway. That there are a lot of prizes in store for you guys, whether you be online or offline viewers of the playoffs. But hopefully we do get to see you offline. You know, we have 4 more days.
Oh, and a big shout out to our restreamers happening all over the world, honestly, because we have restreamers from each and every single part of the country as well.
I mean, we also have an on-ground streamer.
Everywhere. Come here, yeah, we have on-ground streamers as well. If you guys are watching online, don't forget, this is only day number 1. We have 5 more days, or 4 more days after this.
This is only day number 1, and we are very likely to go 9 to 10 games. No, it's almost sure that we're going 9 games. What we're not sure just yet is if we're going 10 games.
That's right.
We might just be going all the way. And I really love how like all these fans are still staying with us up until this point, because it's getting quite late here in the Philippines, honestly. But you know, like it just feels like they're that dedicated towards the teams they support.
That's right. I think Philippine Standard Time is 10:30 p.m. That time check is brought to you by MPL Philippines.
Yeah, imagine that. It's already 10:30 p.m. in the evening.
We're not used to it, I guess, but in the previous seasons we did reach 11 and 12.
Oh yeah, and I think there was a time wherein you actually went all the way to day 2.
Yeah, we usually have day 2s as well. So we're going to day 2. Sorry, we're going to match number 4 with 35% win rate on blue side here, and we're gonna recruit the help of one of our sleeper agents from down under. It's Renma Santa Cruz.
What am I a sleeper agent of?
of Falcons.
Oh.
I'm not really a sleeper. If I'm a sleeper agent for Falcons, I'm the worst sleeper agent ever, because I am clearly a Falcons guy.
No. You're a sleeper agent for TNC, rather.
All right, okay.
You're shouting Falcons, but you already predicted TNC at 5.
Okay. And
Gotcha.
speaking of TNC and 5, they're the ones picking up the Jushin first pick this time.
Yeah. In this scenario, I'm okay with it, because the Kalea isn't open. It was banned out. But at the same time, this is Falcons actually, with the bans that they went, they accepted the fact that the Jushin will be going to the hands of TNC Pro Team. That isn't me being a fanboy. That's just like typical drafting pattern stuff, folks.
Yep. And for the nth time, we're seeing another Badang in the lineup, or immediately the first 2 picks once you're in the red side. This has been a very common trend, at least for this day. And Team Falcons, Super Marco gets his hand on the Harith, even with the presence of the Granger still there. It feels like for the long-drawn fights that TNC might want to go for, Falcons feel more confident with the Harith in their arsenal.
Some people would say that the first 2 picks is very badangable.
Yeah, it is. It's badangable.
People say that, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing now. Ever since SBS Mobile Masters, Badang's just been showing up, man. He's not going anywhere. The TNC Pro team are going to try to run it back with a chip in their hands, juice it, and this time they have the Granger. So they'll be the ones playing with a little bit more range and safety, while Falcons are going to be up in your face with a Harith. The question is, will Few get a long-range mage to pair it up, considering that the best close range, relatively, let's call her mid-range mage, is already in the hands of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, but this is pretty interesting though, since the Badang and the Harith were options that were picked into the chip earlier.
Yeah.
But now they still decided to pick the chip, knowing fully well that they are going up against a very similar lineup. And there goes the Lucas.
This could either be another very quick game, sub 12 minutes, or if TNC Pro Team can execute really well in the early, somehow stop the Lucas from getting some quick kills early on, they'll be able to hold on to it. But then, yeah, that's their main condition. Just don't let Kyle go crazy and get kills.
Yeah, because imagine if Falcons just decides to allow Kyle to go crazy and just support him all the way. Like, there's still the Firamis too, which is a great pickup against the chip. If ever Few does want to consider that, or they can go all aggressive as well and just like fully invest in the damage if Few wants to pick up another similar mid laner, which is that never mind, because it just got bad right now.
It's a little hard to do that win condition you guys are setting up, but because Kyle TZ do be crazy most of the time, especially on heroes that allow him to really use that micro he has and that timing where, you know, he has very lethal timings. When he wants to go for someone and you have a hero that enables that, like a Hayabusa or a Lucas, he usually goes for it 100% of the time.
Let's see if Falcons will ban the Valentino or pick it up for themselves as the 4th pick. And nope, they ban it up. They ban it out instead.
Doesn't this like encourage you to pick those kinds of mid laners all the more now? Like, Team Falcons could just really be enabling Lucas, enabling Kyle TZ and Super Marco, you know, like, and they have the right tools to already respond to the shortcuts again, just by having the Badang, which again was picked prior to the chip even.
One more AoE, just so we can have a lot of fun. Obviously, this Badang is definitely more likely going to roam in this scenario.
A great ban there on the Matilda. If they want to go like stupid fast, snowball, aggro, you go jawhead for the roam.
Oh yeah!
But I still think it is going to be a Badang roam.
Right?
You pick up the Few pick now. Okay, so TNC Pro Team, let's see. They can still pick up the Esmeralda again because they're up against the Badang Harith. If this is something with a shield, oh!
Beautiful!
Yeah, they're going fast, they're going aggro, they want to have this quick. Well, yeah, you need to consider Esme here. Esme or high loss. You can go Phovis has already been banned out. You can go damage. You just need to pick up something beefy and strong to hold the front line. You can even go Baksha for 3 Mar with the Revitalize here. Baksha Esme for me.
Blue's immediately out of the picture right now.
Yeah.
Because even if they go for like a big setter like Gatot, that's just gonna get, you know, ulted.
Is that Freya? Oh no, Masha, excuse me.
Sounds like Masha,
Alright.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's...
Wait. This reminds me of something.
Fred.
What?
This reminds me of the shortcut and the Masha just coming out of the shortcut and looking for the target.
Yeah. This is the best approach TNC Pro Team could have gone for. They went for the tanky jungler. They paired it up with a Masha to provide extra damage. That's your backline access. Made this all in the post. Literally right before the playoffs. So TNC Pro Team, this is what they're going for. They're going all in with this idea. You get someone that can blast the Faramis right away if you want to force out the Netherrealm, or maybe even take Few out.
Yeah.
Or that's going to be your response to the Harith. Crucial pick here for Flap TZ. Are you gonna go damage? Are you gonna go duelist? No, they go tanky. They go high loss.
That's as safe as it can get, and I really like it because you're gonna slow down the Masha a lot with your ring of punishment, so he can't go too crazy, and the Fredrin will also really suffer against you. That's from experience. I really love that lineup so far for Falcons.
They go high
Was
loss.
that a last-minute switch?
Yeah, it was a high loss roam. It's an EXP lane Badang.
Oh. I mean, it's a way better matchup now, though. Earlier, they had to avoid the Esmeralda, so I feel like it's going to be a better situation now, especially for Team Falcons.
At least for this one, they have a clear win condition for their skirmish. Right? Throw that Masha in. Hopefully, you can one-shot View or something, and hope he doesn't cast that another row.
Yeah, easier to execute here for Falcons, but I'm not counting out the possibility here of TNC forcing game number 5. There's something about their lineup that screams forcing game 5.
I like what I hear, though. Let's roll over our casters. Let's get us game number 4.
We can't wait to jump into game number 4. Once again, welcome to this last series of the day. We already know what's at stake here, and it's match point right now for Team Falcons. Off of 2 dominating wins, can they cap out the series here, or will TNC rise above it all and take us to game 5? Renmar already shared his thoughts here. Ingan, what do you think of the team compositions?
I mean, I have to agree with Renmar that you can't count out the fact that 3-Mar TZ, especially when he scales up, can one-shot the few, or even Super Marco if the Flicker isn't available. But for Falcon, I mean, it's a proven and tested lineup, so if they play it safe. Wait a minute, BeniQt though forced to use the Flicker because Owen was there.
Yeah, forced the flick early. Slancy with a juice in also. Let's see if we are going to game number 5 or if Falcons will just run over TNC. Again, the strength of their lineup is their capability to end this sub 15 minutes if they get their conditions right and if they punish rotations and early skirmish errors from TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that, but I feel like they have the makings. Like, TNC has the makings of a really good game here for them.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Lancey with the Jushin, like you already mentioned, but even that, I mean, the Masha serves a great purpose from 3-Mar. Hopefully he's able to execute it, because we could see even on the flip side, Falcons can handle that Masha well. Now, that's where also the chip kind of comes in, and you know, the last chip game we saw them play wasn't the best. You know, it didn't end up working out really well for them. So I feel like this might be, in a way, kind of like a redemption on some of these picks too for TNC to see if they can make it work here in this game 4. So this turtle's up. Zyda will go ahead and start it up. This is the Fredrin that usually works so well, but Falcons might have an answer for this.
Continuous Lantern Flare there from Lancey as Flap TZ. Still in the picture. Owen now alongside Kyle TZ with the Unleash the Beast. Good combo there for Falcons as they pick up a kill onto Yaoi and to Zyda. A double for Kyle TZ.
Okay, we can't forget about the damage from Lucas early game, can we?
Yep, 2 early kills for the first turtle. That's not the start that you want to give Team Falcons. TNC's window is closing very, very fast. One of the things that they have to accept is if they lose the second turtle again, that they have to put all their eggs in the BeniQt basket. Their lineup is built incredibly well for a Granger to shine. So if second turtle doesn't go well, they're gonna have to switch gears instantly, put all in for BeniQt, because Falcons does not have the reach for that Granger. They have the brute force entry to just smash through the front line to get to the Granger, but they don't have the reach, and it's gonna be a tough team fight for them to do it.
Yeah, that's the hard part about it too, is the fact that those 2 kills went in the hands of Kyle TZ, and because of Lucas jungle already is quite a threat, you know, early on. Now that he gets to scale up a little bit faster, especially against a Fredrin, so it's kind of going to be work for Zyda to go ahead and continue to try to keep pace, you know, with Kyle TZ and Lucas for now. But like you said, I think it really does come down to what we see for that second turtle, and if TNC can go ahead and make the adjustments. Because again, even before that, they were lacking some of the crucial ultimates and utility that this composition will give them. Again, a lot of the eyes are going to be on Yaoi and how he makes his chip work. Chip, anytime that teams take it, is either it works in their favor or it honestly works against them for a lot of teams. So TNC wants to kind of slow things down.
Tried to go for an exit route there for Flapteezy. Forced to use the flicker, but still got taken down by Three-Mar and Zaida.
Yeah, fantastic rotation there by TNC Pro Team. It was just a two-man job to take down the Badang. You open up the top lane for more gold for the Masha and the Fredrin also to balance out the loss that you got, giving 2 kills away to the Lucas. So that was the right call for TNC Pro Team at the right time, and now Falcons has to find a trade.
Okay, Yawi pops his ultimate now. Here comes Three-Mar, but Kyle Teasy has the Unleash the Beast though. Super Marco being able to dish out the damage, but the first man down is Kyle Teasy. Next target might be Ogwin here. Couple of hits away, but Flapteezy and Few comes here to the rescue.
All right, great pickup. TNC is doing the things that they have to to get back into this game. First it was the pickup off top, then they get a response and they take out Kyle Teasy now bottom. Turtle's up, but now we could actually see TNC go and contest this. They should have a little more confidence in dealing with the next objective.
Yeah, we said earlier that the window of TNC Pro Team was closing fast. They've opened it up yet again very quickly, delivering a kill onto Kyle Teasy. It's balanced now, 2-1-0 for both junglers. Zaida has caught up to the Lucas. Still a very, very slight lead, but at this point, yeah, you consider that caught up already. Falcons are going to be starting off this turtle first hand. It's going to be Chip in the bottom lane. Let's see if Yaoi's going to go there or continue the pressure into Super Marco's lane.
The Falcons working on the turtle. It's going to be uncontested. They're trying to go for a trade down the bottom, and they do so successfully, but the minions was able to clear out by Super Marco.
Oh, can Falcons get the tower in the mid? Yeah, they can just go ahead and rush that, right? No, Zaida's there to defend. Good thing that Zaida was there to hold on to that mid tower, because if Falcons broke that quickly this early on, that would have been bad for TNC Pro Team. But so far, they've recovered very well from that first turtle fight.
Yeah, they're making these kind of small moves that they need to at least keep things from going out of hand, and that's the main point for TNC's lineup. They have to go ahead and give Benny Cutie the time to build up here, because they don't really have any sudden damage that they can utilize. Now the utility with the chip is great, but even for Three-Mar, like we've seen this from the Masha before, where you're so valuable, especially later on.
Yeah.
Like you're just going for whatever target that is, and eventually that's going to be Super Marco. You take him out of the picture, or you get the Nether Realm out. There's Yaoi jumping in.
Flickers in with the ultimate. Here comes the whole squad of TNC, but a good Nether Realm from Pew. They are able to take down Yaoi and Three-Mar Teasy. Still no casualties for Falcons as they take the turret down bottom.
TNC overestimated their advantage there at the bottom. Wow. As they weren't able to check the shrub that Kyle Teasy was hiding, and Yaoi was just like, yeah, this is a clear target, I'm going to go for these guys right away. But they didn't expect that the Lucas was right there. That also opened up the top lane for Flapteezy to push as they decided to go all in the defense in the bottom. Punishment there by Falcons.
Yeah, that's the punishment, and that's what I was saying. The chip is either going to work for you in situations or it's going to work against you, and that was one of those that didn't work for TNC. Yeah. The idea was right, but that's always the risk, right? You never know exactly where they're going to be setting up in the bush and surprising you with. And not only that, too, but the Revitalize. A lot of the times, we kind of forget about Hylos now in the current meta. He still does pop up from time to time. But the Hylos, with that pathway, with the Revitalize, helps out in those little corners and skirmishes that do break out. So now, last turtle of the game, is it just going to be 3 for 3 for Falcons?
Yaoi concealed, tries to go for the flank from behind. Another realm casted again by Few as Kyle Teasy gets the turtle. Yaoi caught in the middle, getting ganked up by 5 as Three-Mar Teasy also falls down.
That is a World Championship winning Faramis in the hands of Few, and clutch on the Netherrealm yet again. The great entry by Yaoi snuffed out immediately by an even better utility Netherrealm by Few.
Can't sleep on the Faramis right now. Mid lane's being assaulted down. They're going to clear out the waves, though. So TNC will hold on to the tier 1 turret for now. Again, objectively, Falcons has been on point. Lord's going to be up in a minute and a half. How are we looking in the items?
All right, in terms of the gold laners, the lead of Super Marco is starting to balloon, but Benny Cutie is safely being able to farm. Hasn't gotten a death just yet. He's going to be left to his own devices to get more items in. While for the two junglers, a 1,000 gold lead, favoring Kyle Teasy, already up to a Queen's Wings, and that's going to make team fighting a little bit more deadly for TNC to deal with. Because now there's going to be Lucas, and even if you bring him down low, you could see him get health very quickly back up again.
And it all started with that double kill, like early on, right? This is why Kyle Teasy is having a pretty good time on the Lucas in the jungle. Even though he was taken down earlier on, he has to be dealt with. So you see the Sea Halberd being picked up by 3mar right now to help with some of that. He's just waiting patiently here too, but again, this is mostly information.
Commits a thunderclap. Super Marco was able to flicker out. Even NetherRealm, but Yaoi from behind. There's no more NetherRealm. Glorious pathway from Ogwin. Here goes Falcon into TNC. Malco got away. Few got bursted down though. But with the passive, he can be in the picture at any given moment now. That was one trade for TNC.
Worth?
Yeah, so worth it. And it was few. The guy had so many stacks on his passive that he instantly just went back into the game.
Yeah. He's like, don't worry, I'll die because I'm going to be back.
That was such a great call by Few and Ogwin to just be like, all right, let's stay here. Let Super Marco recall away in the bush. I would not be surprised if that was Captain Few's call.
Oh, man. What it's going to lead into. They do get a turret up top for TNC, but the Lord's going to be worked on. Now TNC wants to go toe-to-toe with this. 3mar's making his way.
Here comes the Glorious Pathway, paired up with Zaman, forced and unleash the beast. They're just wrecking havoc, trying to zone out TNC. Shockwave Blast will miss, but this one for sure will go to Kyle TZ.
Yaoi latches on, he hits the basic attack, hits the ultimate as well, and TC Pro Team are going for the turn. 3mar, TZ finds Few, and more bodies are falling on the side of Falcons. Flap TZ, his ultimate is not enough.
Super Marco desperately trying to evade that, but a double kill for 3mar, TZ, and a clap back for the Phoenix Army.
That is a massive win for TNC. That is a team fight they needed to happen. Yeah, the Lord went to Falcons, but man, TNC had to come online and they made it happen. So hopefully that's enough to get themselves back into this game. I would actually say they are back into the game.
Yeah, you saw Yaoi desperately just trying to chase after Kyle TZ so he could latch in his enhanced basic attack so that he could drop down his ultimate, and it all worked out for TNC Pro Team. 3mar TZ instantly being able to get a bomb onto Few as the Masha. One of the conditions we talked about. It opens up the map a little bit for TNC Pro Team, yes, but Falcons are still continuing their pressure in the center, taking down the tower as TNC had to deal with the Lord up top. But this is a very close game. What a call. Fantastic by TNC Pro Team to clap back into this.
Yeah, a few steps closer for 3mar TZ for that one shot. Sea Halberd plus Malefic Roar. It's a good sign for TNC, but Super Marco also picks up a Holy Crystal. So if you, proper timing of the NetherRealm could be beneficial for Falcons here, unless 3mar TZ forces out the NetherRealm in a bad spot because of the Thunderclap.
Yeah, so this is going to be a longer game, I feel like, that we're going to see here. Already nearing that 12-minute mark. Falcons is making their way down the bottom side, but I don't think they were really going to get much push here. There's good push happening from 3mar up top. Okay, they do get the tier 2 turret. They might trade things out. They still have a minute for the Lord up, so it's really find what they can. These tier 2 turrets will be falling, so 3mar's been playing huge on the Masha, and we mentioned this back when the game loaded up. We were like, man, 3mar on the Masha, we've seen this win games, right? The Masha alone is quite devastating, so interesting. I think he just picked up recently, his item was what, the Malefic Roar?
Yeah.
So he just got that too, so that burst damage potential that he can do on Super Marco, maybe, you know, at least you get the NetherRealm out, and if that's enough to go ahead and get that utility out, that's a win for TNC in these team fights. So great usage.
Yeah, I mean, that is like the best strength of Masha is that the raw damage output that you can dish out forces out the reactions from your opponents. If you're not going to get a kill, you're winning the trade in the battle spell usages. They don't know the 3mar TZ's here. See if TNC will try to make a play out of this. Seems like they won't.
Well, not sure if I saw that correctly, but Ogwen picks up a fleeting time for the Hylos now. Lord spawned a while ago. It was Kyle TZ was able to pick up the Lord, but a good clapback from TNC, so they can replicate it, or better yet, Zyda out-retry Kyle TZ.
Fleeting time. They want to be able to use the Glorious Pathway much more often, not only for initiation, but for escape when they need to get the hell on out of there.
Yeah, they're going to have to. So once again, objective is up. Falcons will start it up. TNC can go ahead and respond to this, and that's the thing too. Zyda being on the old Fredrin, you can kind of just hang out. You know, you don't really have to worry too much like we've seen from the Assassin junglers. But Falcons,
Yaoi.
There's Yaoi.
Okay, Flap TZ commits. The combo onto Zaida, but from the back though, they might be able to burst out Kyle TZ out of the picture. NetherRealm is there. Zaida went to pick up the Lord. Super Marco got kills, but he's trying to escape now. 3-Mar TZ has to flicker out. Cutie dishing out the damage though, as Flap TZ has to flicker away, and TNC secures the Lord.
Yeah, we found the play. 3-Mar TZ's recall gets stopped. He gets found down. A shutdown by Few. But you cannot change what has happened. TNC has secured the Lord and will march with it. They'll start as a 5v4 with Falcons favoring the 5, but TNC Pro Team will have the Lord with them.
Yeah, they're gonna have the Lord here. Again, what a turn of events. The way they made that happen, Yawi came in from that off angle, utilizing the chip, surprised him. We're gonna take a look at the replay here too. And the fact that they were able to take out Kyle TZ, both junglers were the focus for both teams.
Yeah.
And it was Kyle TZ that got taken out first, and then Zaida. But Zaida, he finished the job. He got the Lord at least. And still, you know, we'll see if they can really capitalize on it. Oh no!
Clash is still going on. Kyle TZ with the Unleash the Beast. It's going to be a 5-on-5. Glorious pathway already dropped down. 3-Mar TZ got picked off there by Super Marco, but exchange for Kyle TZ. Flap TZ with a beautiful combo though. Next man down here is Yawi, but Zaida still leading the charge alongside Benny Cutie. A triple for the Storm. Lord still sieging, and they might be able to take down an inhibitor turret.
Folks, I told y'all there was something about the lineup of TNC Pro Team that screams game number 5, that they can force it. Falcons slowly falling apart now as Benny Cutie has 5 stacks on the Skypiercer.
5 stacks for Benny Cutie, man. Remember, we've seen these gold laners go through the series already. Popping off on one game, another game they're struggling, and it's been this back and forth between both of them. Now this to say, for this one specifically, Super Marco's having a hell of a game on the Harith and Benny Cutie as well, but you're seeing the struggle, right? The teams are trying to get to these gold laners. 3-Mar to Super Marco. We've seen Kyle TZ try to get to Benny Cutie, but Benny Cutie's positioning and the protection of the team are so good that you can't catch him. You know, and so you have this constant battle, and I honestly think it's going to come down to that, where are your gold laners still alive? Are they still able to pop off all that damage? And even dealing with 3-Mar, that's another thing that Falcons have to do. So we're 30 seconds away from that Lord coming up. And honestly, TNC has really found the adjustments they needed after that early game.
My mind is going back to that Lord take, the one where TNC Yawi was able to surprise Kyle TZ. So he used the flash step dash already. The basic attack, I don't know if he was targeting it at the Lord, but the reason why he was brought even closer to where Yawi was coming in from the back was because it was the enhanced flash step basic attack that brought him back behind the Lord. He was in front of the Lord, it brought him behind the Lord, closer to Yawi, closer to Lancey, hence why he was taken down first, as their other members of Falcons were going forward, trying to go for the kills, the chase, as Kyle TZ was left behind, and now it has led to this, all of this. Falcons though, rushing it. Can TNC stop? Falcons yet again.
Yawi again with a concealed Flap TZ, paired him with a glorious pathway, also Retribution, bats out like Kyle TZ! Secures it though, a kill onto Yawi, clutch NetherRealm once again, Zaida caught in the middle, working on Flap TZ, and Flap TZ, Marco is down though! 3 members are out for TNC, Kyle TZ has to walk away, getting chased down by Lancey and Benny and Ogwin. Glorious pathway to escape.
Oh, what a play. It seems like deja vu almost for that one.
Yeah.
Yawi came in the same way, but hey, the Lord this time went to Falcons.
This time they were able to respond to it much better. It was a much more concentrated effort around the Lord, which meant Kyle TZ was able to secure it for himself. They're delaying it as long as they could, the march out, so that Flap TZ and Super Marco can respawn. Hell of an effort there by TNC Pro Team. Thought that they could get the win. Benny Cutie is still deathless now with 6 stacks on the Skypiercer. This siege for Falcons is going to be easier said than done. It's going to be very difficult. We look here, Kyle TZ, CC immune during that time. Hence why he was able to get the Retribution battle win, but that was a tough battle to win.
Man, again, like you just seeing it in the replay, deja vu, and maybe we see that happen again. Like, because most likely TNC is going to clear this out. I don't really expect them to lose all the base turrets. I'm not even sure if Falcons will push it in completely. But that's the thing. I mean, 3-Mar still down on the bottom side. They should be able to clear this out. Benny Cutie's still untouched, right? That's the main thing. We see the struggle of Falcons when they're trying to initiate those fights where how do we get to Benny? So they're going to hold the Lord here the best they can. It might go ahead and get that charge in on this turret.
Yeah.
Right now, Falcons going for it.
There comes the glorious pathway already dropped down as they burst down inhibitor up top, but Remar Teasy on the other hand forcing a recall from Flap there.
Yeah.
He also has to back off because the Lord has already exposed the base of TNC.
Yeah, you just balance it out. You're not going to force anything there if you're Falcons. Way too risky, especially with a threat of the Masha in the bottom lane. And even if you send one person to defend, that's one person that the Masha most likely will be able to blast down.
Yep.
So Falcons had to reset. TNC Pro Team did what they could to hold on and defend in that scenario. They lose a tower, but they have not lost the game. Look at all of those damage items on the hands of 3mar. That is a Masha bomb waiting to happen.
I don't know if we'd call that a thunderclap anymore. Like, it's way more than just thunder, man. Like, and 3mar with what was his last one? Did he go the Dragon Spear for his last item?
Yeah, I think that was a GDS in the last.
GDS, so he went that. So that's the thing. And now that we get to this point where we're reaching that 20-minute mark and the Lord that's coming up here is the one that they want. Now, I think at this point, oh, hold on, Seal's going to be used.
Oh.
They might go for 3mar here.
Yeah. Okay, Unleash the Beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. Can he have to stay near? Shortcut there. 3mar Teasy was able to walk away. Glorious pathway in the clutch. Nether Realm coming in from view. Kyle Teasy still in the picture as Super Marco trying to work on them. Who's going to fall down first? Yaoi Immortality popped there. And Kyle Teasy falls down. But in exchange for Yaoi, a godlike death from Benny Cutie. And a double for 3mar Teasy.
It was greedy. They focused on the Masha, but he survives. TNC have taken down 4, and it might be TNC going to Game 5.
What's a captain without your members as TNC? A full 4-man charge. Few trying to delay, but Benny pops his immortality. They're clearing out the minions, and we will see a Game 5.
And I'll say it again, we are going to a Game of 5. Day 1 in the playoffs, we get 2 series going the distance, man. This is not the battle of the skies or the battle of the birds without Game 5.
The number 5, the prophecy I dropped in week 2, TNC in 5, they're going to Game 5.
They are panel, take it away.
Oh man! Play-ins day 1, what? 2 maxed out series, Rockhart! We're so happy we're seeing this, but it's just so unbelievably, like what?
I'm honestly not surprised. I don't know what you guys are going on about. I'm not surprised. I see who's here. I see who's on the other side. I'm not surprised, but yeah, we're having a Game 5, ladies and gents. TNC versus Falcons in a fight. In that last team fight where you would expect them to win, TNC came out on top. 3mar TZ is our MVP on that Masha.
It's you! This is the guy! Man, when I saw that chip and that Masha combination, we just felt it. Like the likelihood of us going to a Game 5, the chances just skyrocketed, and it's literally 3mar TZ doing so much things for TNC. Even from the beginning, and especially towards the end. When you thought you've exhausted every single chance of TNC actually winning the fight, but forgetting that the portal was still standing in the midst of the team fight. So even when 3mar TZ went to recall, they just decided, or he was just able to catch up once again. And even from the get-go, right? Like they were trying to focus down onto Flap TZ during the first few rotations in the game, and it really worked well for them. It somehow denied Falcons of how fast they could have went on with this game, but still, you could not take away that Kyle TZ still won majority of the objective takes. He was still on point on the Lucas, and they actually got hold of the 3 turtles in this entire game. But literally the highlight, it really has to be Yaoi and 3mar TZ throughout this entire game.
Yeah, 100%. The Yaoi, by the way, 3mar TZ could not have pulled off all of these stunts without Yaoi constantly applying pressure, constantly pushing it out, and constantly giving so much space for his teammates. Even Benny Cutie I think, did he die in this game?
Yeah,
I think he barely died, maybe just once.
Yeah,
I saw him 6-0.
3 Mars hair is covered.
Yeah, come on, show us his stats, man. I know he didn't die here, so he's fine. He has a lot of Skypiercer stats.
Yeah,
but that's
yeah.
what we're talking about. Free Martisi was enabled so much by Yawi. I mean, I know the camera was always onto Fremar here, but man, oh man, this was a team effort.
He blocked so many things, not just like whether or not Cutie died for this game. He blocked Team Falcons from securing that 3-1, which could have potentially already put an end to this day.
Yeah.
So we're literally going all the way right here, and we're about to confirm in a few if it is actually a deathless game for Cutie on this Ranger, because it did feel like it. It was the complete opposite, right? For you would say that it's something for the bulletproof, because that's why he's called the bulletproof, but they had so many ways to access the bulletproof in this game. Like whether or not Yawi laid out the portal on any member of Team Falcons, Stream Artisi could just change his target, you know? Like he could go for Super Marco, and there you go. It's 0 deaths for Cutie in this game. It is 20-minute game, by the way.
Almost 21 minutes that he didn't die while fighting against Falcons, who had a Lucas and a Badang who could probably just eliminate you with one combo. That's impressive. That's very, very impressive.
You know what? I can't help but recall how hyped Sir Eric was during the interview earlier. And I feel like he's channeled so much of that hype and energy to TNC.
Oh my God.
He won't congratulate you guys yet because it's not over.
Yeah.
And TNC, they know that.
I know. And so far, I really think that some of that energy really, if it didn't help out, you know, it probably helped like uplift their spirits and allow them to really fight it out.
Yeah.
Keep their morale high, despite being down by a lot in the last 3 games.
I mean, look at this. 20 minutes in, and the gold lead has only shifted by 2K in favor of TNC. Like that, how great of a game it was, and this is such an accurate way to put how Cutie probably feels after this game. Just look at that expression he's doing.
Yeah.
This is such an accurate depiction. It's the best way to encapsulate how he probably felt in that game. Yeah, you got no way to reach me. You got no way to take me
You gotta
down.
add the sound effect. Yeah. That's, you know, they gotta add that sound effect there.
You gotta worry about all your other teammates being targeted down here by Yawi and Free Martisi, so you don't have enough time to worry about me anymore, so I just get to free hit every single time, every single team fight. And this is why we consider him as the BPI rich guy. I mean, look at how close the fight has been, right? The GPM's down to line of 7. So it's been that close.
It was a hard game to fight. I guess your GPM goes down a lot, especially when you're trying so hard to survive.
Yeah.
So you don't really have access to your optimal gold sources like the mini jungle creeps and obviously the lanes, because you could get eliminated a lot of these times. So yeah.
This has been such an experience for all of us watching the first 2 series in the play-ins, but now I feel like we should be looking at the goal difference timeline once again to further expound on how close of a fight this has actually been between both of our teams. So if we were to look closely, there were certain team fights which allowed Team Falcons to actually gain the lead, but that was only from the 5th minute up until the 10th or more or less 9th minute mark. Because if you would recall, there was this team fight which took place during the 10th minute mark, which handed over a great opportunity to TNC to balance things out and even things out and potentially even kind of gain the lead, but it didn't necessarily happen. Perhaps not until the 13-minute mark, where you see this slight increase in terms of the lead that was in the hands of TNC. And this was the exact moment where Yawi, all the way from behind, got to look for Kyle TZ, denied him of securing the retribution on the objective, and then securing the team fight altogether from that point onwards. And if we were to look at the item progressions overall, I feel like it'll be much of a highlight to look at the way that Few decided to build his items, because this isn't any typical support support, quote-unquote, type of Faramis. He really went in for the damage, picking up the glowing wand around the 7-minute mark and immediately following it up with the lightning truncheon. So that just goes to show that they're really in it for the damage, they're in for the team fight, and they were ahead during these moments too. So that probably adds up to why they just felt confident in terms of just investing in the amount of damage that they could potentially dish out, because they need not worry about much coming in from TNC, not until the combo of 3 Martisi and Yaoi eventually revealed itself and its threat towards Team Falcons. And even up until those moments wherein they actually got to get their hands on Few, got to take out Few or eliminate Few, he had the stacks intact. But it seemed like he was already struggling towards the latter portions of the game to recreate that exact same scenario, since TNC, they were just all out playing this aggressively. This was a 19-16 kill score that we're seeing for this entire game, by the way. So it was literally action-packed, and they just really went on with the team fights as much as they could, because that's where they would definitely excel. It's in the chaos, it's in the chaotic types and timings of the team fights that will literally catch Team Falcons off guard, so they could set the tempo for themselves, because they have endless utilities to actually keep regrouping and resetting to go in the fight again. And best example, of course, would be none other than the shortcut. So let us also take a look at a quick draft recap for both of these teams. So far, this has been, again, one of the literal game-changing picks that we've seen in this entire draft. But so far, the record, it seems like TNC is able to balance it out right now. They're slowly getting the groove in terms of how they're actually able to play things out. And I believe this is also a result of 3 weeks of preparation, of really trying to figure out how they are going to maximize and capitalize on the patterns of the tendencies of Team Falcons. But just the same, I'm really liking the adjustments we're seeing from Team Falcons as well. Their decisiveness to actually go for this kind of lineup, the Lucas, and our build-up towards the Faramis too, which they decided to field into this game, it was just lacking because there was too much of an element of surprise from TNC and the things that they could do with the lineup that they had. But other than that, this was a well-fought game for both of our teams, and I believe that we are definitely in for a treat heading into game number 5. These are much of the things that these teams definitely have to take into consideration. I mean, look at the amount of heal that the Faramis was able to deal, the amount of damage taken by the Lucas himself, and not to mention the Masha only being the 2nd time that it was picked this season, or in terms of the teams. This is only the 2nd team to pick the Masha so far in the season, because the first time it was actually revealed to us, it was Twisted Minds who decided to show or field the Masha. So we're seeing just how much the teams have been constantly adapting and learning, especially from the other teams as well. And my, oh my, this is unbelievable, Rockhart. This is literally like peak MLBB and as early as day number 1.
100%. There you go. I don't know what.
What?
Oh, they see you on the
I think they're calling me.
They're calling you out. They just want to show you.
Hey!
Yeah, they just want to show you. This is just a bit of a trick, guys. Don't worry. You're not bugging out. This is not a production error. This is just Brigida, who is sleeping it out with us here in... she's literally sleeping, by the way, right now. We're just showing her on the Filipino broadcast because Chantel is on the other side. Just want to highlight this. Don't worry. We'll go back to regular programming in like a few seconds. But yeah, that's essentially the reason why. So, you know, it is what it is. And we are going back into regularly scheduled programming.
Wait a minute. Oh my
Just so that you guys know. Just so that you guys know, okay? So, yeah.
I had to teleport.
Nice teleportation techniques, just like...
Thank you for the shortcuts.
Yeah.
The shortcuts.
Unlike the shortcut here, you know, you arrived in one piece. Shortcuts on the other side, you know, they kind of arrive in pieces, but... You know.
Honestly, that shortcut, that must have been a nightmare for Team Falcons. You know, like, that last sequence, literally, you thought you had it in the back, but then suddenly, no, you don't! Okay.
I know.
Okay, there are just so many emotions going on right now, you know?
Yeah, that is one emotion. Obviously, there's also different emotions going on around the arena. The Phoenix Army, obviously, they're very, very awake now. They were like kind of just, their heads were down. They're very silent. They were like that. And now they're like, everyone's standing up. A lot of them are standing up. And on the other side, the Falcons are a little bit more worried now. And I would say that we as casters feel like we just got so much more to watch. More MLBB is always great.
More MLBB.
More MLBB.
10 games for day number 1.
We're approaching day number 2 here.
we can go straight into day 2, you know?
But of course, if you want to see what's happening here in the MPL arena as well, check out the playgrounds below.
Hey everybody, Jamie here. It is an exciting day here. We are at the MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs, and while the matches are happening on our main champions arena, we are here on the ground floor because we have lots to show you. As you can see, may ganap din dito sa ground floor, and it is the MPL Playgrounds. What is the MPL Playgrounds? Well, we have somebody who's going to give us a tour in a bit, but let me show you our illustration here. We've got the event map. We also have our MPL Playground schedule happening, so you know what you can enjoy from days 1 through 5. And of course, the matches we have all been waiting for. You have the playoffs match schedule listed here as well. You can check that out. And over here, what happens after the playoffs? We've got the Philippines Road to Esports World Cup. You can check that out all here at the entrance of the MPL Playgrounds. Now, alam ko sinabi ko ang daming ganap, so I think I need assistance here. Pa-assist naman, Xiao! Hi, how are you doing, Xiao?
Hi, Miss Jamie, and welcome dito sa ating MPL Playgrounds. Alam kong excited ka na, pero bago tayo pumasok, puntahan muna natin yung booth. Taste of the food mula sa Nor.
Get this for free even before you enter the MPL Playgrounds. You can go around the booths here at the MPL Playgrounds, complete it. Once you complete it, you actually drop it over here. Shinobi, Battle Pass, Mechanics, okay? Collect all 13 stamps, fill in your details, complete the community survey, and my winner to, guys. So make sure to complete your passports if you enjoy the activities here at the MPL Playgrounds. And again, dito yung registration area where you can get this. And you register, of course, based on your tickets, guest, Superfan, Legend, and Mythic. Now, this is the Smart Booth. And dito sa Smart Booth, Xiao, anong nangyayari? Alam kong may mga games tayo.
Yes, meron tayong mga games like etong Ninja Arcade na kailangan mo lang makascore ng 10,000 points para magkaroon ng prize.
Alright, so ipakita natin to. It's very easy. You hit on play, and as Xiao mentioned, you've got 30 seconds to hit 10,000.
Yes.
Meron din tayo dito. Ano tong game dito sa kabila, Xiao?
Shuriken toss ata to. Pero it is, I think I called Rasangan Challenge for the Smart Booth.
And all you need to do is hit 5 orbs, and then you can win MLBB skins. So really exciting. A lot of games and a lot of prizes here. Now, I'd just like to share with all of you, if you need pro level speed, make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game. Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed. Available now at smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store. Thank you for showing me the Smart Booth.
Yes.
We have one more to explore kasi alam ko mahilig ka sa games, Xiao.
Yes, indeed.
Alright, so ano yung nangyayari dito sa kabila?
Ito naman,
We
sa
have the
kabilang
time zone
Kabilang siya ng
booth.
Smart Booth, and this is the time zone booth, Miss Jamie. Meron siyang Pong, and ito naman, I'm not really sure, it's like a photo booth.
Yeah.
For the time zone. So, kung interested ka mag-play later on, para siyang retro game, parang sa bricks lang, pero what you need to do is score against your opponent dito sa ating Pong game.
If you're in for fun, remember to visit Time Zone. Pumunta na sa Time Zone Greenbelt at gamitin ang inyong mga vouchers and get your favorite players' signed jerseys and photo cards as well. Ipakita natin ang mga signed photo cards. Tingnan nyo yan, guys. Ito yung pwede nyo makuha. So just make sure to visit Time Zone Greenbelt right now or as soon as you can because may games pa tayong papanoorin. Alright guys, a big thank you, Xiao. The MPL Playgrounds, by the way, is for free. Yes, for free, but first come, first serve basis. So agahan nyo, pumunta na kayo. It's really dependent on the capacity. Ano pang hinihintay nyo? Come, let's hang out and enjoy here at the MPL Playgrounds. Tara na, Shao. Maglaro na tayo.
Let's explore the playgrounds.
Yes! Bye!
And that is the MPL Playground from the Champions Arena. That's happening downstairs. And again, admission is free. Plus, apparently, there's a lot of freebies and a lot of food.
Yeah, I just found out we had a more booth.
I did not know that. Maybe I should have gone before we started. Maybe we get some hot, cup of noodles or something.
That would be really great, considering
Especially
that the
now.
temperature here in the panel is...
It's like 15 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius.
I don't even know if it's negative. Hopefully not.
Probably not negative.
Probably not negative.
We'll probably be... If that happens.
But just so you know, it's really cold.
It's really cold here. Like you don't see it, we're literally shivering. Anyway, we are getting into...
Yeah.
They don't see it, right? So we are getting into the draft here for game number 5, ladies and gents.
It is the absolute last game of this entire day. We cannot go any further.
No. That's physically impossible at this point.
It is, but for some reason the teams are just making it happen,
If they have enough willpower, you know what? Technically anything is possible.
Yeah.
But maybe they can add another game if they really want to. So, yeah, on this one, we're going into this with Renmar Santa Cruz. What's up, homie?
I have been saying nonstop, I hope I win the lottery. Because TNC in 5 has become way too real. I mean, the series is not over just yet, but the fact that they were able to take Falcons to their limit. If this is the limit of their season, what a start for TNC Pro Team. The sky's the limit. If they take it even further and continue on to the next round, crazy. It's been an amazing day for the first day of the playoffs. Just goes to show how important the Immortal Cup is for everyone. Happy to be here. Sorry, I'm just really sappy right now. I've seen some amazing MLBB, and everyone knows I get emotional when I see amazing MLBB.
No, because imagine
amazing.
if
Kalea,
they're-
that's my
right?
prediction.
Imagine if they're the ones to clip the wings of the Falcons.
That would be something. That would be something.
That's gonna be something, and they're the ones to soar. But yeah, is it gonna be the Kalea? There is the Kalea indeed for first pick.
Yeah.
Now if you're TNC.
Go up. But dang, Harith,
Yeah,
or if you
it's a
want to go for
Badang.
old comfort, just pick up the 1-1.
Oh, by the way, I think the Badang so far has had a record of 3-4 today, considering that the last game lost.
Yeah.
It was Flap TZ on the Badang, so...
So again, it's a bit of a mix between XP Badang and Rome Badang, right?
Yeah.
So far, Rome Badang has been the winningest, but it also has lost a lot as well. So
there we go.
There we go. If we're talking about comfort, 100% comfort, and I have a feeling this is going to be a Zaida Baksha.
Yeah.
I just have a feeling.
Okay, yeah, they have the option to go for that. I mean, they do already have a solid front, and you know that they're going to be building around the 1-1 here. So the Zask might actually come back yet again for Lancy. While for Falcons, they're going to want Burst.
Yeah.
Carry is the pick that they should not be too focused on. If Falcons is thinking about carry, nah, shake that off. You're going to have to go for something else here.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like they can opt to go for all those burst type of mages, those magic damage mages. Since,
Harith.
So along those lines, since they don't have to worry about the chip anymore, they already took that out, so they can fully reset and go back the standard route, which is why we're seeing the Lu Yi come into play as well right now for a few alongside the Hayabusa. So they have already a couple of great answers to the 1-1 so far here, provided to us by Benny Cutie.
Yeah, Rockhard, earlier you said that the Baksha can actually go into the hands of Zaida here. He was the one who picked it up, so that's them showing to Falcons in the draft UI of like, hey, don't it might be a jungle Baksha for us. And right now they might actually be going for that. Honestly, if I'm Yawi, just pick up the Cho ASAP.
Don't overthink it, right? Like, you're in the possibly last game of your season.
Yeah.
You go for the best.
Yeah.
Go for the Cho.
Yeah.
And against the Hayabusa, I feel like it'll be a better response.
True, that's true.
Like, it's gonna deny so much. Although you do have to consider, though, the potential diversions. The Cho is one of the heroes who can actually scout the brushes really well and still find a way away.
Yeah, it's still possible to pick it up maybe 4th and 5th. There's just so many pros to taking it that I don't think they're gonna not take it at this point.
Yeah, they go for the Zushin though.
Holding on to the flex option of the Baksha. 3 rows to go. Roam, EXP, jungle. Something that Falcons are all considering, so they go for the safe mid lane pick right now, which is the Loyi, which sort of soft answer. I wouldn't say it's a hard answer, it's just a bit of a soft response to it. Because you get macro, you get a strong defender of your jungle, and TNC Pro Team, what a read!
Whoa!
To take away the Beatrix, actually, that would have provided so much of what Falcons needed. Range, burst damage, a continuous source of basic attack damage if you go Nibiru and Bennett. So what a ban by TNC.
Yeah. What if, oh wow, there's the Link ban as well. Coming in from Falcons. Could they be really pushing the Baksha? Or, well, it is likely to be in the jungle anyway.
It is a trap, right? It's still a trap no matter how you look at it by TNC. So I love that they're making the Falcons guess about this one.
Yeah. What if the, well, it's too cold here, you know? What if the export actually does come out?
Yeah, what if export, come on, help us out a little bit here, brother.
Export for which team? Falcons?
Falcons?
Oh, they banned it. Oh, that's a signal though. This might actually be a Baksha jungle, because usually one of the things that you'd want to pick up against a lineup that has either a Fredrin or a Baksha in the jungle is an X-Borg in the EXP lane.
They literally just showed it, right? That's
Why
like
did they sense it too?
It's a foreshadowing.
Oh, and they banned the Cho and the clapback. Great drafting so far by these. So I feel like the Ling ban potentially could have been something else though.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna knock it too much. Still fantastic ban on the Cho. 2 fantastic bans with the X-Borg and Baksha. TNC Pro Team are banning and drafting out of their minds right now.
I mean, the only similar options left are the Jawhead.
I would Jawhead this one. I would Franco this one.
Oh, you mentioned Franco? Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Franco, honestly.
I would. Come on, Yaoi, show us something. Show us
What
something.
if they... Nah, like the Angela Baksha is not gonna happen, right? Like,
Unlikely. Yeah, unlikely. But I would knock it. Angela on Yaoi, that would be like the biggest biggest contradiction of the season.
Yeah.
When you think of Yaoi, you don't think Angela.
So they're probably
Oh my goodness, it might actually be Angela later though.
Oh my goodness.
God.
Are you serious right now?
Wait, because they did pick up the CC and it's a very common duo, right?
Yeah, because what if this Baksha is actually going to the EXP lane and they ban out the X-Borg for safety, because in the laning phase, the Baksha is going to be eating up a lot of damage from the X-Borg. It would have been really tough.
Yeah.
So Falcons go for the close range all dive. No pokes at all. A huge gambit here, considering that the Wan is their biggest problem in the draft right now.
Oh man, I don't know. It's also a little hard to guess the Falcons lineup, honestly.
Yeah, what does...
Solid frontliner, maybe a Hylos or a Gaton.
Flap, flap, flap. Okay.
And they're going Badang.
Oh.
Badang on the very last pick here for Falcons.
The Badang still shows up. Okay. Wait, if it was a 3-4 record, that's 7 out of 10 games today.
Yeah.
Make it 8.
Badang everywhere, all the time. It's your role.
Everywhere I go, I see his face.
Wait, Yaoi.
Yaoi.
Oh! Okay.
You mentioned the Franco earlier, Rockhard. I agreed with you.
We're gonna have a fun time here, brother.
The last time Yaoi played in MPL Philippines Season 12, his very last game was a Franco that was, dare I say, received poorly by the community. This could be vindication for Yaoi.
And vindication, it may be just here at the Champions Arena, and just here where one of them are definitely gonna be ending it for Season 15.
We've been through so much, but just the same, these teams have been through a lot, and they definitely want to get past this do-or-die match. Whoever wins this is going up against Team Liquid Philippines tomorrow, but for now, this is what they have to go through.
Ladies and gentlemen, casters, let's finish this.
It's all down to this, the last and final game for day one of the playoffs here at the MPL Philippines Season 15. We're in the Champions Arena, and it's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar, and we're here to bring you the last game between these two birds trying to fly high into the next stage. It's the Falcons and TNC Pro Team. I like that Renmar pointed out the little fun fact there about Yowie's Franco here. Are we thinking, Ingan, that this is the game changer? Is this the redemption arc for that Franco for Yowie?
Second time using the Franco for a decisive game for Yowie. And I think if Yowie channels his inner S12, S11, he can pull this off against a team like Falcon.
Literally pull this off. He's gonna have to pull off the right target, the right hook. But I think he's banking on that suppress. We already saw it earlier this season. Ingan with a reminder, thank you. Showed it up against Aurora earlier this season. Did not fare well.
Yeah.
Started off good in the early, but crumbled very quickly against a hyper-aggressive, dive-focused lineup. That is what Falcons has. So, again, that's the story for Yowie on this Franco. Vindication, redemption.
Yeah. And with Zyda being a utility jungler, you can actually see later on that Yowie can opt to go for a fleeting time as his second or third item, considering that they have a frontliner in Zyda.
Yep, jumping in mid lane.
Hook.
Ogwin fortunately was able to walk away with a slither of his health left, but if that aggression continues on for the Phoenix Army, TNC in 5 could be a real thing, Renmar.
Yeah, and it's a Baksha in the jungle up against a Hayabusa who will not be contesting objectives early on. Yowie already reading the invade, sees the Hayabusa, but will not be able to stop Kaltizi from stealing away the orange buff. Zyda gets the turtle without a problem. Will he get an invade of his own? Seems like he will not.
Okay. He's still gonna stay there though.
Lancy jumps in with a Crimson Beacon plus Lantern Flare, and the first blood drawn onto the Master. The aggression of the Phoenix Army, clearly momentum is on their side.
I'm actually surprised Ogwin put himself in that position knowing that he had burned the flicker and that he didn't have it. Yeah, you know, you could jump around maybe and whatnot, you're a Kalea, but still, you know, he gets taken out and that information was there. So I don't know, TNC really kind of locked in the early game, and I gotta give it up to Zyda, man. Zyda, I know we're looking at Yowie's stats here for the Franco like we were talking about, but I am impressed with Zyda because he is one of the junglers that now, the back-to-back utility junglers, first the Fredrin, now going with the Baksha, and he can play the Assassins just as well. So great to see Zyda step into that role and make this happen in the series.
Yeah, that's the MDL Season 2 Finals MVP and regular season MVP for you.
Yeah, we already used a flicker to try and get that hook there onto Super Marco in lane. Zyda goes in.
Paired up with the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt. They're going to kill Ogwin once again. Zaman Force already popped by Super Marco. He's trying to escape, but Lancy on the chase onto Few. Flapty's in the picture this time. Can they turn things around? No overcommit from TNC.
All right. Trade favorable for TNC Pro Team. It does look like it. They still have the aggression on the map, the tempo. Zyda still alive. Yeah, Falcons are going to have to weather a crazy storm here, and Super Marco has to play the game of his life. He is the main condition. Other than that, heroics from Flap and Few, the two legends in their squad, two-time world champions, brought then Bren Esports, then AP Bren, then Falcons AP Bren to so many new heights. Now can they bring Falcons out of a turbulent situation? It's going to be up to them.
Man, both of these teams being in the family of birds don't like turbulence, you know? Either or is going to have to deal with that. And you're still looking at relatively a very easy game, or even game-ish, I should say, between the two. The second turtle is up, and honestly, this one's going to be anyone's for the taking. It's Falcons that starts to blitz. They know he's at the buff.
Okay. But still, Kyle Teasy was able to steal away the turtle, but Zyda answers back with a kill onto Ogwin once again. 3 Martisi trying to soak up the damage. Will be able to walk away scot-free. No casualties for TNC. But still, Kyle Teasy gets a turtle.
Yeah, Ogwin's going to be on the receiving end of a lot of deaths in this game. Not going to be a lot of escape options for him. Once he goes in, he's going to be bitten, and TNC Pro Team will not hesitate to take the Kalea out of the picture right away. Now they're going to be focusing on the tower up top, defended well by Falcons, while Kaltizi opened up the map in the bottom lane, taking down that tower, but Kaltizi now in the red against 3mar and Zyda.
Oh, we shadow kill, casted right on time. Will he be able to escape? There's a shadow, so he will escape the potential gag from TNC.
Yeah, there's a whole lot. Like, this game is definitely a game 5 because everything is happening everywhere. It feels that way, and it's really both teams just kind of utilizing the compositions that they have, the utility that, for example, the Louis E brings for Falcons, and over on the other side, not just playing around the hook, which we usually see when a Franco is there, but playing around the fact that Zyda can be very mobile himself, he can scout things out himself, and the big question for me is we don't see the CC pop up that often anymore, but it's still a really good pick, especially with this kind of lineup. I'm guessing for Falcons, they really got to be careful on how they go with those fights. If they dodge the hook all day, that's great. But if a CC paired with the Jushin jump into your team and force that fight, and then Benny Cutie's allowed to pop off again with the crossbow of Tang, I feel like that's going to be pretty scary for them to deal with.
Conceal play there for Falcon to make sure Super Marco has enough space to try and deal damage to this turret, though, as Benny Cutie just taking his time, trying to be as disciplined as possible. Diversion going to be forced out here onto the middle lane to clear out the minions.
Okay, Kyle, just visiting down. This is the thing, though. You know, we've seen this time and time again with the heroes like the Chip, like that Louis E, that bring those options to go and play on a macro level. Last turtle of the game is going to be up, and it's Falcons that just makes the line for it. They're going to go ahead and start it up. Kyle TZ making his way, has these buffs, but just the same, TNC I think wants to go ahead and just contest this one. They don't want to give this up for free. Everyone is going to be around this last and third turtle.
Oh!
Whoa!
Yowie!
What?
Clutch iron hook, and now Falcon forced to fight it out. A weak shadow kill. The punish is there though, as Lancy 3 Martizi is gonna fall down, but a killing spree coming in from Zyda. And another one from Yowie!
The redemption!
2 hooks to keep their hopes alive. First it was Marco, now it was Few. Heroics from Few and Flap to turn that initial pickoff around. But it's Yowie, hell-bent.
Hell-bent? I mean, what? Yeah, let's get a replay at those hooks, hopefully. I'm not sure who's going to get that turtle. Maybe it's Falcons, but it looks like it was Kyle Teasy that got it. That's the first hook that we're looking at. Let's take a look at the other one here. Yeah, this was a good fight, but man, here's the next one. Yowie gets in position, lands the hook, flickers as well. And man, what a play there. But still, objective and lead for Falcons right now at the 8-minute mark. So we'll see. You know, TNC, they can play around the hooks like we were mentioning.
Yeah.
But they also need to continue to go ahead and win those objective fights, especially the next one that's going to be coming up in a minute and a half.
Yeah. And considering the fact that Yowie already has a Rapid Boots and a Winter Crown, they can be as aggressive as possible. Okay, diversion play. They're going to send out 3 in the middle lane. Going to put enough pressure to force a reaction from TNC.
All right. Still a lead here for Falcons in terms of the resources. Teams are getting the counters, the pickoffs, but Falcons are getting the wins in terms of the gold, the pushes, the towers, the kills at the right time. TNC's ability to instantly convert is going to be there. It boils down to the execution. Who gets a bigger trade, the better trade.
Oh, commits a weaky shadow kill onto 3mar and to Lancy.
Wow.
But fails to deliver a kill. They were able to share out the damage.
Yeah, that's good damage. That's good damage profile already from Kyle.
Oh, good pickup here from Lancy, but Owen counters that with a title strike, a pickup kill for Benacuti. Another hook and Bloody Hunt from Yowie. A killing spree coming in from Kyle TZ. Super Storm goes out for Zyda. Might be in trouble here. Flap TZ with a shutdown. Benacuti not even done though. A mega kill for the Storm.
They're going to have to back off there on that one.
Yeah, massive win there for TNC Pro Team. Benny Cutie capping off that 3rd kill onto Flatman. That TNC would win that sequence. Katizi another shadow kill in the middle so that Yowie and 3 Martizi cannot defend their tower, and Falcons breaks it. The map is looking blue. TNC again, they're getting kills, they're trading, but the objectives are going to the side of Falcons. Both teams are winning in their own way.
They are, because even with Benny, again, he's 4-0-3. He's doing well on the 1-1. And we know, yeah, they're losing those skirmishes in the mid lane like that, but if it comes down to it, this objective take, this Lord, if Benny's able to get the airtime he needs, if they're able to go ahead and deal with that pressure that's coming from Falcons, TNC can easily still win this objective fight. But it all comes down to what they do with the Franco, for example, with Lancey on this Jushin. And even for Falcons, you saw that a Win a Crown now available for Flapteezy, so they can all play around some of these minor choices that they have. Super Marco gets a Holy Crystal. Power Spike now here as he's got those 3 items on the Harith. We'll see how they play this out. Falcons will go ahead and start it up pretty quickly. How does TNC respond?
Falcons has their eyes on this Lord. Kyle Teasy, clean pickup of the Lord, and now they want to go for more wing shadow kill. Already committed down. Lancey forces there comes the bacon, but Pew takes down 2. Yowie, 3 more down, but a counter go for TNC. Winter Crown play from Flapteezy. Kyle Teasy goes in right after Benny. Will he be able to escape though? I think he will, but Pew says no.
Diversion used?
Marco! Oh! He sees Lancey! He caps off the kill! And 4 are down! 4 are down from the side of TNC!
Oh, and they're going to be pushing it now. Bottom is pushed with Kyle and the Lord, and Falcons will go for the tier 2 in the mid. TNC still in the game, but man, what a turn and a huge spike in gold and everything else for Falcons.
We need an instant replay for that because the counter go from Team Falcons was on point. Whoa, I mean, the burst, the burst on the Lord, and at the same time, the clapback, they were able to prevent Benny Cutie from wreaking much more havoc after picking up 2 kills. So Team Falcons, they're holding on to a 6K gold lead.
It might be flying under the radar for some, but the game that Few is playing right now. We talked about vindication and redemption for Yowie, but what about for Few, who failed to get MSC in 2024? The iconic image of him sitting in the backstage, in his knees, crying after losing in that Game 7 against Selangor Red Giants. Now he's playing the game of his life on this low Yi to keep Falcons' hopes of making it back to Riyadh for MSC at EWC 25 a reality.
And even with that, again, this is Falcons, right? Of course, they want to go forward, get to Riyadh, and this is where it starts. I'm not sure if people thought that we would see another 5-game series. I knew this was going to be one hell of a series between these 2 teams because TNC has definitely improved in those weeks off leading into the playoffs. They already surprised so many people throughout the regular season. How do they respond to this little diversion? We'll see if they actually continue on this. They don't really have an objective to go for a bit. Lancey might be able to spot them out, but that's a full team!
Oh! And the onslaught from Falcons just catching TNC off guard. A crucial kill onto Lancey.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that hook. Lancey gets taken out. They were just doing their due diligence, clearing up in minion waves, checking, but Falcons have taken them by surprise. They were there first. 7,000 is the gold lead.
Ooh.
The hope for the Phoenix seems to be dying before their eyes.
Falcon now sieging in onto the top lane as they take an inhibitor. Oh, Wind jumps in, catches Yowie, forces out the flicker. Salmon Force coming in from Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, and the rest of Team Falcons has to walk back. TNC, Zaida leading the charge. Will they make a play here? But Falcons, Team Falcons, they got what they wanted.
They got what they wanted. They took the discipline route. They get the 1 base turret. They know they've dealt with some of the shields, but now the Lord is up. And they're ready to fight this. They got a good lead, 7.6K up. They know this Lord is theirs, so they get prepped and ready to possibly march into a victory win. TNC down this much, facing elimination from the playoffs. How can they make this work for them? What do they need to happen in this base defense here?
All right, with an 8,500 gold lead, around that value for Falcons, TNC Pro Team are lacking in some key items across the board. Benny Cutie is built up, yes, but can the front line hold on long enough and deplete them enough for Benny Cutie to clean up house? But Falcons, with this lead, are in the situation that we've said so many times all throughout the season. We've said multiple times today alone. They can just throw bodies, focus on the base. They have the damage. A suppress from Yowie.
might be the X factor here.
There's the conceal. They want that turret. They know the Lord is up top.
Oh! Yaoi catches Flap TNC, but there was a Winter Crown. Ogun jumps in as well. TNC trying to work on the Lord as Falcons working on the mid lane. The last inhibitor turret. Kaltizi jumps in just to zone out TNC, and TNC will survive for now.
Okay, another wave pushing in the mid lane. They might want to get this turret, but still a good defense for TNC. They successfully stay in the game. And maybe that hook was enough to get that Winter Crown out and then live to fight another day. So Falcons, despite being massively ahead right now, TNC buys some more time.
All right, looking at the items here. Lead for TNC CC. Massive deficit here for Zyda in terms of the gold, but at this point, he's just another tank. He has to hold on and survive long enough. The damage output, that's where it's gonna lie for TNC. A Winter Crown plus a Blood Wings for Lancy. Very utility-based build. The damage might be lacking, might not be enough to set up Benny Cutie for success, who, however, is already full build, even up to a Malefic Gun.
Out of the map, diversion play! Catching TNC off guard, Ogwin jumps in, catches Yaoi. Benny Cutie though, able to free hit, Lancy with a Crimson Beacon, they're gonna bring down Yaoi. Next man is Zyda. Kyle TZ picks up one more, they're trying to go for Lancy! 3-man down for TNC.
Is this it? Is this the moment for Falcons to cap it off here, to clip the wings of the Phoenix?
Benny Cutie eliminated, and the hope for redemption lives on for Team Falcons!
And the Battle of the Skies is concluded as Falcons will win in Game 5 against TNC Pro Team.
Legendary, absolutely legendary for this first day of the playoffs. Titans, they have been labeled for ages against what could have been a mythical run by TNC Pro Team. Ends in a heartbreak wherein they can keep their heads held high after a fantastic series. But the mythic of the Phoenix ends here as immortality is still in the talents of Falcons Philippines.
One diversion from the captain himself was all they needed to secure the win up against these 5 young men.
You asked me early on, where's it gonna come from? The 2 legends, and it came from the man matched only by few, the captain with a diversion to end the run, the magical run of TNC.
An amazing, amazing series, an amazing day, and that's going to be it for On Desk. Nice to Ingon and Renmar. We're going to throw it over on stage to hear from TNC.
We've ended the second match of the play-ins at kasama ko ngayon ay walang iba kundi ang TNC Pro Team. For the last 5 seasons, they were not able to make it. At kitang-kita naman ang suporta ng Phoenix Army because you guys have made it this far. Yaoi, I know that there have been a lot of people supporting you right from the start, lalo na nung nagpunta ka, kayong lahat sa TNC Pro Team. Anong masasabi mo sa Phoenix Army?
Thank you so much sa sumuporta sa amin hanggang dulo. Babawi kami next season. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Once again, keep your head high. This is TNC Pro Team. A valiant effort from the Phoenix Army, but unfortunately, Jamie, their journey ends here. And with that series, our victors, Team Falcons!
Guys, I see the smiles from ear to ear. Congratulations! Wow, what a series.
You know what? A song
Pagod
of
na ba
love,
kayo?
Casey first.
Okay pa. Napagod ba kayo? Okay pa. Pagod? Pagod, pero congratulations. Guys, you won. Flap, easy. Unang-una may mic ka na. Ikaw natatanungin ko, no? Anong nangyari sa Game 1? And dahil ba doon lumabas yung gigil nyo na manalo in the succeeding games? Flap?
Sa tingin ko po, sa amin na po rin talaga yung Game 1 na naliparan lang kami ni Benny. Naka-maniac. Kaya doon kami nabawian.
Okay, pero bumawi naman kayo, guys. Look at where you are now. Hans.
Alam mo, parang gigil ka nga kanina pagkatapos
Na-feel ko yun.
Hindi ko alam kung nakita nila, pero nakita ko kasi. Pero baka hindi naman nakita. I think, ano yun?
Naging lang po ako, emotional nung last game kasi nasa isip ko, muntikan na kami.
Muntikan na kayo. And again, that was a really tough series na naipanalo nyo. With that being said, nabanggit mo sa akin way back nung nandun kayo sa holding area or waiting area that this is a team that you really wanted to, continue to pursue a lot of achievements. What is it with this team now compared to your first week na nagbago sa team nyo over time to get you to this point in the playoffs?
Sa tingin ko po yung nagbago sa amin parang mas lalo kaming ginanahan kasi parang mas nag-connect kami sa isa't isa. Kasi ilang years na rin kaming magkakasama through ups and downs Kaya yun yung nagbago sa amin na parang lahat kami connected na sa isa't isa.
Alam mo, kitang-kita yun, Hans. Kitang-kita na talagang motivated sila as a team. You're right, Flap. Now, I want to talk to Kyle TZ naman. Bukas, ang makakalaban nyo ay Team Liquid Philippines. Clash of the Titans na naman ito, Kyle. So, paano nyo masisigurado na makakabawi kayo sa Team Liquid Philippines? Anong gagawin nyo?
Siguro po itutuloy lang po namin kung ano po yung napag-practicean namin para manalo po kami bukas. Good luck po sa amin bukas.
So, pagpatuloy lang. Okay, so may mensahe ka ba sa Team Liquid Philippines, lalo't na upper bracket sa Miss na to? Lalo na kay Carl TZ, what's your message for him?
Good luck sa idol ko dyan. Nagkatapat ulit tayo. Lagi tayo magkatapat.
Oo nga lagi kayo magkatapat, Carl. Or actually, Kyle kontra kay Carl. Tinan mo, nagpapaghalo ko na kayo. Now I wanna go to Few this time. Few, this is an opportunity for Team Falcons to go to MSC once more. Itong roster na ito, how important is it for you to make it into MSC and for you to redeem yourselves as representatives of the Philippines?
Para sa amin, sobrang importante din talaga ng sa amin. As a team, tsaka individual na rin. Kasi goal din talaga namin makakuha ng MSC na trophy, tsaka yung prize pool din malaki.
That is the goal, not only for Few, not only for the rest of Team Falcons, but I guess for everyone. They share that same thought. Gaya ni Kyle TZ, makakaharap mo ang dati mong kakampi na si Carl TZ, and I feel like this is a team na nakasama nyo rin sa Riyadh way back then. Ano masasabi mo naman kay Carl?
Masasabi ko kay Carl, good luck sa atin. Sana tayong dalawa ulit yung mag-represent sa atin.
And with that being said, we will now leave it to you guys. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. An impressive showing from Team Falcons in yet again another 5-game series.
I know, the word is right, Hans. You nailed it. Impressive indeed. They deserve that win. But what a good fight too, right?
They did put up a good fight, and they are going to be moving on to the next round of the playoffs. But let's move back to our panel.
You know what? For some reason, every time one of these guys, Few, Flap TZ, Carl TZ, talk about each other, it sounds like a rom-com or something.
It sounds like they're so kind. They're so close. And by the way, our game MVP for that last game of the series is actually Kyle TZ on the Hayabusa. Once more, doing so much for his team in that particular game, because considering that he had to take into account the potential bloody hunts, the threat of like TNC in general just answering back and catching whatever attempts he tries to go for, he was still able to land the most on-point Ogi shadow kills towards the members of TNC. And it has been very fortunate for him that he hasn't been the primary target of Yaoi.
Yeah, actually there were so many threats that Kyle TZ actually had to navigate. Not just the bloody hunt, not just the bumps. You also have to think about the curtain call. You have to think about dodging out on the Crimson Beacons and everything. The hooks from Yaoi, I mean, those are all deadly for a Hayabusa at this stage, especially if it's layered correctly.
Yeah, I agree. And even just one wrong move and you get tied with the curtain call alongside a different member of your team, that'll limit you from actually moving around the map. And so it's very crucial that Kyle TZ actually did position himself well enough throughout the entirety of the game. And as you can see in our MVP highlights, there have been instances where in TNC were somehow able to move around a little bit more, BennyQt able to look for the stacks, but they did take their time. Like, we didn't feel the same amount of damage similar to game 1-1 by BennyQt. Like, we haven't seen them being able to fully replicate that exact same scenario so far. And it's just been Falcons, I believe, especially alongside the Lu Yi, taking full advantage of the presence of this hero. They've been just so set on taking or making use of that diversion to always catch TNC by surprise. And even especially in that last moment, right? There was this diversion play done outside the map, and it could have been a way for TNC to fight back if only they had positioned themselves a little bit better, but they wouldn't have expected that, right? Like, only if you have your eyes outside the map would you actually notice that there is something that could potentially happen, that Falcons was actually planning something out there, but they didn't. They definitely would not have had their eyes outside of the map.
Yeah, a very valiant effort, I would say, for the rest of this whole series for TNC. You could actually feel the grit from BennyQt, especially in that last one where we saw his 1-1 actually up in the front lines, really doing the work that's needed. But Lancey, Martizi and Zaida could only hold it for so long. It was unfortunate as well that, by the way, the draft really leaned heavily towards the 1-1.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're talking about, right?
I think so too.
Way too heavily. Without the 1-1, who was gonna hit? Not really. I don't think you can rely on the CC to hit that much.
Yeah, it was questionable in a sense that who else aside from Benny could have dealt the damage for TNC? Who else could have provided the follow-ups whenever TNC actually wanted to go for something? Because yes, there is the Jushin, but this is precisely why we talk so much about hero synergies as well. Because usually if you go for a setup kind of roamer, then you would at least expect a mage that could provide the necessary follow-up, be it in the form of additional CC so you could chain them all together, or burst damage so just you could take out and eliminate a member, or if it's not in the mid lane, then at least in the gold lane. But not even BennyQt on the 1-1 could provide enough damage, and this is the BPI rich guy, 862. We've got a couple of 900 and plus, but this has been
respectable. Very respectable.
This was respectable. I mean, this has been a game that was somehow back and forth too. Like, I believe there was this highlight by Yaoi himself as well, hooking 2 consecutive key members from Team Falcons. So it was a well-fun match for TNC and for Team Falcons, but again, in the end, it's still the Titans of MLBB we're seeing win this game and fight again tomorrow.
I really like that. Even though it was a pretty close game, there's still a lot of confidence with Falcons in the last interview, by the way. Flapkeezy himself said, you know what, I think we had that game won. That's saying something. These players really do say a lot. And I think we can also hear what they say inside the game with this mic check. I'm very, very curious how they do it.
Kaya. Walang bigger drop. Pala ko, boy. Tatlo. Nice! Chill. No. Makakalipad na. Sige, wala. Winteran ko, boy. Tara. Walang lipad. Nice one, next skill naman, ha, pre. Sa akin nga. Nice. Patay ito, ha. Gagaros lang. Branko, boy, natakot ko. Branko. Pasok sa likod, ha. Patalian na ka. Okay lang. Lipad. Tatalon ako dito. Shushin, patayin na. Tapalta. Bigyan ako.
So, you know what? Team Falcons is one of those teams that are a little bit chaotic on the chaotic side. And
I am now convinced after that mic check.
The Infinix mic check, yeah.
That flap was indeed emotional as the game ended. They were just so locked in. They didn't want to lose this opportunity. So
I get it.
I'm convinced now. I get it, flap.
And you know what's so cool? Whenever they go quiet, they quiet at the same time. Like, oh yeah, they start talking again. So that's really, really cool how they do their comms. And again, if you want to improve in MLBB, always remember, check your comms.
Yeah.
All right, check your comms, guys.
Communication is key.
That's
It
right.
is very important, especially in a game where even a simple resource matters so much in terms of what you're gonna do next, in terms of the next few steps that you are gonna take. And literally, we saw so much potential from the play-ins. Like, I feel like if we had a lower bracket here,
that would be a crazy, right?
Who knows what could have happened, right? But it's sad that we had to say goodbye to two of our teams already today. And just in time, I feel like we'll be seeing the updated playoffs bracket.
That's right. And then there were four.
Oh, wow.
Four of them. Onic and Aurora facing off tomorrow in the best of 5 against each other. And Falcons versus Team Liquid Philippines, a top seed, fighting off against the Falcons from the Philippines.
All right, so it is indeed the S14 and S13 Grand Finals rematch. Happening tomorrow in the upper bracket semifinals of our playoffs here at MPL Philippines Season 15. Imagine that. So much history in as early as the upper bracket semis.
That's right, and this time around, there is going to be a second life for all of these 4 teams remaining. So the losers will fight off on the lower bracket, where we will have a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah.
And again, winners are slowly starting to get into position. Don't forget, in match number 8, those 2 teams will be eligible for MSC 2025.
Whoa, we're so close to finding out who our representatives are going to be heading into MSC 2025. But of course, our Fancy Klaban has their own playoff stage as well. And it seems like the Minds and the Feeding Army, oh my goodness!
Man, oh man!
It's the complete
opposite
of what happened.
Is this real? That's amazing. Oh, great. The fans, maybe the spirits of the fans got empowered.
Yep.
And therefore, they are the ones who are going to face each other in the semifinals, apparently. And that's all, again, all that happening at the same time down at the MPL playground. So all of that is going to be concluded as well. You know, while we're doing it here on day 1, they'll also have day 2, they'll also have day 3 and 4, and of course the finals.
Man, it's been such a long day. It's been such an intense day, full of MLBB, be it here, be it in Fancy Klaban, possibly even in the MPL playground. Who knows what's going on in there? I hope you guys get to check it out for yourselves, because we still have 4 days remaining for the playoffs. But this has been a day. You know, it has been a very interesting day number 1.
Actually, this has been a very interesting 2 days, because we are now on day 2, 12:05 or 3 p.m.
We've actually crossed over to day number 2.
Welcome to day 2 of the playoffs. We're probably just gonna sleep here. I'll see you tomorrow,
This
right?
is exactly
Or later.
why I brought my blanket.
That's why you have a blanket.
I
Yeah.
didn't wear my contacts today. I brought my blanket. I just felt that it was gonna be a long day, but I didn't expect it to be this long of a
Not
day.
this long. I bought sleeves as well. It's just so nice to actually see our teams showing that they are top caliber, even the ones that actually fell off, Twisted Minds and TNC.
They gave us really good games. Like, honestly, I feel like our international viewers as well, all of you out there, I can imagine how they felt watching these series. I can imagine how the Filipinos felt watching this series. It's been such a great showing of MLBB.
Again, only the strongest will remain here, as we do have 4 remaining. So you will have a lot to look forward to, and hopefully we'll see you on day number 2. I'm Rockhart, this is Brigida. So far today, we need to take a rest because we've been here since 10 a.m. Well, you've been here since 10 a.m. I was a little late.
No, you were already awake by then too,
I was
because he
awake,
had a haircut right before he went here.
Thank you for the story time. Alright, so that's going to be it for us here. But don't go anywhere. We will go and throw it over to our host, close out day 1.5.
And with that first day of the playoffs, we now have our final 4 teams. Kilala na natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaban-laban para sa upper bracket semifinals.
Which of these teams are destined to emerge from legends to immortals in the Champions Arena?
And that is gonna be our first match para bukas. It's Aurora Gaming going up against Onic Philippines. The Trailblazers of the new era are bound to meet again.
Then we have Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons.
But of course, we can't forget the valiant effort of the 2 teams that that unfortunately will no longer be continuing. That's Twisted Minds and TNC Pro Team. Kahit na ganito man ang nangyari, they showcase the true spirit of lakas ng Pinas here at the Champions Arena.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. Tapos man ang kanilang kwento sa Season 15, but we are pretty sure that their stories to become legendary will continue.
But Jamie, now is the time to look forward because more wins and victories, more defeats and crushing moments will happen tomorrow. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And I'm Jamie Fournier. Kita taugma for day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 15, the playoffs.
Sama-sama nating tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3